all. This kind of ability may be the only one in the entire ninja world. Han's condition is very bad. We need a quick fix. Then take him back for rescue. Huang Tu took a step forward with a firm look on his face. Although after listening to Deidara's narration, the enemy is really strong, but he still has to take a firm step and join the battle. It's another trouble to enter. Sure enough, it should have ended earlier, so there won't be so many troubles. Jayadu looked at the Lois, thinking about countermeasures. Although a Yanian ninja appeared again, he was not cowardly at all. Page 617. Hey, Kakuzu, do you want to continue fighting? Fei Duan had already walked over. Although the wound on his chest was terrifying, it didn't affect his arrogant tone in the slightest. Of course we have to continue, don't forget our mission. Jayadu looked down and saw Han, who was deep in the crack under his feet, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. One thing he is afraid of now is that the enemy will have more reinforcements. In that case, no matter how confident he is in his own strength, he has no choice but to prepare to flee. I don't know where that guy went. The corner is a little distressed. If it is absolutely here, then with the support of his vision, the control of the situation will be better. I'll deal with that yellow-haired boy, and I'll leave the other one to you. Hidden saw that Han was already in a coma, and this time he was really no longer capable of fighting, so he said to Kakuzu, "No problem." On Kakuzu's arm, some black silk threads began to come out of the body regularly, and gradually became more energetic. "Start fighting." Jayadu's voice was very deep, and the moment he exited, he went straight to the Lois at an extremely fast speed, and Hiduin, with a grin, wiped his neck at Deidara above the big bird, clenched the bloodied March sickle in his hand and followed Kakuzu's pace. When he appeared in Deidara, he was a little displeased with this yellow-haired boy riding a big bird. Even though he looked younger than him, he actually dealt with everything calmly. Even his sacrifice to the evil god didn't seem to move him. Therefore, Fei Duan decided to take this kid's blood and life as a sacrifice to the evil god to vent his hatred. "Here we go, Deidara." Huang Tu stepped out again, and his whole body was instantly covered by a layer of pale yellow chakra, and a thick breath permeated his whole body. With his right foot behind him, he stepped heavily on the ground. The moment he exerted his strength, his right foot smashed the rock layer on the ground into pieces, forming a pit centered on the sole of his foot. A deep circular pothole appeared there, fully expressing the power of the Lois. And Huantu himself, under such a start, instantly turned into an existence like a cannonball, and shot towards Jayadu, roaring in the air call. Deidara didn't care about Hiduin, who was staring at him all the time. He was very relaxed and even wanted to laugh. He has already figured out Fei Duan's ninjutsu and routines clearly, so Fei Duan, who only knows those few moves, loses his threat in front of him. Therefore, he instantly manipulated the big bird to raise the height, distanced himself from Fei Duan, and did not give Fei Duan a chance to get close to him. Hey! Huantu and Jayadu collided after a short sprint. Both of them are powerful ninjas with both speed and strength, and their momentum is more exaggerated when fighting. At the moment of the first collision, the ground trembled a few meters around the two people as the center. Afterwards, the snow on the ground moved towards the distance under the action of the gust of wind generated after the collision. With just one blow, the effect of clearing the field was achieved. Jayadu squinted his eyes and looked at Huang Tu. As expected of a ninja with such a high bounty on the black market, he was indeed extremely powerful. Just because of the one hit just now, he would not be much better than him. Clatter! Exclamation clatter. The figures intertwined, and there was a dull sound of hitting and colliding in the air. If it was an ordinary ninja, they couldn't even see the movements of the two of them clearly, only the phantoms were constantly intertwined. And after a fight, the two were cautiously testing each other, did not use redundant ninjutsu, and relied on pure body jutsu and combat skills to attack each other. To be exact, Jayadu was definitely stronger than Huantu. Because relying on his earth attribute heart, he can fight back and forth with the Lois. If a few masked monsters come out again and bombard like a ninjutsu fort, the Lois will definitely be just Lois in the end. But Jayadu is cautious by nature, and he didn't immediately attack Wang Zhan immediately, but adopted a very conservative attitude, showing his strength step by step. As Jayadu's opponent, Huang Tu did have a very strong understanding of Jayadu's strength. He was born in Tianyin village specializing in Tudun, which is normal, but the enemy looked at the mark on his forehead, which seemed to be Takian's rebellion. But his control over the earth dungeon, especially the effect of the earth spear technique on the body technique, is definitely the top in this respect. Even in the entire Yannian village, it is difficult to find a comparable one. Having said that, Huang Tu will not shrink back because of this. He doesn't think he will lose in Tudun, although the enemy is very strong. Detonating clay, detonating bomb. Deidara stepped on the flying bird and attacked Fei Duan from the sky. He stood on the big bird and threw his own clay explosives at the flying segment below without any concern. A row of detonating bombs was thrown from Deidara's hand, across the void, and smashed towards Fei Duan. Page 618. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions chased the dodging Fei Duan, as if facing the attack of a bomber, and seemed a little flustered. At this time, Fei Duan understood why the yellow-haired boy looked at him with a hint of sarcasm, as if he disdained him for taking the initiative to find him. With no means of long-range attack, let alone the ability to fly, he really had no choice but to passively beat Deidara. The expression on his face was constantly changing. As Fei Duan walked, he stared at Deidara above him, gnashing his teeth in hatred, but he was powerless. Damn it, do you only throw bombs in the sky? Do you dare to come down and fight this uncle head-on? In the end, Fei Duan had no choice but to activate his taunting skills, and the March scythe was whistling by Wu in his hand. Because he really has nothing to do with Deidara, he can only see if he can use this provocative method to see if he can enrage Deidara and let him come down to fight him. However, he was disappointed. Although Deidara is young, how could he be irritated by such a simple taunt from Hiduan, and then give up his advantage? So Deidara ignored Fei Duan's taunt, and continued to throw bombs at Fei Duan, while watching the battle situation on the lowest side from the corner of his eye. He felt that the horns were not as simple as they looked, such as the weird ninjutsu mask and the black silk thread that seemed to be alive. Yes, black silk thread. Deidara was sure that he had read it correctly before, that Kakuzu's body contained many black silk threads, and the mask capable of using ninjutsu was connected to his body through those silk threads. That scene was very weird, and Deidara couldn't find any words to describe it for the time being. And just now, he also explained all this to Huangtu, making Huangtu pay attention to Jiaodu's mask and black silk thread. Bang! Exclamation. Deidara was thinking about it, when the lowest in his peripheral vision was punched in the chest by Koto, and it was thrown backwards. At this time, Jiaodu has already passed the trial stage, and started to really do it. Whether it is strength or speed, he has reached his personal peak. Huangtu quickly stabilized his body. As a ninja in Yannian village, he is naturally the Tudan professional ninja, and where Jiaodu punched just now, a layer of light yellow rock fell off. Apparently, before Kakuzu attacked him, he used the earth dungeon to condense a layer of defensive rock armor around his body surface. Earth escape rock fist. Huangtu snorted coldly, clenched his hands, and naturally lowered his body. Then a ball of chakra appeared immediately, covering his fists. Soon, his fist changed drastically, becoming even bigger and strange, because it was covered with a layer of uneven rock. The color of the rock is very deep, and there are countless lines on it, which makes people know it is very good at a glance. Bang! He punched Kakuzu, and the air seemed to be broken. Two spear. Jiaodu's eyes were fixed. He leaned forward, slightly shifted his body to avoid Huangtu's rock fist attack, and let Huangtu's fist brush past his left side of the body, and on his own right hand, the complexion gradually darkened, and then he took advantage of the situation and slashed at Huangtu's arm at his side. He wanted to chop off Huangtu's arm with one palm, and then quickly end the battle. Whoa! Although Jiaodu has a lot of combat experience, Huangtu is still not bad. The moment Jiaodu turned his body, he knew what Jiaodu's next plan was, and he turned his fist into an elbow, and continued to attack Xiang Jiaodu like a sweep, and the rock on the fist was transferred to the elbow like a liquid, forming a hard shell with spikes. Aha! Jiao didn't expect that Huangtu's ability to adapt to changes was so strong. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he didn't panic. He also turned his palm into an elbow, and met Huangtu's attack. The eyes of the two people were filled with killing intent, and the expressions on their faces were extremely serious. For a real strong man, life and death are in an instant, and Jiaodu and Huangtu, who are fighting at this time, are explaining this with practical actions. It was only a few seconds of confrontation, but what happened in it was extremely complicated and changeable. One move by you, one move by me. Although it is very common, but there are extremely many variables in it. Individual battles and group battles are sometimes very similar. They are all based on tricks, constantly trying to figure out the enemy's intentions and goals in the shortest time, and then change themselves accordingly. Chapter 292 Jiaodu vs Huangtu. Subscribe. Bang! The two elbows collided instantly under the lightning and flint, and a dull beating sound came from the two elbows. Huangtu's elbow strike is horizontal, and its target is Jaiadu's side chest position, while Jaiadu's elbow strike is from top to bottom, changing from offensive tactics to attacking and defending. No one took advantage of the collision between the soil spear and the rock fist. Both of them snorted and took a step back. Hey, page 619. Jaiadu took a step back, but stood firm in an instant. He frowned, and the black tentacle-like silk thread on his arm popped out instantly, giving him a forward thrust. Taking advantage of this momentum, he punched forward, and the power of this punch was stronger than before. On the opposite side, Yuantu's movements and horns were consistent, and at the same moment of retreating, he stepped forward to attack again. The layer of rock in his hand had been shattered by the collision just now, but it condensed again at this time. Wang Tu didn't expect that this ninja from the Akatsuki organization would be able to forcibly hold his rock fist hardening technique, and even had a slight advantage. Snapped, the two of them passed by each other, and the moment they got close to each other, they slammed their hands several times. The moves were all aimed at the vital points and key positions of the body. For example, the heart, or the head, or the lower vagina. In this contact, no one got the slightest advantage. Jaiadu was punched in the cheek by Yuantu, but Yuantu was punched in the chest by Jaiadu. Both of them had the protection of Tudun, and they didn't cause much damage, just a short-term surge of Kai and blood and chest tightness. Tudun Earth Dragon Bomb. Yuantu gritted his teeth, turned around quickly at the moment of shifting his body, seized the gap, and used ninjutsu. For a ninja of his level, such a ninjutsu release lead time can basically be ignored. Clapping his hands together, clasping his palms together in front of his chest, Wang Tu stared at Jaiadu, locking onto the trajectory of Jaiadu's movement. Roar! With a dragon roar, behind Wang Tu, a huge earth dragon emerged from the ground in an instant. The head of the earth dragon is very ferocious and rough. In rage, his body twisted continuously in the air, biting towards Kakuzu. Frowning, he was a little surprised at the speed of Yuantu's printing, but he was relieved immediately. After all, he is the current card ninja of Yan'an village, one of the few people who are at the top of the village, and he may be the next Tukage reserve. It is normal to have such strength, otherwise, the underground bounty would not be so high, more than 1,000 million more than Naruto. There was a faint light in the green eyes, and when Jaiadu stepped on the ground with both feet, his body quickly backed up. He leaned back with his upper body, and his lower body was almost touching the ground, and that earth dragon. Then he roared and chased after him, roaring continuously, and opened and closed his mouth continuously, revealing the teeth inside. Earth dungeon, earth formation wall. Soon, Kakuto squinted his eyes and fell to the ground, and in the time of reversing in the air, he had already completed the ninjutsu seal. Snapped, he slapped his hands on the ground, and looked up slightly at the earth dragon that was about to catch up, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Whoa! A dark earth wall rose from the ground in an instant. It was very flat and solid, and there were some purple patterns on it, which made the earth wall a lot weirder as a whole. Boom! In the next moment, the earth dragon hit the earth wall directly, making a loud noise. Whoa! Cracks appeared in the earth wall, which gradually shattered under the impact, and the earth dragon also turned into broken rocks and dust all over the place. But the battle between the two was not over. The ninjutsu just now was just a random attack, and Yuantu would not think that he could take down Kakuto with just a single earth dragon technique. So, at the moment when the two ninjutsu collided, they both rushed out again in a tacit understanding and got entangled together. The strength of their fists and legs constantly destroyed the surrounding field, and the two attacked each other, not letting go of a single gap. The surrounding ground was constantly being destroyed as the battle progressed. With Jaiadu's punch, the ground is a deep pit. With Wang Tu's kick, the ground is also a big hole. Both of them are humanoid Tyrannosaurus-like existences, and they can cause such a terrifying effect only with physical skills and simple earth escape and hardening techniques. Pooh! He and Jaiadu punched each other again. Wang Tu's throat was sweetened, and a mouthful of bright red liquid flowed directly from the corner of his mouth. He spit out a mouthful of saliva on the ground. Blood mixed with saliva, and was spit on the ground. On the other side, Jaiadu's body shook, and he couldn't stop taking a few steps backwards. Every time he stepped on the ground, he would step on a huge pothole and leave a footprint. However, he didn't vomit blood like Wang Tu did, but his face turned pale, and then he returned to normal. It seems that your head worth tens of millions is going to be my trophy. Jaiadu looked at the Lois, showing a trace of cold-blooded emotion, and then a more icy breath flashed in the emerald green eyes. He has almost figured out Yuantu's strength, which is stronger than ordinary elite Jiaonan, but weaker than shadow-level powerhouses. because he does not have any special blood inheritance or ninjutsu. If Wang Tu only has this level, then the victory is almost in his pocket. It's not that ninjas like Huan-Tu haven't killed in his long career, and even the heart in his body comes from ninjas of this level. Don't underestimate Iwa Kakashi's ninja, bastard. Page 620. Wang Tu raised his arm, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked gloomy. Although the physical skills of the two people are similar to those of Earth Dun, it is strange that the enemy seems to be able to easily remove the rock fist attack from him, so that he will not suffer too much internal injury. This is also the reason why he vomited blood after fighting until now, because the two of them were head-to-head, and their strength was mutual, which produced a lot of counter-shock force. To get rid of these shocks, he relied on his own strong physique, and the enemy didn't know what they used, so he was hardly affected by the shocks. Earth escaped the art of mountains and soils. Huan-Tu stared at Kakuto, and suddenly used ninjutsu, which caught Kakuto off guard because he didn't see Huan-Tu's seal. Click! A loud crack sounded. On both sides of Jayau's body, the land suddenly flipped, and two huge hemispherical rocks, under the influence of the chakra of the Lois, squeezed towards Jayau. This time, the attack was so fierce that Jayau couldn't dodge it for the time being, because the hemisphere covered a wide area. Even if he chose to escape, he probably wouldn't be able to jump out of the range of ninjutsu before it closed. Boom! Exclamation. The two hemispheres closed instantly and made a loud noise. Looking at the closed spherical rocks, Huan-Tu frowned. Although his attack was very sudden, the enemy seemed to be suppressed by him without the slightest resistance. This is completely different from the script he imagined, where he finally crushed the enemy to death after a hard struggle. Exclamation. There was a flash of vigilance in his eyes, and he walked slowly. His steps were very steady, and his steps were extremely slow. He was guarding against everything around him. The enemy can't die that easily. At this moment, in the fissure created by the Lois to save Han, Han Zhili with 5 tails was lying there without the slightest breath, like a dead body. Originally, Han was on the verge of coma when he stood beside Han and Kakuto, ready to throw that punch. But the enemy was in front of him, so he rallied and relied on his own willpower to hold on. Then, the second after the sound of the Lois sounded, he couldn't hold on any longer, and fell into the darkness directly, entering a semi-comatose state. Hey! Is this the 5 tails Jinchuriki? It's really miserable. The first crack was deep and wide enough to accommodate Han's body, and on the cracked rock wall, a strange white figure suddenly appeared, looking at the half-dead Han with a playful face. Such a sound made Han, who was in a semi-conscious state, twitch his ears a few times, as if he was about to wake up. His consciousness, after sinking for so long, regained some vitality again, and he was about to wake up again. But in the next second, Han felt a very cold and strange thing completely enveloping his body, and the energy in his body, which had been recovered with great difficulty, seemed to be absorbed and was gradually withdrawn from his body, leaving only a trace of emptiness and powerlessness in him. He lost his self-awareness again, and the tendency to wake up stopped. The people who appeared here were exactly Baiju's split body. Baiju approached Han, sticking one hand on his body. A layer of white paste flowed from his arm to Han's body, and slowly enveloped Han completely. This is a product with a special function, which has the function of absorbing chakra similar to the wooden escape. Of course, it is only a weakened version, but it is just right for Han at this time. Again and again, Han was enveloped and slowly turned into a white cocoon, only revealing a head with closed eyes. Baiju was always nearby, and when Huan-Tu and Dedala didn't pay attention to this place, he emerged from the ground and found Han, who had lost the power to resist. This is a great opportunity to reclaim the tailed beast. Soon, he sensed that Han's consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep, and the chakra in his body was basically taken out. Although the chakra belonging to the tailed beast is still wreaking havoc in the body, it does not help the current situation, or has no effect. Han's body was severely injured, and the function of the tailed beast at this time was to hold that breath, preventing Zhu Lai from dying, which would cause the tailed beast to dissipate itself. But if the tailed beast chooses to make a wave at this time, before it exerts its strength, the injuries on Han's body will be aggravated by the tyrannical chakra of the tailed beast, and then explode, resulting in death. This is something the tailed beast doesn't want to see, so what it can do now is to hang on Rinjiriki's Kai, gradually repair the body's injuries at a very slow speed, and wait for the opportunity to fight back in the future. However, choosing this method is choosing to die slowly, because Akatsuki will not give it a chance to erupt next time. In Xiao's hands, how could there be a chance to fight back? Baiju grinned, his teeth exposed in the air, with a smile on his face. It's over. The next thing is to see how Kakuzu and the others get out. Baiju's body was connected to Han, then slowly sank into the ground, activated the technique of floating, and disappeared here directly, as if he had never appeared before. Of course, he splits a body again and stays to tell Kakuzu that they are the ones who took the target. Whoosh! Fei Duan threw out his weapon, and the long handle of the March sickle instantly turned into several knots and extended. Page 621. In an instant, Fei Duan's attack distance increased more than 10 times, reaching the standard of being able to hurt Adala in midair. Of course, this design is also to make the weapon easier to stab the enemy and get blood. Activate the spell. Fei Duan's unexpected attack still has some effect, but it is very small. Because after the sickle reaches a certain height, it loses its stamina and becomes extremely slow. Deidara, who was in midair, was surprised by Fei Duan's sudden move, and flexibly manipulated the big bird to dodge it, and raised the altitude again. Damn boy! Fei Duan was a little annoyed. The last move he had hidden didn't catch him. The current self has no means to threaten Deidara, who was in the air. Fei Duan shook his hand, and the thrown scythe retracted instantly and returned to his hand. Since Deidara can't be reached, why not change the target? He turned his gaze and saw Wang Tu's back. Due to Deidara's high-altitude bombing before, he kept running around, but now he has left there and arrived at a very far position, so he came behind Yuan Tu unconsciously. Seems like an opportunity. Since he couldn't attack Deidara in the air, this guy who could fight back and forth with Jayadu became his target. Swish! Deidara saw Fei Duan's gaze, and the big bird instantly lay between Fei Duan and the Lois. This guy can't protect himself, but he still has the mind to attract other people's attention. Deidara put his hands in his pockets and stared at Hiduan. He was tired of continuing to fight with Fei Duan chasing after each other, so he was going to hit the big one directly, kill Fei Duan, and then join hands with Wang Tu to kill another enemy. Then everyone went back to their homes, and he could go back to continue studying art. Although he was very unpopular in the village, since he chose to join this mission, he felt that he could not disappoint old man Tying. Swish! He pulled out his hands and raised them to his chest, slowly spread out the palms, and saw 3 round white clay bombs in each palm, but they looked a little different from the previous detonating bombs. Detonating clay bat bomb. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, as if he was full of confidence in the things in his hands. In the next second, wings and a cute head popped out of the spherical clay. Immediately afterwards, these clay products left Deidara's palm, flapped their wings and flew out. Swish! Exclamation swish! Exclamation swish! These things, which Deidara called bat bombs, were so fast that they turned into white phantoms in the air, and directly found the flying section below. What is this? Fei Duan frowned, raised his weapon to dodge, and threw out the idea of sneak attacking Yuan Tu. He knew that things from Deidara would explode, and they were even more powerful than detonating symbols. Although he has an immortal body, it is still a bit troublesome to be bombed. Da. He started his own snakeskin move again, and this time, those explosives did not explode immediately, but chased Fei Duan, trying to stick to his body. Fei Duan's face was ugly. He hated this kind of things the most. He was not happy at all, because he didn't know ninjutsu and couldn't make them explode in advance. Chapter 293. Swish swish. The clay bat was flying, with a flexible body, constantly turning and moving in midair, predicting the position of Fei Duan, making it extremely difficult for Fei Duan to dodge. Da. Fei Duan straddled his body, jumped up, and gradually stretched his body in midair, while the bloody March scythe was placed by his side, performing some necessary blocking functions. It's now, in midair, Deidara saw Fei Duan's movements, squinted his eyes, and then made a mudra with one hand, stepped firmly on the big bird with both feet, and stared at Fei Duan's back. Following his manipulation, those clay bats that had been hanging behind Fei Duan and followed closely like jelly candy instantly accelerated, like a sports car with the accelerator on, and jumped out a long way, bringing the distance between Fei Duan closer distance. Whizzing! Although Hai Duan was desperately trying to escape towards the front, most of his attention was still behind him. When the clay bat was speeding up, he noticed it and made a move. His face changed. He knew he couldn't be careless, quickly grabbed the weapon in his hand, flicked it aside, made a half circle, and then turned around. Swish! In the air, there was a trace of red phantom, which was Fei Duan's weapon. Page 622. Drink. Deidara issued his unique sound of ninjutsu, with a serious face, like a serious art master examining his own art. This time the moment Hiduan turned around, he felt something was wrong. Although he knew that the enemy's clay products would explode, he turned around anyway, because it was stupid to give his back to the enemy's ninjutsu. The moment he turned around, he anticipated many critical situations in his mind, and at the same time produced many plans. Sure enough, after turning around, the clay clinging to him gradually swelled, and a dangerous breath gradually spread out. Before he had time to think about it, he put the weapon across his chest and quickly landed on the ground. With one foot kicking on the ground, his body also quickly moved backwards and continued to retreat. But the speed of the explosion was extremely fast, and he couldn't help retreating in time. Boom! The flames raged suddenly, and a strong air current hit Fei Duan's weapon, and then did another damage, driving the weapon into his chest. Under the impact of this force, Fei Duan showed a painful expression on his face, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Faced with Deidara's explosive attack head-on, although it was not at the center of the explosion, it still made Fei Duan feel a little stuffy, and the wound on his chest was torn apart again, and blood gushed out and flowed down. Boom! After rolling a few times on the ground, Fei Duan stood firm again and continued to run. Because of the attack from Deidara, it swept again, and this time it looked even more powerful. Several clay birds, several times larger than before, roared and shot at him. Swish! Exclamation swish! Exclamation swish! Fei Duan kept jumping on the ground, while the explosives from Deidara kept chasing him, and exploded from time to time. When Fei Duan thought they would not explode, they exploded suddenly. When Fei Duan thought they would explode, they suddenly reversed and continued to chase the figure that Fei Duan was dodging. Whether it explodes or not is under Deidara's control, depending on his personal wishes. Although Fei Duan was very angry and even a little crazy, but he had nothing to do with Deidara, who was in the air. And Deidara, knowing this, was confident, and kept causing damage to Fei Duan as if he was playing the game. Boom! Another explosion happened not far from Fei Duan. Although he has the characteristic of being unkillable, such repeated explosions have already caused him to collapse. This kind of aggrieved battle has basically never been encountered since he became a believer in the cult of evil spirits, and he has always been the only one who teases others, but today he himself has become the object of teasing. Don't let me catch you, kid, or you'll have something to eat. Fei Duan jumped again, took off nearly 5 meters in place, dodged the attack, and instantly threw out the weapon in his hand in the air. He held the handle of the March sickle in his right hand, and the front half of the weapon was dragged by the device, heading towards the clay bombs chasing him behind him. The blade cut across the body of an Asuka, instantly splitting it into two, which was afraid of swelling, and at the same time making it lose the effect of explosion. But such an attack is of no use to Deidara. It only temporarily slows down Deidara's attack. Kakuto, hurry up and deal with the enemy. Come and help. In desperation, Fei Duan chose to seek help from Jayadu over there. At this time, Jayadu's figure had disappeared, as if being tightly pressed together by the enemy with rock balls. Seeing such a scene from the corner of the eye, Fei Duan would not feel that Jayadu had already been defeated by Wang Tu. Again, the two have worked together for so long, and they understand each other very deeply, especially in terms of strength. Therefore, even though it seemed that Kakudu had fallen below, Hidun still had confidence in him, as if he had confidence in his own immortal body. Kakudu's strength was more than just what it looked like. Are you asking for help? Deidara sneered, thinking that the horns over there seemed to be in danger, so how could they come to help Fei Duan? But at the same time, he also accelerated his movements, preparing to kill Fei Duan as soon as possible, win the victory, and then go to assist Wang Tu. Wang Tu heard Fei Duan's voice, and stopped his steps vigilantly, but seeing Fei Duan asking for help, he couldn't protect himself, so he didn't care anymore. He stared at a tightly closed stone ball made by his ninjutsu in front of him, with a solemn expression. Although the enemy was suppressed by himself with a stone ball, it was still impossible to determine the life and death of the enemy. It was difficult for a ninja of this level to be killed, let alone such a simple ninjutsu. Although his attacks are very coherent, one after another, with a glance, Huang Tu noticed that the sand and rocks were trembling slightly above the ground, and something was about to come out of the ground. The next moment, his face changed, and his feet stepped heavily on the ground, leaving the ground. What did he think of? But faster than him was a group of pitch-black tentacles like black threads. Page 623. Again and again, where he was originally standing, countless black silk threads emerged from the ground like wild weeds, and then grabbed the Lois. What is this? As soon as Huang Tu jumped up, he saw the black silk thread coming out of the ground with his movements. But soon, he thought of the living silk threads on Kakudo's arm before, so his face was a little ugly. Whizzing, just 1 meter away from the ground, the legs were entangled by those silk threads, and they were pulled down vigorously towards the ground. Being in the air, there is no leverage point. The lowest lost its balance in an instant, and fell to the ground along the pull of the silk thread, looking helpless. At the same time, on the ground beside Huantu, a figure broke through the ground, and it was Jayadu, who should have been pressed in the middle by the stone ball before. Swish! Jayadu jumped up from the ground, and above his arms, countless silk threads left his body and wrapped around Huang Tu's body, pulling him towards him. Tu spear! The figure of Huang Tu was right in front of his eyes, and because he was in a state of being unable to exert force in mid-air, he seemed unable to fight back for a while, so he had no choice but to be dragged and flew towards Jayadu. Kakuzu's face showed no expression when he punched with his right hand, but the green light in his eyes seemed to become brighter. In his eyes, Huantu is already a dead person, or an objective amount of money. Bang! This punch, whether it is speed, strength or angle, is impeccable. Although Huantu wanted to fight back, his body only twisted half a circle in midair before being hit in the back by Jayadu, and a blood hole was instantly broken. Oh! Jayadu's fist pierced Huantu's body, and Huantu's face also showed a trace of disbelief and pain. Maybe he couldn't believe that he was solved so easily. Captain Huantu. Deidara noticed this. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Then he frowned and raised his flight altitude again, guarding against something. HMPH. Although Tsuchika Janoki is difficult to kill, as his son, you seem to be only at this level. After Jayadu hit Huantu, he didn't retract his strength, and his fist continued to move forward, then entered from Huantu's back, and then came out from his chest, and a layer of yellow rock armor cracked in all directions along the position where Jayadu hit, like a cracked tortoise shell. Ho ho! Huang Tu didn't turn around, but let out a heavy breathing sound, and his whole body gradually became weak again and again. Those silk threads of earth grievances wrapped around Huantu's feet were taken back and returned to Jayadu's body. There seemed to be some blood on them, which was left when he just strangled Huantu's feet. Don't underestimate our Yanni in village. Huang Tu's voice was low and deep, although the voice was very small, but it was extraordinarily firm. He tilted his head slightly, and said to the corners behind him. And as he said this, Kakuzu also sensed something abnormal, and wanted to withdraw his arm. But it seems too late. I saw that Huantu's body gradually turned into a rock, and the wound gradually shrank, making it impossible for Jayadu's arm to be withdrawn so easily. Click! Vigorously performing a miracle, Jayadu twitched vigorously, destroying Huang Tu's body that was gradually turning into rock, and took back his arm. But he was not in a good mood, because the 1 second delay just now made him miss the best opportunity to retreat and put himself in a dangerous situation. Bang! Behind Jayadu, that is, when the previous Lois gradually turned into rocks, and when he said that sentence, the ground suddenly shattered, and a tall and strong body jumped out. It was Lois. Earth Dungeon aggravated rock fist. Huantu's voice appeared behind Jayadu, and his appearance was very ingenious. He didn't give Jayadu any extra time to react, and directly attack Jayadu. There was a sound, the corners of his eyes widened, and the emerald green pupils dimmed instantly. The breath of life was gradually stripped from his body, and he raised his head slightly, looking very puzzled. I've said it all. Don't underestimate our Yannian people, bastard. Huantu pressed against Jayadu's back, and quickly pulled out his arm, and punched again, hitting the same position. The horns were hit by such force many times, the breath all over his body became weaker, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, slowly flowing towards the ground. Huang Tu loosened the restraint on Jayadu, allowing him to kneel on the ground, and he himself let out a big breath. It didn't look easy. Obviously the surprise attack just now was not as simple as it seemed. His eyes fell on the big opening behind Kakuzu. Through the wound, he could see the heart in Kakatsu's body that had been crushed by his punch, and then felt relieved. Page 624. If one is eliminated, it should be a more powerful one, and the remaining one is very simple. Even Deidara seems to be able to kill it easily. Coupled with him, the enemy should not even think about running away. So this mission is almost over? Huantu's eyes fell on Jayadu again, and he sighed inwardly. If he hadn't saved his hand, and the enemy was a little careless, and he had seized the opportunity, the final result would be really hard to say. Even if he could win in the end, it would not be as easy as it is now, just paying the price of some minor injuries to kill the enemy. The enemy's mastery and attainment of Tudun is no weaker than him, and he was able to kill the enemy, which still has a lot of luck factors. I don't know what's wrong with Han. When Shidu and the others arrive, They will bring Han back as soon as possible for rescue. Think like this. Hyun-tu stepped forward to check on Han's situation first. After fighting for so long, they were already far away from Han. Moreover, due to the serious injury on Han's body, his breath was weak and difficult to be perceived. As for Fei Duan, who was being chased by Dadara over there, he was no longer under his attention. Anyway, he was an enemy who was about to be killed by himself and others, and he could no longer endanger himself and others. It's up to you what to do now, damn it. Dadala saw Hyun-tu punch directly through Jayadu's back, instantly making the enemy lose their mobility, fell into a pool of blood, and lost their breath. So, he stepped up his efforts against Fei Duan. In his eyes, the moment Fei Duan knelt down at Kakudu, he became extremely quiet, as if he could no longer think of running away, and accepted his fate of imminent death with peace of mind. Dadara had a smile on his face, feeling that the situation of the battle was really changing again and again. In the last second, Wang Tu was in crisis, but in the next second, he directly killed the enemy and reversed the situation. This kind of ninja fighting makes him feel a little bit of fun, because the excitement is always everywhere! This is also a place that can stimulate his creative inspiration. Kakuto, what are you doing? Hidden frowned. While dodging the bomb attack from Dadara, he also glanced at Kakutsu kneeling there from time to time. As a teammate, Kakuto can hide from the enemy, but he can't hide from himself. Although Kakuto is not immortal, he also has the characteristic of immortality. Through storing and replacing hearts, Kakuto has lived for so many years. Although he knew that Kakuto was not dead, Hidden didn't say anything, but tried to avoid the attack from Dadara, waiting for Kakutsu's next move. Although he is reckless, it does not mean that he is stupid. Jayadu's doing this naturally has his purpose, and there is no need for him to directly call out the final answer to disrupt Jayadu's plan. But Fei Duan still had an idea in his heart, that is, he hoped that Kakuto could act quickly. He was almost pushed to a dead end by Dadara. If this continued, he might have to leave before Kakuto. Hey! Wang Tu took the first step towards the crack where Han was standing, and the moment he took a step, Jayadu, who was kneeling on the ground and had lost his breath, opened his eyes suddenly. The emerald green light in the eyes is still there, with a hint of viciousness and killing intent. Team leader, Captain Hyun-tu. At this time, not far away, several Yanian ninjas arrived. When they saw the Lois, they couldn't help shouting, and then rushed towards the side quickly. They naturally saw the ninja in the tattered Akatsuki windbreaker kneeling behind Hyun-tu, but the enemy had already been killed by their captain, lost their breath, and was no longer in danger, so they didn't care. Chidu looked at Kakutsu with a simple and honest smile on his face, and at the same time saw Hidden, who was being pursued by Dadara. But in the next second, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The enemy who had already lost his breath, the enemy kneeling behind Wang Tu, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. As soon as Chidu's face changed, he must call out to remind Hyun-tu, but the voice was still in the throat, and the enemy suddenly stood up under their stunned expressions, and ran towards Hyun-tu's back. And Hyun-tu was about to turn around to say hello when he heard Chidu and others cry. The enemy's surprise attack, and Hyun-tu's turn around, happened almost in the same period of time, and Hyun-tu did not expect that the enemy whose heart was broken by himself could still act. Oh! The expressions of Chidu and several Iwagakure ninjas who had just arrived gradually froze. Their eyeballs were swollen, as if they were going to protrude in the next second, and the expressions on their faces were still the joy of seeing Hyun-tu before. Team leader, Chidu's voice finally came out, but it was too late. Chapter 294 The Death of Hyun-tu, Boy of Yan Yin. Don't underestimate this old man. This old man is a ninja who has been walking underground for decades. Even your father, Anoki, dare not be so arrogant in front of this old man. Jayadu's voice was extremely cold, and his arm had already passed through Hyun-tu's body, and his palm was tightly pinching Hyun-tu's heart. All over his body, the black earth grievance silk thread was like raging seaweed, constantly swaying in the air, and began to climb up Wang Tu's body, entangled in various places. Those black tentacles, like dexterous threads, like life, pierced Wang Tu's body, pierced Wang Tu's muscles, and made him unable to move normally. Ho ho! Wang Tu's breathing became very short and heavy, like a broken wind drum, and he had to hold on to work in order to work. After all, anyone whose body was broken open by the enemy, and whose heart was pinched, and many muscles were locked up, would be like this. Even worse than Hyun-tu. Page 625. As for Hyun-tu's life and death, at this moment, it was in Jayadu's thought. As long as Jayadu is willing to increase the strength in his hand a little bit, Wang Tu's fragile heart will be broken in an instant, and his ninja career will also end in an instant. Hyun Tu didn't expect that the enemy could still survive after his heart was destroyed by him. And in order to kill himself with one blow, he even pretended to be dead with one blow just now. This was something that Hyun Tu hadn't thought of, but it felt reasonable when he thought of it at this moment. Maybe the enemy in front of him, and the enemy over there, have such a strange immortality ability. Since it is a teammate, it is not impossible to have some similar abilities. But according to the information Deidara provided before, his opponent should be different from the enemy over there. Perhaps there may be a problem with Deidara's intelligence, or the enemy has not shown such ability before. This is not to blame Deidara. Until the last moment, the ninja's intelligence will not be the most complete. Taking advantage of the fact that Kakuzu hadn't breathed out, or that Kakuzu hadn't really killed him, he slowly turned his head and saw Kakutsu behind him from the corner of his eye, hoping to get more information from his indifferent face. Just now, he heard the voices of Kaito and others, and was about to turn around, but what he didn't expect was that the enemy's attack greeted him. In the blink of an eye, he had no chance to react at all. The enemy was behind him, the distance was close, and the speed was fast. He could almost condense a layer of rock armor on his chest and back. But this kind of defense, under the enemy's long-prepared sneak attack, has almost no effect, and is as fragile as torn paper. Although he had previously confirmed that the enemy's heart was broken and fell into death, such a reversal really caught him off guard. A few seconds ago, he was still lamenting that the enemy was so careless. Although he was powerful, he still fell into his hands and lost his life. But now he has made the same mistake and is about to pay a huge price. Kaito and the other ninjas who had just arrived froze in place. The expressions on their faces were still frozen, especially Kaito. His eyes were wide open, and there was some disbelief on some round cheeks. If he could have discovered the enemy's sneak attack earlier and reminded Captain Hyun Tu, maybe things would not have developed like this. In Chidu's heart, he actually began to blame himself, and at the same time, he clenched his hands tightly and stared at Kakuto's back. Haha, it really is you, Kakuto. Fei-Duan saw that Jayadu's sneak attack was very successful, and felt a little bit of joy in his heart. At the same time, he instantly distanced himself from Deidara and rushed towards Jayadu. His steps became extremely easy, because at the moment when Kakuzu's sneak attack was successful, Deidara naturally noticed the change here, so he directly abandoned Fei-Duan and flew towards this side. He stared at Jayadu. His eyes were very serious, because Wang Tu was actually counter-killed, and the situation was going to a place that was not good for them in an instant. Killing Fei-Duan had become less important. Although he was able to suppress Fei-Duan, it seemed troublesome and cumbersome to kill him, and he was unwilling to use some methods at this time. Of course, the most important thing at this time is to protect the village's own combat power and confirm whether Hyun Tu can still be saved. Before, he was absolutely right. Hyun Tu had already opened a big hole in the enemy's back, even crushing his heart, but at this time the enemy still did not die, and even counterattacked desperately, severely wounding Hyun Tu. This is all ninjutsu! But it is the fact at this time. Deidara stepped on the big bird, and soon came to the side of Jayadu, and slowly suspended in midair. He looked at Hyun Tu and Jayadu, who were close together. He noticed the black silk thread connecting the two. He didn't make a direct move, but frowned and analyzed, because at this time Hyun Tu was not dead yet, and he was constantly jumping on the edge of life and death. Deidara originally thought that only Hidden possessed that kind of strange immortal ability, because such ability is extremely rare in the entire ninja world. At least he saw it for the first time today. But what I didn't expect was that I met two directly today, and the other enemy in front of me seemed to have the characteristic of immortality. Otherwise it would be impossible to explain the phenomenon that the heart was crushed and still survived. You must be very strange, right? Jayadu looked at Wang Tu's side face, and spit out a sentence, and at the same time, more and more threads of earth resentment gradually extended from his hand, along his hand, slowly wrapped around Wang Tu's heart, and gradually wrapped them around. Wang Tu didn't speak. Although he had a lot of doubts in his heart at this time, he knew that the enemy couldn't tell him the answer directly. Moreover, keeping silent was his last insistence. Don't talk. Jiao didn't even care about Wang Tu. He stopped at this time, just for the evil taste in his heart, to make the enemy feel more despair, but since the enemy doesn't cooperate, there is no need to continue. Then the old man will accept your heart. Although the attributes are a bit repetitive, the quality is really good. Jadu continued to speak with cold eyes, and gradually increased the strength in his hands, and the black silk thread wrapped around the heart also tensed instantly, destroying the blood vessels and meridians connected around the heart one by one. Humph! Wang-Tu snorted coldly, holding back the unspeakable pain and discomfort, because he found that the enemy was actually depriving his heart. Moreover, what the enemy just said is very strange. Heart. He destroyed Jayadu's heart by himself, but at this time, Jayadu said that he took his own heart, as if he was trying to make up for the heart that he destroyed before. Even at such a critical moment, Wang-Tu did not give up thinking, and even the thoughts that flashed through his mind at this time became more diffuse and diverse, far exceeding the normal situation. Oh! There was a sound of something being torn apart from his body, and an answer also flashed in his mind. Is that so? A wry smile flashed across Wang-Tu's face, as if he understood something. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, he saw under Jayadu's feet a pool of something that looked like the material of the black silk in his body. Page 626. However, the puddle under his feet seemed to have lost its life, lost its vitality, and fell to the ground. These silk threads just fell from his body when Jayadu launched a sneak attack on him just now, and there are some broken pieces of meat inside, just like the heart he just destroyed. Is there no reason why you died, but because of your heart? Although Wang-Tu was asking, his tone was very firm, as if what he said was the truth. So what? You no longer have the strength to resist, and your heart will soon belong to me, to fill the one you just destroyed. Jayadu intensified the entanglement of earth resentment you, and as his movements increased, blood gradually gushed out from Huan-Tu's wound, and Huan-Tu's face became paler. Is that really the case? Wang-Tu looked in front of him, and his eyes swept over Didara in the instant he turned his head. He knew that he probably couldn't go back this time, because of carelessness, because of the unequal information, because of the gap in strength, and because of various reasons. It finally led to his failure. Feeling the black silk thread raging in his body, Wang-Tu's face gradually tightened and became serious, and his eyes also flashed a hint of madness. Didara, take Chidu and the others away. Bring the enemy's intelligence back. Huan-Tu roared loudly, and then rushed forward, completely ignoring that his heart was being held in the hands of the enemy at this moment. Oh! A sound that only Jayadu and Huan-Tu could hear sounded from between the two, and a blood-red flesh ball was pulled out from Huan-Tu's body, and was quickly pulled into Jayadu under the influence of the Earth's resentment body of disease. In midair, Didala saw everything, and some guesses flashed through his mind. Although he had heard the conversation between Huan-Tu and Jayadu just now, he didn't fully understand it. But the only thing that is certain is that the enemy counterattacked again just now, and the heart was broken and did not die. All because of the heart. At this time, Jayadu attacked Huan-Tu and wanted to peel Huan-Tu's heart, which made him more sure of this. Let's go. Huan-Tu rushed forward, although he was out of Jayadu's control, but his heart was instantly ripped off, and he fell into a near-death state. But the strength of the ninja is reflected at this moment. After losing his heart, although Wang-Tu felt his body was very empty, he still didn't die immediately. Instead, his face was flushed like a flash of light. He turned around quickly, and his body was gradually wrapped by a layer of rocks, and in the cracks of the rocks, the shadow of the detonating talisman loomed. This is his last resort, and also his last trace of strength. He was doomed to die, but at the last moment he hoped that he could make some contribution to the evacuation of Didala and others. Losing their combat strength, the Yanian team is unable to contend with the enemy, and Renju Lihan had fallen into a predicament long before he came, lost his ability to fight, and was also hopeless. Although Didala is very strong, Akatsuki and the others will definitely not be opponents of Kakuzu and the others. So, in a flick of his mind, he chose to use himself as a bomb to inflict a certain amount of damage on the enemy, and then delay time. When the detonating talisman on his body started to ring, and the moment he took the first step towards Jayadu, several figures flashed in Wang-Tu's mind. His father, that stubborn little old man. His daughter, Hai-Tu, who was placed high hopes by himself and his father's wish. The moment Didara called out to go quickly, Didara immediately manipulated the big bird to lean towards Chidu and the others. The Lois has no chance of surviving. Its heart has been stripped by the enemy, and it is absolutely impossible to continue to survive. Being able to act at this time is only due to strong willpower and belief. So he knew what he needed to do. Team leader. Beside Kai-Tu, the faces of several ninjas were pale. Seeing that Huan-Tu was severely injured by the dead enemy in the blink of an eye, and his heart was stripped off in an instant, he directly chose to use his own death to increase the survival rate of himself and others. Guys who don't know how to live or die, do you think they can escape? Jia-Du controlled Dai Yunyu and directly incorporated Huan-Tu's heart into his body. In an instant, the gap that was lost due to Huan-Tu's penetration of the heart was directly filled. Just now, Huan-Tu's blow from the back pierced his heart, causing his heart with the attribute of wind to shatter directly. Although Huan-Tu's heart attribute is earth, and he already has a heart whose main attribute is earth, Huan-Tu's heart is very energetic. Although the attributes are somewhat repeated, they are still rare. So he directly chose to temporarily leave the heart that belonged to Huan-Tu as a temporary supplement. When you find a suitable one later, replace it. Swish! Turning around, Huan-Tu was not afraid of death, and with the detonating talisman and rocks wrapped around his body, he rushed directly to Jia-Du. However, without a heart, a human body is like a car without an engine, without a source of power. Therefore, even though Huan-Tu felt that he was sprinting with all his strength, from Kakuzu's point of view, the speed was still extremely slow, like a snail. Bang! Jia-Du raised his foot, kicked Huan-Tu's body in an instant, causing the rock layer in front of Huan-Tu's chest to burst open and smashed towards the rear. Page 627. Farewell. It's really a grief to die like this. Huan-Tu was kicked by Jia-Du. His face darkened, but then his consciousness sank. He lost his breath and flew towards the rear. On him, the detonating talisman has reached the brink of explosion, and in the next second, it will usher in an explosion. Using the detonating talisman to launch the final attack was just his attempt, and he could only do those things in that state. Kaito, let's go. The moment Deidara was reminded by the Lois he had a plan in mind, and flew towards the terracotta. Hey, want to leave? No way. Fei Duan noticed Deidara's movement, and followed Deidara and ran towards Chitu and his group. He had been suppressed by Deidara before, not only had many scars on his body, but also made Fei Duan feel very ashamed. But at this time, Jia-Du killed Huang-Tu instead, and the situation changed directly. Daedala wanted to leave even more. He naturally wouldn't let Daedala leave so easily. Swish! He was carrying his weapon. His body flickered, and he chased Deidara's big bird directly. As long as Deidara dared to descend to pick up his companion, he would shoot directly. Damn! Deidara tilted his head slightly, seeing Fei Duan who was chasing after him, and the wild smile on Fei Duan's face. His brows furrowed instantly, but immediately after, he turned his direction directly. Instead of continuing to head towards Chitu, he swooped down to the chasing Fei Duan at a low altitude. He can choose to save people, or he can choose not to. He was such a person who doesn't like to be coerced by others. Boom! Over there, Huan-Tu's body exploded in the air that was kicked by Jia-Du. The rocks on the surface of the body instantly turned into countless fragments and scattered towards the surroundings. The body was also somewhat incomplete and fell on the ground. Jianying of Yanian village, Onobu's son, Huang Tushing Shinobi, just died in the hands of Kakuto, a member of Akatsuki, codenamed Hokuto, and his last blow, in the eyes of Kakuzu, was so powerless and ridiculous. Although Huang-Tu's strength is not weak, and he has a proper quasi-cage level combat power, but in the face of Jia-Du's cage level strength, it is still not enough. Of course, the course of the battle was somewhat reversed, but Kakuzu still won the final victory! Achieved the desired effect. Hey, no longer paying attention to Huang-Tu, Kakuto turned around, looked at Fei Duan who was chasing him, and Daedala who was hovering in midair, and several Iwagakure ninjas who were standing there stupidly, who seemed to have lost their minds. Kill these people, and this mission can be finished perfectly. As for Huang-Tu's head, I'll get it later. After all, it's worth tens of millions of taels, which is still not a small number for the Xiao organization. As a financial officer, he naturally needs to check for the entire organization and get more war startup funds! This is a duty and his hobby. Then it's you guys. Jia-Du looked at Chidu and the others with contempt in his eyes, completely ignoring those enemies. In fact, these people are indeed not in Kadatsu's eyes. Now that Huan-Tu is dead, Yanian's combat strength has no one who can stop his actions. Those enemies are already doomed characters, except for the guy flying that day who was a little difficult to deal with. The other ninjas and horns have all been sentenced to death. What? Master Huan-Tu is like this? How is this possible? Lord Huang-Tu is so strong. Is the enemy already this powerful? Then we over there. The complexions of several Yanian ninjas kept changing, as if they had foreseen the fate of themselves and others, and all of them showed a trace of paleness. Although they are all Jonin or special top of E-wing, but even Mr. Wong Tu, who already has the ability to shoot shadows, is not an opponent of the enemy. What chance do they have of winning? Thinking of this, a wave of powerlessness gradually enveloped them. But immediately, their eyes fell on Deidara, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in the dark sky. If it can fall on the bird, the enemy seems to have nothing to do with him, just like Deidara. The enemy can only say a few more arrogant words below. They squeezed their hands tightly and found a way to survive. Deidara, let us fuck your bird. They noticed that the bird that Deidara was stepping on at this time was a bit bigger than when he came out to scout before, and it could carry several people. Therefore, their way out at this time lies in Deidara. Chapter 295 The Crisis of Group Destruction. Idiot. Hearing the words of the Iwagakure ninjas below, Deidara rolled his eyes and thought he was an idiot. At the same time, he became even more contemptuous of these guys who had no sense of identity before. This time, the task of ambushing the Zio organization with the tailed orc Zhili Han as a bait, with Han's arrogant behavior and Wong Tu's death, announced the final end. The remaining Yannian ninjas, their task now is how to save their lives under the hands of the enemy, and get the information out as soon as possible. Page 628. So, when Deidara heard the words of those companions, she couldn't help shaking her head. Such idiot companions really can only hold back. In the current situation, he naturally knew that if he wanted to leave, he had to let Yannian ninja sit on his big clay bird. But the enemy would not stand stupidly and let him do all this easily. Only by using something to hold back the enemy's pace can there be a chance to leave. Then, it's you guys next. Over there, Kakuzu has already looked at the several Iwagakure ninjas who are still in shock. This tailed beast capture operation was very easy for him. At least it was much easier than the last time he directly broke into Takian village to capture Nao. This time, the 5 tails didn't even turn into a tailed beast, but they were overthrown by themselves and others, lost their fighting power, and became spoils of war. Hey! Jiao Du took the first step, and the snow on the ground under his feet melted instantly, and under the action of chakra and the airflow, a piece of smooth ground spread out towards the surroundings. Be careful, the enemy is coming. Although the remaining ninjas were a little surprised by Wong Tu's death, they reacted instantly when they saw the enemy rushing towards them and the others. They originally had great confidence in Huan-Tu's strength, but they were stunned seeing Huan-Tu finally died in the hands of the enemy. But they are experienced ninjas anyway, and they made a certain defensive posture the moment their horns moved. It is definitely impossible to take the initiative to attack, so we can only defend passively. Don't let the enemy get close. The enemy's strength is too strong. The ninja named Asawa said in a deep voice. He stared at Kakuzu. The scar on his face twitched, very ferocious. At the same time, his peripheral vision also passed Deidara in midair, and his face gradually became ugly. According to the current situation, there is almost no chance for myself and others to sit on Deidara's big clay bird, but the situation here still needs someone to take it out, so the only way is to let Deidara leave first, abandoning himself and others. The reality was cruel, but several ninjas on the ground, including Kaito who was familiar with Deidara, were ready to sacrifice in an instant. For the benefit of the village, this is a necessary abandonment, right? Get ready for battle. Everyone. Kaito lowered his body, knowing that what everyone was facing was already the worst situation, so his face was serious. Understand, at this time, no one has any illusions anymore. In the next second, the corners of their sight left a footprint on the spot and disappeared. When they reappeared, they had come to a distance that was extremely dangerous for Kaito and others to come. And over there, Hiduan and Deidara have also entered the battle. Damn yellow-haired boy, didn't expect that. Fei Duan saw that Deidara turned around and rushed towards him, with a ferocious smile on his face. The unhappiness suppressed by Deidara before broke out directly in this second. He bent his legs on the ground, grasped the bloody March scythe at his waist, jumped into the air, and met Deidara who was swooping down. Before, because there was a powerful ninja like Huan-Tu, he was always on guard. Even when fighting Deidara, he tried to minimize injuries. However, now that Huan-Tu is dead, although some ninjas have come, they are all small characters and can be cleaned up soon, so he doesn't intend to hide anything. Swish! Deidara stepped on the big clay bird, wriggling with his hands in his pockets. Clay still has a lot of wealth, but in Deidara's view, it seems that it is still difficult to kill both enemies. Although he is extremely confident in his art, he still feels a little guilty when he sees that Huan-Tu has died in the hands of the enemy. How to put it? He is still too young at this time. Huan-Tu has always had a strong image, although he doesn't want to admit it, but he is not very sure about killing Huan-tu, so when facing an enemy who can kill Huan-tu, he feels a little bit lack of confidence. But the battle still needs to continue, so Deidara at this time was full of vigilance in his heart, and dealt with Fei Duan. As for Jia-Du over there, he hasn't fully figured it out yet. He only knows that his immortality is related to his heart, and he basically doesn't know anything about other important information. Moreover, since he was still in a fighting state at this time, he did not have the opportunity to completely calm down and think about everything he saw. Some information might be hidden in the little things, but he didn't have a chance to dig and explore at this time. Swish! Deidara took out his hands, and with a throw of both hands, the clay bombs all over the sky enveloped Fei Duan, who jumped from the ground like a goddess scattering flowers. Bang, bang, bang! The moment the bomb approached Fei Duan's body, it exploded directly, and Fei Duan, who was in midair, was no longer afraid of Deidara's clay bomb at this time, and went directly to meet it without any dodge. Boom! The flame instantly filled the air, and the smoke also flooded the area where the explosion occurred, obscuring sight. Deidara narrowed his eyes, and he realized that Fei Duan no longer dodged his own attack as before, but used his body or weapon to block the hard attack with confidence. Wow! A figure tore through the smoke, and it was Fei Duan who came out from inside, and a touch of red also struck Deidara, which was flying on top of the big clay bird, from bottom to top. Page 629. At this time, the weapon was extended again, brushing towards Deidara, and Fei Duan fell downward after the blow. Damn it! Deidara twisted his figure, and the big bird also leaned to the side under his control, avoiding the attack from Fei Duan. But Fei Duan's action of catching Deidara's explosion just now was really beyond Deidara's expectations, so he didn't make the next move until the moment Fei Duan rushed out of the smoke. In this way, it naturally slowed down a lot. Although I dodged Fei Duan's attack, the big clay bird under my feet didn't stagger enough distance in time. Oh! At the moment Deidara was stunned, Fei Duan's sickle slashed across his side, inserted into the body of the big clay bird, and penetrated deeply into the clay, firmly fixing it. Have it! Fei Duan, who was falling, had a smile on his face. His right hand tightly grasped his weapon. His body swung in the air. The handle of the weapon tensed instantly, and at the same time, he himself drew a circle in midair with the help of his force. The arc pulls the body that is gradually falling downwards upwards. He swung relay from the front of the bird to the rear of the bird, and he rose under the traction and landed on the back of the bird. Hey! Fei Duan spun half a circle behind the big bird's tail, then landed steadily on the bird's back, squatted there, and looked at Deidara, who was a little surprised. Hey, go to hell, kid! From Fei Duan's point of view, now that he has wiped out Deidara's only advantage, victory is very easy. Clay detonating bomb. Deidara was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Fei Duan, who was so stupid before, would still have such a coquettish operation at this time, and then his expression changed. He aimed at Fei Duan, who fell behind him, threw the scattered detonating bombs, and turned his footsteps, and jumped in the opposite direction. There wasn't much room above the bird's back, and the explosion was quite powerful, so he naturally needed to dodge it. So at this time he was going to jump directly into the bird, giving up his advantage. As for Fei Duan, his tattered clothes were shattered into pieces in the explosion just now, and on his body, there were many black marks left by the explosion, wounds of different depths. Facing the detonating bomb that hit again, Fei Duan didn't have much surprise on his face, grabbed his weapon, and went straight to meet it. He is only 2 meters away from Deidara. Even if it explodes, it will be a lose-lose situation. In order to win, he doesn't care about taking more injuries, and the enemy dare not be as careless as him. After all, not everyone is immortal body. What are you going to do? You don't have the advantage of air superiority, but you are still approached by me. Then I will tell you what cruelty is. Fei Duan swung his weapon round and slashed at the detonating bombs, completely ignoring the explosion. After fighting Deidara for so long, he also has a preliminary understanding of Deidara's various clay bombs. At least the detonating bomb at this time was not powerful enough to cause fatal damage to him, so he dared to hack directly with his weapon and resist with his body. Drink! Deidara pinched out his fingerprints and instantly guided the bomb. Boom! Exclamation! Several detonating bombs exploded at the same time. The power is still astonishing, and the sound and airflow produced are not weak. And Deidara was not far away from the detonating bomb, and the airflow of the explosion hit him, giving him a greater speed, and flew away from the bird's back. As for Fei Duan, he only felt a strong force hitting the weapon, and it was transmitted to his hand, making him almost unable to grasp his weapon. He was hit by the explosive airflow, and his forward body froze, and then he took a step back. But then he gritted his teeth and continued to rush forward. Swish! Haiduan resisted the detonating bomb and approached Deidara, staring at Deidara with red eyes. It's not that easy for you to escape. You are the sacrifice I pray to Lord Evil God. With a flick of Haiduan's hand, the weapon flew in a semicircle in the air, heading towards Deidara's waist. This move was extremely fast. Deidara was not good at melee combat, and he was in mid-air, so he left the bird. Back. There is no way to fight back for a while. Below, Akatsuki looked at Kakutsu and glanced at Deidara, who was in mid-air. With a glance, he saw that Deidara seemed to be in trouble, and the enemy's attack was about to fall on Deidara. Whoops, Deidara is in danger. His face gradually turned pale. If even Deidara was killed by the enemy, this mission would have failed to the extreme. Not only had he lost his combat power, but he hadn't even obtained any useful information. However, in the next second his hair stood on end, and a dangerous aura came to him, because when he was staring blankly at Deidara, Kakuzu came to him at a very fast speed. Chidu stood at the front of the queue, so he became the first target of Kakuzu's attack. Although Chidu's talent is excellent and he is favored by Onoki, he is still too young, and he is easily influenced by some foreign objects in battle. For example, now, when he is facing the enemy, he is actually distracted and watching the battle of his companions. Perhaps in the village, Kai too was in a daze for a second facing a ninja of the same age, which was harmless. However, the enemy he was facing at this time was Jayadu, who could kill Huang Tu and fight without humanity at all. Hey! The horns appeared on Chidu's side. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Then he clenched his fists and looked at the absolutely young ninja in front of him. For a ninja of this level, his horns can be killed casually! Maybe with just one punch, the enemy in front of him will be killed immediately. Ninja is not a game. Ninja is a fight of life and death every second. Akatsuki saw Kakutsu approaching him. His heart tightened, and he began to form seals, preparing to use ninjutsu to resist. But it seemed that it was too late. Page 630. Enemies who are close at hand will not give him a chance to use ninjutsu. For a moment of stupefaction, death seemed to be upon him. There was a trace of despair and powerlessness on Kaitu's somewhat round face. Sure enough, his behavior was simply killing him in the face of a ninja of this level. But in the next second, a dirt wall stretched out directly under his feet, blocking him and Jayadu, keeping the danger out and buying him precious time. Whoops! Earth dungeon, earth formation wall. Okay. Kakuzu turned his head sideways and looked at the other ninjas on the side of Chitu. This ninjutsu was used by the others. Although he was a little surprised, Jayadu still maintained his punching posture and smashed his fist against the earthen wall in front of him. This ninjutsu alone is not enough to resist him! In this regard, he is still confident. Earth escape, the art of earth spear. His voice was low, the color of his fist became deeper, and he punched the dirt wall in front of him. Boom! In less than a second of contact, the earthen wall shattered and turned into countless rubble, flying in all directions, and Jayadu's fist continued to hit the terracotta behind the earth wall with more momentum. However, with the precious time bought by the earthen wall, Akatsuki retreated while launching ninjutsu. Earth dungeon, earth dragon art. Roar! A giant khaki dragon rushed out of the ground in an instant. Due to the surrounding snow, there were still some white snowflakes on its body, and it roared straight to Kakutsu. Huh? The reaction is so fast. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, stepped on the ground, and immediately staggered his figure, moving aside to avoid the ninjutsu attack. Although he is very confident in himself, it is still unwise to resist aggressive ninjutsu. Although the earth dragon was very fast, it couldn't catch up with Jayadu, so it was directly dodged by Jayadu, and hit the ground by itself, bombarding a huge pothole. Kaito, be careful, don't get distracted. A ninja looked at Kaito, who had retreated to the same front as himself and the others, and reminded him. He was the one who discovered Kakuzu's movements just now, and used ninjutsu in time to block Chidu, saving Chidu's life. Understood. Thank you. Just now. Chidu looked at Kakuzu with a solemn expression, fixed his eyes on Kakutsu, and said to his companion. He was indeed careless just now. If it wasn't for his companions, he might have followed Captain Huantu to meet the seniors of Ninja Village. Resistance in the corner. Kakuto looked at the ninja he was attacking with cold eyes and stood together with several other ninjas, and put on a defensive formation, guarding himself. Use ninjutsu. Keep your distance. Chidu looked at Kakuzu and spit out such a sentence. Although he was the youngest among the few, what he said had a certain effect. The others looked at each other, then nodded. They all saw Kakuzu's fighting style, and they might have a certain chance of winning if they dragged Kakuzu to an area that he was not good at. Although the hope was slim, it was better than nothing, and the enemy had just finished the battle with Huan-Tu, and their condition must not be very good. Their opportunity might be here. This time, the ninjas who came out with Huan-Tu, besides Han and Dedala, there are nearly 10 ninjas including Chidu. None of them are weak players, and there are many elite ninjas. After experiencing the death of Huan-Tu, they gradually regained their senses at this time, knowing that they must show absolute strength in order to survive this mission and return to the village. Earth escape, the art of earth flow. Earth escape, the art of falling rocks. Earth escape, earth crack. Earth dungeon, earth dragon art. After deciding the tactics of the battle, the Yanian ninjas showed their well-trained and tacit understanding. Wave after wave of ninjutsu was like waves, hitting Kakutsu one after another. Several ninjas were divided into 2 waves, uninterruptedly releasing ninjutsu at Kakuzu, not giving Kakuzu a chance to fight back. Interesting. Kakuto started to rush over, but he had to keep moving to dodge the enemy's ninjutsu. Due to the scene at this time, a trace of nostalgia appeared on his face, as if thinking of his youth, fighting against other ninja villages for the sake of the village time screen. At that time, facing the completely unequal number of ninjas in the same way, relying on this person's strength, he kept impacting the enemy's battle formation, just for the mission of the village. But you've missed one thing. Kakuzu looked at the ninjas in front of him, with a mocking smile on his lips. Page 631. He was not the self he used to be, the one who was not good at ninjutsu. For him now, ninjutsu is his trump card. His eyes gradually changed, and behind him, a few lump-like things began to squirm, trying to get out of Kakuzu's body. PFFT! PFFT! At the moment when Chidu and others were surprised, 2 black monsters with masks popped out from Kakuzu's back. The mask monster is like 2 cannons, and Jayadu is the fort. Give them some support. Thunder tunnel pseudo-darkness. Hyudan head hard. 2 chakras of different attributes are brewing in the mouth of the mask. One side is the thunder and lightning with blue light, and the other is rippling hot flame Chidu, and the others didn't expect such a change in Jayadu, and they were horrified. The sudden change of Kadatsu actually used ninjutsu of different attributes at the same time, and there was no conflict at all, and the power seemed extremely amazing. This kind of method makes people's scalp tingle. They have fought for the village for so long, and it is rare for them to meet such a ninja who can use 2 types of ninjutsu at the same time. Although I heard that the 3rd generation of Hokage in Konoha village can use 5 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time, but I didn't see it with my own eyes, so it wasn't enough to surprise them. But at this time, Kakuto actually directly used ninjutsu with 2 chakra attributes that don't match. Boom! Whoa! The masked monster spat out ninjutsu, a lightning bolt at an extremely fast speed, and a flame with a very wide range. Chapter 296. Damn! What the hell is this? Of course Chidu and the others saw the 2 masks protruding from Kakuzu's back, with surprise written all over their faces. As the mask released the astonishingly powerful ninjutsu, their hearts tightened even more, secretly thinking that something was wrong. I thought that Kakuzu was just a ninja who was good at physical skills and close combat, but the ability he showed at this time made Akatsuki and the others feel more and more bad. Kakuzu, who is good at ninjutsu, and Kakutsu, who can only fight in melee, determine whether they live or die, and the probability of survival. So when Kakuzu made up for the final shortcoming and showed his ninjutsu talents, Iwagakashi, Kakuzu's opponents, felt a lot of pressure. Boom! Bark! Kakuzu's ninjutsu shot towards the crowd, making an astonishing sound in the air, and thunder and fire continued to sway in the air. Whoops! The ninjutsu of Chidu and others collided with the ninjutsu released by the mask behind Kakuzu, and the 2 sides continued to cancel each other out, and finally melted into the air, leaving only countless discrete chakras in the air. Seeing such a scene, the remaining Iwagakure ninjas looked extremely ugly, and a trace of fear gradually appeared in the eyes of Kakutsu. What should we do now? The enemy doesn't seem to be afraid of ninjutsu attacks. Those 2 weird masks and those black silk threads, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like anything normal. Beside Chidu, a Yanian ninja swallowed, and a trace of sweat appeared on his forehead. As Iwagakashi's Jonin, he has experienced countless battles and dangerous situations. He should remain extremely calm, but the pressure brought by Kakutsu cannot be ignored. The unknown is always scary. It seems that the enemy's intelligence is not as simple as before. Whether it is close-up or long range, the enemy is very good. Chidu pursed his lips. His somewhat round face was tightened, his eyes fixed on the figure of Kakuzu. After Kakuzu released his ninjutsu, he just stood there without attacking rashly, as if he was planning something. Soon, Kakuzu's body gradually changed, and he began to make the black threads in his body more energetic and spiritual, as if a sleeping evil was waking up. And as he kept twisting his body in a small range, the fissures left by the earth grievances that were densely packed like needles and threads began to loosen all over his body, and black tentacles like silk threads began to emerge from his body. At this time, Kakuto already has the appearance of a monster, a bloated body, with countless waving black silk threads densely covering the body, especially the back, like carrying a mass of rapidly growing grass. While Iwanoshi stood still, regardless of launching the attack first, but seeing the changes in Kakuzu, the uneasiness in his heart became more intense. As Jayadu opened his mouth wide, he made a motion of vomiting, and the silk thread of the earth resentment stretched out from his mouth and dragged to the ground. What makes people's scalp tingling even more is that the silk thread behind Kakuzu gradually turned into several figures, each of which was wearing a mask. Counting carefully, there were exactly 4 of them, and they gradually changed from Jayadu's. The body splits out and slowly turns into an independent individual. These are the heart reserves of Jayadu. The lowest crushed a heart before, but Jayadu used the heart of the lowest to supplement it, so in this way, there is almost no loss, and it is in a state of 5 hearts with full configuration. Exclamation! Die in fear. Your hearts may become my spare supplies. Jayadu slowly raised his head, the state of resentment that he hadn't used against Huantu before, at this time, gradually showed his fangs. This is the eyes of the ninjas widened, and they couldn't help but want to retreat, but this emotion was dispelled in a blink of an eye. They are all Yan Yin's elites. Although the enemy is very strong, they still will not retreat, even if death is ahead. Page 630. The 4 masked monsters gradually stopped beside Kakuzu, and each pointed the 2 hollow black holes on the mask at the opposite Iwanin. Although there was no emotion, it made the Iwanin feel even more horrible. Whoa! The masked monster began to sway from side to side, as if gaining momentum before starting, and Kakuzu's green eyes gradually became colder, and the chakra surged, causing the silk threads around his body to flutter uncontrollably. Coming! Shido lowered his body, saw several masked monsters gradually rushing up from Kakuto, and reminded him aloud, while his hands began to form seals, and phantoms continued to emerge. Earth Dungeon Swampland. While reminding his companions, Chidu used ninjutsu. The masked monster is not something to mess with at first glance, so keeping a distance is the best way at present. He clapped his hands, and the large piece of land between him and the masked monster turned into a swamp and became muddy in an instant. Plap! A masked monster, who rushed to the front, stepped on the swamp, and then his body sank downward under the influence of gravity and ninjutsu characteristics. Do you want to stop me with these things? How naive! Jayadu showed a smile, and then manipulated the other masked monsters to step directly on the body of the masked monster who was deeply trapped in the swamp, and jumped out of the swamp with the momentum. As for the masked monster, who was deeply trapped in the swamp, when the last masked monster stepped on him, black silk threads stretched out from his body and wrapped around other masked monsters. They were also pulled out smoothly and fell to the ground. Fire escape flame bomb. Lightning escape lightning strike. Water escape water curtain. Earth escape earth crack and turn palm. As soon as they landed and came to a place closer to the enemy, the masked monsters directly used ninjutsu. Since the previous lowest destroyed the heart whose horns belonged to the wind attribute, so the current horns, except for the main body the earth attribute heart, the mask monster also has an earth attribute heart. Careful! Chidu dodged to the side, thinking that his ninjutsu could block the enemy for a few seconds, but he found that the enemy could easily resolve it. Earth Dungeon Earth Formation Wall. 2 done earth and land flip. A few rock ninjas were not idle either. They activated defensive ninjutsu, and blocked in front of them. Several layers of defensive ninjutsu turned into the most powerful shields, and blocked in front of them. Boom! The masked monster's ninjutsu was blocked, and it collided with the earth wall and the upturned ground. Click! But this was only a short-term block, and soon, the defensive ninjutsu was broken. Swish swish! The masked monster rushed towards the ninja who was still in a daze. The contact between Jayadu and the masked monster has not been completely broken. Some hidden places are still connected by black silk threads. As the main body, Kakuto is the commander of the masked monster's attack, and it is also the battery, because he provides the chakra for launching ninjutsu. As for why he chooses to fight in close quarters, Kakuto thinks that this saves more chakra. To deal with these enemies whose limit is Jonin, It is not necessary to use masked monsters to launch ninjutsu with a wide range, and because these ninjas are all from rock in this village known for its defense and stability, a close ninjutsu attack might be the best solution. What is close ninjutsu is to harass the enemy with close physical techniques, and use various small ninjutsu with little loss to cause fatal injuries to the enemy. The masked monster, if the heart is not destroyed, is completely fearless in normal melee combat, which is why Jayadu chooses to do this. Taking advantage of the moment when the enemy was being chased by the masked monster, he glanced and saw Fei Duan, who had fought with Dedala. He was very relaxed here. I wonder if Fei Duan can deal with a boy who is good at explosions. In midair, Dedara tried to use a detonating bomb to hold back Fei Duan's pace, but Fei Duan used a very stupid but extremely effective method to crack it, so he lost the initiative in midair and was approached by Fei Duan. At this time, he was jumping away from the big clay bird. Half of his body had already appeared outside the bird's back, but Fei Duan had also come in front of him and chopped out his own weapon. Swish! Fei Duan grinned ferociously, looking at Dedara with a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were raised even higher, like a winner who has grasped the fruits of victory. He seemed to have seen the fear in the eyes of the yellow-haired boy in front of him. It was an emotion that could please him and the evil god. Give me death! Fei Duan looked into Dedara's eyes, and his sickle was about to cut the enemy in half, so he was a little excited. Oh! Fei Duan's knife cut into Dedala's waist as he wished, and in an instant, under Fei Duan's strength, the blade pulled out a huge gap in Dedara's body. Under this blow, Dedara's body was almost split into two halves. The huge wound split from one side of the waist to the other side of the waist, and the whole body was only implicated by a small amount of flesh. Haha, die, die! Blood flashed in Fei Duan's eyes, and he was very satisfied with the damage he caused to Dedala. However, in the next second, he regained his composure, because Dedara, who was almost cut in half by him, was gradually turning white and turning into clay. Clay clone? When? Page 633. Fei Duan retracted his weapon and jumped a few meters backward in an instant, while the big clay bird under his feet, after losing Dedara's control, gradually lost direction and power, and fell straight towards the ground below, as if falling S-plane. PFFT. In the next second, the belly of the big clay bird suddenly opened a big mouth, and a figure got out of it, and before landing, it jumped out towards the mid-air beside it. The person who came out of the bird's belly was Dedara, who had been hiding in the bird's belly for a long time. Before Fei Duan landed on the bird's back, he activated the clay clone technique to prevent himself from being approached by Fei Duan and getting blood, putting him in danger. As for the previous series of moves, it was another strategy. Originally, he wanted to use the clay avatar to lure Fei Duan to the bird, and then directly detonate the clay avatar, but Fei Duan's attack was somewhat unexpected. But even so, the situation at this time is still under his control. I saw him get out from under the bird's belly, and instantly distanced himself from the big bird and slowly turned his body in mid-air, looking at Fei Duan, who was still standing on the bird's back. Okay? Fei Duan frowned when he saw Dedara, who had left the bird's back. At the same time, he saw the handbrand made by Dedara with one hand, which was the final gesture of detonating the clay during the battle. The thoughts in his brain turned quickly. His eyes fell on the big clay bird under his feet. An extremely dangerous signal was generated instantly, and he immediately jumped away from the bird's back, trying to pull away from the bird. The distance of the big bird, because if I am not mistaken, this big bird is about to explode. Drink. Dedara noticed the movement of Fei Duan, and when he was sure that the distance between himself and the big bird was sufficient, he launched an explosion, made a classic sound from his mouth, and at the same time showed a smile on his face. Boom. Damn it. The front foot left the bird's back, and an explosion sounded behind him in the next second. A strong thrust directly hit Fei Duan's back, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and the previous wound was torn and expanded again. Whoosh! Fei Duan was very close to the explosion, so there was no time to react, and he was directly affected by the damage of the explosion, and fell downwards. The person was still in the air, and the weapon in his hand was released directly, faster than his body, fall towards the bottom. Hey! Dedara rolled over and landed on the ground, wriggling for a while with his hands directly inserted into the clay bag at his waist. Soon, he took out his hands again. The clay explosion just now was not bad, and the clay used was only of ordinary grade, so he knew that he definitely didn't kill Fei Duan. even though Fei Duan was so close to the explosion. So, the instant he hits the ground, he's ready to use the clay again. The feeling of standing on the ground made him feel very unsafe. The opponent's strength was very strong, and he himself was not good at close combat, so he needed to quickly lift off again and leave the ground. Deidara, be careful. There was a sound of wind behind him. The air was broken, and there was a whistling sound. In an instant, the hairs all over Deidara's body stood on end. Deidara knew what was going on without being reminded by others, so he quickly jumped on the ground, jumped to the side, and quickly threw the clay in his hand towards the unknown behind. The one who attacked Deidara turned out to be the masked monster from Jayadu. A mass of silk threads stretched out from the masked monster's body, entangled with each other and stabbed at Deidara's back. Fortunately, Deidara escaped smoothly and did not cause any substantial harm. In the next second, Deidara squinted his eyes and launched an explosion. Drink! The clay bombs thrown from his hands exploded instantly, covering the black silk thread that had just attacked him in the explosion, and producing smoke that blocked the line of sight. Jayadu had just noticed the battle on Fei Duan's side, so after Deidara landed, he took the time to separate a masked monster and attack Deidara. In his opinion, among the remaining rock ninjas, only Deidara is a bit difficult to deal with. As long as the others give him some time, they will definitely be able to kill them. Indeed, pulled down the bird, which is the best time to kill him. That originally, his attack would have arrived the moment Deidara landed, but was discovered by Iwanen and blocked it, so it didn't have that kind of very timely effect, and Deidara had some preparations. A Shiva one-hit kill effect. Falling to the side, after detonating the thrown bomb, Deidara's other hand began to spit out some very swollen clay, which fell to the ground, and under the guidance of chakra, it turned into a bird shape. Taking advantage of the explosion blocking the enemy's sight, he jumped up without saying a word, landed on the newly formed bird's back, and began to control the bird to fly towards the sky, opening the distance. It was true that Fei Duan was not directly killed by the blast, but he was still seriously injured at such a short distance, and fell into a state of confusion in a very short period of time, so after landing, he directly smashed into the ground without a second blow, launched an attack on Deidara for a while. What a hindrance! Kadatsu looked at the ninja who had just shot to stop the masked monster, spit out such a sentence, and aimed the attack of the masked monster in the past, not intending to continue to attack Deidara. Missing the opportunity just now is equivalent to losing the best chance to kill. Although he didn't show all his strength just now, it is still a bit difficult to continue. Watching Deidara step on the bird's back and rise into the air, Jayadu thought for a while, then directly recalled the masked monster controlled by his Daiyunyu, and headed towards the place where Fei Duan landed. There, Baiju's breath flashed past. How's it going? Jayadu looked at Fei Duan, who was being lifted up by Baiju's clone, and frowned. Fei Duan's condition is not very good. His body has many wounds and blood holes, making him look extremely miserable. Fortunately, that guy's explosion can't kill me. I will definitely sacrifice him to Lord Evil God. Hidden looked at Deidara, who was gradually approaching Iwanen with very resentful eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, at this time he no longer had the strength to continue fighting, and the damage caused by the explosion was not just as simple as it seemed. I've already taken the target back while you are fighting, so if you choose to retreat, it's not impossible. Baiju's clone grinned and his tone was normal, as if he already knew Jayadu's plan. Yes? Page 634. Kakuzu looked at the crack over there, and found that he couldn't see the situation inside, but the chakra that belonged to the target had indeed become extremely weak. Then let's stop here for today. Fei Duan seems to be unable to fight anymore, and that yellow-haired boy's ability is a bit troublesome, so he is not suitable for continuing to fight. Jayadu nodded, and then stretched out his hand, and the silk threads of earth resentment gradually climbed to Fei Duan's body along the direction of his fingers, extending towards the wounds. Can't you just lighten up? Fei Duan let out a cry of pain, and the wounds on his body were gradually being mended with black silk thread. Dai Yuanyu's silk thread had a very peculiar ability and could be used as an extremely effective medical method. HMPH. Then why don't you die? Jayadu snorted coldly, ignored Fei Duan's complaints at all, and continued to manipulate Dai Yuanyu to simply mend those wounds. Chitu, are you all right? Deidara looked at an enemy that appeared again, and manipulated the big clay bird to hover around Chidu and the others. Kadatsu's attack on Chidu and others just now caused no casualties for the time being, but several ninjas were still injured to varying degrees, all caused by the puncture or entanglement of the silk thread of the masked monster. Well, I'm fine, how about you? Chidu nodded slightly, and also focused most of his gaze on the three enemies facing him, especially the extremely pale man who just appeared. That abnormal white color seemed to be fabricated from Deidara's clay. I'm fine, be careful, the enemy has reinforcements, Deidara said softly. He has a good relationship with Chichudi, and they both practiced under Onoki for a period of time, which can be regarded as a kind of relationship with the same school. Then prepare to leave. Baiju, you are responsible for cutting off the back for us. Don't let that flying boy follow. Jiao thought for a while, looked at Deidara, and said to Baiju, since the target has been taken away first, there is no need for them to stay here. Although according to the previous style, all these rock ninjas need to be killed. But today's situation is a bit special. Fei Duan was seriously injured and temporarily lost. The combat power has been reduced, and there is a guy who can fly on the opposite side, so he has no power to fight. So, at this point, if you don't continue to entangle, it's almost the same. Anyway, the task of recovering the tailed beast has been completed. Okay, you can leave at ease. I will hold them back. Baiju's clone looked at Deidara and the others with a harmless tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. So he is just a clone, and his combat power is only at the level of Chunin, but when it comes to the means of disgusting people, he is still very strong, at least with strange abilities. He can scare these rock ninjas for a short time. Around Jiaodu's body, the mask monster gradually returned to his body, and he also took over the weak Fei Duan from Baiju's hand. Chapter 297 Developments. What trouble, you idiot? Jiaodu glanced at the grinning Fei Duan, and then put his shoulders against Fei Duan helplessly, making Fei Duan's posture more comfortable. In this way, Hidden stopped looking at Kakuzu with that kind of annoyed eyes, and it was because of his extremely poor state at this time that Kakuzu took care of him again and again, instead of the usual Hidden. Kakuzu he punched it out a long time ago. On the opposite side, Deidara has already seen the plan of Kakasu and the others. No matter what the reason is, it is also very good for him and the others. Although he is confident of surviving the battle, Chiru may not be so lucky. Hey, you guys leave first. Leave this to me. By the way, Baiju's avatar showed a relaxed look, explained some things to Jiaodu, and then took a step forward, and following this step, due to the melting of the snow, more clones of Baiju that were exactly the same as him drilled out of the exposed ground. The Baiju avatar at this time is different from the mass-produced Baiju in Saitama's memory. Here are all split bodies of Baiju's body. Although the strength is not strong, the ability that Baiju's body can use, they can still be used, although their power has been weakened again. Jiaodu used half of his body to support Fei Duan, and after listening to Baiju's words, his face gradually became serious, because Baiju told him that a group of people was approaching here. Although it's not Iwanin, it's a team of cloud ninja not far from here. It probably sensed the movement, so I'm going to check it out. He didn't speak. Although Jiaodu was not afraid of the enemy, he still didn't intend to stay any longer. Holding Fei Duan, he turned around and retreated in the safe direction. Baiju said, Deidara, the enemy seems to be preparing to retreat. Chiru squinted at the blonde ninja who stepped on the big clay bird, feeling inexplicably that this companion who had studied with him had become so powerful without knowing it. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, he was still able to handle it with ease. Well, it's not a bad thing, but there are still enemies in front of you. After you get rid of this guy, you should hurry back to the village and bring back the situation here. Deidara looked at Kakuzu and Hidden, who had already turned and left, and slowly cast their eyes on no less than 10 white figures not far away. They looked very similar to his clay, but he was familiar with it and knew that it was not clay, more like a weird composite. Then let me play with you. Guys from Iwing, the Baijus said in unison, their tone very playful, like urchins who are about to participate in a game. Rainy Village, Tower of Dawn. Pain stood on the edge of the room without any cover, looking at the village below as usual. Although the village was ruled by him and Zionan, it was still somewhat lifeless. However, this state will not continue. Looking at the distant sky, Pain's thoughts began to drift to the distance. When the Tail Beast collection plan is over, he wants to make the whole world as ideal, without disputes, without wars, and full of beauty. However, before that, it is still necessary for the people of Darren Village to learn what pain is, because only the peace brewed by pain is the most cherished. Each time, Pain maintained his posture of watching the world like this. He didn't know how long it had passed, until something like a pitcher plant appeared on the ground behind him. Page 635. In the pitcher plant, there is also a hermaphrodite, who is Ju. Why, they have a result? Pain noticed a trace of signs before Ju appeared. so he wasn't surprised that Ju appeared. As for Ju, who emerged from the ground, it was no surprise that Pain found himself. Baiju stared at Pain with that somewhat ignorant gaze, while Haiju closed his one eye tightly. The rain outside began to increase. Pain could hear the voice of someone below. As the actual ruler of the village, there were very few people who had seen him. Everyone paid great respect to Xiaobao. After all, this organization is protecting them. 5 tails have already been obtained. My clone, Kakatsu, and the others brought it back in 1 step. They will be there soon. Scorpion is also on the way back. Saitama and Zionon are on their way to the country of water. 3 tails brought back. Looking at Pain's back, Baiju spoke slowly, summarizing the information brought back by the avatar and saying it again. Although according to the prediction, there were no major surprises in this task, but it is still worth being happy to be able to complete it so simply and smoothly. Well, when they come back, we will start the mission of sealing. This is a battle that we will soon see victory. I think it won't be too long. Pain turned around and stared at Baiju with a firm tone, conveying a very firm belief. I hope so. After all, we have worked hard for so long. I have nothing else to do, so I will go down first. I am going to see the situation on Saitama's side. Baiju's voice was somewhat suppressed, and he gradually sank to the ground as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he had completely disappeared from Pain's sight. Of course, under those eyes called reincarnation, chakra belonging to Baiju is still within the range of perception and is gradually moving away. Pain looked at Ju, who disappeared, and stared at the place where he disappeared with a somewhat unpredictable expression. In his gray eyes, a faint strange light kept flickering. Before all the ninja villages form an alliance against Akatsuki, it is his current plan to collect more than half of the tailed beasts. And the reality is going perfectly according to the plan. Seeing everything being gradually implemented, even Pain's or Nagato's heart that had been cooled down for a long time has regained some enthusiasm. The emotion called excitement reappeared in the bottom of his heart. Facing the dream he once had, now he has come to a place only a few steps away from the dream. The fist under Pain's long sleeves was tightly clenched, and his pale knuckles creaked. The world needed to change, so he came. Wow, the rain outside is getting heavier, and the people walking on the streets of the village quicken their pace again. But when they look up from time to time, they will involuntarily look at the tallest building in the center of the village, Saiaji Tall Tower. Leaf Village. Itachi, keep attacking. Uchiha Shisui was holding a ninja sword. His face was solemn. His forehead was soaked with sweat, and his bangs were tightly attached to his skin. This is a battle between him and Uchiha Itachi. In the entire Uchiha, only their strength is the closest, and the sparring can have enough effect. Since returning from the last mission, the two have never left the village, and what they have done the most is to practice sparring constantly polishing their abilities. Uchiha Itachi stood opposite Shisui, also holding a ninja sword in his hand. His sword skills are not bad. His appearance was not much better than Jisui's. His whole body was also soaked in sweat, and there were many layers of dust sticking to it, making him look a bit disheveled. Take a break, it's getting late. Itachi relaxed his body, slowly moved the blade under his body, and suggested, okay, it's really getting late. Go back and have a meal first, and come back in the evening. For training, the two left home in the morning, took dry food for noon, and have been practicing until now. And in order that no one would disturb them, they also deliberately chose a training ground that few people came to and had long been abandoned. For the failure of the last mission, everyone is brooding and cannot forget it, so during these times, they are working hard to practice and polish themselves. As Uchiha Saitama's best friend, Shisui is the most difficult to accept, and only by constantly improving his own strength can he feel at ease in his heart. After walking a few steps, Jishui leaned against Itachi, wiped the sweat off his body with his hands, and said, Itachi, I always feel that it won't be long before I meet him again. There was a slight pause in Itachi's movements, and then he returned to normal, slowly wiping his weapon with a cloth. He naturally knew who the Hishisui was talking about, and he also had such a premonition that it won't be long before Uchiha Saitama, who was an enemy, will definitely appear by their side again, and by that time I would never have imagined that the final outcome would be like this, and I also feel a little unbelievable. Although I almost died in his hands last time, I still can't raise a trace of resentment now. It's really strange. Shisui imitated Itachi's movements, changed the cloth after wiping off the sweat and slowly wiped the blade, and said to Itachi in a strange tone, the next time I meet him, I won't be so powerless. Although the village has a certain responsibility for him to become what he is now, but now he is already our enemy. Don't keep your hands anymore, Jishui. Although I said so, but Jishui pinned the knife to his back, looked at the distant sunset seriously. His face was gradually reddened by the afterglow of the setting sun. He hesitated to speak. Forget it. I'll go back first. I promised Sasuke to accompany him for dinner. After tidying up, Itachi greeted Shishui with a trace of apologetic expression on his face, and disappeared in place in an instant. He didn't want to continue to entangle with Jishui on this matter. It's really ruthless. Jishui showed a helpless expression, shook his head, and then prepared to leave. When he meets Saitama again, he will not be soft-hearted. The two people belonging to different camps have gone on strangers in the last battle. Tangled, he could feel the persistence in Saitama's heart. Although he didn't know what the final answer would be, he can't understand what Katama has gone through, because he also has a lot of persistence and belief. Saitama who destroys peace is no longer the Saitama that he feels familiar with. Now that he has drawn swords from each other, he is an enemy. In the training field, Jishui's figure also disappeared in place, leaving only the silent field and countless training traces on the ground. The teenagers who used to be lost on the road. No one knows what the answer will be in the future. What they can do now is to stick to their beliefs and work hard to go on. Page 636. The Big Whirlwind of Konoha. In Konoha no 30 no training ground, a green figure was fighting with a black figure. The two of them were constantly entangled and collided in the air, making solid noises from time to time. Boom. Kai's kick missed, and there was a loud noise in the invisible air. After kicking this kick, Kai did not continue to attack, but stood still, with one hand in front and the other behind, looking at the opposite side with a serious expression. His lifelong rival, Hate Kakashi, was holding a weapon wrapped in white bandages, panting heavily. Kakashi, although your strength has improved again and your speed is faster than last time, but I am not standing still. As your opponent, I am qualified. Kai spoke, his tone very calm. Yes, your speed is even faster. Kakashi looked at Kai, breathed slowly, put the weapon behind his back, and pulled the mask on his face with his hands so that it was no longer so tight. This is the No. 17 duel between him and Kai after he recovered from his injury. He won the last time, but this time Kai took some advantage. Still can reflect some problems. Today's training is over here. I feel a little tired, and I still have an appointment tonight, so I won't continue to train with you here. Kakashi regained some energy and said, in the evening, Obito invited him to dinner. Of course, he also invited their former teammate Rin Nohara. The three of them hadn't met for a long time, so they planned to have dinner together tonight. Oh, is that so? Then Kakashi, you go first. I still have to continue training, and before dinner, I must do 1,000 laps of leapfrog around this training. This is my minimum requirement for myself. Kai first frowned, and then said, as a ninja who has grown up to the present through hard work and some physical talents, Kai understands what he needs to do most. The reality is so cruel. The failure of the last mission is his best. Inspired, the man named Uchiha Saitama is the guy he must defeat with his own hands. Thinking of this, his body, which was already a little tired, was full of energy again, and a mass of energy that he didn't know how to describe began to flow from the body to the whole body, making him unable to help but want to leapfrog around the training ground until dawn. Okay, then I'll leave first. You remember to eat. The life of a ninja is not only about training. Sometimes you need some other gentle things to adjust. After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared in place with a blink. He needs to go back and tidy himself up first, take a bath or something, and wipe away the smell of sweat from the day. Although he is constantly training, his saber technique has entered a bottleneck, and it cannot be improved simply by training. Although the duel with Kai during this period of time has allowed him to master the technique of thunder escape and living body more deeply, but that's just a slight increase in speed. Although he didn't say it, he felt a little anxious in his heart, especially because of the changes in the current situation, which made him smell something abnormal. The duel belonging to the organization of Ninja Village and Saitama should not be far away. The difference is just an opportunity, a chance for Ninja Village to launch an attack on that organization. When Kakashi left, Kai clenched his fists, then squatted down with his head in his arms, and started his best training before dinner. Under the setting sun, a green figure is not only jumping around the training ground, but the shadow is dragging along the training ground along with the movement, and the sweat is dripping from the hot body to the ground drop by drop. Soggy, like someone spilled some water. Chapter 298 Changes in Obito. With the changes of Kakashi, Kai, Shisui and even Itachi are still expected, then among the people who came back from the last mission, the most surprising and unbelievable person is Unstoppable by Saitama. 3 tricks with soil. realizing his own weakness and deciding to work hard to catch up, is what Obito has been doing recently, and his strength and mastered ninjutsu are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the careful teaching of Namikaze Minato. In particular, he used to have a somewhat jumpy temper, which gradually became in line with his age. And far away from Kakashi and Kai's training ground, Obito is practicing there. Unlike Kakashi's open training ground, Obito's training ground is closed. Generally, let those ninjutsu who don't want their own practice be occupied by ninjas who are seen by others. As for Obito's choice of practicing here, it is naturally also because of this consideration. In order to surprise Kakashi and others and keep the secrecy of practicing ninjutsu, looking at the dozens of human-shaped targets in front of him, Obito slowly put his hands into the ninja bag, and the kunai with many characteristics began to be caught between his fingers. He kept this movement for a long time and was extremely proficient, as if after thousands of exercises. In the next second, 3 galwu appeared in his eyes, and the scarlet color gradually filled the pupils of the eyes, and the galwu kept spinning, causing a strange evil spirit to permeate around his body. Looking at the targets who were about to be attacked by him, Obito quickly recorded their positions in his mind, and as if they had been marked, he made them present a complete map in his mind. Throwing his hands, Obito threw out the kunai in his hand. Many kunai scattered like a rain curtain and landed near the target in front of him. It seemed chaotic, but in fact there was a certain pattern. But this kind of law is only clear to the person himself, that is, Obito himself, because it is arranged according to his own fighting habits call out. In the next second, the Obito that threw the kunai disappeared in place, as if melting into the space, leaving no trace. When Obito reappeared, one could only see a dark figure flickering near those targets, and the foothold was exactly where those kunai were. This kind of move, the entire ninja world, seems to be only the contemporary Naruto Roman 4. It was only mastered by Uchiha Saitama and Konoha Rebellion, which is called Flying Thunder God art. Holding a handful of kunai in his hand, Obito appeared behind the target, and his hand posture was still in the stabbing motion, as if he had just completed a kill in the last second. And with the complete appearance of his figure, a trace of scars appeared on the important parts of the brows or throats of those human-shaped targets, as if those wounds were caused in the same second. So at the same time, they gradually emerged come out. In a short period of time, Obito pierced the vital points of many targets, which is almost exactly the same as Namikaze Minato's move that instantly killed dozens of Iwanin. The difference is that this difficulty is completely incomparable with Namikaze Minato's, is only in some form close to. After finishing all this, Obito seemed a little tired and uncomfortable. This was the first time he had completed such an operation in so many days. Although he was only facing a dead target that did not move, it still made him feel very comfortable. A sense of accomplishment gradually rose in his heart, and his training during these hours was not in vain. If he really mastered this kind of ninjutsu, whether it was attacking or retreating, it would be a perfect experience. This makes it very worthwhile to choose to learn the Obito of Flying Thunder God. This speed, combined with the spiral pill and the spiral pill after the nature or shape change, is simply perfect! The next Namikaze Minato, maybe he Uchiha Obito. Clap clap! A burst of crisp applause interrupted Obito, who was still thinking, and brought him back to his senses. No longer looking at the future, he followed the sound, looked back, and found that his teacher had appeared on the training ground at some time, and Kai had obviously arrived a long time ago, and he had seen the success of his cultivation. But he was obsessed with his cultivation and hadn't noticed it before. And as Hokage, Namikaze Minato was still very busy. Although I come to guide Obito every day, it is usually at night, and the time is still in the afternoon. I should have just got off work. I don't know why I came here, because of Minato sighed. Teacher, you are here. Obito hooked the ring at the end of a kunai with his little finger, rotated it in the palm of his hand, let the sharp end in front face down, and then inserted the kunai into his ninja bag very skillfully. He slowly walked towards the water gate with a smile. The more he gets along with Minato, the more he can feel the affinity and strength of Minato, and the worship and appreciation for his teacher grows deeper in his heart. Although I don't know why Minato-sensei came so early today, it doesn't prevent him from saying hello and expressing his respect. Well, I got off work early today, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to have mastered this ninjutsu to such an extent. It really surprised me. You must know that it took me a long time to initially master this Flying Thunder God. Teacher Leia and the 3 generations of living adults also said that I was born to eat this kind of food. I didn't expect Obito your talent to be so strong. A gentle smile bloomed on Minato's face, and there was a sense of intimacy in his light blue eyes. And he was extremely happy that his disciple had mastered the space-time ninjutsu. I don't know why I mastered this ninjutsu so quickly. Anyway, I feel that this ninjutsu is very suitable for me. It is very easy to use. It feels very comfortable after practicing. And that's it. Page 637. Obito seemed a little embarrassed to be praised by his teacher. When he was studying ninja, he was always called the tail of the crane. It was because the speed of learning ninjutsu was extremely slow. Even some ninjas of the same clan felt that he had lost the face of the Uchiha family. Uchiha rushed to the street. After all, the Uchiha family is synonymous with genius. Everyone in it is more talented than ordinary ninjas. Whether it is escapism or ninja throwing, there are always some good ones, although not everyone can reach that level. At the top, he can still beat ordinary ninjas by a few blocks. But his Uchiha, Obito, is different. Basically, he is not good at it, except for the fire escape. He still has some heat, and other aspects are extremely mediocre, although later, due to going to the battlefield, he opened Sharingan in a mission, which made his ninja talent reach the level that Uchiha ninjas should have, and gradually mastered many other ninjutsu, regaining some confidence and face. But still I don't get along with geniuses like Itachi, Uchiha and Kakashi, but I don't want to learn how to fly Thor, which is known as one of the most difficult ninjutsu in the village, but it seems extremely simple, as if I was born with this talent. This life is like eating this kind of food. Learning and mastering it will be a matter of course, and the nature of fire escape will change faster than the original mastery. It seems that you really have the talent to learn how to fly Thunder God, Obito, but you still can't be proud and slack. Every ninjutsu requires you to practice thousands of times, so that it becomes a part of your life. Not just it as just a skill, especially the ninjutsu that most tests reactions and changes like flying Thunder God. Minato looked at the disciple in front of him, very relieved. This ninjutsu was created in the second generation of space-time ninjutsu. At present, the entire Konoha has mastered and can perform it alone. He is the only one, and the rest are 3 people including Shiranui Genma who are his guards. However, they can only be displayed by relying on a group of 3 people, and they have almost no practical effect on combat. But today it seems that this master of ninjutsu will add another Uchiha, Obito, under his careful teaching. And Obito who has mastered this ninjutsu will have a slight change in strength again. No matter what the situation is, the master of the Flying Thunder God art is basically in a natural invincible situation, unless the master seeks death by himself. Obito, who was originally just a ninja level, after initially mastering the Flying Thunder God, has the strength similar to the Shadow level. Simply put, Konoha has another ninja of the Quasi-Cage level. Obito will continue to improve his mastery of this ninjutsu, and Konoha will once again be a powerful pillar. At this moment, I was going to hand over this scroll to you. Now it seems that it is unnecessary, because you have already mastered the Flying Thunder God. Then, you just need to gradually get familiar with it. Let it become a fighting instinct, rather than a ninjutsu that requires slow thinking in the brain. Minato took out a scroll from his pocket, spun the scroll in his hand, and finally fell within Obito's sight. This is some of his previous experience in practicing Flying Thunder God. He forgot that there was this thing before. Thinking about it today, he is going to give it to Obito to study, so that Obito can learn quickly. Oh really? Thank you, teacher. Obito's eyes lit up. Although he had just successfully performed the Flying Thunder God, and it was still difficult for novices to fight against enemies on the move, he knew that he could not use it proficiently. For this ninjutsu, some of the more difficult places, there are still some doubts. Just relying on some feelings before, directly ignored the past, and then directly recklessly came out with ninjutsu. Do you still need to see it? If you want, you can take this, but try not to lose it. After all, the Flying Thunder God is also an extremely valuable property of the village. Minato looked at Obito, passed the scroll in his hand, narrowed his eyes, smiled, and reminded Obito a little bit. Obito in the past. But he often lost things, although it seems to be better now many. But Minato hasn't changed his mind yet. Okay, thank you, teacher. I will continue to work hard, and I will never let the teacher down. Obito took the scroll with both hands, with a solemn tone, and then put the scroll directly into his pocket. Oh, yes, and this. I thought it was not the time to hand over these things to you, but I didn't expect that you have already mastered the Flying Thunder God, so you are also qualified to learn these things, so I will hand them over to you today. You. Minato remembered something, and took out a smaller scroll from another pocket, about as thick as 2 thumbs. It didn't look like there were many things inside, but the scroll as a whole looked extremely delicate. The spells used for sealing are also complex. What is this, teacher? Obito didn't hesitate, took it directly, then looked down at the scroll in his hand, and questioned. Such a thing is not simple at first glance. This is about some derivative ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. I thought it would take a while before you can use them, because you need to master Flying Thunder God first to use these ninjutsu. But you have obtained this premise now, so you can naturally slowly refer to learning. Minato looked into Obito's eyes with a smile on his face. Although these ninjutsu belong to the secret ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, for him, Hokage, there are not many secrets. As for giving these ninjutsu to his disciples to learn, it is naturally not a big deal, even if this disciple a ninja from the Uchiha family. He is an enlightened Hokage, and his ambition is to make the whole village more harmonious, so some defenses that are completely unnecessary in his opinion do not need to continue to exist. Facing the increasingly tense situation, Minato had already noticed something abnormal. The funeral of the third generation that just ended not long ago let him know the strength and arrogance of the enemy, and also made him feel a sense of oppression. Although many Anbu ninjas have been sent out to collect enemy intelligence, and even surrounded and suppressed several outlying bases belonging to the Akatsuki organization in the Fire Country, they still haven't obtained much important information about the core members of the Akatsuki organization. The headquarters of the organization has not yet been found out, although intelligence was collected on some Akatsuki members who had already appeared, and some useful information was obtained. Minato knew that these were not enough intelligence. Judging from the purpose of these enemy actions, this is not a loose organization, but an extremely purposeful and extremely ambitious organization, and its leader, deduced by the think tank of Mui Village, is basically certain that he is not a known organization. Any members who have shown up are ninjas with unknown information and identities, and they are able to win over including Konoha Rebellious Ninja Uchiha Saitama and Takagaki Rebellious Ninja. The leader of the Akatsuki organization is the guy who worries Namikaze Minato the most. It is precisely for these reasons that Minato would not mind making the ninjas of the village stronger, let alone a close existence like his own disciple who has already been tagged with his Minato label. The unknown is the most frightening thing, but when a person has mastered absolute strength, the unknown is just the unknown and does not constitute any danger. Hey, I'm leaving first and I have to go back to eat. Kushina and Naruto are still waiting for me at home. Obito, you should go back to rest early, and I won't come again at night. Minato saw that Obito was staring at the scroll in his hand, obviously thinking about Minato, so he touched his head, then dropped a word, and directly activated ninjutsu and disappeared in front of Obito. Yakushi, Obito, keep working hard, but what you need to do now is to go back to take a shower immediately, because you will have dinner with Lin tonight. This is your way of leisure tonight, and then continue to practice hard every day. Obito packed up the scrolls that Minato-sensei had given him, then a trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, as if he thought of someone, then said something to himself in his heart, and then strode outside. Although he had just unleashed Flying Thunder God, he still couldn't perform this ninjutsu as smoothly as Minato-sensei, just like instinct, because his current activation failure rate was still quite high, so he chose to walk back. The level of Minato-sensei is the goal of his efforts, and the man who once crushed him is the driving force for him to move forward, in order to protect everything now, the peace of Konoha, the glory of the family, and Lin's smile. To companions like Kakashi. Chapter 299. You intercede this thing Konoha Hospital. Because it is not wartime, the work in the hospital is still very leisurely. People who come here usually have minor injuries or some common injuries. Nohara Lin has done her job well and plans to leave work. I promised Kakashi and Obito the party at night, but I can't be late. Taking off the standard white robe of the hospital medical ninja, Rin Nohara showed her figure fully, because she was wearing a set of black close-fitting clothes underneath. Although she looks small, the basics of that development are complete. Taking out the daily clothes from the closet, Nohara Rin slowly put on a dark looser coat with 2 layers, and pulled her hair back into a ponytail. She has given up the previous short hairstyle and started growing her hair, which makes her more intellectually beautiful for a woman of this age. Because she is a disciple of Tsunade and has a very solid medical ninjutsu foundation, Rin Nohara has her own independent lounge in Konoha Hospital. On the opposite side of her is the rest room of her senior sister, Jing Yin, who has also been helping in the hospital recently. Although the two are about the same age, there is a sequence of entry, and Nohara Rin still recognizes the identity of Shi Jing's senior sister after all. But recently, she knew that some changes had taken place in Jing Yin, and the smile began to disappear on Jing Yin's face. The once kind and friendly girl has become such a person who is obsessed with work now, as if she is escaping from something. As a companion of Kakashi and Obito, and also a disciple of Tsunade, Rin Nohara knew the reason, but page 638 she couldn't find a reason to enlighten Jing Yin. She had never experienced that feeling, so although she felt very sympathetic, she was helpless. The quiet lounge is just opposite to Nohara Lin. As senior sisters, for convenience, the hospital arranged the two lounges together. This is very user-friendly and has many advantages. As long as the two lounges open the door, they can see each other. After putting on everything, Lin pushed open the door and walked outside. The moment she pushed the door open, she saw senior sister Jing Yin was covering the door, sitting there in a daze, looking absent-minded. This appearance is the normal state of mute during this period, and this situation has begun to appear since the day when the third generation's remains came back. Lin was about to leave directly, but after taking a few steps, she stopped and turned around to walk towards the silent lounge. Crunch! Pushing open the half-closed door, the wooden door made a toothache sound. The lounge is small, with a single bed, a wardrobe, a table and a few chairs, and Jing Yin sat on the chair, his eyes relaxed, and he looked straight at the wall in front of him. Even though Lin pushed the door open, there was still no response, as if she had entered a closed world. Mute, mute! Lin entered the door and found that Jing Yin didn't make any sign. She yelled, and walked to her step by step, shaking her hand a few times in front of her to attract attention. Huh? It's Lin. Jing Yin retreated back, and suddenly turned his gaze, and saw Lin who entered his lounge. The expression on his face changed again, and finally fixed on a somewhat embarrassed smile. What's the matter, Lin? Jing Yin patted his face a few times with his hand to regain some energy, and then asked, It should be off-duty time now, and Canlin also changed into casual clothes. It's nothing. I just saw you here alone in a daze, so I came to see you. Are you okay? Lin leaned against the table, eyes full of concern. I'm fine. What can I do? Jing Yin's eyes dimmed, and then he moved his gaze to another place, unwilling to meet Lin's worried eyes. Lin didn't speak immediately, but just pursed her lips and stared at Jing Yin's face. People around him are very clear about the matter of muting, and Tsunade's disciples don't need others to remind him. Lin slowly walked to Jing Yin's side and grabbed her hand. Don't think about him anymore. You know, he has changed now. He is no longer our companion, isn't he? Feeling the warmth in Lin's hand, Jing Yin's face gradually turned pale. She understands the truth, and even understood it earlier than anyone else, but it is difficult for her to really accept it. From the moment she knew that the third generation was killed by Caillou, she understood that Caillou was no longer the familiar person. The young man who used to be desperate for the sake of the village and peace has completely fallen into darkness, and began to destroy the rare balance with his own hands. Chizun hoped that this was just a dream. When she woke up, Saitama was still in Konoha, the proud Uchiha ninja. I know, but I still can't accept such a change. Jing Yin slowly raised her head and looked at Lin with a pitiful weakness on her face. As a person who stayed by Tsunade's side at a young age and needed to take care of the giant baby Tsunade all the time, it was basically difficult to see such emotions. Maybe when you see him later, you can ask him for answers, but for now, you still need to take care of yourself, and don't let your body have problems because of this. Lin grabbed Jing Yin's hand with one hand, and patted it a few times with the other hand, slowly passing on her comfort. This is not the first appeasement that Jing Yin has received during this period, and it will definitely not be the last, because the effect of appeasement is generally not long-lasting. Only when Jing Yin can figure it out and get out of that vicious circle can the matter be considered over. You changed your clothes so quickly. Do you have an appointment tonight? Is it that Uchiha ninja? Jing Yin's face was a little more angry, and then he noticed Lin's outfit and joked. No, I just got together with Obito and Kakashi tonight. Everyone has been too busy recently, and we haven't seen each other for a long time. Lin saw that Jing Yin had regained some energy, and she was still in the mood to tease herself. She was also in a much better mood, and pushed her on the shoulder. Okay then, go quickly, I won't delay you. I'm going to go back soon. Tsunade-sama is probably still waiting for me at home. Jing Yin nodded, then stood up and walked towards the closet. Okay, I'll go first. Say hello to the teacher for me. I haven't seen the teacher for a few days. I'll go see her this weekend. Lin tightened her clothes, and said to Jing Yin while walking towards the door. Okay, Anytime. Shizu nodded, a smile on his face. Soon, Jing Yin was the only one left in the lounge, and her movement of taking her plain clothes from the closet gradually slowed down. Page 639. Hey. After a long time, she let out a long and mournful sigh. Sure enough, you still need to choose to change. If you continue like this, you will not only make yourself uncomfortable, but also make others worry, she muttered to herself, then took off her robe and put on her coat. People have to look forward. It is meaningless to stand still. No matter what happens in the future, facing it positively is the best way. Hey, it's lunch time. Why don't you go? Tsunade leaned against the wall behind him, holding a small wine glass in his hand, and said to Jiraiya on the opposite side, "Tch, I can't leave just because it's meal time." Jai Lai also had a rosy complexion, and the table between the two of them was full of empty wine bottles. This is the achievement of the two people this afternoon. The two people who are very idle often get together for a little wine after the funerals of 3 generations. It may be because of some common topics, or it may be because of reminiscing about something. They are the only ninjas of the same age and level who are currently in Konoha village. This is a reasonable grouping. Then do whatever you want. I don't know if Jing Yin will buy your food when he comes back. Tsunade put the wine glass in his hand on the table indifferently, and then folded his hands in front of his chest very boldly. Extrude an exaggerated arc. No way, Tsunade, are you so picky now? There was a trace of disbelief on Jiraiya's face. His eyes widened, and he felt that this must not be the companion he remembered. Hey, don't you know that 1 extra meal costs a lot? I've been going to the casino for a long time. Do you think it's quit gambling? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade pressed his body forward, supported his hands under his chest, hung his body above the table, and stared at Jiraiya with a serious face. Tisk, I didn't expect the majestic Tsunade Heim to be like this. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's extremely aggressive posture, and his body involuntarily retreated, but he couldn't control his mouth because he drank some wine. Huh? Jiraiya, are you challenging my patience? Hearing Jiraiya's sarcasm, Tsunade stretched his fist forward with a swish, and pressed his chest hard on the table, knocking down many empty wine bottles on it. Ann, I was only joking. Jiraiya hastily raised his hands high, making a harmless posture. He doesn't want to mess with this violent female. Although she looks good, her fists are not cute at all. When things happen, she doesn't know how to yell, but only uses violence. Forget it, Jing Yin should be back soon, so you can stay and eat. Anyway, you will eat out when you go back. Tsunade pressed his entire body on the table, and his outstretched fist turned into a palm, and he waved it casually. Jiraiya is an idiot at such an old age, and he still doesn't know how to take care of himself. He has been single for so many years and can't even take care of his own daily life. Suna, let me tell you something. I don't know how long it has passed, when Tsunade's consciousness gradually became a little confused. Jiraiya, who hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly made a sound. Tsunade slowly propped himself up, looked at Jiraiya to see what he was going to say. Jiraiya's voice is no longer frivolous, but has become extremely magnetic and stable. This guy is going to say something, it becomes so formal all of a sudden, it won't be. Tsunade squinted his eyes and stared at Jiraiya's face, and found that although Jiraiya had some blush on both cheeks, his temperament became different from before. Tell me, what's the matter? Tsunade found that her voice was trembling a little, as if she was looking forward to what Jiraiya would say next, but she didn't know if it was what she expected. And over there, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who raised his head, looked at that familiar face. His throat twitched a few times, as if he was still brewing. I plan to leave the village in a few days. Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade, and found that Tsunade's brows gradually frowned following his own words, as if he was a little dissatisfied with such rhetoric. Didn't he express himself clearly enough? Thinking of this, Jiraiya moistened his throat again, and continued, I have an eyeliner who provided information, so I am going to leave the village for a trip, and I should start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Jiraiya also said what he said again, and said it more clearly and specifically. As an old bastard, who has been in the ninja world for many years, Jiraiya's intelligence system is not bad. He had planned to leave the village a long time ago, but it was delayed again and again due to some reasons, and it wasn't until the death of the 3rd generation not long ago that he made up his mind again. There are some things that really need him to do. This is a kind of inheritance of will, and it is also the strength of character of a ninja. That's it? After listening to Jiraiya's words again, Tsunade found that there was indeed no more content, and looked at Jiraiya with a hint of what you were doing. Page 640. Well, that's it. What's the problem? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's blushing face, and a layer of tenderness shrouded his heart. Where to go? Tsunade didn't continue to dwell on this question, and asked, "It should not be a trivial matter for Zilai to leave the village at this juncture. Do you still remember the last Jonin who led the Jonin team in the Chunin joint examination? I've seen it, but I didn't get to know him. What's wrong with him?" Tsunade recalled it for a while, and had a little impression, but he couldn't tell the specifics. "He should be Uchiha Saitama in disguise." "What? It's impossible. Although I didn't contact him, there is nothing wrong with Chakra's reaction." Tsunade's face froze, a little in disbelief. If it was really Uchiha Saitama, then the last time the enemy entered the village like that, no one found out yet. "Are you sure?" Tsunade asked again. 99 are inseparable, although I also wonder why Chakra's reaction has changed. But that look and tone should be him. He sat up straight and spoke firmly. "At that time, so many things didn't happen now, so I didn't expose it at that time. But later I let my eyeliner follow into Yuin village and conduct some investigation. Although there were a lot of losses before and after, we still got some useful information. Yuin village is very strange. The original ruler, Hanzo, was overthrown by a group of people a long time ago. However, since the new leader is very mysterious and has implemented a closed-door policy, there is very little information about that. My purpose of leaving the village this time is to investigate that closed village in depth." Jiraiya said this with a serious expression, and slowly approached Tsunade, who was pressed on the table. "Yuin village?" Tsunade frowned, and didn't feel any discomfort because of Jiraiya's approach, but was just thinking about something. "Will you be in trouble by yourself? And are you sure that's where we're looking?" "According to the information in my hand, there is a great possibility. When I go to confirm and bring back the information, I can be sure. You're not worried about me, are you? Don't forget, I'm Jiraiya Immortal. In this ninja world, who else can keep me besides myself?" Jai Lai also said nonchalantly, but a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes inadvertently. "This journey will definitely not be as simple as he imagined, and I'm just saying this now to reassure Tsunade." "That's good. I'm just worried that you're gone, and I'm going to drink alone again. It's too boring." After hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade naturally didn't fully believe him, but he still had strong confidence in him, and let's not talk about this. I seem to hear the sound of silence. It should be that she is back. I don't know what to eat tonight. Jiraiya resumed his carefree look and began to change the subject, and just after he finished speaking, Jingyin pushed open the door and walked in with a few pockets. "Master Jiraiya, Master Tsunade, are you all here? Why are you drinking so much again?" Jingyin was a little surprised when she saw the two of them. She thought that there would be no one at home when she came back, but then she saw the scattered wine bottles around the table, and her expression began to change. "Hey, it's just too boring. Most of these are self-made and drink." Tsunade was a little embarrassed. He promised Shizu not to drink anymore, but he didn't expect to be caught in the face today, so he denied it, and pointed at Jiraiya with his finger. "All right." Chijing shook her head, took the things in her hands to the kitchen, and then came out to clear away those wine bottles. "Jingyin is really virtuous, unlike some women. Tisk tisk." Jiraiya looked at Shizune with a smile, and then said meaningfully, "Juniorly." Tsunade's voice suddenly rose, and then a fist stretched out from the other side of the table and landed on Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya's face deformed in an instant, and his head turned to one side. Then he rolled a few times and receded back, hitting the wall like a rolling mine, causing a circle of cracks like spider webs to appear on it. "This punch was very light, at least I didn't feel any damage, compared to before. It was just a mosquito bite. Don't take an inch." Tsunade dropped this sentence and started to pick up the scattered wine bottles, as if to prove something. "Really?" Page 641. Jiraiya sat up slowly, covering his cheeks while looking at Tsunade, who was moving. "Jingyin, go cook. I'll come here," Tsunade said to Shizune. "Is this okay?" Shizune stopped the movements in her hands. This was the first time Tsunade did these things on her own initiative, which made her feel a little unnatural. "Of course can." Tsunade's face was always red, so she couldn't tell if she was a little embarrassed because of this. "Okay then." Shizune got up to leave. Her gaze shifted between Tsunade and Jiraiya intentionally or unintentionally. As for Tsunade-sama beating Jiraiya-sama just now, that's not a problem. "Tisk tisk." Jiraiya's annoying voice sounded again. Tsunade lowered his head. His brows were tightly wrinkled, and the smile on his face was even a little stiff. Click! The wine bottle in her hand shattered suddenly, and Jiraiya's voice stopped abruptly. "Humph!" Tsunade continued to tidy up, while Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, not knowing what he was thinking, but the hidden smile at the corner of his mouth bloomed as if he could not hide it. Chapter 300. Approaching Shizune's craftsmanship is not bad. Whether it has salt fried fish, tempura, or sushi rolls, the taste is comparable to the outside, At least Zilai thinks so. Hey, I'll go back first. Jai Lai also finished his meal, rested for a while, drank the tea Jing Yin made for him, then slowly got up and prepared to leave. Well, Master Jiraiya, go slowly. Jing Yin squinted her eyes and nodded at Zilai. I send you. Tsunade got up and walked outside without saying a word. She had something to say to Jiraiya, and an inexplicable feeling told her that it would definitely not be easy for Jiraiya to go out this time, and something would definitely happen. Jiraiya didn't say a word, followed Tsunade out, and closed the door smoothly. The two of them didn't speak. They walked out of the yard side by side, and walked towards the distance along the street. Tsunade's residence is an extremely secluded place in Konoha village, and there are hardly many residents around. What's the matter? The Tsunade I know won't be so coy. In the sky, a crimson light glowed on the horizon, like a burning flame. Such light shone on the two of them, making their faces flushed red. Are you really determined to go there? You have to know if it is really the base of that organization. It must be the most dangerous place in the ninja world. Tsunade's hands hung down at his sides, his two fists clenched tightly than his loose leads. For some reason, when Zilai also said that he was about to go to Yuin village to investigate, her heart throbbed, as if to lose something important. Moreover, this question has been lingering in her heart, and it appears over and over again during the meal, like a movie playing in a loop. Yes, I seem to be the only one who can do this now. Konoha also needs information on this, doesn't it? Besides, don't you still believe in my strength? Jiraiya was full of confidence when he spoke, turning his face sideways, looking at his old teammate who was a head shorter than him, and barely reached his chest. Tsunade stopped, raised his head and looked at the familiar person in front of him. He still likes to say some big words like before, but this time, Tsunade especially hopes that these words are true. Well, go early and come back early. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya, making a blush involuntarily appear on Jiraiya's face. I know, I will definitely come back. Under the shadow of the sunset, Jiraiya's tall figure gradually walked forward, and gradually became smaller until it disappeared from Tsunade's sight. An underground base somewhere. The environment here is very dark, tens of meters deep underground, isolated from the outside world. Even so, page 642, but this space is not wet. It can even be said to be extremely dry. Long corridors, tortuous routes, densely packed rooms like honeycombs. This style seems to be liked by only a few people in the entire ninja world, and Orochimaru is one of them. Master Orochimaru, there seems to be something wrong with the No.17 experimental subject. In a laboratory with countless precision instruments, Junmaro, with two cinnabar spots between his brows, said to Orochimaru, who was operating on the test bench. Orochimaru stopped what he was doing and took off one of the glasses on his right eye. Due to the long time of not seeing the sun and the strange transformation of his body, his skin looked extremely pale, which was a kind of ghastly paleness. What's the situation? Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but it was extremely pleasant to Junmalu's ears. It seems that there is a rejection reaction, and the experimental subject begins to tree. Junmalu answered truthfully. As a little assistant next to Dashimaru, he is responsible for summarizing the daily situation of various experimental subjects of Master Dashimaru, and then pointing out abnormal individuals. Rejection? So fast? Orochimaru frowned. A hint of indifference flashed in the yellow snake pupils. He didn't care about the life or death of the experimental subjects, because the Primarchs were a group of death row prisoners who had undergone some transformations of their own. But thinking that there seemed to be a problem with his experiment, he was still in a bad mood. Go and see. This experimental body is still very important. Orochimaru put down the things in his hand and walked away. Junmalu followed closely behind in silence. This No.17 experimental body is his research on hematological diseases and intercolumnar cells. As for the reason, most of it is because of Junmalu. After being reminded by Katama last time, Orochimaru checked Junmaru's body comprehensively and found some hidden blood-inherited disease factors. As the research continued, he found that this invisible factor existed in many bloodstain boundaries. It will slowly manifest itself with the continued use of the bloodstain, in a strange form, like an incurable disease. For Junmalu, Orochimaru really likes it, and naturally he doesn't want Junmalu to die because of this kind of thing, so he is trying to use various methods to eliminate this hidden factor. After trying many methods, it seems that only interstitial cells can be used for experiments. Undecided intercolumn cells. This is the conclusion that Orochimaru has reached in recent years. As Konoha Ikame, who was also the biggest pusher in quelling the wars in that era and forming a peaceful generation, the The strength of Senju Hashirama, even now, is still elusive. Soon, Orochimaru and Junmaro came to the place where the experimental body was stored. Inside a huge transparent cylinder, there was a tall figure in the shape of a human being, or a figure close to that of a human being. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and looked at the experimental subject. His eyes were on the branches that grew out of the experimental subject and continued to extend upward at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. It seems to have failed, but there seems to be something different. Orochimaru licked his lips. A flash of understanding flashed deep in his eyes. Junmaru didn't speak, although he knew that the purpose of Dashuan's experiment was to cure the disease in his body, but he, who knows nothing about these, has no right to speak. Whatever Master Orochimaru says, it is what it is! Even if Lord Orochimaru asked him to sacrifice himself for him now, he is still willing. Big Orochimaru, a resentful voice came, and it was the subject who said it. At this time, the original eye position of the experimental subject was covered by a thick layer of bark, but there was still a small hole, and a little red light was shining from there. Click! The transparent glass shattered, and the experimental subjects inside were freed. It seems to have been poised for a long time. At the moment of escape, the experimental subject launched an attack on Orochimaru. A few tree roots grew crazily, piercing toward the seemingly defenseless Orochimaru a few meters away. The struggle of ants. Orochimaru folded his hands in front of his chest without making the slightest movement, and Junmaru, who was standing one step behind Orochimaru, reacted instantly and took a step forward to block in front of Orochimaru. He crossed his hands in front of him, and two white bones emerged. Odysseus, the experimental subject suddenly let out a painful cry, and the derived tree roots instantly lost their power support, became limp, and fell to the ground. Page 643. Not everyone can resist the phagocytosis of interstitial cells. You are just a mouse transplanted by me with several blood cells to test the fusion of interstitial cells and other cells. But the way you struggle is really interesting. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded in this space, accompanied by the extremely painful wail of the experimental subject, and Junmaro, who stood in front of Orochimaru, didn't seem to understand the situation yet. With a vigilant face on his face, and slowly opened his arms. He is only in his teens, and although he has great potential, his strength is not strong at present, but the action he just blocked in front of Orochimaru was completely subconscious. He directly ignored the powerful strength of Orochimaru. It seems that this experiment is not for nothing. Orochimaru stretched out a hand, and countless snakes with the thickness of arms came out from his cuff, directly wrapping the experimental body over there. To be able to temporarily use an ability similar to that of Mudun means that the experiment has made some progress. This is not a clone of the letter transferred from the root before. It is compatible with any cell. Let's go. We are going to start the next experiment, and before long, your illness will no longer be a drag. Orochimaru turned around and left. The experimental body was half held in the air by him, wrapped around the snake. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru's eyes were full of admiration for Orochimaru. I promised Uchiha Saitama, and I have to start doing it, and I just have nothing to do recently. Orochimaru, who was walking, was talking to himself, and the cold breath was constantly circulating in the corridor. The experimental subject was still howling, and the sound was transmitted extremely far, and at the end of this corridor, in a huge pitch-black space, countless pale human-shaped objects were packed in transparent cylinders and soaked in pale yellow liquid. This ninja world will become more interesting. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, and found that the subject had stopped crying, and his breath gradually weakened. The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, and a scalp-tingling smile gradually appeared. When the predator finds the food, the extremely excited emotion is revealed in the smile. Mizukage-sama, what are you thinking? The side Gaju Yakura, a tall ninja with a long and narrow scar on his face, asked. He is Yagura's guard, responsible for Mizukage's safety when traveling, and his strength is considered very strong at the level of Jin, only a little weaker than the 7 ninja. And around Yakura and the guard, there are no less than 10 masked Kirigakure ninjas. They are Kirigakures and ninjas, and they are also the entourage of Yagura's trip. Although Yakura is the most powerful existence in Wyan village, protective measures are still indispensable. Their duty is to protect Yakura with their lives, and block those dangers that Yakura is too late to deal with outside the body. It is equivalent to the shield in the emergency situation of Yakura. It's nothing. Maybe I've been a little tired recently. After all, I have studied for a long time for this meeting with the daimyo. Yakura did not answer immediately, but was silent for a while before saying a word. He also knew that since he left the village, he had been absent-minded. Oh, so that's the case. But we will arrive at the Daiming mansion in half a day. Please cheer up, Mizuki-sama. After all, the Daiming Kano can be said to be the most trusted subordinate around Mizuki, so if he said these words, it would not arouse the disgust of his superiors. I see. Yagura's purple eyes recovered, and he tightened the weapon on his back with his right hand. I don't know what's going on with Terumi and the others. After such a thought flashed in his heart, Yagura regained his composure and quickly walked out of the previous anxious and worried state of mind. What he will do right away is also very important, and there is no room for loss. After all, it is related to the various benefits and subsidies that the village can receive in the next year. Near the shoreline, a ship docked. Before the boat was completely docked, a figure jumped down from above, and the moment it landed on the beach, it headed toward Wine Village. This person is none other than Hayashi Ayuri, who escaped from Saitama before. At this moment, Lin Hayayuli's face was haggard, her eyes were bloodshot, and the wound on her body was simply bandaged. Hurry up! Hurry up! Ringo Yuri, you can't let Terumi-Mei's sacrifice become a waste. Ringo Yuri bit her lips tightly. Her dry lips were covered with rolled crusts and cracks. She ran quickly in the direction of Wine Village, racing against time. She was afraid that she would miss Mizuki-sama, or that the enemy would chase after her. The people of the Akatsuki organization are really too powerful. She thought that she was among the 7 ninjas, and she could be regarded as one of the strongest in the ninja world. But the reality is that she can only resist with difficulty in the hands of the enemy and delay her own death. Page 644. But Terumi-sama, who has always been admired and regarded as the target of pursuit, is still no match for the man named Uchiha Saitama. She even felt that the man hadn't used all his strength to face herself and others, because everything that was revealed was enough to beat them up. During the calm time on the boat, a question appeared in her heart. Is Master Yagura the opponent of that enemy even with the support of having such intelligence? Once this kind of question arises, it cannot disappear, just like a repeating machine that keeps repeating in the mind. Moreover, the answer in her heart seemed to have come out, but she didn't want to admit it, so she rushed towards the village without giving up. There is still hope, even if that kind of hope is terribly small. It can still be grasped by desperate people and not give up. Lin Yuyuli was the one who was somewhat desperate at this time. Only after fighting the enemy can you experience the tingling feeling. When Saitama and Zionin set foot on this land far away from the mainland, it was already night. The stars shine brightly in the dark night sky, like eyes, twinkling, and looking at the earth below. Let's go. I feel the existence of Ju. Saitama diffused his own chakra, and soon noticed the familiar chakra fluctuations. So he said to Zionin, and took the lead in moving. With a swish sound, Zionin once again turned into white paper all over the sky, following Saitama's footsteps, heading towards a certain direction. From beginning to end, she didn't speak, like a machine without emotion, just to carry out the task. Chapter 301 Snow Country. Tadala and his team took some time to finally get rid of the Beiju clones. They didn't expect that the third enemy that appeared was also extremely difficult to deal with. Although the combat power was not strong, the vitality was extremely strong. To a certain extent, there is a great similarity with Kakuto and Hidden, who had the characteristic of immortality before. Moreover, facing those white doppelgangers, Tadala found that his clay bombs had very little effect. The enemy's body is also not like flesh and blood, and the general damage has almost no effect. However, fortunately they won in the end. The enemy's purpose was not to stay and kill them, but to stay in the rear, to prevent them from entanglement with the departing Jayadu and others. Are you all okay? The ninja named Tuz had an extremely ugly face. He swept across no less than 10 enemy clones at his feet, and then looked at the lowest that fell to the ground over there. The scene gradually calmed down, and a trace of solemnity permeated the air. Everyone, including Deidara, looked at the lowest that had lost its breath of life and even its heart. Before the mission, they did not expect that Huinti would die in this mission. I don't even think that this mission will fail. After all, there are Tsuchikage candidates, the contemporary Tsuchikage Sun Huinyu, the five-tailed Jinju Lihan, Deidara, and a group of powerful Jonin. There are many reasons for the failure, and the first step of the collapse should start with Han alone against the Janzio organization members. But this time is no longer the time to care about these things. The most urgent task is to convey the current situation back. If there is a chance, you can also choose to pursue and chase Renjulai back. Kaito looked at Deidara, and found that Deidara had no expression on his face, and his eyes were still indifferent. Take Captain Huintu back first. Let Mr. Anoki decide the next thing. Kaito spoke to Tuzi, but his eyes fell on Dedala. Here, only Dedara's ability can quickly return to the village, and it is also the safest. Snap! The giant bird under Dedara's feet fluttered its wings, and then came to the top of Hyunchu's body, and then turned its tail directly down, directly rolling up Hyunchu's body. Come on, go back first. Dedara's voice was very loud, and it seemed a little crisp under the gradually darkening sky. Several figures landed on the bird's back one after another. They didn't speak to each other, and they didn't seem to be very interested. No one wanted to end up in such a confident mission. Dedala originally planned to continue the pursuit alone. With the advantage of controlling the air, he felt that he might be able to detect the enemy's lair. However, he knew that the danger of doing so must be serious. The situation of the enemy was unknown, and it would not do him any good to pursue him. Maybe there are guys in this organization who can fly. Page 645. So, after comprehensive consideration, Dedala chose to stay and go back first. Anyway, his mission this time was to assist Huang Tu in an ambush. Although the mission failed, he almost fulfilled his duty. The reason for all this can only be said that the enemy's intelligence is too little, which makes the battle weak from the beginning. Moreover, the strength of the enemy is already above him and others. Someone is coming, north. Just when several people were about to leave, Kaito suddenly made a sound. Whoosh whoosh. Following Chidu's reminder, everyone looked over there, and sure enough, they saw a few black figures walking over the ice and snow, coming from there. It seems to be someone from Union. Dedara narrowed his eyes and discovered the identity of the visitor. Hearing that it was Yan Yin, everyone including Kaito frowned and became vigilant. The grievances between Yaniden and Union have always existed, especially in the last war with Union. It cost me a lot to kill the third generation of Reikage. Dedara manipulated the big bird and slowly lifted into the air, raising the height, and Yan Yin's ninja also arrived in front of him. Lord Lin Yayu, Mizukage-sama has already set off for the Daming Mansion. An Anbu ninja stood in front of Yuri Ringo, stopping her attempt to break into Mizukage's office. What? Mizukage-sama has already left? Lin Hayayu Yuli suddenly felt a pain in the head, his eyes turned black, and his whole body was shrouded in powerlessness. How long has Mizukage-sama been away? Her voice was calm, her eyes were red. The Anbu ninja also noticed that Ringo Ayuri's state was not right, and a trace of doubt appeared on the face behind the mask. Although I don't know what caused Hayashi Ayuri, one of the 7 ninjas, to be so flustered, but there was still an inexplicable unease in his heart. Has it been half a day since we left? Anbu replied that he was not sure when Yakura left, but simply calculated from the time he was on duty here. After all, Mizukage's whereabouts are not known by Anbu alone. Mizukage-sama is in danger. Call a team of Anbu ninjas to follow me. Set off immediately to support. Lin Hayu Yuli gritted her teeth, but still felt that she couldn't give up. Although it was delayed for a long time, because he and Yagura missed the meeting, he still planned to continue to support Mizukage. Master Mizukage is in danger? This Anbu ninja's complexion changed. His eyes glanced at Lin Yuli's body a few times, and then he felt more trust in his heart. Master Terumaimai and I have encountered enemies, and I am the only one returning now, so I must see Mizukage-sama as soon as possible and report the situation to him. Also, I suspect that the enemy will attack Mizukage-sama within the time that is analyzed. I'll prepare right away, but since Mizukage-sama left the village, the only one who can mobilize Anbu is Elder Yuan, so I have to ask for instructions. Anbu also knew that the situation at this time seemed to be very dangerous, and after saying this, he disappeared directly in front of Ringo Yuyuri. I can't wait any longer, I must rush to Mizukage-sama's side. Tell him everything I know. Seeing the disappearing Anbu, Lingoyu turned around and ran towards the outside of the village. She has no time to continue to spend in such waiting. The opportunity that Terumaimai-sama created for her with her life is not wasted like this. So Yagura has left the village? Kyu looked at Baiju's half-body protruding from the tree trunk, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Saonan stood on a tree trunk several meters high, silent, but his eyes kept falling on Baiju and Kyu. Yes, he is on his way to Daming Mansion, which is about 10 miles southeast of us. Baiju stated the information he had in a simple and clear manner. It's true that when you doze off, someone will give you a pillow. I'm still worried that Yagura's failure to leave the village at this time will prevent our plan from proceeding as scheduled. I didn't expect him to leave the village directly. What a good time. Saitama licked his lips, looking a little pleased. Then let's start to act now. Complete the action as soon as possible, so that we can start future plans. Page 646. Zio Nan's tone was indifferent, a little cold, but what she said revealed her inner emotions at the moment. She has never been so close to the goal, so let her feel a little excited. That goal that once seemed so far away seems to be completed in the near future? That's fine. Baiju, you continue to investigate and provide specific information at any time. We will rush there. Saitama nodded, agreeing with Conan's words. No nonsense. And then chased in the direction Baiju pointed out. Some electric arcs started to appear all over his body, and his speed continued to increase as he walked, and he was about to disappear from the sight of Xiao Nan and Baiju soon. Swish! Xiao Nan withdrew his eyes, and the eyes that fell on Baiju carried some inexplicable meaning. She scattered papers all over the sky and chased after Saitama's back. If it goes well, Sanwei will almost be able to get it this time, then the next situation will gradually become clear. Conan looked at Katama's back, his eyes flickering. She has never let go of her vigilance towards Saitama, and under the support of various reasons, she feels that Saitama's purpose of joining is not pure. Now is such a critical time. The most important thing is not to relax, so she must keep an eye on Saitama, no matter what bad intentions he has. She must stop it. This is the promise she made to Yahiko. She will no longer be the one who drags everyone back. Even at the cost of her life, she will make the ideals of her former companions come true. This is what she has been thinking about for so many years, expressing her guilt for the past. Don't let me find out that there's anything wrong with you, or I won't make you feel better. A cold light flashed in Zaonan's eyes, and then the speed increased again, and the faint human figure in the paper became more blurred. Yakura-sama, you will arrive at the capital through this forest. Beside Yakura, the guard followed Yakura and said to him, "Well, I see." Yakura nodded, but his brows were still furrowed, looking worried. The closer he got to the Daming mansion, the stronger the throbbing in his heart, and Sanwei in his body also woke up from his deep sleep with some unease. But the surrounding area has been checked, and there is nothing abnormal, but that sense of urgency has always existed, never disappeared, and as time went on, it became more and more intense. Suddenly, Yagura, who was walking, stopped, and looked at the fork in the forest in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Kano looked puzzled, followed Yagura's gaze, and found that there was nothing unusual, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead he directly grabbed the weapon in his hand, stepped diagonally in front of Yagura, and put on a defensive posture. The surrounding Anbu ninjas also gradually emerged, forming a semicircular formation, keeping Yagura behind. They all glanced around, even if they didn't find anything unusual. The surrounding situation, under the investigation of the Anbu ninja, did not show any abnormalities. But at this moment, it was too quiet here, terribly quiet. This is the forest, which was full of insects and birds just a second ago, but now it fell into silence. Such a situation, no matter who, will feel abnormal. Swish! Under the watchful eyes of a group of people, a figure suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead, a windbreaker with a black background and a red cloud, and navy blue ninja trousers. This figure appeared very suddenly, like jumping out of another space and merging with the current space. Because most people didn't realize how this figure appeared, Yakura narrowed his eyes the moment Saitama appeared, and climbed onto the stick on his back with his right hand. People from the Zao organization? Kano looked at Saitama, who appeared, and information about the Akatsuki organization flashed in his mind. The windbreaker with black background and red cloud is the most distinctive symbol of this organization. It seems that you don't know everything. Kyu raised his head slowly, revealing that indifferent smile on his face, with great malice. Protect adults. Page 647. All the Anbu ninjas took out their weapons and stared at Saitama. Are you Uchiha Saitama, Konoha's rebel, the traitor who killed the third Hokage? Yagura didn't move, but the voice passed through the gap in Anbu ninja's body and reached Saitama's ear. Hearing what his own Mizuki-sama said, a kind of ninja took a breath. Recently, Uchiha Saitama has once again become popular in the ninja world because he killed the third Hokage, the old man known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. I didn't expect anyone to know me. Could it be that I'm already so famous? Kyu touched his face, his calm eyes slowly narrowed into a line. Although I don't want to meet in such an atmosphere, I have reasons to come. So, Mizuki-sama, can I borrow something from you? Saitama looked at Yakura, who was tightly surrounded by a dozen or so ninjas, and spoke in a calm tone. Very calm. Sure enough, is your target a tailed beast? Yakura looked at Saitama, his expression gradually changed. He seemed to have a premonition of something, and at the same time, he thought of Terumi Mei and his party who were sent out not long ago, and the worry in his heart flashed. So is Mizuki-sama willing to give me the tail? Electric arcs began to appear all over Kiyu's body, and the faint blue electric light kept flickering, and at the same time, Kyu's bangs were gradually moved up and fluttered in front of his forehead. Damn Akatsukiya organization! How courageous it is! The Kirigakure ninjas looked focused, and slowly mobilized the chakra on their bodies, ready to fight. They didn't expect the enemy to block the road directly, saying that they wanted to take Sanwei away. Yagura, as the Jinchuriki of Sanwei, if he surrenders Sanwei, there is only one end in the end, and that is death. So the people from the Akatsuki organization are telling their Mizukuji-sama to die. This, they can't bear it. Swish! Just a second before the action, on a branch behind Yakura, many pieces of paper gathered from all directions, making a swishing sound, which also attracted the attention of Kirigakure ninja. Xiaonan slowly recovered his original shape, without any expression on his face, just looking at the dozen or so enemies in front of him. That short ninja wearing a shadow hat is the target this time. The Three Tails Jinchuriki Kuju Yakura. Another enemy has appeared. Be careful! Several Anbu ninjas instantly turned around and landed behind Yakura, surrounding Yakura in the middle. Female. The guard looked at the black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker Xiaonan was wearing, and his tone was a little uncertain. In the current information, there is no information about this female ninja. Hey! Yagura put his left hand on the edge of the bamboo hat, and gradually took the glory that belonged to Mizukage from his head. You really think highly of me. The three tails in his body kept roaring, and Yakura could feel its fear of Saitama, as if this man had mastered the ability to end the tailed beast. Yakura, the new female ninja, can also feel the surging chakra in her body. Such a powerful female ninja has never been heard of before, as if it just popped up suddenly. Chapter 302 Battle. Yakura call. A gust of wind blew past them, stirring up the leaves at their feet, and at this moment, many people moved. Several Anbu ninjas rushed towards Saitama, while others rushed towards Konan. The rest of the people gathered around Yagura, vigilant. Da! Saitama looked at the four ninjas rushing towards him, and immediately judged that their strength was not weak, and they were all Jounin-level masters. But will Saitama's strength be afraid of a few Jounin? Of course the answer is not to be afraid, and even seeing the enemy attacking him rashly like this, I still want to laugh in my heart. But Katama knew that Kirigakure and still had a certain purpose in making such a move, that is to test the strength of himself and Xiaonan, trying to find the weakness of himself and others in the battle by joining forces. Page 648 Zizi. As the arc flickered, Saitama stretched out his hand from his pocket. Snapped. Leaning forward, he took the first step and met the four Anbu ninjas. Over there, the Anbu ninjas, two in front and two behind, kept crossing positions as they marched, disturbing Saitama's sight. Writing round eyes. Saitama squinted his eyes, and his originally clear eyes were immediately occupied by a touch of scarlet, and the three goblins at the position of the pupils slowly began to rotate. Beware of the enemy's speed. An Anbu ninja reminded his companion in a low voice, but before he could continue speaking, Saitama in front of him disappeared instantly. The speed of the burst was so fast that it was unbelievable, so fast that even the ninja couldn't catch it. Yakura in the back squinted his eyes, and he saw Saitama's blurry shadow appearing on the right side of the Anbu ninjas. He didn't do it because it was too late to save it. So fast, a look of shock appeared on the face under the ninja mask of Anbu, and then the body tensed up directly, holding the kunai in his hand tightly. His eyes swept around, looking for the figure of the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Under the feet of the four Anbu ninjas, the ground suddenly shattered, and thick tree roots gushed out directly, like tentacles of monsters, entwined towards them. Swish, swish. They didn't have time to think, and jumped to the side. And Saitama, who had already come to the side, was waiting for this opportunity. Although Anbu's Jounin strength can't do anything to him, but he still needs an extremely perfect timing to kill them in seconds. At this time, he forced all four of the enemy to come into midair, which was such a perfect timing. Crackling, the Anbu ninjas only saw a blue lightning rushing in front of them from the side, and then lost their ability to move pat. The four Anbu ninjas kept moving in sync, touched their throats, breathed hard, and then fell to the ground. This is beside Yakura. The guard stared wide-eyed, looking at Uchiha Saitama, who appeared behind the four Ans in disbelief. Four Jounin-level ninjas were instantly killed like this, and before he saw the specific movement, he saw four Anbu rushing towards the enemy. Then the ground cracked, and something like a tree root floated out, and then Saitama appeared behind Anbu, and the four Anbu fell to the ground. Fizz! Beside Yagura, the remaining three Anbu gasped. Their faces under the mask were full of shock. As companions, ninjas who can still exist beside Mizukage as a guard, They will naturally not be for weak hands, but the strength of the enemy is too strong, and he died without even seeing his movements. Are you kidding me? Such strength, even Yakura-sama, is difficult to achieve, right? The Kirigakure ninjas swallowed their saliva, letting the fear in their hearts gradually dissipate, forcing themselves not to be afraid. On the other side, Conan, who was also surrounded by 4 Anbu ninjas, fought and retreated, relying on his ability to fly and came to the sky. Although Zionan's strength can reach the shadow level or even stronger with the help of special means, but at this time, she was using some conventional means to deal with those enemies. It seemed that she didn't intend to throw Wang Zhang right away. The 4 Jialan, and their tacit cooperation with each other, can indeed temporarily hold Zionan, who is unwilling to use his whole cards. Are you sure you want to continue to let these ninjas die? As Mizukage and Jinchuriki, don't you even have the courage to face the enemy? Saitama didn't look back at the 4 ninjas because he was already convinced that the enemy was dead. His throat was cut, and his whole head was about to fall off. Would he not die? Not everyone is a believer in that evil god Hiduin. Yakura-sama, be careful. The guard stood in front of Yagura, looking at Saitama solemnly, with fear in his eyes. Back off. Let me do it. Yakura also knew that he still needed to do it himself at this time. Judging from the speed of the enemy's move just now, it is estimated that all Anbu here can't cause harm to Saitama. Although quantity can sometimes create some eye-catching results, quantity cannot make up for the strength gap between individuals. But, page 649, the guard was still a little worried. The task of these water shadow guards is to kill the enemy when the water shadow encounters the enemy. If you can't kill the enemy, you have to use your life as Mizukage to test out the enemy's strength and obtain the necessary combat information. No need, you all retreat. Yagura squinted his eyes, handed the shadow hat to the guard with one hand, and took his weapon from his back with the other hand. It was a stick-shaped weapon with a coquettish flower on one end, which looked very inconsistent. Smart decision. Saitama looked at Yakura and decided to do it himself, uttered a word, and then became serious. The cynical smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original killer state. The thunder and lightning began to explode continuously, and the arcs continued to flitter, while the dust and fallen leaves under his feet began to continuously spin under the action of chakra. Well, 1 second before launching the attack, Yakura still maintained that calm face, quiet like a virgin, moved like a rabbit. It was a true portrayal of him at that moment. In just a split second, Yakura directly completed a transformation. A layer of red-tailed beast chakra condensed directly on the surface of his body, and a constantly flicking tail also appeared on the buttocks. Swish! Yakura straddled a distance of about 10 meters and came directly in front of Saitama. The stick in his hand was raised high and hit Saitama directly. Interesting. On Saitama's body, the arc surged again, and he sighed when he saw the change in Yagura. It's not that he hasn't fought against Renjulai before, but whether it is Layazi or Bubble, the application of Tailed Beast's ability is not as flexible and reliable as Yakura. At least Saitama could feel Yakura at this time, as if he had turned into a real humanoid tailed beast. Although the whole body is wrapped by the tyrannical chakra, but the original heart has been sticking to it, without the slightest sign of going berserk, as expected of the Jinchuriki who perfectly controls the tailed beast's ability. Saitama knew Yakura well, so he didn't take a contemptuous attitude at the beginning, but was always extremely solemn. But Yagura's burst of speed at this moment is still within Saitama's grasp. Sharingan has already seen through all this. As soon as his footsteps retreated slightly, Saitama retreated directly to the back. Yagura's weapon, with a hint of red chakra on it, was so powerful that it landed directly on the place where Saitama was standing before. With a bang, the ground shattered like tofu, and a huge deep pit was smashed out. Hey, Z! Taking a step back is to avoid Yagura's attack with power, and Yagura's attack has ended at this time, so it was time for Saitama to fight back. The body retreats, the stick falls to the ground, and the body moves forward again. These several steps happen in almost a second, so the moment Yakura's stick fell to the ground, Saitama leaned forward, wrapped in his right hand with the sizzling lightning, and stabbed Yakura's throat. Yakura is short in stature, and when Saitama attacks him, he has to bend slightly to make his attacking gesture perfectly close to Yakura. Whoosh! Under Yakura's surprised eyes, this lightning bolt directly penetrated into Yakura's body, but Yagura didn't move, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Wow! Yagura, who was stabbed by Saitama, exploded in an instant, turning into countless water droplets, presenting a unique width, enveloping Saitama in the opposite direction and blocking the space for him to retreat. Water body? Saitama reacted in an instant and quickly withdrew his hand, but was still a beat slower, and his body was completely covered by the water that exploded from Yakiura. Water escape, water prison technique, the real Jinsen's voice sounded from below, and then, under Saitama's surprised expression, he directly pressed one hand on the water curtain. The water curtain closed in an instant, completely enveloping Saitama, locking his entire figure. Page 650 Gyujudo. After getting out of the water prison, Saitama didn't panic, just frowned and looked at Yakiura, who emerged from the ground, thinking about everything just now in his mind. He didn't expect that just now was the water body. That tailed beast chakra coat was too deceptive. Even his Sharingan couldn't tell just now. However, if the enemy thinks that they can defeat themselves in this way, it is indeed a bit naive. Wouldn't escape the thorn in the hole. The moment Yakiura put his hand on the water curtain and activated the water prison jutsu, Saitama also activated ninjutsu. He was in a water prison, with one finger pointing to the ground. Afterwards, Yakiura's expression changed. He gave up controlling the water prison in an instant and rolled towards the rear. His body flipped in midair and swung his weapon around his body a few times, blocking those slender spears stabbing out from the ground tree branch. Boom! The water prison technique was broken. Saitama landed. He was slightly silent. This Yakiura, the combat experience is many times stronger than the previous bubble, and the use of the power of the tailed beast is also several times stronger. Such opponents, even at the shadow level, still belong to the most powerful group. Saitama has some estimates of his combat power. In a state of full combat power, he should be able to reach the current ceiling level of the ninja world. Of course, compared with the future Ryudaibun, there is still a big gap. According to Saitama's own guess, currently in the entire ninja world, there are only 2 at most who can reach the ceiling of the ninja world's combat power, and these 2, are in the Zao organization. One is himself, and the other is Nagato with full combat power. Similar to Minato, Jiraiya, Raikage, Anoki, these people are fighting alone, and they can't reach this level for the time being. And Yakiura, as a perfect Jinchuriki, is capable of being photographed in the entire ninja world. There are 10 of the top 5 in combat power, which is common sense in the ninja world, and Yakiura is among these 10 people. If another person from the Akatsuki organization were to attack Yakiura today, even Kakuzu Hidden or Scorpion would definitely not be able to get any benefits. There is still a certain distance between their strength and Yakiura. Again and again, sharp tree branches kept coming out of the ground, chasing after Yakiura's figure, stretching out for about 10 meters before stopping. Wood done? The ability of Kainchujujian back then is said to be able to restrain tailed beasts. Yakiura felt that this ninjutsu was extremely familiar when Saitama took action against Anbu Ninja before, and now it seems that it is indeed the legendary Muton. The 3 tails in his body also affirmed what Yakiura said. As a tailed beast that was captured by Hashirama once during the Warring States period and distributed as goods, it will naturally not forget the taste of Muton. There is vision, but it is useless. Saitama didn't talk nonsense, and raised his right hand to his chest close to his shoulder. A cloud of lightning began to gather in his palm and gradually compressed, forming the shape of a spear. Thunder Dungeon Chidori Sharp Spear. This is an enhanced version of Chidori Sharp Gun. The lightning power compressed in ninjutsu is even greater, and its power is naturally greater. Whoosh! Throwing it with one hand, the sharp gun crossed a long track in the air, leaving some white marks, and shot towards Yakiura. Snapped. Water escape, the art of water mirror. Yakiura took it easy. The moment he landed, he slapped the ground with both hands. With the conduction of chakra, a mirror-like thing appeared in front of him. The mirror surface was extremely smooth, and with the flash of the white mirror surface, a humanoid object that looked like Saitama came out of the mirror, and threw out the same ninjutsu as Saitama with one hand. The 2 ninjutsu collided directly after a few tenths of a second, made a loud noise, and melted each other, and finally scattered into chakras all over the sky, scattered into the air. The Saitama was a little surprised. It's not like he hasn't seen ninjutsu like mirror copying before, but this kind of ninjutsu copied with a mirror is as powerful as the original version, which is rare. This ninjutsu is equivalent to copying the Sharingan of the ninjutsu version. I just don't know whether the difficulty and consumption are the same as Sharingan, or if the consumption is so great that only the tailed orc Churiki can ignore it. Wow. The mirror dissipated and turned into water droplets and fell to the ground. Yakiura, on the other hand, started to act in the last second and shot at Saitama. As Jinchuriki, he is not inferior to Saitama, whether it is reaction or persistence or Saitama in this state. Page 651. But if Saitama uses Senjutsu and enters Sage mode, it will be different. Twish! Yakura lunged into Saitama's side, and the stick fell again. Saitama watched everything, and Sharian saw through everything again. This time, he was sure that Yakura did not use the technique of Avatar, and it was definitely the main body who faced him. Turning sideways, the moment the stick landed with his right hand, he climbed up one end of the stick, and the thunder and lightning kept stirring. At the same time, the other hand stabbed at Yakura's chest, and a ball of dazzling tears flickered in it. Snapped! Coral palm! Yakura squinted his eyes, as if he had expected that Saitama would choose this time to attack him. The tailed beast coat on the surface of his body swelled outwards, and a trace of red with green chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, covering Saitama's back like thunder. He didn't care about Saitama's hand stabbing at his chest, but the chakra on his chest kept solidifying, and he made a posture of resistance. Zizi! In Saitama's hand, thunder made a chaotic bird song, ready to go. Chapter 303 Complete Tailed Beastization snapped. Yakura's attack hit Saitama's back first, making a very dull sound. This palm firmly imprinted on Saitama's back, and that touch of green instantly spread to Saitama's body. Although Saitama's body is covered with a layer of Chidori flow as a protection, but Yakura is Jinchuriki, and at this time he has entered the state of half-tailed beast, so he almost doesn't care about Chidori's retaliation. Saitama's face changed. He didn't expect that Yakura's speed was surprisingly fast, and he attacked him before him. And his gesture of stabbing Chidori was also slightly shifted due to Yakura's attack on the back. Drink! Yakura made a low voice. His voice and appearance are very similar, and they are both the type that is biased towards dolls. So this drink is very crisp, like a primary school student releasing a hero's big move. PFFT. Saitama's hand had already come a few centimeters in front of Yakura's chest, but the sudden change in his back made him spit out a mouthful of blood instantly. He directly withdrew the attack, fled to the side, and quickly checked the condition of his body again and again. Feeling the changes in his back, Saitama kept frowning together, like two entangled lying silkworms. Where Yakura touched just now, most of the direct damage has been offset by the Chidori flow on the surface of the body, so he doesn't care. But immediately after that, pieces of coral continued to grow at the contact place, covering the entire back in the blink of an eye, and there was a tendency to continue to spread. The growth of coral directly parasitizes the body, causing Saitama to be caught off guard and suffer certain internal injuries, and these injuries are still intensifying as the coral spreads. Jumping to another place, Saitama stabilized his body, and the chakras all over his body began to surge. The condensed chakra is converting into electric current at an extremely fast speed, wrapping the corals that have grown on the back, constantly compressing their growth and spreading, and corroding backwards, slowly removing them from the body. Don't even think about leaving. Uchiha Saitama. Yakura, as a seasoned cage-level powerhouse, naturally knew that this was the most suitable time to continue chasing. Taking advantage of Saitama's inadvertently hitting his own coral palm, it will take time to eliminate the coral, so he can continue to attack and expand his advantage. Coral palm is a move he developed by combining the three-tailed chakra. Coral will continue to grow on the surface of the enemy that is hit. Due to the characteristic of tailed beast chakra, coral has an extremely difficult to dissolve effect. It is extremely poisonous to ordinary ninjas, and they must die. The coral will continue to absorb the power of the ninja's body and continue to grow until the ninja dies. Of course, this is only for general ninjas. Yakura knew that Saitama was not an ordinary ninja. Although Saitama is temporarily entangled by his own coral, it is only a matter of time before the restriction can be lifted. And during these hours, it was his turn. Therefore, after Saitama dodged aside, he continued to chase forward, not giving Saitama a good space to remove the coral. Whoosh! The stick in Yakura's hand danced like a net, covering Saitama overwhelmingly, leaving him no room to breathe. Page 652. Seeing Yakura continue to rush forward, Saitama's eyes were a little dignified, but soon became serious again. It was true that he was a little careless just now, and he wanted to get rid of Yakura quickly, so he ignored that Yakura was not the stinky fish and rotten shrimps before. Goji Yakura, who can perfectly control the power of the tail beast, is still a contemporary Mizukage. While using Chidori Ryu to wear away the coral on his back, Saitama kept moving to avoid Yakura's attack. Boom! Yakura's offensive became more and more fierce, and the stick in his hand became heavier and heavier, and the strength of Jinchuriki was generally exaggerated. Yakura is no exception. A stick hit Saitama's feet, and a deep pit with a radius of several meters appeared directly, making Saitama's retreating pace stagnate, and he stepped on the air, and his retreating pace appeared a little confused. It's now. Yagura narrowed his eyes. Saitama's response was beyond his expectations. While coping with the negative effects brought by the coral, while coping with his own offensive, he was able to dodge all the attacks in a smooth manner. So Yagura had to constantly predict Saitama's position and calculate the attack steps very deeply. And now, Saitama's position was predicted by him. The previous attack prepared the momentum for the next attack, and then cut off Saitama's retreat at the moment when Saitama didn't react. Boom! The moment Yagura's stick hit the ground, he swung out another palm, and the red-tailed beast chakra exploded, turning into a coral palm in his palm. A hint of green, just like the beginning of life. Whoosh! Saitama's foot fell into the air, and his body fell into the air for a moment, giving Yagura a chance of a few tenths of a second. Therefore, this palm is stuck at this point to attack Kyu. Snapped! Saitama clasped his hands together, and Yagura's hand was caught between his hands, unable to move, and under his feet. He stepped on Yagura's stick with both feet, firmly pressing Yagura's weapon down, making it temporarily lose its power, and he'd also used the support of the stick to stabilize his figure. Okay? Yagura did not expect that Saitama could react, and he countered himself in an instant. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face. Everything about you is under the gaze of these eyes. Saitama uttered the sentence softly, then raised his knee and pressed it against Yagura's throat. Due to height and posture, Yagura's throat is a position that Saitama can easily attack at this time. Swish! Above the knees, thunder and lightning flickered, and a group of almost white electric current was compressed on it, and deadly danger surged inside. From Yagura's attack to Saitama's counterattack and counterattack, it took about 1 second before and after. Therefore, Yagura had no chance to defend against this blow, nor did he have the conditions to defend against it. One of his hands was confiscated by Saitama, and the other was restrained by a weapon. A few times, the red chakra at Yagura's throat became a little more solidified, but before he could take the next step, Saitama's knee directly pushed up from bottom to top. Due to the effect of the tailed beast's coat, Saitama's attack was deviated again, and did not hit the throat that was aimed at before. And because Yagura raised his head fiercely upwards and backwards, Saitama's knee just hit Yagura's chin. Boom! A solid kick to the knee. After a successful blow, Saitama retreated quickly, and the chakra in his body intensified the suppression on his back again. The coral greatly affected his fighting state, so removing it as soon as possible is beneficial to the next battle. But Yagura was hit on the chin by Saitama's blow, and his body did a backflip directly, gliding and rubbing towards the back. Saitama stepped back, and he also drew back his weapon and palm. A trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of the mouth, but it was vaporized by the tailed beast's chakra in a blink of an eye and disappeared. Yagura squatted on the ground, holding his weapon with his right hand, and pressed his left hand on the ground. Saitama just did that, although he reacted quickly. First, the tailed beast's coat was derived to produce a more defensive membrane, and then the body turned its head backwards in violation of human limits, trying to avoid attacks. But the damage caused by that blow was still very large, and his head felt like being bumped by a wild bull, and he felt a little dizzy. Lei Dun Ben Lei. Page 653. Saitama took a few steps back and then attacked again. Although he needs to continue to resist the coral growth trend on his back, Yagura, who was attacked by himself just now, is also in a bad state. At this time, you can launch an attack and continue to chase, just like Yagura just took advantage of the victory to chase. This is a critical moment for ninjas to grasp when fighting. As Saitama lowered his body, a gesture very similar to Chidori appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a thunderbolt group appeared in his palm. Zizzy! The thunder and lightning made a sound, and under the action of the thunder and lightning, Saitama's bangs began to rise without wind, rising and falling with the rhythm of the current. Swish! Saitama stretched out his hand straight, pointing at Yagura over there, and then there were some changes in the ball of lightning. After a crackling sound, the thunder shot out, and the target was Yagura, who was half crouching on the ground. The shot lightning zigzags forward in the air, the speed is extremely fast, and the color is also very dazzling. Touch of the tailed beast. Yagura quickly stretched out his right hand and pointed the weapon forward, and an extremely powerful tailed beast chakra condensed on the weapon. Chakra kept rolling, although it directly increased several times, and extended like a life, turning into a huge arm. The whole body of the arm is red, and it is completely condensed by the chakra of the 3 tails, which looks very terrifying. The moment it took shape, that arm grabbed straight forward and met Saitama's ninjutsu. Oh! The thunderbolt was caught by the arm, then stagnated, and was continuously corroded and worn away by the tailed beast's chakra, and finally dissipated directly into the air. Swish! The arm continued to grab Kyu, and in a blink of an eye it was in front of him, and it was about to pinch him in the palm of his hand and tear him to pieces. Yagura stood up slowly. His arm was still connected to his weapon, which was also connected to his body. The chakra of the three tails is also constantly changing from the body to the weapon to the chakra arm. He squinted his eyes, and secretly increased the transmission of chakra. The moment the arm approached Saitama, the speed increased again and became more cohesive. Boom! The arm caught the ground and made a huge deep hole in the ground, but Saitama disappeared directly in place, as if disappearing in space. Oops! Yakura sensed something was wrong the moment Saitama disappeared. Although he didn't know what kind of ninjutsu Saitama used, a strong sense of crisis enveloped him directly, making his hair stand on end. Chidori! Saitama appeared on Yakura's left-hand side, as if flashing directly from space. Time and space ninjutsu? A few words instantly appeared in Yagura's mind. As the master of Ninja Village who has fought with Konoha for so long, he is no stranger to this ninjutsu. The contemporary fourth Hokage has become one of the most difficult men in the entire ninja world, because he has mastered a space-time ninjutsu. And now, Konoha's ninjutsu, Uchiha Saitama, seems to have mastered a space-time ninjutsu. Without time to think, Yakura instantly gave up the controlling chakra arm and dodged to the side. But Kyu appeared too suddenly, leaving him not enough time to dodge. Oh! An arm flew into the air, and blood splattered directly from the incision of the arm, like red ink that cost no money. Master Mizukage! Damn! Those Anbu ninjas and the guards widened their eyes and exclaimed. They didn't know how Saitama approached Yakura-sama, with disbelief on his face, and he clenched the weapon in his hand. Just now Yakura-sama was still occupying the upper part. Why did the plot reverse all of a sudden? They strode forward, ready to step forward to assist Yakura, but Yakura signaled them to stop. The art of flying thunder god? Yagura quickly distanced himself from Saitama, and lost an arm, which caused his state to plummet instantly, and his breath was a little sluggish. The weapon had been thrown to his feet, and his right hand was covering his left arm. The forearm had just been cut off by Saitama, and the incision was very smooth. With strong vitality and recovery power, the wound was still wrapped by chakra, and the blood had been stopped. Since Yagura-shun's body was already covered with a layer of red chakra, Saitama couldn't see his specific expression. Page 654. But judging from the constantly surging chakra, Yakura's heart is definitely not calm, and is already on the verge of rage. Jinchuriki is originally a ninja with two extreme sides. One side is kind and the other side is evil, but due to some reasons, the evil side has been suppressed in the bottom of my heart. Only when the mood fluctuates greatly, or when the emotions are somewhat unrestrained, can those evils be revealed. At this time, Yakura, whose forearm was chopped off by Saitama, had already reached such an extreme situation of releasing evil. Damn you, Uchiha Saitama! After Yagura signaled the ready-to-move subordinates to back down, his tone became very gloomy. The chakra on the surface of his body kept surging, and behind his butt, the number of tails that represented his status instantly soared to 3, and his body continued to swell, and the body of Sanwei appeared instantly, and a huge tortoise suddenly appeared like this. At this moment, Yagura didn't intend to continue probing with Saitama, and decided to use his strongest state to kill him directly. So Yagura completely turned into a tailed beast and turned into a three-tailed appearance. In this state, whether he is attacking or defending, he is at the top. Roar! The three-tailed Yagura roared at the tiny Saitama. The sound waves shook the sky, and the surrounding trees were blown to pieces. A blank trace appeared on the ground, extending from Yakura's mouth all the way to Saitama's body. Woo! Saitama's Akatsuki windbreaker, which had been destroyed by Coral Palm before, shattered into pieces in the wind, revealing the tight combat uniform inside. This is Sanwei? It's amazing. It was the first time for Yakura's guard to see Yakura, who was completely turned into a tailed beast, and his mouth was slightly opened. Over there, Xiaonan attacked with a piece of paper, pierced the chest of an Anbu ninja, and turned his gaze to the side. She frowned and glanced at Yakura, who was completely tailed into a beast, and then continued to flap her wings and kite the enemy. Now is not the time for her to enter the arena. Kyu's strength is more than that. Leave this way. Yakura-sama's attack range is very wide in this state. Let's go over there first and get rid of that enemy, Anbu said. He saw that several companions seemed to be struggling to deal with the female ninja, and they couldn't help Yakura-sama for the time being. If you continue to stay here, you may be accidentally injured by Yagura, who turned into a tailed beast. It is good. Nodding to each other, they went straight to Zaonan. This female ninja doesn't seem to be very strong, although her ability to fly is a bit difficult. As long as there are enough of them, they will definitely have a chance to kill her. As for Saitama here, he shouldn't be Yagura-sama's opponent, right? Although I didn't know what kind of ninjutsu was used to hurt Yakura-sama, Yakura-sama, who turned into a tailed beast, is completely different from the human form. Only tailed beasts can deal with them. This is their common sense. Although it was heard before that the organization actually attacked the Renjuriki, those Renjuriki seemed to be imperfect Renjuriki who could not fully control the power of the tailed beast. Yakura-sama is the entire ninja world, and he should be said to be the only man who can perfectly master the power of the tailed beast. His strength is beyond doubt. Chapter 304 Tail Beast Jade Swish. A tail with barbs and a ferocious shell was thrown from behind Yagura to the front, curling straight towards Uchiha Saitama in front. Sanwei Isafu is a big tortoise with 3 tails. Although it looks bulky in size, it attacks very quickly at this time, and its tail is extremely flexible. That tail was Yagura's weapon at this time, and it was swung towards Saitama. The whirring air made a whistling sound, like someone screaming. At this time, Yagura was in control of his body that had completely turned into a tailed beast, like a tyrannical beast, launching an attack on Saitama with a calm face. Roar! At the moment Yagura launched the attack, there was also a thunderous roar from his mouth. In the past, Saitama didn't know that tortoises could also bark, but now, he has comprehended many times that a tortoise of this level can roar like a soul. Saitama didn't just sit still. The moment Yagura rolled his tail, he sank, and the ground under his feet fell instantly, sinking downward. When the tail came close, he jumped up, nimbly like a spirit monkey, with a light figure. Whoosh! The tail brushed past where Saitama had just stood. Page 655. The air and the overflowing tailed beast chakra turned into the best weapons, cut the earth into countless small pieces, covering a range of nearly 20 meters around. An ordinary blow has such a powerful power. The power of the tailed beast can be seen. Hey! Saitama squinted his eyes, and the Gaoyu of Sharingan kept spinning in his pupils. As soon as the tail swept past his original position, his body sank and fell. Boom! The ground cracked again, and the ground that had been cut into countless small pieces was directly sunken into a large pit. And Saitama, just like that, stepped on the tail very easily, and his feet were like a mountain, and briefly stepped on Yakura's tail firmly. Whizzing! Before Saitama could continue to attack, 2 more tails pierced the air and swept towards him roaring. These 2 tails, one on the left and the other on the right, surrounded Saitama, who was stepping on them, not giving him a chance to dodge. Humph! Saitama snorted coldly. He didn't dare to take Yagura's attack head-on. Although Yagura, the Hinchuriki, was manipulating this body at this time, that perverted power still belonged to Mio. Although Saitama has sufficient strength and chakra, he can temporarily achieve the effect of Tsunade Kailaquan. But even Tsunade himself dare not face the power of the tailed beast. Perhaps, the only ninjas like Reikage who can contend against the tailed beast with physical strength. Bending his legs again, Saitama's eye simulated the attack trajectory of the 2 tails in his mind. Judging from the current situation, when Yagura threw out the first tail, he anticipated his own movement, so the other 2 tails swept forward one after another. Yagura predicted that his dodge just now was actually not a big deal. Maybe Yagura has calculated many of his next moves in his mind, and the jump and step just now was just one of them. As a ninja of this level, premixing and anti-prejudgment are all things that must be done in combat. If the strength of each other is about the same, the essence of the battle is to calculate and extract information from each other. The 2 tails have come to the left and right sides of Saitama a few meters away, and it only takes a few tenths of a second to crush Saitama in the middle. Of course, the premise here is to attack Saitama, but is it that simple? Zizzy! The sound of electric current sounded again, and it was overwhelming. Mio or Yagura stared at Saitama. After he flicked his tail, his body turned sideways unconsciously, so he could only look at Saitama with one eye at this time. Although the previous fights let him know that Saitama's strength is not inferior to his, but what if it is the tailed beast himself? Another moment passed, and the 2 pincer tails approached Saitama again. Yagura looked at Saitama, who was still motionless, and a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Although Saitama had already pinched lightning in his hand, but at this time, what's the use of such a little lightning? Considering Yagura's incomparably huge size at this time, the lightning in Saitama's hands is already difficult to cause any great damage, let alone deal with the tail at this time. Of course, This is just Yagura's inner thoughts at this time, and it is also some of his confidence in the physical resistance of the tailed beast. It's now, when the tail was only about 2 meters away from the body, Saitama's narrowed eyes gradually opened, revealing a tinge of blood. And at this time, his ninjutsu is basically over. As a fan of Lei Dun, although his development of Lei Dun is not the same as that of Lei Ying, he constantly improves his body strength. But for the use of Thunder Escape ninjutsu or nature and form, it will definitely not be weaker than those guys in Union Village. Not to mention that Saitama is a person who has been nurtured by the new era. Regarding the brain hole, he will not be too simple. On the hands, thunder and lightning kept flashing. The electric current, which was originally faint blue, gradually became solid and deep in Saitama's hands. Raiden, in Saitama's hands, has only one change, that is, it is constantly compressed, and then entangled with the newly generated Raiden, allowing the body to grow continuously. By repeating this many times, you can get what Saitama needs. Crackling, when the lightning was compressed to a limit, Yakura's tail also came close, and the thunderbolt has also turned into a long spear longer than Saitama's body, held tightly by his hands, and put on a very powerful posture. Page 656. That is a suitable posture for slashing. The solid thunder and lightning, the color is close to white, very similar to the Thunder Escape in Immortal Mode. Although Zayanshu Chakra has its advantages, but at this time it is just a thunder and lightning condensed from ordinary chakra. It should not be underestimated. There is nothing to compare these two kinds of lightning with different components at this time, because their power can satisfy Saitama. Go to hell. There was a trace of blood in Yakura's eyes. He has not entered this state of complete tail beastization for many years. Every time he enters this state, it means that he really takes it seriously. The enemy in front of him, this Konoha Renrin named Uchiha Saitama, chopped off one of his arms, which is simply unforgivable. Oh! The tail swept across, and a white light that was too dazzling flashed past. The expression in Yakura's eyes gradually froze, and the blood inside rolled, and then continued to permeate. Then, Yagura opened his mouth and let out a roar. The sound wave was transmitted from his mouth like a ninjutsu attack. The ground and the surrounding vegetation began to turn, and an invisible plow centered on Yakura, heading for the distance. And within this range, there is another figure standing still, maintaining a posture. This pose is a weapon-swinging pose, top to bottom, left to right. And this person is naturally Uchiha Saitama. In the distance, Saionan flapped his wings, raised his height in an instant, and cast his gaze over, with some surprise inside. The surprise here is naturally aimed at Saitama, who fought with Yakura, and those Anbu of Kirigakure, while continuing to be vigilant against Saionan, also stopped their movements, looking a little uneasy. The enemy seems to have caused great damage to Yakura-sama in this state. Boom! Yagura's two tails stopped on the left and right sides of Saitama, pulled by an electric current diffused in the air, and lost the inertia to continue forward. Roar! Yagura's voice was raised again, and there was an unspeakable pain in the voice. Immediately afterwards, most of the two tails, that is, those weapons covered with ferocious barbs and protrusions, were directly detached from Yakura's body in the three-tailed state. The incision is smooth and flat, and it can be seen that the owner who caused all this did not have the slightest hesitation. The two tails detached from Yagura's body, and then fell directly to the ground, making a dull sound. Everything happens between lightning and flint. All of this happened smoothly, as if both Yagura and Saitama were acting with a script. Yakura predicted Saitama's attack, and Saitama predicted Yagura's attack. I predicted your prediction. You are still on the first floor, and I have reached the second floor. When you think you are on the second floor, I am actually on the third floor. Matryoshka-like logic and fighting are the daily fighting routine of sharing in ninjas. And Saitama, who owns a kaleidoscope and also has intercolumnar cells, which is equivalent to a weakened version of the eternal kaleidoscope, is exactly the master here. Boom! The tail, that was stepped on by Saitama, exploded with great strength. Saitama instantly lost the ability to suppress, and his body shook a few times unsteadily. Yakura let Saitama control his tail earlier, because he wanted to use that tail as bait to force Saitama to lose the initiative in the fight and fall into his turn. But now, obviously there is no need to do that, because Saitama sees everything about him, without hiding anything. Therefore, he broke out directly to save his only intact tail. For the tailed beast's body, the missing part of the body can be restored under certain conditions as long as it is willing. Therefore, as long as it is given time, the tail cut off by Saitama can grow back again. Saitama, who chopped off Yagura's two tails, lost his balance before he could continue with the next move. However, in the next second, Saitama turned his body halfway, the strength in his waist continued to gather, and his muscles began to tense all over his body, especially his arms. The long spear formed by the compression of lightning pierced straight through Yagura Riot's tail and nailed it to the ground. The spear was completely submerged into the tail, which instantly made the riotous tail lose its mana capital and quiet down. After doing all this, Saitama followed his tail directly and started heading towards Yagura's body at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of thunder. Page 657 over there. Yagura felt the piercing pain from the tail, and opened his mouth slightly. Before he could make a sound, he saw Saitama approaching quickly, and it seemed that the target was his own body. Saitama, who was covered by lightning, was covered with a layer of dazzling white light around his body, just like a sand after transforming. Tailed Beast Jade, for no reason. A trace of fear flashed in Yagura's heart. A deep feeling told it that if Katama was allowed to get close, something very bad would happen. Therefore, the mouth that was slightly open to let out a cry of pain directly started the brewing of the Tailed Beast Jade. This Tailed Beast Jade is the strongest one-hit ninjutsu that he can use after communicating with Sanwei. Whether it is damage or range, it can be said to be extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for that inexplicable feeling, he wouldn't have used this ninjutsu directly. With a glance, Yagura saw the subordinates who had already started fleeing towards a farther place in the distance and the enemies who were flapping their wings and rising higher and higher. Although there is also fighting over there, in fact the center of the fighting has always been here. Both Konin and Kirigakura and ninjas are very tacitly observing the situation here while fighting, and are ready to support at any time. But seeing Uchiha Saitama, Yagura's subordinates in the state of tailed beast, still occupying the top, Kirigakura was surprised. Xiaonan was not surprised. Saitama's strength, judging from the information he has so far, is more than that. She is more interested in the ninjutsu Yagura used than others. This is the first time she has joined the plan against the tailed beast, although she is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. But all along, she has not participated in the action of capturing the tailed beast. Saitama is actually the one who contributed the most to the tailed beast capture project. 1 tail, 4 tails, 6 tails, and at this time 3 tails, Saitama's figure all played an extremely important role in it. In other words, the last and most important step is completely completed, and the key parts are completed. Looking at the purple energy ball that was constantly condensing around Yagura's mouth, Xiaonan's face was very serious. That kind of intensity of energy looks really terrifying, and it cannot be offset by manpower at all. At least she is satisfied with handling it. Such an attack should be able to expose your cards, right? Xiaonan flapped her wings and continued to raise her height, while a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth, which was aimed at Saitama. Tail Beast Jade? Saitama narrowed his eyes. The tail belonging to Yagura was just breaking free under his feet, and Yagura turned his body around, with his slightly opened mouth already aimed at him. Tailed Beast Jade is a high-density energy ball formed by making Tailed Beast Chakra undergo a strong morphological change, and then mixed and compressed in the mouth with a yin-yang ratio of 2:8. It's not the first time Saitama has seen the power of Tailed Beast Jade, but it was always on the TV screen before, but now he is facing it directly with his body, and the power of the Tailed Beast Jade is enough to easily destroy several mountains or a ninja village. It is a real killer move. Estimating the distance, Saitama knew that Tailed Beast Jade seemed to start slowly, but in fact it was not very slow, so he had no chance to continue to charge forward. Squinting his eyes, the speed of Gaoyu's rotation continued to increase, and then gradually appeared a trace of fusion boom. The moment the Tailed Beast Jade took shape, Yagura released it directly, and spit forward with his mouth instantly, and the high-density energy flew across the air, roaring towards Saitama. There was an explosion in the air, and Saitama also stopped advancing and stood where he was. Those scarlet sharing eyes also showed an extremely complex and simple pattern kaleidoscope. Saitama activated the kaleidoscope directly at this critical moment without the slightest hesitation. Turn into dust in the explosion, Uchiha Saitama. Yagura's body, at the moment of releasing the Tailed Beast Jade, also retreated directly to the back due to the force of the recoil, and the body was tilted up in midair. The tail is also dragging on the ground, and quickly retracts with the movement of the body. Chapter 305. It's always been like this, isn't it? Carrying a strong wind, The tailed beast ball crossed the space and came to Saitama in an instant. The three-tailed body is very large, and a tailed beast ball seems small to it, but when the seemingly small-tailed beast ball comes to Saitama, it creates a great contrast and conflict. The purple color in the black makes the tailed beast jade look extremely beautiful, and the almost transparent state inside is like a black hole, firmly grasping the hearts of many people. Saitama raised his head slightly, revealing his eyes. The stunning scarlet color became clearer against the electric arc around the body. He quickly touched the ninja bag at the buttocks with both hands, and two special kunai were caught in his hands. The tailed beast jade was approaching, and the size several times that of Saitama's body brought a great sense of oppression. When passing through the air, a deep trace was pulled out on the ground along the way, pointing directly at Saitama. Tailed beast jade is amazingly powerful. Even today, Saitama must be treated with caution. A little bit of slack can lead to huge mistakes and end up in a miserable end. Page 658. Therefore, when dealing with tailed beast jade, the error tolerance rate is extremely low. In Kiyu's hands, the only ninjutsu that can solve the tailed beast jade at present are Fei Leshen and Mudan. In the memory of his previous life, Namikaze Minato once used the technique of Flying Thunder God to bring 9 tails out of Konoha village by spewing out a tailed beast jade, saving the whole village from disaster. And during the decisive battle between Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara, he also used the wooden escape to deal with 9 tails under Uchiha Madara's control, and slapped 9 tails tailed beast jade away like playing ping pong. However, the level of wooden escape that Saitama can currently use is not enough to stop the tailed beast jade that Yakura is using now. Then, there is only one way to fly Thunder God. When he noticed that Yakura was brewing tailed beast jade, Saitama knew that he could only use Flying Thunder God to deal with it, which was also the safest way. Therefore, he immediately discovered the unique Flying Thunder God kunai. The shape of his kunai is nothing special. It just looks like an ordinary kunai, but it outlines his own Flying Thunder God spell. Swish! The moment he touched kunai, Saitama threw the thing directly. On top of suffering, there are some arcs. These arcs are also the basis for kunai to accelerate and fly stably. A handful of kunai went towards Yakura, and a handful of kunai went towards behind Saitama at an even faster speed, and disappeared from sight in an instant. When the tail beast jade came a few meters in front of Saitama, Yakura stabilized his backward figure, and retracted his head back into the turtle shell, and the hideous armor outside the body's surface also slowly swelled up, pulling that the whole body is wrapped tightly. The moment before the explosion, some cracks appeared on the surface of the tailed beast jade, and then like a crystal ball about to shatter, a dazzling light shot out from it. A trace of scorching heat diffused out, violent and uncontrollable. Saitama, who was close at hand, didn't have the slightest fear, let alone think about backing down. Instead, at the moment the tailed beast jade exploded, it directly stuck to it, with a calm and fearless face. On his hands, thunder and lightning are intertwined, forming a protective film. Some of the power generated by the explosion of the tailed beast jade has not been revealed from the core position, and the entire tailed beast jade, including Saitama next to the tailed beast jade, disappeared in place. Yakura looked at the tailed beast jade that suddenly disappeared, and was surprised in his heart, and the chakra all over his body kept surging, vigilant, and his eyes, following the familiar chakra breath, slowly moved to the distance. The enemy seems to have used the previous time-space ninjutsu to transfer his tailed beast jade. Soon, in an instant, Yakura noticed that a kunai was shot from the original position of Saitama. Kunai's speed is not very fast, and there is already a sign of falling to the ground, and that kunai has the aura of an enemy that he is familiar with. Is this his weapon? A question just flashed in my heart, and a figure appeared near kunai and reached out to grab kunai who was about to fall to the ground. The current swayed instantly, and kunai emitted a bright light. Saitama maintained a posture of clenching kunai, with his head slightly lowered, making it impossible to see his face clearly. All of this happened in an instant, that is, in less than a second. Boom! The next moment, the tailed beast jade over there exploded, with a sky-shattering sound, oppressive air waves, and chakras that were vainly violent. From far to near, pieces of wood were directly eroded by the explosion and turned into fly ash. What was originally a green world began to appear yellow. Moreover, these yellows are still expanding, and the earth seems to be turned over, revealing the most original colors. Saitama's clothes began to vibrate continuously under the impact of such airflow, making whirring noises. The scene of the explosion in the distance rose up behind him. The space-time ninjutsu, directly transfer the tailed beast jade. In the sky, Xiao Nan squinted his eyes, and his body was surrounded by white paper, forming a perfect defense. It was originally a defense against the explosion of the tailed beast Jade, but now it is only used to block the shock wave generated by the explosion of the tailed beast in the distance. In her line of sight, the explosion range in the distance was extremely wide, and the manic chakra aura carried a hint of the aura of destroying everything, which made her feel that she was facing something terrifying. The explosion of the tailed beast Jade also produced a rapidly rising mushroom cloud. Under the yellow smoke all over the sky, the mushroom cloud was particularly clear and huge. The power of the hair-tailed beast Jade is still a bit weaker than what she'd expected, but this kind of attack is still at the strategic level, and it is worthy of the ninjutsu released by the tailed beast state. Perhaps it was because of Yagura's lack of preparation just now. Xiaonan felt that the power of the tailed beast Jade could be even stronger. Maintaining his height, Xiaonan stared at the place where the explosion occurred, with some doubts in his eyes. The operation of transferring the tailed beast Jade seems to be unnecessary, or it is simply not a good effort. With that skill to transfer the tailed beast Jade, it's better to stay away from the explosion by yourself. This approach is the most effective way to deal with it just now, and it is also the safest. Page 659. And Saitama still chose to be together with tailed beast Jade, not just himself. Doubts are doubts. Xiaonan knows that Ki will not do something that is not good for her. She was puzzled, just because she doesn't know what Ki was thinking at the time, but these are not important. Xiaonan slowly retracted his gaze, and looked at the figure standing in front of Yakura, who did not look back at the explosion. On the other side, the group of Kirigakure ninjas built defenses, hiding behind earth walls or water curtains. Originally, they were far away from the battlefield of Yakura and Saitama, because Yakura was completely turned into a tailed beast. When they fought with Xiaonan, they all consciously moved towards the distance to avoid being accidentally injured by Yakura in this state. Moreover, Saitama also used Flying Thunder God to transfer tailed beast Jade, so that the distance would be farther and it would have less impact on them. They noticed that the figure of the enemy appeared in front of Yakura-sama, and he was completely intact. After looking at each other, their hearts were heavy. Such an enemy really hit their fighting confidence. Yakura-sama's powerful blow could not cause damage to the enemy, which made ordinary ninjas like them feel even more powerless. After turning into a tailed beast, Yakura couldn't be seen by others because it was in the shape of a big tortoise, and his whole body, including his eyes, was covered with a layer of hideous scales. But at this time, Kyu felt that he could read a trace of surprise from Yagura's eyes protruding from behind the thick scales. Ooh! It was the airflow from the explosion behind him, and Yakura's snort in front of him. The distance between Saitama and Yakura was less than 10 meters, and because of Yakura's exaggerated body shape at this time, the 10 meters did not feel the slightest sense of distance to the two of them. No matter who wants to launch an attack, this distance only takes an instant. You really surprised me. There hasn't been a ninja with your talents in the ninja world for a long time. Achiya Saitama. As Yagura spoke, his expression became even colder, and the killing intent kept rolling, and the chakra fused with the tailed beast kept circulating around his huge body. Saitama's operation of transferring the tailed beast Jade just now really shocked him. Strength and operation are parallel, not just as simple as space-time ninjutsu. With such strength, why are you obsessed with collecting tailed beasts and breaking the peace of the ninja world? Yagura said in a low voice. His limbs firmly grasped the ground, and the ground was directly sunk. Why do these things? Saitama stared at Yakura with a serious tone, was slightly taken aback, and did not answer directly. Rainy Village. Pine looked at the scorpion who had come back, and the wooden cocoon sitting under the scorpion's buttocks, and nodded slightly. Zai kept that youthful face, because his scarlet Lu had been scrapped and could not be used for the time being. Boss, I have always been curious about your purpose and motivation. At this time, can you tell me in detail? Scorpion sat there with a solemn expression, and asked Pain his question directly. This is very different from him who is usually taciturn. Maybe because of some things, he has some ideas. When he first joined this organization, Pain also briefly stated Xiao's ultimate goal. Zai didn't care about it at the time. He joined Xiao just for convenience and because of the situation at the time. But as time went by, Scorpion resonated with some of the things Pain did, coupled with the ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization. Zai also knew some of Pain's true thoughts. Since you were born in Sandhian, you should be familiar with the land of rain, right? Pain looked at Zai. Samsara's eyes were full of indifference, but the moment he spoke just now, there was still a flash of emotion. Instead of answering Scorpion's question directly, he asked a question instead. The battlefield of great powers. Scorpion patted the wooden cocoon under his buttocks casually, and then answered the leader's rhetorical question. As long as I can remember, this country has been shrouded in the shadow of a big country. All people live in fear because they don't know where tomorrow is, because they can't see hope, because they can't control their own destiny. And small, when I was young, I lived a life of ups and downs, hiding in Tibet all the year round, lingering on. Payne's tone was calm, without any fluctuations, as if he was briefly describing a small matter, but Scorpion doesn't think so. When one is extremely desperate about something, one will no longer show the slightest emotion. Yes, just a kind of calm that is different from ordinary people. He has been in this state before, and it is also the biggest factor that led him to this path. The days of being ruled by fear all year round are not the way out for this country, so I want to change it and let it get rid of the state of being bullied. You should also know the former ruler of Yuyin village, right? Payne's voice changed, and he looked at Zai, who was staring at him seriously. Half-god, Sanjiao Hanzo. Page 660. Yes, it is him. I thought he would be the savior of this village and even this country. After all, he also grew up in that situation. But in fact, he did not do what everyone expected. The village and the country have removed the stones from their heads, and even after avoiding oppression themselves, they choose to become the assistants of the oppressors, and in turn oppress their own compatriots. Because those compatriots are fighting for their own future, he, as one of us, chose to backstab. There will be blood in the struggle, we all know it, and we are not afraid of it, but he hinders us from continuing to fight against the great power for our good purpose. Just because the great power is powerful and there is little hope. Scorpion, do you know, this country has been crying. After taking over the mission from Hanzo, I knew what I needed to do. I was eager to do something. That's what many of us at the bottom are crying out for. That thing is called freedom and equality. That's not simple peace. When Payne said this, there were some fluctuations in his tone, and some chakra airflow appeared around his body, and the dust on the ground swirled and spiraled into the air. Small countries have no right to speak. This is an eternal theorem in the ninja world. Zai understands the embarrassing position of the Land of Rain in the ninja world, and knows that the Land of Rain has always been a buffer zone, a battlefield for the three great powers of wind, earth and fire. It's always been like this, right? Being oppressed all the time, being exploited for the interests that should belong to us, and being constantly eroding our spirit and will. This is not what I want to see. I will lead the Land of Rain to the ideal place that I have been waiting for many years, and I will bring dawn to the people of Ninja Village who are also oppressed in this world. I will accomplish the feat of changing the world. The world needs a revolution, so what's wrong with letting me lead it all? Payne looked at Zai and noticed the change in Zai's face. His face still remained indifferent, but there was some excitement in his eyes. It's really a surprising reason. With you like this, the original intention of doing all this is to make me feel a little great. Scorpion's tone revealed surprise. After being oppressed for a long time, someone will always stand up and resist. This is a necessary process of the times. Although it sometimes feels that all this is so far away, with our efforts, the current situation has not gradually fallen into our control. Among my companions, someone fell down on this road, so I will carry his dream and move on. This time, I will let those big countries see my anger. We ninjas who have never been looked down upon by them still have strong cohesion and action. Collecting tailed beasts is only the first step. I will use the weapons that the great powers use to deter us to teach them a lesson. This is an era of change, and I will stand at the forefront and control everything. To achieve all this, I am fearless. The pain that the big country inflicted on me will be repaid double. From now on, let the great powers feel the pain. Only more intense pain is the greatest medicine for peace. They will be overwhelmed by the wrath of us oppressed, and it will be our pain that makes them feel pain. Scorpion stood up, and under the influence of a strange force field, Muyu gradually approached Payne. He actually felt that what Payne said had some truth, but it was only some truth. Because he was not from Yuin village, he didn't understand the feeling of being constantly oppressed by a big country, and finally being beaten to the knees and eating shit, which smells delicious. However, after listening to what the leader said, he felt that it would be interesting to continue this matter. According to Payne's prediction, the final ninja world will be peaceful, because everyone will know how to cherish the hard-won peace after understanding the pain and oppression. Peace was also what he most wanted to see when he was a child. At that time, there was no white-haired ninja who broke into the village and killed his parents, and he was still a loved child. I'm going back first. I lost a lot of things in this battle, I need some time to repair it. Scorpion turned and left. Pain looked at the wooden cocoon that he was attracted to, felt the restrained Jijulai and the tailed beast inside, and his eyes gradually changed. This is his weapon against big powers, and it is also a machine for realizing his dreams. He can't wait to smash the oppression of a big country. Sometimes, many things need to be sacrificed in exchange for it. It's like his strength, or lasting peace, or a kind of free and equal class treatment, because the world is wrong. Saitama looked into Yakura's eyes, with the corners of his mouth upturned, and said the answer he thought for a while. Chapter 306 Steady Suppression. Yakura didn't expect that he would get such an answer, and he froze in place for a while, unable to say a word. His eyes, which were small for his size, revealed an undisguised astonishment, and his scaly face also showed a bewildered emotion in a humane manner. A traitor like Uchiha Saitama actually did all these things for such a reason. This is very refreshing. For a moment, Yakura felt that Saitama was teasing him, but looking at Saitama's sincere eyes and serious expression, he knew that things were not simple. This world is developing in the wrong direction from the beginning. Everything I'm about to do is just trying to make it slowly return to the normal track. Page 661. Saitama looked into Yakura's eyes and said word by word. He also knows such words. It seems that he shouldn't be allowed to say such a person who is playing the villain now. However, this is indeed his ultimate goal. Such words, coming from such a rebellious mouth like you, made me feel a little uncomfortable. A strong sense of disobedience is pervading in my heart, and the smile on my face can no longer hold back. Yakura's tone was a bit weird, although the two are currently life and death enemies, but it does not prevent him from talking peacefully with Saitama in such a tone. These are not important. What is important is that I am trying to build an ideal world. Whether I am a ninja or Konoha's ninja, these identities have long been meaningless. Let's fight for our respective ideals. Saitama faced Yakura. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the sense of oppression centered on him and swept in all directions. The discomfort is getting stronger. What you are doing seems to be contrary to the current development of the entire ninja world. Do you still insist on your own views at this time? There was a mocking smile on the corner of Yakura's mouth, and he let out a snort after speaking, spewing out 2 shallow pits on the ground. He felt the strong fighting spirit on Saitama, and he was concentrated and vigilant. His powerful killing ability and elusive space-time ninjutsu let him know that he could not slack off in the face of Saitama. Small talk is small talk, but this is also a psychological warfare before giving it a go, and it is a kind of prelude to the next battle. As for before, maybe it was just a strong temptation. This kind of discomfort is just because you are in danger, which creates a sense of crisis in your heart. From the bottom of your heart, you think that we ninjas can't really stand up and resist, and it's for such a ridiculous-sounding reason. Maybe you think it's more reasonable for us to do all this for our own selfish desires. I hate oppression, so I chose to resist. It's such a simple reason. I will slowly prove that you are wrong. Kiyu spread out his hands and stretched them out in front of his body. There were thunder and lightning flashing on them, and there was a faint sound of thunder. He is already ready to make a move. The preparations in the early stage are enough. What should be said is almost finished, and the next step is to get down to business. The small talk was all brewing, and the two of them didn't break it down. After listening to Saitama's words, Yakura fell into silence. His 2 moonbeam eyes narrowed even smaller, leaving only a small gap, and just looked at Saitama not far in front of him. Such words, spoken from a rebellious mouth, made him feel a little unbelievable and confused. Every traitor should be the shame and target of the village. Renegade is a ninja who deviates from the village's morality and chooses to break with the village. Aren't such people all scum that should belong to the ninja world? Rats crossing the street. Is there such a high ideological consciousness? Although this kind of thinking is also an extreme, it is different from the kind of people who do evil for evil's sake. But now, what Kiyu said was to directly reverse his identity of rebellious ninja, so that the identity of rebellious ninja was stripped from the stain. In Saitama's view, it is they, Dane in village, and the high-level people who manage the village who have been wrong all along. All the mistakes in this world are accumulated by them little by little. Do you know how the current peace and balance of the ninja world come about? Blindly breaking it will only bring endless disputes to this ninja world. Yakura suddenly raised his voice, and the chakra around him surged, leaving a blank space on the ground under his body, leaving many spiral marks. Although Saitama's words were righteous, but what he did made him, Mizukage, very disapproved. According to Saitama's words, he is to bring changes to the entire ninja world and move towards a better tomorrow, and they, the high-level officials of the major ninja villages, are obstacles that hinder the progress of the world. It's just ridiculous exclamation without the ninjas of their 5 major ninja villages to balance the ninja world. I don't know where this ninja world will go. Only relying on the containment and confrontation of all parties is the premise of peace at present, and Saitama and Akatsuki organized these people to collect tailed beasts in the ninja world so recklessly, to create panic, and to mess up the peaceful situation that was finally created after the end of the Third World War. This should be a heinous crime and is not allowed by everyone. The ones who are in dispute are those of you who have occupied most of the interests before. I want to reform, but I don't consider you, because you have long been decayed and cannot be changed. The thunder and lightning exploded and turned into a sizzling current form, surrounding Saitama's body. I used to be a ninja in Konoha village, fighting for the future of the village, until one day, someone in this village told me that I was not someone the village cared about, and waved a sickle at me, wanting me to be his normal nutrition. The person who told me everything is the former elder Konoha Shimura Danzo. It was he who made me understand that this world is not as beautiful as I thought before, and let me understand the truth, that this world really needs to change. Saitama looked at Yakura, his legs began to bend, and he pressed down for a moment, crushing the ground directly, and stretches of spider web-like networks began to spread towards the vicinity. When I knew how rough and unsatisfactory this world is, I made up my mind to try to change it. I know this is really idealistic, but so what? At least it gave me some hope, instead of being numb, living in darkness, waiting to be rescued. If no one has been doing all this, no one will know what the world will look like after doing this. Every era needs pioneers. The end of the Warring States period is the end of Senjujuma, Uchiha Madara, and the founder of a group of ninja villages. Now, I want to be the changer of this era. There's a long way to go, I'm just pursuing it. You guys who have been corrupted by this era, it's time to get down from those seats and see the new era. Then for this new era, Daju Yakura, you're Mio, I accept it. When Saitama uttered the last word, he had already disappeared from the ground and came to midair. His whole body was wrapped by the magic chakra, and there was a trace of coldness and indifference, which was the influence of the snake magic. Is this fairy art? Yagura was not surprised by Saitama's reaction, but just looked at Saitama. His eyes shrank slightly. He noticed the almost transparent white chakra that suddenly appeared around Saitama's body, and a sense of familiarity and oppression appeared in his heart. At this time, Saitama's whole temperament has changed, becoming more extreme and evil. If he was just a cold young man before, then now he is almost a heartless machine, with an emotion of ignoring everything permeating his body. That kind of coldness reminded Yagura of Orochimaru, but at this time Saitama was even more serpentine than the impression of Orochimaru, that kind of indifference and ruthlessness, that kind of eyes that regarded the enemy as prey. Page 662. This is actually not the first time Yakura has encountered such things as immortal arts, so he is no stranger to them. Many years ago, during the battle between Kirigakure and Konoha, he had encountered Jiraiya, a hero who claimed to be the immortal of Mt. Myogi and one of Konoha's Sannin. At that time, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Jiraiya in immortal mode, and it was also one of the turning points of that war. It was only after that time that he knew that in this ninja world, apart from ordinary chakras floating in the air and tailed beast chakras, there is also a very powerful chakra. That is Senju chakra! It is a combination of natural energy and chakra, which has various characteristics more powerful than ordinary chakra, even comparable to shoulder-tailed beast chakra. At this time, although Saitama's temperament is completely different from that of Jiraiya at that time, the fluctuation of chakra is definitely not wrong. This Konoha's rebellious ninja has indeed condensed the celestial chakra, and looking at the overall changes, it seems to have entered the celestial mode. It started faster than Jiraiya back then. Yakura thought of Jiraiya's effort to enter that strange state, and let Orochimaru hold him back for a while, before he finally managed to enter, suppressing himself who had fallen into a frenzied state, and won the victory. And at this time, Kyu seemed to be in that state simply and smoothly without making any ninja marks while speaking. This made Yagura a little surprised, but also more vigilant. In mid-air, Saitama relied on the short-term airborne ability of the snake immortal technique, suspended in mid-air like a god, and the celestial chakra around him continuously turned into lightning, entangled in the upper and lower positions. This kind of short stay in the air is to use the magic chakra to continuously resonate with the surrounding air, creating an updraft. This method is also a method that anyone who has mastered the complete snake magic can display. In this case, then take your appeal and go where you should go. Yagura opened his mouth wide, and the violent chakra began to gather continuously, which was another attack similar to Tailed Beast Jade. Seeing Saitama, who didn't intend to continue the conversation, and who had fallen into his own strange thinking circle, Yagura launched an attack, and a large amount of chakra was continuously compressed and turned into a dark energy ball. Tailed Beast Jade is very powerful. One cannot be used continuously, at least in this state. He cannot be used continuously, so this time he just compressed a large amount of Tailed Beast Chakra. The principle is very similar to Tailed Beast Jade. In midair, Saitama has come to a place parallel to Yakura's line of sight, and the height is still increasing slowly, and gradually higher than Yakura's head by a certain distance. He was also brewing his own attack. The white lightning kept compressing and condensing, and finally gathered in his hand. Soon, a spear-style thunderbolt appeared in Saitama's palm, glowing with dazzling light, and the arc kept stirring on his arm. Let the tail beast in your body make its due contribution. Saitama twisted his waist. His voice was very heavy, and then he threw the ninjutsu suddenly, and the air was instantly oppressed by the speed of the current, making a whirring sound. And Saitama followed up at the moment when the ninjutsu was shot, and chakra squeezed and collided behind his body, giving him the initial speed and direction. This blow was as fast as lightning and magnificent, with Saitama's belief and determination to kill. Said so much to Yakura before, which already made him feel a little unbelievable, so now he has to quickly get rid of Yakura and take Sanwei into his hands. The spear turned into thunder was in front, drawing a white trail in the air, and also tore the air directly, so that Saitama, who followed the ninjutsu, would not be hindered by the air, and his speed could always maintain an extremely fast state. Down below, Yagura noticed something abnormal 1 second before Saitama threw the ninjutsu, and almost at the same time, he spit out the energy ball in his mouth towards Saitama in the sky. The fiery red-tailed beast chakra makes the energy ball look extremely explosive and uneasy, and the speed of the energy ball is not slow. The moment it leaves the mouth, it leaves a little red chakra mark in the air, heading towards slanting down, pointing at his own Saitama. The momentum is not weak at all, and Saitama's ninjutsu, even because of his size and violent chakra cyclone, looks even more terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, Saitama's behavior is undoubtedly hitting a stone with an egg. One is as small as the other is as big, but in fact, the moment Yakura spit out the energy ball, he started the next move, and a large amount of chakra condensed on the tortoise shell on his back. This kind of behavior seems to be afraid of Saitama's ninjutsu attack. In the distance, the Kirigakuran ninja had given up fighting Conan, because Conan had been flying in the air, and their ninjutsu was completely useless. They saw Saitama appearing in front of Yagura safe and sound, and then saw the two talking something, and now they were fighting again. Looking at Saitama, who was fearless and directly facing Yakura ninjutsu, they had put away their previous contempt, and regarded Saitama as a ninja who was at the same level as Yakura, and even a little more powerful. In just a split second, the two ninjutsu collided in midair. In midair, the white pierced the red, and then continued towards Yakura below. All this happened very peacefully, without exaggerated explosions, brilliant special effects, and no collisions that surprised both parties. Saitama's celestial chakra thunder escape tore through the energy ball condensed by the tailed beast chakra very easily. Yagura's eyes widened, and he tried his best to look at the white thunder gun that pierced his attack, and then let out a huge roar. While the sound waves swayed towards the surroundings, the chakra that had gathered on the turtle shell early in the morning began to appear a variety. The chakra on the back started to frantic, and more chakra gathered in the past, and then gathered into a huge red tentacle, and then quickly rolled towards Saitama and his ninjutsu. From the beginning, he didn't think that his energy ball could directly kill Saitama, or that he had prepared a second attack from the beginning just in case of the tentacles at this time. Although the direct damage that the tentacles can cause is not as great as that of the energy ball, the advantage lies in dexterity. As long as he catches Saitama, the battle can be quickly resolved. This tentacle is bigger than his previous tail, more than 22 meters long, and more flexible and thicker. With the movement of the tail, the red-tailed beast chakra permeates into the air, making the air appear blurred signs. After all, this tail is formed by the condensed tailed beast chakra. The tailed beast chakra on it is naturally corrosive and unfriendly to everything around it. Twish! The moment the tentacles took shape, they passed through the air, made a piercing sound, and rolled towards the white figure in the air. Whoa! The moment Saitama's ninjutsu smashed Yakura's tailed beast chakra energy kina, the tentacles came into contact with the white thunder dun, and there was a brief stalemate on both sides, and then both of them appeared dim. Blinking changes again. Okay. Yakura controlled the tentacle, and felt the powerful piercing power from ninjutsu, so he'd increased his strength very forcefully and tried to wrap the white thunderbolt ninjutsu spear with the tentacle. Page 663 snapped exclamation. He pressed his hand on the end of the spear all the time, letting the light of the spear shine, and finally sent it directly downwards, piercing into the tentacles. Above the tip of the spear, the thunder and lightning continued to flow, friction and collision with the tailed beast chakra, causing the surrounding air to continuously make the sound of tearing. Before, Saitama was so far behind his own ninjutsu, but now he rested on the end of the ninjutsu with one hand, injecting more chakra into it, so as to resist the tentacles. The two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and two distinct chakra colors appeared in the sky. There were some sweat drops on Saitama's forehead, and the Sharingan was so red that it was about to drip. Water. As for Yakura, his body began to recede backward in a small area, and he let out many meaningless roars. Although he is currently in the state of a tail beast, but when he was fighting head-on, the column fell into the bottom. Some trance appeared in Shiking's mind, and he was about to continue exerting his strength, when the scene changed. Break me! Saitama let out a roar, and the hand on the ninjutsu spear was wrapped in a large amount of electric current, and then he sent it towards Yakura, and the ninjutsu spear directly tore apart the tentacles in front of him in an instant. There was a loud bang, and Yakura's eyes showed some shock and disbelief. This time, a collision with full force, unexpectedly lost to the opponent directly, and it just disappeared. Moreover, judging from the feeling of contact, there is a certain gap in strength between himself and the opponent, and he seems to have fallen below. This is a gap that he can't make up for even in the three-tailed state. His once invincible tailed beast chakra was defeated in a head-on confrontation this time. Resign yourself to fate, Yakura. Saitama's voice sounded again. At this time, he had already grabbed the thunder dunk spear, pierced through the tentacles, and came to the top of Yakura's head. He was about to fall directly, leaving a bloody hole on Yakura's body. Above the thunder gun, the lightning flashed, and there was a crackling sound, like a melodious bird chirping, which could be heard endlessly. At this moment, Kyu descended from the sky and turned into a god, carrying infinite momentum. Oh! Yakura didn't have time to dodge. The flexibility of his body before had lost its effect in front of Saitama at this time, and the ferocious and thick armor on the surface of his body is like shredded paper, which can be broken at a touch. Mr. Jiraiya, have you decided? Minato looked at the tall figure sitting in front of him, with a trace of solemnity and seriousness on his face. Although he was asking, there was some worry in his tone. Of course, I've already decided that going out this time is also a must. Jai Lai also laughed, then leaned on the sofa with his hands behind his head, looking carefree. I won't just let the old man's death go, no matter who he is, no matter which organization he comes from. After a pause, Jiraiya had a serious expression on Hashirama's face, and there was a sense of prudence between his brows and eyes. Okay then, teacher, please be more careful. If necessary, I hope you can ask me for help through the Toad in Myaomu Mountain. After all, my ninjutsu is still very practical. Minato looked at his teacher seriously, and slowly conveyed his serious belief through his eyes and movements. He knew that Jiraiya had a deep relationship with Midai, and he had been in an atmosphere of guilt recently. Jai Lai also froze for a moment, then nodded seriously, and his right hand slid down directly, touching a certain metal object on his waist. That was the kunai engraved with Minato's Flying Thunder God spell that Minato gave him, and it was also one of the ways for two people to quickly get in touch. That's how it is. I'm here to tell you something. Now that I've finished talking, I'll leave directly. Jiraiya stood up, clapped his hands, then pushed open the window and jumped outside. Before leaving, he glanced at his disciple again with a smile on his face. This disciple is the pride of his life. He never expected to be the Hokage seat in a blink of an eye, deciding the fate of a village. This time out of the village, his biggest purpose is to spy on Akatsuki's information and then to find Uchiha Saitama. Jiraiya, who was an orphan when he was very young, has a very strange relationship with the third generation. On the one hand, he is the most admired teacher, and on the other hand, he is deliberately alienated because of some things that the third generation did during his administration. But those things have passed, and now that the old man is gone, as his disciple he really should find an explanation. Uchiha Saitama, the child who was once admired very much, has embarked on the current path, and he actually has some responsibilities. But since he has embarked on the wrong path, let him, a senior in the ninja world, guide him. Jiraiya's figure jumped out of the window, and after a few flashes, he disappeared from Minato's sight, leaving Minato looking outside, not knowing what he was thinking. Teacher, you must be careful. After a long time, Minato spit out such a sentence, then turned around and sat back in the chair, continuing the unfinished work. The situation in the ninja world is changing, and he has a premonition that some storms are coming. Chapter 307. Click. The white lightning spear was inserted straight into Yagura's turtle shell. Saitama grasped the end of the ninjutsu with one hand, his muscles tensed. But this blow was still dodged by Yagura. He originally aimed at Yagura's head, but Yagura retracted directly at the critical moment, twisted his body, and turned his back to meet his own attack. Page 664. The hard shell of the tortoise became the best defense. Even Saitama's thunderbolt could hardly cause too much damage. Sizzling, the electric current continued to explode, and Saitama found it difficult to pull out his ninjutsu spear because it was inserted too deep and the tortoise shell was too hard. He exerted strength with his arms, using chakra to increase his strength, and pumped desperately towards the outside. There was no response for a long time, and the next second, the actual attack came in front of him. Whoosh! A thick red tentacle swept over from elsewhere, forcing Saitama to abandon the ninjutsu that was caught in his hand, and dodge towards other places. This time, the attack was fierce, and Saitama dodged a little hastily. First, he jumped with both feet, and fell to the side with a backflip. The moment his hands touched the ground, he switched his left and right hands. When he stood on his head, he twisted his body, and at the same time twisted his waist muscles. The burst of strength drove him to the side, and he moved again to avoid the sweeping tentacles that were chasing him. With a click, Saitama fell to the side, and barely escaped Yagura's attack temporarily. His eyes were red, and the kaleidoscope pattern kept rotating. There was a strange power flowing in his eyes, making him look like kill red-eyed villains. Whoosh! Exclamation! Almost without any reaction time, Yagura's tentacles approached him again. This time the number of tentacles reached 2, sweeping over from 2 different directions, compressing Saitama's dodge choices to the extreme, forcing Saitama to make a move retreat. Exclamation! As a last resort, Saitama retreated quickly, but while dodging, he also slashed at the close-up tentacles with the thunderbolt in his hand. But since the tentacles were composed of chakra, or the chakra of a tailed beast, that was nearly infinite, Saitama in the last second, a knife cut a gap in the tentacle, and in the next second it healed directly. This is the difficult part between tailed beast and Jinchuriki, especially Yagura, who can perfectly communicate with tailed beast and borrow power from each other. If the battle falls into a state of anxiety, even Saitama will it's hard to win. Moreover, Saitama knew that Yagura's behavior at this time was to let him leave Yagura's back and stay in the back position, which would make Yagura decide to be very uncomfortable and passive. Yagura's body is very large, and Saitama looks very small when he steps on it, but with a continuous waving and attacking of the tentacles, Saitama keeps dodging and moving, and is forced to the edge of the tortoise shell in a very short time position. Once again it fell directly below. Yagura didn't speak from the beginning to the end, only his heavy breath echoed constantly, and because of Saitama's flexible dodge, his attack never hit, so he became obviously a little irritable, and countless chakras kept dancing, turning into him the attacking weapon. Blesses his tentacles. Although he was attacked by Saitama just now, that small attack was almost negligible to him as a whole. Even though the moment he was attacked did make him feel very painful, but in a very short time, that pain disappeared like a tide. With the strong resilience of the tailed beast, the injury can be recovered quickly, but the fact that he has not been able to hit Saitama and cause him any damage is the reason why Yagura feels irritable. Saitama naturally discovered this too, and while dodging Yagura's attack, he was also thinking about the next step. A simple attack could no longer injure Yagura, and it was necessary to launch a ninjutsu that could cause a lot of damage to Yagura's size to have a certain effect, otherwise it would be for nothing. Thinking of Yagura's huge size at this time, Saitama's eyes narrowed. This kind of battle reminded him of a battle in his memory, that is, the second pillar of the later generation attacked as the Eagle Squad to capture Yao. At that time, Sasuke chose an offensive ninjutsu to face Kurabi, who was in a full-tailed beast state, and ended the battle quickly. Although the final result was not very good, the power of that move was indeed enough, and against a large target like a tailed beast is also extremely convenient to use. The idea passed through the brain's thinking and pondering in an instant, and Saitama knew the trick he needed to use next. The tentacle attack came again, and Saitama responded quickly this time, because although he was thinking about something in his mind, His eyes never left Yagura's tentacles, and he compared his hand to a pistol, putting the index finger and middle finger together. The white lightning compressed and gathered at the fingertips, and finally became a dazzling white ball of thunder. Then the muzzle of the thunder gun was aimed at the oncoming tentacles. Boom! There was a crisp sound, resounding in the air, and a blank air track appeared in front of Saitama's fingertips, a tentacle extending forward. Phew! A big hole instantly appeared on Yagura's tentacles, and the white arcs were still wandering around the wound, slowing down the speed of the tailed beast chakra, who were constantly converging and trying to repair the wound, and the tentacles themselves also under the blow. The forward trend was stagnated first, and then driven by an invisible force. It fell backwards. The finger gun blocked one of the tentacles, but there was another tentacle attacking at the same time. Kyu couldn't shoot another shot in a short time, so after shooting one shot, Saitama jumped up with both legs. The other tentacle touched him, jumping down from Yagura's turtle shell first. With a snap, the tentacle landed on the place where Saitama had just stood. Unable to fully restrain his strength, it slapped heavily on the tortoise shell, making a loud noise. Before jumping out of the tortoise shell, his eyes fell on the position of the lightning spear inserted on the tortoise shell before, and found that the ninjutsu had been assimilated by the tailed beast chakra, and the wounds caused before were shrinking and were about to disappear, although it had been expected. But Saitama still frowned involuntarily. The damage caused by ninjutsu condensed by senju chakra should be the most difficult to eliminate and heal, but it is still not difficult for tailed beast. Roar! Saitama was still in the air. Yagura let out a beast-like roar, and his body turned around several times, quickly moved to the side, distanced himself from Saitama, and stared at him with two small eyes. Saitama, who was about to land, he had achieved his goal. Let Saitama off his back, let himself regain some initiative. Saitama landed, pressed his body down, looked at Yagura with a frown. The celestial chakra around him continued to surge. Thunder and lightning shot out, arcs burst, and the swimming current spread to the ground around him, like a field, covering a range of several meters around. Whoosh! Yagura opened his mouth wide, exposing the sharp teeth inside, and hit the extremely black throat, and a large amount of chakra gathered again, slowly condensing into a ball. He grasped the ground with four limbs, and his three somewhat mutilated tails waved in the air, stirring the surrounding air and hitting the chakra floating in the air. There was no extra nonsense. Almost at the moment Saitama landed, he launched ninjutsu again, as if he had predicted Saitama's landing point long ago. With a bang, the formed large energy ball in his mouth exploded instantly, and a smaller chakra ball split out from it. The chakra ball was extremely fast, with a certain arc, approaching Saitama, and pulled out a moving track with a red mark in the air. These chakra balls are not big, about 1 meter in diameter, but the explosive aura on them makes people feel a little palpitating, and Saitama is also watching intently. After the first chakra shot, there was a second shot, followed by a third shot. The interval between each one was less than half a second, and the trajectories were different, and some links seem to be different. They do not affect each other, and they all shoot in a slightly curved posture, as if locking the space that can be dodged. This time, Yagura turned into a machine gun-like existence, and continuously sprayed out high chakra density chakra balls from his mouth. In a short period of time, he shot no less than 10 directly, almost killing the people in front of Saitama. The space is completely enveloped. From a distance, Saitama was completely blocked by the chakra ball. He was not surprised. The moment he landed, he noticed Yagura's movement, so the moment Yagura launched an attack, he also made a movement, kicked his right foot behind him, and shot it directly. However, this time he did not choose to advance in a straight line, but went towards Yagura in a curved route, that is, with Yagura as the center. He kept running around him, looking for opportunities to attack until Yagura's chakra ball was thrown away. Although the number of these chakra balls is astonishing and their power is not low, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is impossible to almost dodge them, but for Saitama, it is still possible to try to avoid these attacks by using moving skills. Anyway, he is fast. Bang, bang, bang. As Saitama ran and wandered, the chakra ball chased his steps and landed on the ground, blasting the ground into a series of huge deep pits. And Yagura also kept rotating his body following Saitama's movement, keeping aiming the muzzle at Saitama. He was not discouraged because the attack never fell on Saitama, but kept a frequency to check the carrot ball shoots at Saitama, preventing Saitama from approaching him. If it's just this level of consumption, he feels that he can still do it. In a short time, he hasn't found a way to target Saitama, so using this method to hold Saitama back is a more effective way. The white figure kept moving, leaving after images and imprints in the air, and after him, explosions continued one after another, but they couldn't really reach Saitama's body, and could only eat behind Saitama's asphalt. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Saitama and Yakura consume each other with their speed, and their nearly infinite chakra, as if entering an infinite loop. It's really boring. Page 665. Conan looked at Saitama and Yakura, who seemed to be in a state of anxiety, and after uttering a word, turned his attention to the Kirigakure ninja below. Saitama is tidying up Yakura. She should also quickly get rid of those ninjas who are obtrusive to the eye, and it looks like this. Caillou can't do anything about the enemy in a short time, and she can get rid of the Kirigakure ninja by herself to assist him. Swish! Behind Zionin, 2 huge wings flicked, and she instantly moved towards those Kirin who were also staying aside. She was still in midair, with both hands hanging in front of her chest, and countless thousand needles made of paper turned into dents. The ninja attacks fell like rain on those ninjas. Oh, be careful! Immediately, Mist Ninja fell into a crisis. In an instant, several ninjas were caught off guard by Conan's attack, lost their breath, and fell into a pool of blood, with countless paper-thousand books stuck on their bodies. Dionin maintained a certain height, reaping the life of Mist Ninja. She no longer fought as a theater spectator like before, but used her air superiority, and she no longer hesitated to make a move. Although Kirito Ninja reacted in time under Zionin's operation, he still couldn't attack Zionin, who was in the air, so he could only comfort himself by releasing ninjutsu in the air in an attempt to attack Zionin. Soon, the voice of the Mist Ninja became smaller and smaller, because their number continued to drop sharply under Zionin's attack, and soon there were only a few ninjas who had a few thousand bullets on their bodies, but their wounds were not fatal. Looking at Saitama again, Conan met Yakura's eyes looking over, then ignored them, and continued to launch a killer move at the remaining Kirin. Roar! Yakura was tired of dealing with Saitama. Although he saw the battle situation there from the corner of his eye, he was powerless and could only let out a somewhat sad roar. Following the roar, he continued to focus on Saitama. Only by defeating Saitama, he has a chance to survive. Phew! Saitama threw Flying Thunder God Kunai at Yakura, which was the last weapon on his body. With white tears shining, Kunai flew spirally towards Yakura and disappeared in Saitama's hand in the blink of an eye. Yakura noticed Saitama's movement, squinted his eyes, and fired a chakra ball attack. Facing the kunai who shot at him, he knew how the space-time ninjutsu mastered by Saitama works. Blocking kunai with a special spell mark out of the attacker range, it will be difficult for Saitama to cause damage to him. Twish! The chakra ball brushed past and directly collided with kunai. A strong explosion occurred. Kunai was blasted into pieces, and the spell of Flying Thunder God was also directly destroyed. As for Saitama, the moment he threw kunai, he didn't rashly use Flying Thunder God to follow up, but stayed where he was, obviously anticipating Yakura's change of hand attack. When Yakura attacked kunai, he was given a split second to take the time to launch the ninjutsu he was preparing for. This ninjutsu is not something that can be used casually when throwing kunai, and it takes some time to carry out front swing. And throwing one kunai to attract Yakura's firepower was Saitama's plan just now. Therefore, at the moment when kunai was thrown, Saitama didn't move again, his hands clasped together and suspended in front of his chest. Chakra moved according to a certain meridian, and then the celestial chakra fluctuated all over his body. Snapped! The moment kunai was attacked by Yakura's chakra ball, Saitama also pressed his hands on the ground, and a circle of dark curse marks appeared near Saitama's hands and fell on the ground, and then there was a burst of spatial fluctuations, which set off a puff of white smoke. Yakura squinted his eyes. He had to get rid of the danger of kunai first, so as not to let Saitama approach him. He naturally knew that he would attack kunai first, and then he would give Saitama a certain gap to perform other operations. After weighing the two, he chose to attack kunai, and what Kiyu is doing now is also within his expectations, but he doesn't know what kind of ninjutsu it is, so Kiyu dares to perform it at this time. The white smoke undulated, covering Yakura's sight, but a powerful chakra wave came from behind the smoke, making his heart tense, and a bad thought came to his brain. Hiss! A red and violent aura permeated the pillars, accompanied by the familiar sound of Yakura sticking out his tongue. Spirituality! The sentence came out of Yakura's heart, and his expression became more cautious. Due to the difference in size, Saitama couldn't find a flaw, so did he choose to use psychic techniques to make up for this shortcoming? As the smoke dissipated, Yakura's idea was also verified. Behind the white smoke was a red python no less in size than him. As soon as this giant python appeared, the tyrannical aura that did not belong to the tailed beast directly permeated the whole body, with red and wide and ferocious scales, a strong and powerful tail, and one eye that pushed the vicious aura to the extreme hiss. Xenia looked around, and the bright red tongue kept coming out of its mouth. Soon, it saw the big tortoise directly in front of it. As a dragon snake that has lived for so long, it recognized this turtle at a glance. The big tortoise is Sanwei Isafu. Although he belongs to the mild-tempered category among tailed beasts, he is still a troublesome guy. Judging from various signs, his opponent this time is Sanwei. Long time no see, Xenia. Saitama's voice came from the top of his head. Xenia slowly moved his eyeballs up, and vaguely saw Saitama's figure. In fact, as soon as it was psychic out, he felt Saitama's breath, knowing that he was standing on top of his head, but saying hello is a necessary etiquette. Hiss, Saitama, you haven't called me since that time. I thought you forgot me. Xenia's voice was a little rough, and when he opened and closed his mouth, he also exhaled some wet snort. Although his tone was a little dissatisfied, it was more of a kind of excitement. He was a little embarrassed, since he signed a psychic contract with Xenia. This seemed to be the first time he summoned Xenia to help him fight. In the past, either the enemy's strength could be easily solved by himself, or Xenia was not suitable for playing. But now facing the huge Yakura with full defense points, he thought of the psychic beast who learned fairy art and solved it by the way stand up. Now is not the time to say these things. I need you to hold this guy back. You should know that he is in the form of a three-tailed man. Right now, it is Jinchuriki who controls the body, not the tailed beast. Caillou briefly explained to Xenia, and then looked deeply at Yakura head, with some faint thoughts in his eyes. This guy is Uchiha Saitama's psychic beast. On the opposite side, Yakura squinted his eyes, staring at the red snake shadow that appeared in sight, feeling the turbulent sage chakra in the opponent's body, as well as a body that was not inferior to his own. His heart sank. The snake is a little different from Orochimaru's psychic beast, and it seems to be even more powerful, and he has never seen it in the ninja world, and it belongs to the existence of unknown strength. It's a little troublesome. It looks like it's going to be desperate. Yagura's limbs were firmly attached to the ground, and the chakra that swelled to a very far position outside the body's surface began to retract, and continued to condense like a layer of another kind of red armor, worn outside. Chapter 308 Three-Tailed Capture, complete. What needs to be done, Saitama? Although Xenia is an old snake that has survived for hundreds of thousands of years in Londi Cave, in terms of physical strength, it is actually far behind Sanwei. This is an innate gap that cannot be made up through practice. If Saitama just let it temporarily restrain the enemy and do some tentative and harassing attacks, it is completely fine. Page 666. Although there is still a lot of danger in this way, the battle is full of uncertainties, and with Saitama around, it will not suffer all the damage. But if Saitama lets it really face the enemy and engage in a 1vs1 solo battle, it has no chance of winning. Of course, it didn't think Saitama would let it do this. Saitama had a certain awareness of its strength from the day the contract was signed. It is stronger than 10,000 snakes, and only stronger than 10,000 snakes. It may be one of the strongest psychic beasts that have appeared in the ninja world, but compared to tailed beasts, it is still. Hearing Xenia's question, Saitama's expression turned serious, his face full of seriousness. I need you to use your size to assist me, of course. It won't make things difficult for you. Kyu knew the strength gap between Xenia and Sanwei, so he didn't say some high-level words, and the psychic came out at this time only because the two were similar in size. He originally wanted to directly use the ninjutsu that could cause lore, but until now, he still had some unbelief. He didn't believe that his ninjutsu could not cause enough damage to Yakura at this time. When he really felt that ordinary ninjutsu was useless, he would try other things. No problem. Xenia's voice sounded a little low, and it made people feel extremely fierce. While he was speaking, he also slowly rolled up his body, and flicked his tail on the ground, stirring up the dust on the ground. After doing all this, almost instantly, it moved directly, turned into lightning, shot across the void, and shot forward. When a snake preys, it always observes the prey slowly, and waits until the prey really enters its attack range, and then it will open its mouth quickly and bite at the unsuspecting prey. As for Xenia, he crossed his body in order to make his exertion more smooth and his initial speed faster, which is commonly known as a catapult start. When Saitama told it to ask, it tensed its muscles and prepared to attack. As soon as Saitama's voice fell, it immediately launched an attack without the slightest delay. It knows the gap between itself and Sanwei, and only by taking the initiative to attack, and it barely take the initiative in the first few rounds and help Saitama at this time. Whoosh! Zinya's body changed from a straight coiled posture to a straight line in an instant, and he rushed towards Yagura in front of him. The back of his body exerted force, and when he arched on the ground, his whole body was shot out directly under the reaction force. The body was still in the air, and its tail was like a propeller. It swung vigorously behind it a few times, accelerating the already fast speed again, and turning it into an afterimage. The distorted body was like a surge of lightning, and it crossed more than 10 meters in an instant, heading straight for Yagura. So fast! Yagura made a move in an instant. He opened his mouth wide. The chakras began to gather and compress, and a huge energy ball was sprayed out directly. He completed a series of actions in the blink of an eye without any hesitation, as if it was a conditioned reflex. On the other side, Zinya looked at the ninjutsu shooting straight at him, and immediately spit out a mouthful of yellow-brown stinky liquid with his mouth wide, and directly met Yakura's chakra ball. This is its unique ability, not venom, but composed of senju chakra in the body and has weird abilities. The moment the yellowish-brown liquid hit the energy ball, it dispersed directly and turned into a net, covering Yagura's ninjutsu, and there were signs of petrification, and the surface was directly covered by a layer of gray-white rock. After such a change, the speed of the energy ball also gradually slowed down, and began to fall downward, like a plane that lost its power, and began to glide and fall. Boom! Zinya didn't wait for it to land, twisted his body, flicked his tail, and hit the semi-petrified spherical ninjutsu. The layer of rock that covered it was directly smashed by the scaled tail, and the chakra that hadn't been completely petrified inside was also directly scattered and fell in all directions. Zinya's ability is like a castrated version of an organic reincarnation, but it has achieved miraculous effects in such a battle. Yakura shrank his head when he saw this, and took a step back. At the moment of retreating, another chakra ball shot out from his mouth. Clatter! Q stood on top of Zinya's head, and slowly made a forceful movement. His legs gradually bent, and he sank down. He was less than 20 meters away from Yakura at this time, and when Zinya got closer, he was ready to strike. With Zinya restrained, he can attack calmly and with ease. As for Yagura, it seemed that he also expected the result of being approached, and quickly backed up, and the attacks in his mouth came towards Zinya and Saitama one after another. Up! Zinya! Seeing that Zinya used the same method to concoct Yagura's attack again, and the distance between the two sides gradually increased to about 10 meters, a strong electric current swayed on the surface of Saitama's body. His voice was extremely cold, like the cool wind at night, which brought some chills to Yakura. Well, let's go. After gliding once, Zinya landed on the ground again and shot out like a spring, faster than before. It has a big mouth, and its fangs are shining with a faint purple color, which is the product of the unique celestial chakra mixed with the venom in its body. Whoosh whoosh! The body twisted in the air. Zinya slowly opened his mouth, biting Yakura's protruding head. Do not underestimate me, Yakura yelled, and then the chakra around his body skyrocketed again, and the red armor became more fine and thick. Page 667. And he opened his mouth wide without showing any weakness, and bit towards Zinya. The bite force of the tortoise ranks extremely high in the entire animal kingdom. Almost at the same time, with a bang, Saitama left the top of Zinya's head, and leaped high, blocking the sun in the sky, and the shadow fell between Yagura and Zinya's as he put his hands together and raised them above his head. Thunder and lightning gathered in his hands to form a huge sword blade magic chakra that was constantly transformed, injecting more powerful power into ninjutsu. Boom! Zinya didn't face head-to-head, but instead changed his move halfway, turning the bite into entanglement, twisting his head, bending his body, avoiding Yakura's bite, and restraining Yakura's body in an instant. But Yagura was merciless. Although he didn't bite Zinya's vitals, he still bit on the middle of Zinya's body. The seemingly hard scales were extremely fragile under his mouth. Immediately, under Yakura's bite, there was blood everywhere, and Zinya let out a corresponding painful muffled sound, and his head was raised high on the side of Yakura's body. But the pain is pain, but Zinya's entanglement became even tighter, and the layer of fine scales on his body came into contact with the tailed beast chakra on the surface of Yagura's body, making corrosion noises again and again. Although the powerful winding power did not cause much damage to Yagura, it did restrict his actions to a certain extent, making him stay in place for a while. Swish! Above the sky, there was a sound of breaking through the sky, and Yagura suddenly released the mouth that was pressing Zinya, and at the same time retracted his head quickly. Hiding in the turtle shell, he sensed the threat from Saitama, and the layer of chakra armor covering the surface of his body became more solid and colorful. Boom! The white blade slashed down extremely fast and hit the tortoise shell near Yagura's head. With one blow, the chakra armor split instantly, revealing the tortoise shell of the main body underneath. And the trend of this knife cutting is not over yet. After tearing chakra's defense, it continues to go down. Click. The tortoise shell under the chakra also collided with the white blade in the next instant, making a metallic clanging sound, and cracks were visible to the naked eye. Boom! The power of this knife finally came to an end, and Yagura's limb sank deeply into the ground. As if being hit by a 1,000-weight force, he headed towards the ground unstoppably. Zinnia, who was wrapped around his body before, also took the next step the moment he let go. Zinnia turned his head and bit one of Yagura's feet. PFFT. While biting, a mouthful of stinky liquid with immortal chakra was sprayed out and landed on the foot. Click. The liquid first touched Yagura's foot, causing that foot to petrify instantly, and then Zinnia opened his mouth to bite, and the petrified foot was directly shattered into countless stones, scattered on the ground. It's not over yet. Break it for me. In midair, Saitama slashed the chakra armor on the surface of Yagura's body and caused damage to the real tortoise shell with a knife, and then fell towards Yagura's head, and in his hand, he was holding a white spear that was 1 person tall. Yagura once again felt the danger from the head position, and the pain of losing a foot just now was directly thrown to the other side by him. But in this state, it was difficult for him to fight back, because his body was locked by Zinnia, and he lost a hind foot, which made his movements somewhat inconvenient. Roar! He roared angrily, with a trace of unwillingness, and made some predictions and dodges at the right time. Click! The tortoise shell, which had been hit several times in a row, was completely shattered, and a white long spear pierced through it, and penetrated deeply into the intersection of the back and the head, and finally penetrated from under the body and stuck to the ground. Go to hell! Yagura was hit hard by this, and did not give up the fight directly, because of the prejudgment. His head was not directly hit, so he opened his mouth wide, and it was a fiery red ninjutsu attack, shooting and jumping towards Saitama. Zinnia! Saitama was in the air, reminding Zinnia, and made dodging movements in the air to avoid Yagura's angry blow, and that ninjutsu attack crossed the void and landed in the distant woods, leaving a huge pothole. In fact, before Saitama could speak, Zinnia let go of Yagura directly, and his body bounced off the ground a few times, returning to Saitama's side, and catching Saitama, who was falling. At this moment, the scales all over its body were broken, and strips of black marks were printed on its body like patterns. It was caused by the erosion of the tailed beast chakra armor outside Yagura's body, when it was wrapped around Yagura. Bobo's blood also slowly flowed out from the gaps in the scales, dripping on the ground, leaving bloodstains, and the place where Yagura was bitten showed bright red muscles and white broken bones, which was extremely terrifying. He frowned and glanced at Zinya's injuries. Although these injuries looked serious, as long as Zinnia returned to Yuchai Cave to recuperate for a while, relying on the dense natural energy there, he would be able to recover soon. The recovery ability of psychic beasts may only be inferior to tailed beasts and certain wall hangings in the ninja world. Okay? Page 668. Q squatted down on Zinya's head, pressing one hand on the scales on top of its head, with a hint of concern in his tone. Well, no problem. The chakra of the tailed beast really still gives the snake a headache. I shouldn't be able to help you fight again in a short time. Zinnia spat out the snake letter, breathing heavily in his mouth, and his one eye was staring at Yagura, who was temporarily nailed to the ground by Saitama ninjutsu. Roar! Yagura let out a roar, and the exposed small eyes were completely covered in red, obviously on the verge of fury. The ninjutsu that shattered its turtle shell and inserted into its neck has also been ablated by chakra, and the wound is gradually recovering. It straightened up slowly, staring at Saitama coldly. Kill you! Yagura's voice became hoarse and abnormal. He knew that he had to show his greatest strength, even though into a state of berserk, to have a chance of winning. Otherwise he would fall into failure after being consumed by Saitama like this. What's more, there was another enemy watching the show. Thinking of this, Yagura saw Konin in midair from the corner of his eye, and had a rough estimate of her strength in his heart. To be able to deal with so many Anbu ninjas in such a short period of time is also a cage-level powerhouse, the level of the leader of the great ninja village. It's really troublesome. I didn't want to use it at first, but since this is the case, let's solve it quickly. Saitama watched Yagura being hit by the blow he had just been so confident in, regained his energy in a very short period of time, let out a breath, and looked at Yakura, who was sticking out his head and preparing to attack, looking a little helpless. Naturally, he also noticed Sayo Nan, who was watching a show over there, so he decided not to procrastinate. A simple ninjutsu attack, even a ninjutsu that contains a lot of sage chakra just now, still can't cause enough damage to Yagura at this time. You still have to rely on Sharingan. Keep it simple. Don't do all the bells and whistles. Thinking of this, Saitama closed his right eye and fixed his left eye on Yakura. In the Sharingan, the pattern of the kaleidoscope began to rotate, and with the wandering of the pupil power, it began to produce some strange lights. Amaterasu. When this change reached a peak, Saitama let out a low growl, and then the pupil of his left eye shrank suddenly, and invisible power spread out from it, and he himself felt that a large amount of pupil power in his eyes was directly drawn out, turning into nourishment for the pupil technique to activate. Over there, Yakura, who was the target of Saitama's attack, also sensed a trace of invisible danger from the void. He rolled his small eyes, shut down the ninjutsu that was brewing in his mouth in an instant, and looked at Kiyu very vigilantly. And the chakra around him is raging freely again and again. Just 1 second after it took away its own ninjutsu, a black flame suddenly bloomed on the tortoise shell he was attacked by Saitama before, and burned the tailed beast chakra there in an instant, invading into the real physically continue to burn. Okay? Zinnia shrank his body abruptly. His eyes flickered with fear, looking at the black flame that suddenly appeared. The scales on its body shrank unconsciously, becoming more compact. What? Yagura over there let out a scream. The black flame was very close to his head. If it wasn't for the tailed beast's beast instinct to sense a hint of danger, he retracted his head back to the tortoise shell directly, and the flame would fall directly on his head. The temperature of the flame is not too exaggerated, but it is extremely weird. Ordinary flames, even if they fall on him, will be quickly melted by the tailed beast chakra, but at this time, the black fire uses chakra as fuel, burning bigger and bigger, covering the entire back in the blink of an eye location, and there is a tendency to continue to spread. The scorching heat that directly merged into the soul made Yakura scream involuntarily, and his body writhed uneasily. Boom. Yagura turned his body over and covered his back on the ground. At the same time, a large amount of chakra poured out, trying to isolate Amaterasu fire. However, that flame seemed to lock his body, completely immune to external influences. The earth trembled, and countless cracks spread far away with Yakura as the center, and in the woods far away, countless birds were startled by Yakura's terrifying screams. If you knew it earlier, you could directly use the pupil technique. Although the consumption will be relatively high, it is indeed very simple. Saitama looked at Yakura, who was struggling in Amaterasu, and Chakra, the tailed beast that was constantly being burned by flames around his body. Yagura's screams, Yagura's tumbling noise. Inya looked at the tailed beast, who was full of expression a second ago, and fell into pain in the blink of an eye. His heart was cold. His understanding of Saitama's strength improved again, and he thought in his heart that if he was attacked by such a black flame, what kind of scene will it be? Roar! Yagura's size began to shrink, and the screams gradually weakened, and the movements he made also gradually decreased. However, he did not just lose his fighting power, but tried to use this method to deal with the strange black flame, to see if it would be isolated by the tailed beast chakra due to its shrinking size. But contrary to expectations, as he shrunk, the flames were still attached to his back, burning his body, and the air had already begun to emit a burnt smell, as if his bones had been scorched. What ninjutsu is this? Zinnia looked up and asked Saitama, but finally he couldn't hold back his curiosity. This is the pupil technique that resides in my eyes. You should know that the kaleidoscope level Sharingan has special abilities, right? Saitama gave the answer without thinking. Understood. Sharingan's ability is indeed the strangest. A powerful existence like a tail beast is still showing signs of defeat under the pupil technique. Page 669. Zinnia nodded, and continued to cast his eyes on Yakura, with a solemn expression, and a little fang was exposed at the corner of his mouth, which outlined its fierce image. The ability of each kaleidoscope is extremely special. Zinnia has also seen Uchiha ninjas use it in its long years. It can be said that each of them is a metamorphosis-like ability. Looking at those black flames, Zinnia vomited snake letters, looking very afraid. That kind of flame seems to be unextinguishable. This pupil technique is called Amaterasu. It is an inextinguishable flame. It will not go out until the target is completely burned. It is known as the strongest physical attack. Saitama introduced his pupil technique without hesitation, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Burning to nothing, what a terrifying ability. Zinnia squinted his eyes, savoring these words carefully. His heart was shocked. Although the tailed beast cannot be burned to death, the pain is still inevitable. Saitama looked at Yakura, who had gradually faded away from the tailed beast and was shrinking into a human form. The power of the pupil of the left eye flowed again, and the pattern of the kaleidoscope began to rotate. The fire of Amaterasu has not disappeared, and if it continues to burn, Saitama feels that Yagura will be burned directly, and the tailed beast will be revived somewhere in the ninja world after many years, and this is not what he wants to see. Therefore, he must take away Amaterasu's fire at the right time and save Yagura's life. After all, what he needs now is a living and unresisting Rinjali, not a tailed beast that is really out of trouble. Boom! Yagura finally stopped moving, facing the ground, with his upper body exposed, black flames burning on his back, gradually taking away his vitality. Next, Kyu's left eye widened, and his eyes fell on the ball of black fire. The pupil force began to withdraw from the body. It seems that Yakura has no strength to fight back. He can finish the finishing work. This time the capture operation of Mio is basically declared over. Boom! Under Saitama's gaze, the fiercely burning black fire gradually became smaller and finally extinguished, disappearing invisible, just like when it appeared before, without any warning. Yagura didn't move. His back was scorched black, but Saitama could feel his weak breath and heartbeats with extremely long intervals. As long as he didn't die, Yagura couldn't simply die like this at this time. Moreover, Saitama would not make the mistake of Urjuzi in his memory, letting Jorki use his clone to escape, so he put most of his attention on Yagura from the beginning to the end, making sure that he has no chance to escape. It seems that it's over, so I'll go back. Although the environment in the ninja world is much better than that in Yuji Cave, the natural energy in the air is not suitable for my healing. Zinnia looked down at his injury, then said to Caillou, although it only played for a short time, its injuries were not serious, and it also made some contributions, completing the content of the contract to assist in combat. Okay, you've worked hard this time. Caillou nodded, kicked his feet, jumped up, and fell towards the ground, while Zinnia also instantly turned into white smoke, disappeared in place, and returned to Yuchai Cave, where it lived. Finished? Over there. Zio-nan flapped his wings and slowly approached. After watching the battle between Saitama and Yakura completely, he had a deeper understanding of Yakura's strength. If she fights Saitama now, the odds of winning may be less than. Unless squinting his eyes, Zio-nan saw Caillou, who was looking over, and gradually put aside those thoughts in his mind. Before Saitama really showed malice, she would naturally not take the initiative, but some preparations are still necessary. After a few flaps of the two white paper wings, she came to Saitama's side. She didn't have the slightest damage on her body. She didn't look like she had just participated in the battle. She looked at the target line on the ground, and slowly stretched out her hand. Countless pieces of paper flew over, wrapping Yakura, who had fallen into a coma, up. Mummy. Then, this operation is over perfectly. The corner of Zio-nan's mouth slanted, showing a somewhat charming smile, but obviously he didn't go to Saitama, who was beside him. Chapter 309. A new chapter. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Yuli sensed the fluctuations in the battle ahead, and even saw the giant mushroom cloud formed by the terrorist explosion, so her mood became very anxious. She took the lead, followed by an astonishing number of Kirigakure ninjas. Their figures kept flickering, and they shuttled through the woods, making no other sounds except for the slight sound of footsteps on the branches. This is a team of well-trained ninja troops. Whoosh! After a long time, they finally passed through the dense forest, and a group of people came to the open space formed by the battle. However, the scene in front of them made them lose their minds for a short time, and Kiki froze in place. There are signs of explosions all over the ground, and the Kirigakure ninja who has lost his breath. It seems that Mizuki-sama has been attacked. What is the current situation? A trace of worry flashed in everyone's heart. All the ninjas responsible for protecting Mizuki were killed, and the situation of Mizuki was not optimistic. Especially Ringo Airi, who had fought against Saitama. His face became even paler, his teeth bit his lower lip tightly, and scarlet blood began to seep from his dry lips. Page 670. However, she didn't show the heaviness in her heart. As the temporary leader of this army, she knew that she couldn't show weakness, which would make the morale of the entire team low. Looking over the bodies of the mist ninjas on the ground, she saw that the weapons used to kill these ninjas were actually pieces of blank paper, and those white papers were soaked in blood due to piercing into the body, and now they have turned into a blood-red piece. Looking at the death conditions of these ninjas, Lingoyu found that there were no traces of fierce battles, but rather a one-sided massacre. And the worst strength of these ninjas is the special ninja. How powerful is the enemy to be able to kill at will? Looking at the technique, it doesn't look like the Uchiha Saitama I met before. A new enemy? Why are people from the Akatsuki organization so powerful? And I haven't heard of it before. Over there, Master Lingoyu. An Anbu directed Ringo Ayuri, who was looking at the corpse on the ground, and followed his fingers, and there were two people standing next to a corpse a few hundred meters ahead. Among the two, one was wearing a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds, and the other was probably from a previous battle. The clothes were destroyed, revealing the close combat uniform inside. It's Shuei-ing-sama. Damn, is it still late? Lin Hiroyu glanced over with Yuli's eyes, and recognized that the person lying on the ground was the target of his and others' support during this trip, Gaju Yakura. Seeing this, she involuntarily grasped her weapon with her hands. Her knuckles turned white. Of the two people over there, one of them is the Uchiha Saitama whom Hayashi Yuri is familiar with, while the other is a blue-haired female ninja who has never met before. From this point of view, the mist ninja lying on the ground at this time should have been killed by the new female ninja who is good at using paper. What a weird ability. Lin Yuli stretched out her tongue and licked her lips, and a rusty smell filled her mouth instantly, which shocked her spirits. Mizuguchi-sama is not dead, although his breath is very weak, but he still has a breath. The vitality of Jinchuriki is still very strong. Lin Ziyu looked intently, felt Yakura's aura fluctuate, and said to the group of ninjas behind him, "At this time, it is necessary to give the big guys some spiritual support, and not let them lose confidence before fighting." The ninja behind him didn't speak, just looked at Yakura's figure, breathing heavily. Their water shadows lie at the enemy's feet like dead bodies, and this scene seems to humiliate them. Therefore, their aura has become extremely suppressed, and the killing intent is even more pervasive in it, wishing to go forward and fight immediately. "Yo, here we come." Saitama noticed the Kirigakure ninja over there, and saw Ringo Yuri standing in the front at a glance, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. "Get ready to fight. The enemy's target is the three tails in Mizuguchi-sama's body. We must take him back from the enemy." Before Lin Yuli came here, she had planned for the worst, but now, the worst situation she expected is almost the same. Looking at the considerable number of Anbu ninjas behind her, she gained some confidence to challenge the enemy. The man is Konoha Rinen Uchiha Saitama, who is good at Thunder Dungeon. After previous fights, we learned that he also masters the technique of Flying Thunder God and Wood Dungeon. Be careful when you fight next time. It is best to keep combat in the form of a small team. Do not stand alone. The information on the remaining enemy is unknown, but being able to be with Uchiha Saitama is also not to be careless. The fog ninjas on the ground should be killed by her. Be careful of those papers. Ringo Ayuri said everything he knew, then slowly raised his weapon and pointed at the two enemies in front of him. The art of Flying Thunder God? Wooden Dungeon? Many Anbu ninjas gasped. Naruto Namikaze Minato, who was in power in Konoha village at this time, had mastered the Flying Rage and Jutsu, which made him famous in the current Megatron ninja world. Every ninja village has an unwritten rule that if you encounter Namikaze Minato on the opposite side during the mission, if you choose to retreat and give up the mission, you don't have to bear the follow-up responsibility. It can be seen how terrifying Namikaze Minato under the Flying Thunder God technique is. But now, the enemy also mastered such a ninjutsu, which made them feel agitated, a little at a loss, and their previous eagerness to kill the enemy also stopped. They are still clear about their weight, and this is not the scariest thing yet, because the enemy still has the escape technique that the former ninja god possessed wouldn't escape. This was another heavy shot, making them stay in place, only dare to look at the opposite side, and dare not make any movements. Their own water shadow was still in the hands of the enemy, so they naturally couldn't choose to retreat so simply, but they didn't attack impulsively either. Damn bastards, what is your purpose? Are you collecting tailed beasts to better bring chaos to the ninja world? Hayashi Yuri pointed at Saitama. Her tone was very angry, and her words were full of hatred for Saitama and others. The former Terumi Meikage and the current Mizukage are all seniors she has always admired, but now they are all in the hands of this rebellious ninja named Uchiha Saitama. Therefore, she really hated Uchiha Saitama extremely, and wished to kill him quickly. Wouldn't escape bound. Saitama did not answer Hayashi Ayuri's question, but stretched out his hand and used the wooden escape to restrain Yagura, who was already unconscious on the ground, with a wooden escape, and lifted it into the air. You will know the answer in a short time. For now, let me keep some mystery. Saitama put Yakura on his shoulder, and then looked at Kiranin over there calmly. This is not the first time he has encountered such a question, but every time the answer is still the same. It has not changed. Don't get rid of them. Page 671. Zaonan signaled to Saitama, and a few pieces of white paper began to spin around her arm, making the whistling sound of the wind. Seeing that Kiyu seemed to be preparing to leave like this, she was a little puzzled. The two of them took Mizukage away, and it was impossible for Kirigakure to give up so easily. Only by killing these pursuers could he leave the country of water easily. I don't mind killing them, but if they are sensible, I don't mind letting them go temporarily. When Saitama spoke, Yagura's hands on his shoulders were tightly wrapped by tree roots, his eyes were closed tightly, and he did not respond at all. However, it seems that they don't seem to know each other very well. Zaonan's expression was indifferent. A piece of paper suddenly appeared around her body, and instantly turned into a pair of wings, which carried her into the air, and the ground was also blanked out by the recoil force of the wings. Team 4, Team 5 hold that female ninja. The others will form a unit of 3 and join me in besieging Uchiha Saitama. You must keep Master Yagura. Hayashi Ayuri spoke very seriously. She knew that she and the others had to do something, and she couldn't just watch the enemy leave with Yakura-sama. After a brief explanation, she shot out, creating a phantom in the air, and those fog ninjas only hesitated for a moment, then they also clenched their weapons and followed. They are numerous and in good condition, and the enemy has just experienced a big battle, so the condition must not be the best, and there may be some chances of winning if they stand shoulder to shoulder. A few years ago, Yan Yin used a sea of people to pile up wreckage to death, which is the best example, and if they really choose to back down, then the only way to go is to be rebellious and forbearance, which is not the way they are willing to go. Besides, Yakura-sama has a very high prestige in the village over the years, and these Ambu ninjas are directly under Mizukage's subordinates, so they are loyal to Yakura. Whoosh whoosh! These Ambu ninjas rushed up, everyone getting ready. At the front of the crowd, Lin Yuli was holding a long knife and sewing needles, with a determined expression on her face. Her feet kept kicking on the ground, and her speed continued to increase under such movements. Only with the aim of fighting to the death can one gain a psychological advantage in the confrontation. Lin Hayu and Kiyu have fought each other, so they understand the gap best, but right now, there is no second way to solve the problem. It's really troublesome. Let me come, just try the tricks I have mastered recently. Saitama looked at Conan, who was suspended in midair, raised his voice slightly, and said, "There are so many enemies, and the environment here is very suitable. So he has the idea of using wooden dungeon, although he lives in the intercolumn cells and can use the wooden escape, but the wooden escape has not been his conventional weapon all along, because he couldn't do what Senshu Jujian put his hands together and do whatever he wanted. He needs a very long CD for the combat to launch the large wood escape ninjutsu, but looking at the distance between the enemy and himself, Saitama showed a dangerous smile. Wood and the tree world is coming." Before Zaonan could speak, Saitama clapped his hands on his chest, and the huge chakra in his body began to circulate. Bang bang bang! Ringo Yuyuri and the rest of the ninjas trembled under their feet. This tremor became more and more intense, and finally directly became an even stronger earthquake. After that, the ground shattered and rolled, and countless trees rose from the ground. In just a few seconds, they became towering trees, and intertwined roots grew violently. Those tree roots, thicker than a human body, seemed to have eyes, entangle the surrounding ninjas, and keep strangling them as time goes by. All this happened extremely fast, and in less than 5 seconds, many mists were caught off guard and killed by such means. Damn! Lin Yu quickly dodged. She was the strongest among these people, so although she rushed to the front, she was not attacked by those roots. However, most of the Kirigakure ninjas who were weaker than her were unable to dodge, and were directly bound and entangled by the wildly growing tree roots under the ground, and finally crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, most of the originally astonishing number of chasing troops were damaged by Saitama's wooden escape ninjutsu. This made her complexion extremely ugly. Her eyes widened even wider, as if she was eating people. This, Lingo Yuli couldn't believe it. She jumped up and down to dodge the thick tree roots sweeping in all directions, and ran towards her companions like crazy. She is going to rescue her teammates. She can't let them die simply. This is not the value of a ninja. Let's go. I shouldn't be in the mood to chase this time. With his hands separated, Saitama's face was a little pale, but it returned to normal in an instant, and his eyes also returned to normal. becoming black and white. It was a kaleidoscope, a fairy art, and a super large wooden escape ninjutsu. Even he couldn't stand it. Well, let's go. Xiaonan glanced at the large forest that popped up in an instant that was denser than the original forest, and didn't comment too much. Under a single ninjutsu, the already large and aggressive Kirigakure held back the troops and fell apart. Turning around, Saitama carried Yakura on his shoulders and headed towards the coastline, while Xiaonan flapped his wings and followed the fast Saitama closely. This time the Three Tails capture mission can be said to be a perfect end, and the next step is to go back to seal it, and I don't know how the situation in Jayadu is. If it goes well, the number of tailed beasts collected so far has reached an astonishing number, leaving only Konoha's 9 tails and Uniden's 8 tails. Page 672. Since Pain said that the final seal must be 9 tails and 8 tails, and since these 2 Choriki are the best protected, there is no plan to do it for the time being. And this time, the organization's effort to capture so many tailed beasts at one time will definitely make the entire ninja world vigilant, and even become anxious. It is not impossible to form a coalition, so the final battle is not far away. Xiaonan was thinking like this, but there was an undisguised excitement in his eyes. This is their dream and pursuit, and now it is not far from reaching the goal, which is simply exciting. What are you thinking about? Saitama noticed the emotional change of the woman beside him, turned his head slightly and said, "Those Kirigakure ninjas didn't have the guts to chase after them, so they seemed to be quite relaxed, so they could still have some small talk. It's nothing, hurry up and go back. Now is not the time to relax. Although Kirigakure will not pursue for the time being, but still be careful to encounter other enemies on the road." Conan's expression changed, and then he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yakura on Saitama's shoulder, and returned to his original cold appearance again, no longer thinking wildly. "All right." Saitama patted Yakura. Because Yakura was so small, it made him feel like he was carrying a bag of rice, with almost no sense of weight. The two speeded up again, and soon disappeared at the horizon. "Grown-ups." A ninja was pierced through the chest by a tree root. At this moment, he stared at Ringo Yuyuri in front of him with staring eyes. Just saying these 2 words seemed to consume all his strength. Blood flowed downward along the wound and the corner of his mouth, and his breath gradually disappeared, and his eyes gradually faded away. Lin Ziyu remained silent, cut off the tree roots running through the ninja's body, put him on the ground, and closed the staring eyes with his hands. She looked around, and nearly half of the ninjas who followed her died here, and the rest were slightly or severely injured. Obviously, it is unrealistic to continue chasing, unless you deliberately seek death. And after such a move, Hayashi Airi once again had a deep understanding of Uchiha Saitama's strength. This kind of ninjutsu, the god of ninja, should be nothing more than that, right? She has never seen the god of ninja make a move, but it does not prevent her from imagining. In today's ninja world, there is no one who can deal such damage, except Tsuchika Jonoki's dust done, right? At this moment, Lin Yuyuri felt very powerless. That man was so powerful that it was completely unbelievable. Just thinking about going against him, a trace of fear appeared in the depths of his heart. Looking around, looking at those companions who had lost their breath of life, she knelt down on the ground and lowered her head. Soon, the ground was soaked with some dripping water, and Lingoyu kept shrugging his shoulders. She was on the road without stopping, but she still didn't catch up with Yakura-sama to support her, and thus failed Terumai-sama's trust and expectations for her. And because of her own wrong decision, many fogs endured to death. At this moment, her mood was extremely depressed, and her killing intent towards Saitama continued to flood. When Lin Yuyuri returned to Wine Village with the wounded, the atmosphere in the village gradually became dignified. This ninja village, which has an innate geographical advantage and is far away from the ninja continent, sounded the alarm and put on the highest level of alert. And after the lights in the conference room of the Mizukage building were always on all night, a ninja hawk flew out from the core of Wine Village, and its destination was Konoha Hidden Village in the Land of Fire. It's time to unite. Facing the powerful Akatsuki, Ninja Village can no longer be passive like this. And almost at the same time, from the northwest location of the ninja world, that is, Yaninen Village in the Land of Earth, a ninja pigeon in charge of communication also took off from the balcony of the Tukage building. Its destination is still Hidden Leaf Village. The storm is coming, a new chapter is about to start. Hey, Saitama, Conan, we've been waiting for you all the time. Is that Sanwei Jinchuriki, Mizuki Jakura? Why is it a child? When Kyu and Zionan spent a day returning to Yuin Village, The first person who greeted them was actually the idol hidden. But that beating tone made Zionan, who was beside Katama, frowned. It seems that your side is also going well. Saitama glanced over and saw Kakutsu. I don't know if the fight tails Jinchuriki is stupid or stupid. He clearly had the opportunity to surround us, but he still confidently chose to face us alone. Although the process was full of twists and turns, the ending was not bad. Jadu folded his hands and spoke calmly. Saitama could feel Kakutsu's aura fluctuating slightly, and with a strong smell of blood on Hidden's body, he naturally knew that the process would not be as simple as it said. Where's the scorpion? With a glance, Kyu didn't see Zai. Zai came back first. He should have arrived long ago. Where are his toys being restored? It should be coming out. Page 673. Fei Duan laughed, as if he looked down on Zai's puppets, but he only dared to say these words when Zai was not present. If you keep being tough like this, I don't mind letting you play with my toys. Just got some fun stuff. Scorpion's voice sounded full of malice. There was a sound of slight footsteps, and Zai appeared behind Fei Duan, staring at Fei Duan in a daze, putting great pressure on Fei Duan. Hiduan's expression changed. He shut up instantly, and walked to Kakutsu's side to stop, as if he was looking for something to rely on. Jadu glanced at Fei Duan, didn't speak, and even wanted to laugh in his heart. It seems that there is new material. After fighting Hidden, Scorpion set his eyes on Yagura on Saitama's shoulder, his eyes a little curious. Now he really likes Jinchuriki's body. As a container for tailed beasts, the bodies of these ninjas are not ordinary consumables, but excellent materials with great room for development. Let's go, Zero is calling us. Zionan looked deep into the basement, and was the first to walk up. Pain, I have been waiting inside for a long time. This will be a grand event, and it will also be the prelude to a new chapter. I'm going to be busy next time. The three-tailed beasts, if it wasn't for my excellent physical fitness, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Fei Duan followed, murmuring, as if he didn't want to stay with the scorpion who had a bad mouth before. A green light flashed in Jayadu's eyes, and he followed slowly without hesitation. Things are getting more interesting, don't you think, Saitama? Scorpion came to Saitama's side and raised his head slightly. He is using his original body now, not Fei Liu, but that handsome face didn't make Saitama feel a little warm. On the contrary, he felt very disobedient. Take one step at a time. Things are interesting, isn't it better? A boring world always makes people feel boring, isn't it? Kyu carried Yagura and headed towards the depths of the base. He noticed that Ju's breath had been there all along, obviously waiting. Zai stood where he was, watching Saitama's back gradually being swallowed up by the darkness, and finally disappeared from sight, before raising his steps to keep up. His purpose of joining this organization seems to be changing, and he has a more sense of identity. Then the task of sealing the tailed beast starts now. This time it will last for 10 days. Everyone is ready. During this time, the village will also be closed, and no one will disturb you. Pain stood on top of his thumb and looked at the surrounding members with a very calm tone. Understand? Saitama and the others nodded and answered him. Boom! On the palm of the ferocious heretic golem, the 7 fingers lit up a faint blue fluorescence. With the injection of chakra and the control of Pain, the heretic golem opened its mouth, and a soul-like object in the shape of a dragon emerged from it. The 6 tails Jinchuriki foam lying on the ground gradually rose up under the pull of the invisible force, and was drilled into the body by the dragon. The red chakra began to be absorbed, and the foam that had long since lost consciousness made a weak sound of pain. But this kind of voice fell on the ears of everyone present and was directly ignored. The seal of the tailed beast was carried out in an orderly manner, and the eyes of the golem gradually opened, looking at the Zyajam on his finger. A new era has come. Chapter 310. Contact and infiltration successful. Minato, this is the scroll sent by Iwagakure, with its Tsuchikage Onoki logo on it. It should be from Tsuchikage himself. Luju walked in from the outside and put a scroll on Minato's table. His face was solemn and his mustache looked a little messy. It was obvious that he had grabbed it several times before. Tsuchikage Onogi. Is there something going on at this time? Minato frowned, very puzzled in his heart, and then stretched out his hand ready to take the scroll. Not only Tsukage, there is also an information scroll from Kirigakure, and there is no Mizukage's personal logo on it, but it still uses Kirigakure's highest-level communication method. Luju raised his other hand and handed Minato a bluish scroll with the word Yuan on it, most likely from the great elder Yuanshi Kirigakure. According to the usual practice, only the letters sent by shadows can implement the highest standard of communication, but this time, Kirigakure obviously broke the rules. Problem occurs. Looking at the two scrolls in front of him, Minato reacted immediately. His eyes became solid, and his face gradually became serious. He put aside all the documents he was processing just now, and slowly moved two scrolls with different colors and patterns to his front. After thinking for a while, he was the first to open the yellow-brown scroll from tying, and Minato read every word carefully without missing any details. Page 674 on the scroll. The information is not complicated. Only a few sentences can be summed up in one sentence. Five-tailed Jinju Lihan was attacked by Akatsuki, and his whereabouts are currently unknown! I hope that for the sake of peace in the ninja world, Konoha will take the lead and hold the 5 Cages conference to discuss matters together. Call. After reading it, Minato confirmed that he did not miss any useful information, raised his hand and handed the scroll to Luju, letting him understand the specific situation and make a judgment. As for Minato himself, his eyes once again fell on the scroll sent by Kirigakure, and the look in his eyes became more serious, as if the seriousness like water was about to flow out of his eye sockets. What will happen here? It's not a letter that Mizukage personally audited. Could it be? Minato thought of one thing. Yakura is not only Mizukage, but also Kirigakure's three-tailed Jinchuriki. But this time the letter did not go through Mizukage's hands. There is only one explanation, that is, something happened to Mizukage who is Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Minato's eyes widened, feeling very heavy in his heart. Although Minato has not yet opened the scroll sent by Kirigakure, but what he guessed is almost in line with the truth. This is a shadow's ability to judge. Tear. Unlocking the ninjutsu restriction above, Minato spread out the scroll and began to study it. It was just a guess before, so he still had some luck in his heart. But now he opened the scroll and read it carefully, in order to solve the doubts and find the answer. Boom. Shikaku lowered his eyes, watching the fourth Hokage who seldom lost his temper, watching him suddenly slam his hands on the table because he finished reading Kirigakure's scroll, and leaned forward to reach the table. After reading the message from Onoki, although he was surprised by the arrogance of the Akatsuki organization, he still remained calm. As Hokage's underling and the head of the think tank, he had to keep himself in that extremely peaceful state at all times. Only in this way can every detail of the event be enlarged and considered without any omission. How's the situation over there? After reading the information sent by Iwakakashi, Shikaiju thought about going to the same place as Minato in an instant. Looking at the somewhat angry Minato, he knew that it should be all right, but he didn't know what the current situation of Mizukage was, whether he was missing or just seriously injured and comatose, and was put under strict protection by Kirigakure. Kirigakure's Jinchuriki, including Rokuo Jinchuriki Bubble, who was reported to have betrayed the village, and Mizukage Yakura, who had left the village before, were all attacked by Akatsuki, and their whereabouts are unknown. Luju naturally knew what this missing means, but it was just a euphemism for falling into the hands of the enemy. According to the information sent by Kirigakure, Uchiha Saitama was an important driver of the two accidents, and played the main role in the attack, and Kirigakure suffered heavy losses because he wanted to retake Yakura. While talking about the information he had concluded, Minato handed over the scroll in his hand to Luju for him to read it again in person. Is it Uchiha Saitama again? Hearing this name, Luju frowned involuntarily, and the mustache on his chin couldn't stop trembling. Obviously, the owner of this name is someone Luju finds difficult. He had crossed paths with Uchiha Saitama before. At that time, Saitama was a new star of Uchiha. Although he was young, he was stable and not as difficult to get along with as other Uchiha ninjas. But now this Uchiha Saitama is already Konoha's traitorous ninja, and he is also a terrorist who vows to fight against Ninja Village. Well, it's still him. Kirigakure's thoughts are similar to those of Iwagakure's. They all hope to hold a 5-Cage meeting as soon as possible, and launch some actions against Akatsuki's organization. Minato looked at Luju with some seriousness in his eyes, and then continued. Let's issue a notice to the other ninja villages. We must get together for a meeting now. The 5-Cage talks proposal can be adopted. Now in the 5 ninja villages, it seems that only our Renjilai has not been attacked by Akatsuki. Make a decision earlier. Coping strategies can also prevent problems before they happen. Luju didn't hesitate, and put the 2 scrolls in his hand on Minato's table, looking at Minato with a serious expression. It didn't look like he was joking. He already understood that Akatsuki's strength cannot be handled by a ninja village. They are all core axes composed of S-level rebellious ninja. Even Konoha cannot guarantee that it will be 100 solved. It's time to unite together, uproot this organization, and restore peace to the ninja world. This time is a perfect opportunity. when 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, and 7 tails were attacked and disappeared before. Sand hidden at that time meant to unite with other ninja villages to fight Akatsuki. But at that time Yan Yin, Wu Yin and Yan Yin were not interested in it, and even found it boring. Although Akatsuki's organization is very powerful and dared to reach out to the tail beasts of the major ninja villages, but at that time, they felt that such an organization could not fight against a ninja village ! So they all just exchanged some simple information, and then launched their own actions. But now, it's different. Ninja Village realized the real crisis. Even the stubborn old man Anogi let go of his stubbornness, determined to unite together, and wiped out Akatsuki in one fell swoop. Shikahisa immediately sent invitations to Sand Yin, Yan Yin, Kirigakure, and even other ninja villages. Since we need to unite, let's hold a meeting. What time and place? Let's take the country of Iron. It is a neutral country, and it is a samurai force completely different from our ninjas. Everyone should be able to rest assured to participate in the talks. This time, I hope that the first leaders of the major ninja villages can be there. As for the time, it will be half a month later. Minato stood up and said to Lujiju seriously, Iron Country? It's really a good place. Then I'll send invitations to the major ninja villages right away. The other 3 ninja villages should be fine, but I don't know Uni-in's current attitude. Lujiju nodded, then turned around and went out to leave. Next, it's time to get busy. If the 5-cage talks are successful, then the actions against Akatsuki will be launched one after another, and it will not be a small fight like the previous big ninja villages, but a devastating attack. Page 675. Uchiha Saitama, what are you doing for? And this Akatsuki goes behind the scenes. Ninja world, is there really such a powerful and unknown powerhouse? Minato looked at Shikaku's back and muttered to himself. As the other ninja village Jinchuriki were attacked, he became more and more vigilant. After all, there was one Jinchuriki in his family, and he was the strongest Kyuubi among the tailed beasts. For the one he loves, he will not let Sayao know his way. And this time the amount of information from the 2 ninja villages is too great. Iwagakure's Gobai, Kirigakure's Mitsuo and Rokuo were all attacked by Akatsuki almost at the same time, and they succeeded. Akatsuki's power is unfathomable. Thinking of this, Minato thought of his teacher, the man who set off not long ago and said that he would bring back useful information to Konoha. The more he saw Akatsuki's strength, the more Minato worried about Jiraiya-sensei. Don't worry about it, teacher. Looking out the window, Minato pursed his lips, unwilling to continue thinking about this issue. Master Tsukiji, you are ready. A short and stocky ninja stood in front of Onogi's table, and said in a very respectful manner. He kept his head down when he spoke, and did not look directly at Onogi. Well, what happened to the Black Earth? Onogi raised his head slightly, but his face was wrinkled and sad, as if he had aged several times overnight. Huintu's death was hard for him, and the young Haitu was also hard for him. He hadn't left his room for several days. Still the same, but had some food this morning. The ninja looked at Onogi, and saw the deep sorrow in Onogi's eyes. It is indeed the greatest misfortune for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person. Even if he is as strong as Tsuchikage, it still has a great impact. After being transported back from the lowest ninja, Mr. Onogi's state became like this. His usual extremely tough attitude seemed to disappear, and he really became a bad old man. Let's go, let's take a look at Huintu for the last time. This old man never thought that this mission would end like this, but it won't end so easily. I will not let Sayao's people go. Onogi stood up, hung his hands on his sides, showing his old age, and walked out of the house. Yes, the ninja followed Onogi with a heavy tone. Elder, Lin Yuyuli looked at the extremely old man in front of him, with a stooped figure and no teeth, and lowered his head slightly to show respect. This old man is Yuan's elder Yuanji, a man with power similar to that of Mizukage, and has been working for the village since the beginning of the village establishment. He is currently the oldest person in the entire village. Well, here you are. Master Yuan's dark eyes in the sunken eye sockets locked on Lin Yuyu, as if he was thinking about something. The scout troop sent out did not find any useful clues. The enemy disappeared within the territory of Kawanokuni, and Terumi-sama and their bodies also disappeared. Only the sealed class ninja who died in King was found. Lin Heiyu looked at the elder sitting on the chair, and explained all the information he had, with a slightly low tone. After hearing all this, the old man still maintained a calm face, but his deep and muddy eyes kept falling on her. Call back all the ninja troops sent out. There is no need to continue chasing them. The enemy is more troublesome than imagined. Save your strength and wait for the opportunity. Yuan-shi squirmed his mouth. His old and slack muscles were slowly moving. This was his decision after careful consideration. He had already expected this in his heart. It was normal for the enemy's clues to disappear, but Ringo Airi was a little hesitant. Although it was extremely difficult to find the enemy, he still couldn't give up. That was the Mizukage of Kirigakure, so he was caught by Akatsuki like this. Okay, you should have thought about it in your heart. Akatsuki's target is the tailed beast in Mizukage's body. Seeing Lin Yuyuli's tangled expression, Master Yuan understood her little thoughts in an instant. He has seen this kind of thing many times in his long years. For the sake of the overall situation, it is very necessary to make some sacrifices. After all, this is no longer the overall situation that can be controlled by personal emotions. But this time, the sacrifice was huge, because it was Mizukage and the tailed beast of the village who sacrificed. However, he has also seen those ninjas who chased out with Lin Yuyu before, and also learned about some situations, and has a deep understanding of the enemy's strength. If the village continues to chase, even if it encounters the enemy, there is still nothing to do. It will only increase the loss. Wait until you unite with other ninja villages and fight against the enemy together. This is the best chance to kill the enemy, and you can also get back everything that Kirigakure has captured. Order. The village will be sealed off in accordance with wartime regulations for the next period of time, and the ninjas who have gone out will be called back as soon as possible, and the number of outings will be reduced in a short time. When Master Yuan made up his mind to ask Konoha for help, he already had a plan. The tailed beast was captured and Mizukage was attacked. This is a crisis that has never been seen since the establishment of the village. No matter what Konoha's attitude is, he has a plan to wipe out Akatsuki with all the power of the village. While contacting Konoha, he actually also contacted Sandyin, who is far away in the most remote place in the south of the ninja world. A few months ago, Sandyin had a plan to form an alliance against Akatsuki, but because Sandyin himself was the weakest in the 5 major villages, and after that incident, he lost the only tailed beast in the village. Sandu had one arm cut off, so almost no one took that proposal seriously, except for the kind old man Konoha who had some ideas at the time. But now, the same experience happened to Kirigakure, and it was even more serious. In addition to proposing to Konoha to hold the 5 Cages conference, Yuan-shi also invited Sagashi to join the alliance. Page 676. I just don't know what they think. Yuan-shi silently looked at Lin Yuyu in front of him, sighed in a very small voice, and then asked, Lin Yuyu Yuri, do you have the determination to sacrifice for the village? Yagura Mizukage fell into Akatsuki's hands. The current village is temporarily managed by his Yuan-shi, but he is over 80 years old. In this dangerous world, he can live for so long without the help of foreign objects, a miracle. Once a person gets old, his energy is severely lacking and managing the huge ninja village seems extremely powerless. But right now, there must be someone in Wine Village to stand up and hold the village on his shoulders to face the unknown and dangerous future. Originally, Yuan-shi was extremely optimistic about Terumi Mei. Not only was she powerful, but she was also young enough to take over Yagura's next job. However, Terumi Mei has now died in the hands of Uchiha Saitama, directly losing the qualification to succeed. Moreover, most of the ninjas currently on the board of Kirigakure died in the last mission. At this time, Wine fell into a situation of lack of high-end standing strength and a lack of success. It can be said that this is the weakest moment since the establishment of the village for many years. This is natural. On the first day I became a member of the 7 ninjas, I knew my destination, and that was to fight for the village until the end, even if I drained the last drop of blood. Lin Yuyu looked at Master Yuan seriously, with a very serious tone, firm, without the slightest hesitation. After saying this, she looked at Master Yuan, and then said, Is there any task that I need to complete? No matter what the elder tells you, I have always been enlightened. Lin Yu thought that teacher Yuan had some dangerous mission to ask her in this way. Thinking of the current problem of the village's combat power, she had no excuses. Well, from today onwards, you will be Mizukage's agent until the next Mizukage is officially elected. Looking at the young female ninja in front of him, Master Yuan felt a sense of responsibility from what she said, and directly threw out the decision that he had been thinking about for a few days. What? Lin Yuyuli's eyes widened, and the ear-like hair on his head trembled slightly, obviously extremely surprised. When I proposed to form an alliance to fight against Akatsuki, none of these guys bothered to care about it. What about now? Liu Sha sat in her seat, looking at the 2 letters on the table with some irony in her eyes. One is from Yanyan, and the other is from Wayan. Their goals are similar, and they are looking for cooperation to fight against the Akatsuki organization together. My lord, a ninja looked at Liu Sha, not knowing what to do next. Standing there at a loss, go to the back mountain and invite Elder Kyandai and Elder Gui Lezang over, and say that there is something to discuss. After thinking for a moment, Liu Sha gave the order. Although he was a little displeased with the two ninja villages who had only reacted at this time, it is possible to form an alliance. A few months ago, Gaara was captured and disappeared in the ninja world, but Santian never gave up looking for Akatsuki's trace, and there have always been ninja troops searching for information outside. But the entire ninja world is very large, and it is difficult to trace Akatsuki's base camp just by relying on the ninja village of Sand Hidden. However, after several months of investigation, Shayin locked Akatsuki's location in the Land of Rain, and a few days ago, Yuo Sha also sent ninjas to communicate with Yu Yin village, hoping to get Yu Yin's assistance. In a hurry, there has not been a positive response yet. Akatsuki, Uchiha Saitama. Liu Sha glanced at his empty left sleeve, gnashing his teeth and muttering. The humiliation brought to him by Uchiha Saitama last time has always surrounded him during this period of time, so that he can't forget it. Then when the alliance is formed, he must find his way back and kill that cunning little thief. He has long since lost confidence in the question of whether his child Gaara is still alive. The enemy's target is obviously the tailed beast, and Gaara has disappeared for so long, so there is no need to say more about the end. Clenching his fists, Liu Sha gradually left the chair and walked out of the office. He needed to rush to the meeting room first, and then think about specific matters before discussing with Chiyo and the others. In the darkness, a huge and hideous colossus made of unknown materials overlooked Xiaozhong standing on his finger. On its face full of painful emotions, 6 eyes have been opened, blood red is brewing inside, and the 7th eye is slowly half opened, and it is estimated that it will not be long before it can be fully opened. Every time an eye is opened, an innocent tailed beast disappears into the world, which is a huge project. At the scene of the sealing ceremony, several tailed beasts that were captured not long ago have also been sealed into the heretic golem one after another. Maintaining the output of chakra, Saitama slightly opened his eyes and looked around. The 10-day-long seal, the chakra of ordinary people is not enough to support it, and as the weakest person here, Fei Duan's face became a little pale and weak. Although the injury caused by the previous battle against the 5 tails Jinchuriki was repaired by Kakuzu with Jai Yuyu, the emptiness of Kai and blood in his body did not recover immediately. But fortunately, the seal was at its last moment. Even though Fei Duan had reached the limit, it was not in the way. He only needed other people to support him for a while, and it could be completely resolved. The condition of the others is not bad, and the strength of the shadow class is perfectly reflected in the seals these days. As soon as he moved his gaze, Saitama met a pair of extremely intimidating eyes, which were a pair of eyes with many circles. Pain stared at Saitama, with no extra emotion in his eyes. Very calm, he just noticed Saitama's gaze, so he looked over, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Saitama didn't speak, and slowly closed his eyes, concentrating on the work in hand. His own chakra is very large, although the seal consumes a lot, but for him, this kind of continuous output is not the kind of instant withdrawal of a large amount of chakra in combat, so it is basically the same as his own continuous generation flat. The prelude to the war has already begun, and the real good show will be shown soon. Saying something in his heart, Saitama once again entered that state of concentration, and just as Xiaozhong sealed the tailed beast, an unexpected visitor came to the village. Page 677. On an inconspicuous surface of water in Yuyin village, a frog showed half of its head. As soon as the frog appeared, he looked around in a very humane manner. After confirming that there was no one around, he fully stretched out his body from the water and floated on the surface. PFFT. The frog opened its mouth, and an armored arm protruded from the frog's mouth, and fell to the surface of the water, followed by the shoulder. The technique of toad concealment. Jai Lai also slowly emerged from the frog's mouth. The small size of the frog, but his burly body appeared very inconsistent. Soon, Jai stood completely on the water, looking at the residential area not far away. The place where he is located is a sewer not far from the residential area. Since Yuyin village has plenty of rain all year round, the drainage system is very complete, and it is precisely because of this that he entered this closed village. In this Yuyin village, I don't know what happened recently, but the entrance and exit are completely blocked. The method of entering the village from the front provided by the informant before is not working at all. So he waited outside for several days before he found a suitable method at this time, and finally sneaked in here. Then the infiltration is successful. The next step is to collect the necessary information and confirm the previous guess. Jiraiya stood still, looking deeply at the tall buildings not far away, with a confident smile on his face. Under the drizzle of the rain, Zilai flickered a few times before disappearing in place, and the frog in the spots sank into the water after Zilai left and disappeared. Chapter 311 Infiltrator in a hidden place. The eyes of reincarnation glow faintly in the dark environment, appearing mysterious and powerful. Who is it? This kind of chakra is not an ordinary infiltrator, but also somewhat familiar. It should be a ninja I've seen before. The skinny Nagato stared forward, as if his vision had penetrated through obstacles, and he saw the intruders who had come to the streets of Yuin village. At this time, the unknown intruder must be dealt with quickly, and he must not be allowed to disturb the seal of the tailed beast. No matter what his purpose of sneaking into the village is, he must kill the danger in the cradle. The uninvited powerful ninja, it doesn't seem like a good thing at all. Make sure to pay attention. The chakra belonging to Nagato spreads out with the chakra signal amplifier that wraps itself, spreading to the puppet bodies of the 6 realms except Chandao. No matter who it is, when he enters the village as an intruder, he is an enemy. Since he is an enemy, he must be killed. The seal-tailed beast has reached the most critical final stage. This unknown intruder is not weak, and the abundant chakra in his body far exceeds that of Fei Duan and others in the organization. He is obviously a difficult guy. And at this moment, such a powerful ninja entering the village like this is equivalent to a time bomb. Since it is necessary to prevent problems before they happen, it is necessary to kill the intruders with lightning speed. Although Chandao, who is in charge of the combat power, is temporarily unable to withdraw at this time, but relying on other puppet clones, there should be no problem. After Nagato thought briefly, he came up with a plan to deal with this invading ninja. His expression was deep, and veins were gradually protruding from his thin body. On the other side, Jiraiya quickly came to the street, but he didn't change his makeup. Anyway, he didn't have any ninja characteristics in his original body. Jiraiya chose an adult izakaya first instead of attacking the ninja and searching for information. The village has been closed for so long, and the basic situation has not yet been figured out, so he plans to briefly understand the situation in this chaotic situation before making follow-up plans. His informant also provided some basic information before, but in order to implement it, he decided to collect it himself. In the world of ninjas, he still needs to experience it himself in order to get the most real things, even if the informant is reliable, but still cannot fully trust. As for obtaining the information he needs from these places, Zilai is also familiar with the old bastard. Those hostesses who have been in social occasions all year round are the most suitable breakthrough point, and they are the best place to collect information for people of all levels. Soon, after a few glasses of wine, Zilai began to tentatively take things from the hostess' mouth. They were a little wary at first. After all, Zilai was not a regular customer, so he was very unfamiliar. But as he drank more and more alcohol, the information Jiraiya needed was slowly revealed. Similar to what Jiraiya's informant told him and what he himself knew, the current leader of Yuin village is not Hanzo from back then, but a group of rising stars, generally young ninjas. They launched a coup many years ago, and then Hanzang was defeated. The regime changed, and the village was also controlled by them. However, the current leader seldom shows up in the village, and basically relies on the messengers to convey information, and most of the internal affairs rely on the management of the original village to preside over the overall situation. Oh, there is another piece of information, that the new leader of Yuin village said that he is the incarnation of God and will lead the village out of the pain. The envoy is the most trusted person around God, a woman who can fly. As for other information, the hostess didn't have any information here, and she knew the current information because of her frequent contact with ninjas and gradually learned from their conversations. Pepin doesn't care much about how the ninjas above change, as long as they are given a comfortable living environment. It doesn't matter who manages the village. As an ordinary civilian in Yuin village, that's all she knows. Jile also leaned on the sofa, and the hostess beside him was completely drunk and unconscious. It seems that we still have to start with the ninja, but this god and the envoy must pay more attention, and there is no direct relationship between Xiaoxiao and Yuin village, although it can be confirmed from the previous information that Xiaoxiao and the village is deeply involved. But looking at the situation, the civilians in this village seem to know nothing about it. Leaving behind a wad of money, Jiraiya got up and left through the back door, and went into the alley. According to his perception, there happened to be a ninja there, and he should have just left the izakaya. Although this village is closed, its architectural style is extremely modern, and it looks more advanced than Konoha, except that the endless rain is a bit annoying. Jilai also reached out to catch some raindrops. He always felt that he had overlooked some important things, but he was at a loss for the time being. His eyes glanced at the ninja who was walking slowly against the wall, without any hesitation. He confirmed that there was no one nearby. Jiraiya also disappeared in place, appeared behind the ninja, and at the moment he didn't react. He was knocked out and dragged away. Everything was completed in less than a second. Very smooth, and the strength of that ninja could not have any resistance in the hands of Jiraiya. Thanks to Yuin's well-developed drainage system, all kinds of drainage pipes the size of a house crisscrossed, and Jilai just brought the newly captured urine into such a place. As one of the Sannin, and a man who has experienced many ninja battles, Jiraiya also knows some information gathering ninjutsu. He still had no problem with probing the brains of the ninja who was weaker than himself, but the ninja he captured in front of him seemed to be just a middle ninja, and he didn't do any bad things that he had seen, so he didn't use it immediately. Violent ninjutsu such as soul-searching, but restraining him and waking him up for physical interrogation. Page 678. Although such a method is stupid and time-consuming, Jilai and his extremely patient carrots and sticks came into battle, and he used simple illusions for psychological guidance. Soon, the ninja, who couldn't resist the pressure, explained what he knew, while Jiraiya, who got some useful information, frowned and his eyes became gloomy. From Chunin's information, he knew that he had been exposed. Since his body was hit by the rainwater outside, his whereabouts have been completely exposed, because those raindrops are the ninjutsu of the leader of Yuin village who claims to be a god, named Yuhu Freedom Jutsu. Everyone who entered the range of ninjutsu and fell into the rain curtain would be sensed by him, so this chakra, who was very unfamiliar to the leader of Yuin, was even more ostentatious, like a star in the dark night. Miscalculation. I didn't expect such a ninjutsu to exist, but such a huge amount of engineering can really be completed with only one individual ninja, monitoring a ninja village, and maintaining ninjutsu for many years. Jiraiya looked at the ninja who had been knocked unconscious by himself, quietly studied the information he had just obtained, and thought about the next way to go. Now that he has been exposed, no one has come to arrest him for such a long time just now, or is it that this ninjutsu was not as powerful as the rain ninja said? Put the comatose ninja in a corner to hide, and planted a simple illusion on him, so that he could not wake up for a short time, and Jiraiya walked forward along the drainage pipe. No matter what the current situation is, let's hide from the rain and move forward, and then make plans slowly. He also learned from Chunin just now that the head of the village lies in the Tower of Akatsuki, which is the tallest building in the village. Jiraiya also had an impression of that building, because it was too tall, so he noticed it before entering here. Recalling the direction of the building in his memory, Jiraiya also estimated his current location, walking through the complicated drainage pipes. Although the pipeline is extremely complex and changeable, in his perception, it is still not difficult. The intruder hid in the pipe. Beast rode under the control of Nagato. Half of his body protruded from the Tower of Akatsuki, looked indifferently at the village below, and finally stopped at the place where the intruder chakra disappeared. The intruder's chakra disappeared within the range of ninjutsu. He should have known the function of the rain, so he hid directly to avoid surveillance. Do you think you can hide? How naive! A long strand of bangs fell down from the forehead on the right side, and with killing intent on his face, the animal jumped directly, then flipped a few times in midair, stomped a few times on the wall, and got into a drain pipe. Because the intruder was in a crowded commercial area, he didn't choose to take action, but now the intruder chose to enter the drain pipe in order to get rid of the monitoring, which happened to be a good place for him to attack. In order not to cause commotion in the village, a spacious drainage pipe is indeed a good battlefield. Therefore, he now also drilled directly through one of the entrances. Although the drainage pipes were extremely complicated, it was only a matter of time before he found the intruder. The art of psychic. As soon as he entered the pipeline, Animal Dao immediately launched ninjutsu. In the animal way, you can channel a large ninja beast that has been transformed by the black stick without signing a psychic contract, and you can also share vision. There is no better way to use psychic beasts to find intruders hiding in the dark. In an instant, many medium-sized ninja beasts were psychically psychic, and the beast Dao swept his eyes, and then jumped into the mouth of a chameleon, and then separated from other psychic beasts, and launched a hunt for the intruders. Nagato is multitasking while manipulating heavenly Dao paint to seal the tailed beast hard, while manipulating animal Dao to use psychic beasts to search for intruders. And Ju, who was standing on the finger of the golem of the outside world, seemed to feel something, and his eyes, which had been tightly closed all the time, gradually opened. His eyes wandered around Tandao and Saitama's body a few times, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. And Saitama has not noticed what is about to happen outside and what has already happened, so he concentrates on transporting chakra and sealing the tailed beast. As for Jiraiya's arrival, he didn't expect it at all. Although Jiraiya once infiltrated into this village in memory to spy on Akatsuki, the overall situation of the ninja world at that time was completely different from the present. At this time, Akatsuki was already in the ninja world by attacking ninja villages and collecting tailed beasts. Such a secretive method showed the strength of the organization. Logically speaking, there was no need for Zilai to go deep into the enemy camp alone, but now Zilai also came. Yuin village, located on a steep mountainside, is Lei Ying's office. Master Reikage, these are letters from other ninja villages, please have a look. As Abui lined up the letters from the other 4 majors on Reikage's desk one by one, signaling to the 4th generation to review them. You don't need to look at it. The 5 major ninja villages formed an alliance to fight against one organization. This has never happened since the establishment of the village. Although that Akatsuki has some strength, it doesn't make us so afraid. Tell them that mutual assistance is barely enough. Form an alliance? Impossible. Lei Ying stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with his back to Mabue, and he didn't even look at the scroll on the table. He had already heard the information in it from Mabue, so he didn't need to read it again himself. This is not good, Mr. Reikage, please think more about it. Mabue was a little hesitant, with a tangled expression on her face. She was afraid that Lei Ying's words were said on impulse. Although Union is very powerful, he has been competing with Mui Village for the strongest title, but this is not the time to be so brave. She still remembered that the ninja who followed Yumirin came back to report to Reikage the scene after Yumirin was captured by the mysterious man. The furious Reikage blasted the entire office into ruins with one punch. In the following time, Yan Yin also sent people to search for traces of the enemy throughout the ninja world, but in the end they found nothing. In the end, if it weren't for the communication with Konoha and other villages, even the organization that arrested Yumirin was called Akatsuki, and knew Akatsuki's name. Union continued to carry out targeted searches on this, but apart from finding a few small outlying strongholds in the country, he fell into a stalemate again without any clue. There has never been such a saying that the entire ninja world is united. If they unite, who should they listen to at that time? Konoha's Namikaze Minato? Or Iwing's old immortal? I don't want to listen to what I used to say, the order of the mortal enemy. Lei Ying turned around, his tone a little annoyed. His face was flushed, and traces of electric arcs flickered on the armor of his arm. A team of ninjas encountered Iwagakure's troops in the snow country before, and what happened there naturally reached his ears. Although he was reckless, his brain was not stupid, and he had many guesses in a short time. And surprised at the real strength of this Akatsuki, Reikage hated this organization that dared to reach out to his ninja village, but suffered from lack of intelligence support and was unable to attack. Page 679. Mabue had no expression on his face. After hearing Lei Ying's words like a child's, he didn't know how to respond. Although there has never been a precedent for the ninja world to unite, judging from the information currently known, the degree of danger of this Akatsuki organization is absolutely extraordinary, and it cannot be solved by a mere ninja village. But now, the interests of many ninja villages have been damaged, and they intend to form an alliance, which is actually a good choice. When the ninja power of the entire ninja world is united, Akatsuki will no longer be a problem. I've already seen things. It is still necessary to go to the 5 Cages conference led by Konoha. Even if we can't form an alliance in the end, at least our attitude needs to be corrected. Mabue looked at Reikage quietly, waiting for the final reply. If Reikage still insisted on her opinion, she could only reply in that way. After all, she was at least Reikage's secretary, not Reikage. Okay, I got it. You make arrangements. This time the old man will go and see what's going on. And that Sayo, who actually hit the target on our union, is just playing dead. I'll let them know annoy our end. Chapter 312. Encounter inside the drainage pipe. Jiraiya's figure stopped abruptly, looking at the empty air in front of him. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Zilai didn't have time to react. He just crossed his hands in front of him to block, and was immediately hit by a strong force, and flew backward involuntarily. Who? Zilai also reversed the deformation of his body in midair, and landed on the ground smoothly, with a vigilant expression. and in front of him, where he was standing before, a vaguely huge figure revealed some outlines in the air. Got you. Animal Road protruded half of his body from the chameleon's mouth, looked at the familiar ninja ahead, and spit out such a sentence. Nagato did not expect that the person who sneaked into Yuin village this time was actually Mr. Jiraiya from many years ago, the ninjutsu instructor who seduced him. Well, the moment they saw Jiraiya, the previous scenes immediately emerged. The 2 years when Jiraiya took care of and taught the three of them may be the best time in their lives, making them temporarily forget about the war. But this nostalgic and reminiscing mood quickly calmed down, because he knew that it was all in the past now, and the two of them are now hostile. It would be an unpleasant meeting, and he wouldn't let Jiraiya get away from here. Even Jiraiya-sensei cannot forgive those who hinder the emergence of peace. On the other side, Jiraiya also looked suspiciously at the figure that gradually emerged from the invisible state, and then his eyes quickly fixed on the mysterious eyes of the enemy. He has seen those eyes before, or he has been with the owner of those eyes for 2 years, as a teacher. Reincarnation eye! The legendary fairy eye. The sage's eye that once appeared on his disciple Nagato should have disappeared from the world following the death of those 3 disciples, but at this time it appeared on a strange ninja again. Staring at the enemy intently, Jiraiya did not take the lead in attacking, and he didn't have much confidence in the face of the mysterious fairy eye. Looking at the enemy's attire, the windbreaker with a black background and the red cloud, and the weapon of reincarnation, there is nothing wrong with sneaking into Yuin village this time. This is Akatsuki's base. Now it depends on how much information you can get and bring it back. Jiraiya had a sullen face, his mind was spinning rapidly. He quickly determined the identity of the enemy and set his own goal. Although I have expected this for a long time, I still didn't expect to meet the legendary ninja Jiraiya, who is known as one of the 3 ninjas, so soon. The beast jumped onto the head of his psychic beast, with an indifferent expression, looking at Jiraiya, who was maintaining a defensive posture in front of him, and said slowly, although he seemed to be bragging about Jiraiya, he actually didn't show any fear, but a hint of contempt. You recognized me right away. It seems that my information has been leaked. You can't be so ostentatious in the future. After all, you are in the enemy's territory, so you should simply pretend. Jiraiya didn't answer the words either. From the enemy's words, he knew that his identity had been exposed, but it was a bit difficult for a famous ninja like him not to be recognized by the enemy at a glance. Are you the leader of Akatsuki? The actual controller of Yuin village is really hidden. Jiraiya also noticed that the enemy's psychic beast also had the mysterious reincarnation eyes, and felt that this was very unreasonable, but I didn't think much about it. Maybe this is the ability of the reincarnation eye. After all, it only exists in the legendary eye, and no one knows its ability. So, do these eyes really come from that child back then? That child named Nagato has a cowardly personality. During the war, when he entered the land of rain to perform missions, he met 3 children and spent time training them. He never thought that when the war was over, when he went back to search again, he got the news that the 3 children were dead. In the ensuing war, those eyes of reincarnation disappeared. Although he didn't know the specific process, seeing the eyes of his former disciple appear on a strange ninja, Jiraiya was inexplicably angry. After a simple association, he figured out the whole story by himself. Go through. That fairy eye would be noticed by those who cared, which he had already expected back then, so it was also one of the reasons why he stayed to teach those 3 poor children. Seeing the enemy with an indifferent smile looking at him fearlessly, Jiraiya also slowly clenched his fists. If it was because of those eyes, killing those children is really unforgivable. It's not impossible to say that I am indeed Zio's leader, and Yuin village is indeed under my control. Animal Road replied indifferently, and the chameleon under his feet was like a dead thing, motionless. In this case then let me see your ninja spirit. Before the words were finished, Jiraiya approached the Animal Road in an instant, and a fist wrapped around chakra came to a place only an inch away from the Animal Road. Boom! Jiraiya's fist slammed into the chest of Animal Road, sending him flying away from the chameleon's head and hitting the pipe behind him. After knocking the enemy into the air, Jiraiya quickly stepped on the opponent's psychic beast's head, and before the chameleon could react, he returned to his previous position and stopped. Strange feeling. Jiraiya looked at the enemy who was punched by him on the pipe over there. Thinking about the blow just now, he felt that the enemy could dodge or clearly saw his attack, but he still didn't react at all, but took his punch hard with his body. It is precisely for this reason that Jiraiya gave up pursuing the victory and chose to retreat to observe the situation more, because this situation is really abnormal. Maybe the enemy has some traps. The fist is still so powerful. It seems that although you, one of the three, have grown irresistibly in age, your strength has not weakened much. The animal stood up expressionless and slightly lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest. It seemed that several ribs were broken, so a part of it was dented. Page 680. However, such injuries are almost negligible to him and do not affect the battle. July also heard such words and gradually frowned. He found that the enemy seemed to be very familiar with him, but he looked at that face, but he didn't have any impression. Although I didn't expect things to develop so quickly, it may be difficult for you to leave here so easily or to keep you here, but I can definitely bear the price of leading you. How many surprises can you, who is called a fairy, bring me? While talking, Animal Dao began to form seals, with a serious face. Come yet? Jiraiya squinted his eyes, raised his arms, and started to move his footsteps, ready to deal with the enemy's attack at any time, and the chameleon between the two, after Jiraiya attacked the animal road, fell into an invisible state again and disappeared from Jiraiya's field of vision. However, in Jiraiya's perception, the chameleon just moved to another place, blocked the passage there, and stopped moving. The art of psychic. Unexpectedly, the enemy is using psychic techniques. As the white smoke dissipated, several figures appeared in the field of vision, and Jai Lai also lost his mind in an instant. Boom! Saitama opened his eyes, and met Tendo Pain, who happened to be looking over with puzzled eyes. What's going on outside? He was puzzled, and at the same time diffused his perception, but since this place was in a sealed place, deep underground, he could only perceive the strong fighting fluctuations above. It seems that it is not an ordinary battle. This kind of movement looks like Nagato's other clones are fighting, so who is the opponent? And Nagato can send out his other 6 clones. There are ninjas from outside sneaking into the village. I have arranged for people to deal with it. Don't worry, our task is to seal the tailed beast here with peace of mind. Pain, who was standing on his thumb, explained aloud, and then closed his eyes again. He is multitasking. Obviously he does not intend to continue to say more. On the one hand is the key sealing task, and on the other hand is fighting one of the legendary ninjas in the ninja world, so it is not up to him to be careless. Who is the other party? He maintained his state and asked. The ninja who dared to sneak into Yuyan village at this time is obviously not a small character, so he became a little interested. After a long time, Pain over there opened his eyes again, and then said, Konoha's Jiraiya. With a fixed gaze, Kyu slowly narrowed his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. The other members who heard the conversation between the two naturally understood the meaning of the name Jiraiya, but because the sealing task at hand had not been completed, they could not go to see the scene there. They didn't wonder what power the Akatsuki organization still had to stop Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, because as the leader, Zero had never shown his strength, but his reincarnation eyes could always give people confidence. Only Zionin, she didn't pay attention to the previous conversation, until Pain said the name Jiraiya. She opened her eyes and looked at Saitama and Pain. Mr. Jiraiya, you really are an unexpected infiltrator. The struggling emotions in her eyes quickly disappeared, and she once again sank into the seal, no longer thinking about this issue. Nagato had his own considerations, and from the very beginning, they knew that there would be such a day sooner or later, but they didn't expect it to be now. There is still more than half a day left for the tailed beast seal. Even if you want to do something now, you can't get out, and you are still under the watchful eyes of those round eyes. Maybe this is the fate of the ninja. Saitama also understands the current situation, and he will not be stupid to rescue the sad Jiraiya. If he has the chance, he will also kill Jiraiya, who is loyal to Konoha. Having said that, although the relationship between Jiraiya and Jiraiya when I was still in Konoha was not bad because of Shizune Tsunade, that was already in the past, and now the two belong to two different camps. Although this seems a little unreasonable, but the fact is that the past is just a cloud. What matters is the present and the future. If you sacrifice Jirai, you can achieve your goal. Saitama doesn't think there is anything wrong, and wants to achieve the ultimate goal. Many people will become supporting roles in this drama, and in the current situation, Tandao is still sealing here. Jilai is also facing the other 5 paths alone. It is not without hope of survival in the original plot. Zilai is also facing the 6 paths alone without the support of any information, can also kill several, and even leave the existence. If you want, have we been exposed? As Mui Village's rare combat power has sneaked here, it seems that the expected war is about to begin. Scorpion's mind was active, thinking while maintaining the output of chakra. Only by fighting can he show the value of a puppet. He has had enough of the current peaceful life, and he needs some stimulation to continue to live. Recently, he has gradually felt the lack of humanity in himself, although he had expected such a thing when he was transforming into a puppet. When all this happened, he felt extremely irritable in his heart. When he captured Liu Wei last time, he had a purpose. After capturing the tailed beast, he went to Sand Hidden to find the Chiu old woman to test whether he had really reached the edge of the lack of humanity, but in the end, because of the carelessness of the tailed beast, resulting in the inability to go to the sand, and there is no temptation to go to the sand to bond. Therefore, now only the stimulation of fighting can make him feel some humanity, even though it is cruel and tyrannical. Shizun, how many days has Jiraiya been away? Tsunade leaned against the corner, holding a small wine glass in his hand, and suddenly asked the disciple opposite. It's been almost 10 days. Why, what's the matter, Tsunade-sama? Shizun sat opposite respectfully, looking at the plate on the table, not knowing what was going on in her mind. It's nothing, I'm just a little uneasy. I always feel that it's dangerous for him to go out this time. After all, that village seems to be Akatsuki's stronghold. Tsunade drank the wine in the glass in his hand, and then boldly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Master Jiraiya's strength. Don't you worry. There should be no one who can keep him in the whole ninja world. Maybe not the strongest, but if you want to leave with all your heart, there may be basically no one left. Shizun heard the name Akatsuki, paused, thought of Uchiha Saitama, and continued. It's true, let's go out and walk around. I heard that there is a new gambling house behind the commercial street with the latest machines. Let's go there and try it. Tsunade stood up and didn't continue chatting with Shizun. Staying at home for the past few days was indeed a bit boring. Wait for me, Tsunade-sama. Jingyan hurriedly got up. The hospital is on rotation today, and she happened to be at home on vacation, and because of the enlightenment of the people around him, his mood has also picked up recently. After changing their clothes, the two went straight to the newly opened gambling shop Tsunade was talking about. Seeing Tsunade's hasty pace, it was obvious that he couldn't wait for a long time, and Shizun put the salary he had just paid into his arms, in case the emergency. Page 681. Minato. Most of the ninja villages have already responded, saying that they will participate in this meeting, and they also agreed to the previous time and place, saying that they will arrive on time. Lu Ju looked at the fourth generation who was sitting on the chair, reporting the latest information. Okay, I have also sent Kakashi to communicate with the samurai forces of the Iron Kingdom and ask them to cooperate with our actions, Minato said simply. As the main body of the Iron Kingdom, the leader of the samurai forces is a man named Mifune. The powerful samurai, although he seldom takes shots due to his advanced age, is still not to be underestimated. The entourage of this meeting has also confirmed that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui from An have been transferred, and then there are experienced Hinata and Yun Shiwei. Lu Ju continued, and after speaking, he simply gestured to Minato to see if it was suitable. It's enough, there shouldn't be too many entourages this time, and because of my departure, Kushina's guards must be strengthened. After all, Akatsuki's people can't use common sense to reason. In case they invade Konoha while I'm away, then it will be troublesome. And because of the special nature of this meeting, it is impossible for me to bring her with me. Minato nodded, with these 4 ninjas following him, plus Kakashi who arrived there first. It was enough to deal with a situation. Understood. After you leave the village, we will directly guard the whole village and reduce going out. Lu Ju stroked his beard. His eyes flickered. He naturally thought about this and would not be careless. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. Minato nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he was not worried about Kushina's safety. As one of the few ninjas in the ninja world who can use space-time ninjutsu, distance has never been a problem. Uchiha returns to the village to protect Kushina. This is his capital and a place of self-confidence. At the training ground of the Uchiha family, there are 2 people fighting at this time, and there are still people watching outside the training ground. It is Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui who are fighting, and it is Uchiha Itachi who is watching. The battle in the arena is changing rapidly. Uchiha Itachi opened the Sangaoyu Sharingan and still feels some pressure, and feels faintly unable to keep up. Without him, because of the 2 people in the arena, one has mastered the time-space ninjutsu, and the other can use the time-space jutsu that can be used in the blink of an eye. Although Sangaoyu's Sharingan's insight is already very strong, but because the 2 people in the battle are very good at changing moves, Uchiha Itachi, who is outside the battle group, is indeed a bit difficult to observe. The sounds of collisions, weapons breaking through the air, and ninjutsu hitting the ground sounded from time to time, not only making the training ground full of smoke and dust, but also leaving many scars on it. After an unknown amount of time, the two in the battle finally separated and stood facing each other. Next, there was a long and narrow cut in the clothes on Uchiha Obito's chest, and there was a white spot on Uchiha Shisui's forehead, a white spot poked out by kunai. Obito, I didn't expect your strength to grow so fast. It is worthy of the Flying Thunder God technique. Shisui turned around, put away his weapon, walked to Obito, and put his hand on his shoulder. It's still not enough. I didn't take advantage of Shisui's hands. Obito flipped his hand over, inserted the special quality kunai in his hand into his ninja bag accurately, and said to Shisui, such a short period of time is already exaggerated. Give you some more time, and you will definitely be able to improve again. Uchiha Itachi on the side spoke, while hiding Gaoyu and Shilonyan. Well, it seems that we still have to keep working hard. Obito nodded, and followed the two of them towards the outside. It was getting late. It was time for dinner. In the casino, Tsunade fell into silence, staring at the machine in front of him, without speaking for a long time. Beside her, Jingyan opened her mouth and stared at her two big eyes in the same astonishment. It took a long time for Shizune to react, covered her mouth, and said, Tsunade master, you won? Well, I won. Tsunade looked calm, but her heaving chest told others that she was not calm. She didn't care about the money she won, and she got up and walked directly to the street, looking worriedly at Yuen. The direction of the village. I hope it's not allowed this time. Zilai is also a bastard. You must come back. Chapter 313. When the seal of the tailed beast was over, Tiandao casually explained a few words, then disappeared in place and left in a hurry. Kyu glanced at the others, not caring about Zionen's scrutiny, and also disappeared in place. He was extremely interested in this battle. Everyone else vaguely knew what the disappearing two were doing, but no one cared. They don't have the abundant chakra of Saitama and pain, and they can ignore the seal, that has been restless for nearly 10 days. Although Jiraiya, one of the Sannin outside, and several people here are very interested, their strength and current state seem to prevent them from joining in the fun. However, there are always exceptions to everything. When the quantity of curiosity reaches a certain level and comes together, it will trigger a qualitative change. Hey, what's going on now? Should we go and see? Sannin's head is an astronomical figure. Isn't everyone interested? Kakuto glanced at the previous positions of Pain and Saitama, and asked others who were still thinking. Although Jiraiya is also his junior, but his strength has indeed reached the peak of the current ninja world. Even he can't take advantage of it, and if Jiraiya also invaded the village, he thinks it should not be so easy to solve. After all, the core members of the previous organization are all here. Then at this time the leader and Kyu rushed over. Maybe it was the beginning of the real battle, and it would be a big show. Moreover, he did not forget the fight between Fei Duan and Jiraiya last time. His sharp and unrelenting sense of attack, and the rhythm of fighting one after another, let him know that Jiraiya is also a real strongman. The strong will die here. It must be very interesting. It can add some fun to his long life. No, let's go down and rest first. The leader and Kyu have already passed. We just stay here with peace of mind. Zhaonan said softly with a cold face, and then turned into a sky full of white paper and disappeared on the fingers of the golem. If Jayadu waits for someone to participate in the battle at this moment, then those clones of the 6 paths that have been hidden for a long time will be exposed, which makes Zionen, who has never trusted other people in the organization, feel uncomfortable. Of course, this was just a verbal stop. They insisted on going, and Zionan would not hide it. If Nagato dared to fight in the village, he would not be afraid of his methods being exposed, and she was just in case. Hey, didn't I go? Although Hidwin looked a little pale and looked a little weak, his tone was still arrogant. Obviously he couldn't forget the last time Jiraiya chopped off his head when we met. Hey, Kakuzu, should we go over and have a look? It seems to be the guy from last time. My neck is still hurting now that he has arrived at our site. Why don't we go and entertain him? Can you do it? If you are not afraid of dying like this, go over and have a look. Maybe you can see the leader make a move. That is the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Jayadu's tone was playful, his eyes were deep, and then he moved towards the exit jump. Obviously don't plan to go back to rest like this. He didn't hear what Zionan said just now. After living for so many years, he had already seen that this woman was guarding against his companions. But why wasn't he himself? The core content of the ninja world is to only believe in oneself and hold the concept of evil to everything. Moreover, enemies of the Sannin level are rare, and they almost represent the peak combat power of the ninja world. So what will happen when such an enemy collides with Akatsuki's leader Jin Aljio is very curious and looking forward to it. Since he joined the organization, he has never seen Pain make a move. In the past, those eyes alone made him unable to think of a challenge. Page 682. But today, I obviously have the opportunity to witness the battle between the two immortals, whether it is the reincarnation eye of the immortal's eye or the immortal technique that Zillai is also famous for. Count me in. I'm also very curious about Sanin and the leader, Scorpio, who hadn't spoken for a long time, followed Kakuzu. How could he be absent from such a lively event no matter who it is? They are extremely attractive, enough for him to spend time observing and studying them. Hey, wait for me. I'll go and have a look too. Maybe there's a chance to give Lord Evil God a sacrifice that hasn't been seen for a long time. Fei Duan didn't want to be left behind, and stretched out his hand to touch the back of his neck while talking. Although he is in extremely poor condition at this time, and is the ninja with the lowest relative strength within the organization, he is also the most arrogant one because of his immortality characteristic. Hell, what a group of energetic guys. Hi Z, should we go and see? The battle is almost over, and with so many reinforcements coming over, that ninja named Jiraiya probably can't stand it anymore. Baiju squinted his eyes and looked to the other side of his face, as if he was talking to himself. Haiju opened his eyes, but his pupils were still pitch black, making it impossible to see his true thoughts, while Baiju sensed the change in Haiju and slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat weird smile. It seems that you are also interested, so let's go and watch the Battle of Konoha Ninja. The scene of master-student killing each other is really exciting. Baiju got a response from Haiju, and continued talking on his own, and gradually closed the pitcher plants on both sides of his body, and slowly sank to the ground. He is clear about the relationship between Nagato and others and Jiraiya. When Madara transplanted his eyes to Nagato, he was the last monitor, watching Nagato's growth all the time, until he had a certain amount of power, and could even use the ability of reincarnation eyes. He gradually let go of the monitoring, allowing him to develop freely. Now seeing the battle between Jiraiya and Nagato, the former master and apprentice today's enemy, this kind of plot development is really interesting. Everyone left the dark underground where the three-tailed beasts had just been sealed. There was only one heretic golem exuding infinite vitality and terrifying aura, and 3 corpses that had lost their vitality. Everything here returned to tranquility. Chandal Pain was obviously psychic. Saitama activated his perception with all his strength, and soon found the disappeared Tiandao not far from the base, shuttled through the drainage pipes, and he chased after him. Whizzing, a white piece of paper caught up with Saitama, and it was Conan with a blank face. The two kept silent tacitly, and headed towards Pain. The battle there seemed to be calming down, and they didn't know the specific situation, so neither of them wasted precious time on their way. Saitama's purpose is to go to the theater, while Xiaonan's purpose is to keep an eye on Katama and prevent things from going awry. Although Saitama knows that Nagato's 6 clones are very strong, but the previous battles have always lacked a combat power Tiandao, so the current result is difficult to predict. In the original plot, Jiraiya faced the clones of the 6 paths with unknown information alone, and he could defeat several of them only by relying on outstanding ninjas. Although he finally gave up the opportunity to leave for some reason, he still cannot be underestimated. Therefore, lacking the most buggy heavenly Tao before, Zillai should also be able to firmly occupy the upper hand. But now that heavenly Tao Pain is rushing over, the final outcome is hard to predict. Another one. With the addition of myself and others, Zillai will soon be in an extremely difficult situation. It is a kind of pressure for me to stand there and not make a move. Zillai must also spare some energy to pay attention to myself and others, and unable to fight Pain with all his strength. Little Jiraiya, are you okay? Shima stood on Jiraiya's shoulder, looking ahead with vigilance, and asked Jiraiya by the way. At this time, it also looked very embarrassed, with some small wounds on its body. There were originally 5 enemies, although they were very strong and powerful, relying on their powerful ninja abilities and the tacit cooperation between Jiraiya and them, they have gradually gained the upper hand, and they have found out key information from the battle process. And just now, when Jiraiya, who entered the fairy mode, was about to give the enemy who could spray bombs from his body a fatal blow, he was pierced in the chest by an enemy who suddenly appeared, and the black stick penetrated into Jiraiya's body, instantly turned the tide of battle, And if Fukasaku hadn't stretched out his hand to grab the enemy's weapon in time, and remove the chakra and strength on it, Jiraiya would have exited the immortal mode if it was light, and would have been seriously injured if it was serious. It's okay, Immortal Shima. Jiraiya squatted halfway on the water, looking deeply at the new enemy that just appeared. Still the eyes of reincarnation, orange hair, and the standard red cloud windbreaker with black background. The only difference is that he not only knows the person who appeared this time, but is also very familiar with him. Yahiko, are you Yahiko? Jiraiya condensed the senjutsu chakra in his hands, and pulled out the black sticks that were not inserted too deep. These sticks made of unknown materials have the effect of disrupting the circulation of chakra. He had eaten this before loss. He covered the wound just inserted by Yahiko with one hand, and his tone was extremely heavy. He was very surprised that Yahiko, who should have died, appeared here and became an enemy. This new enemy is none other than one of the 3 disciples accepted in the Land of Rain back then, that Yahiko who is extremely talented in water escape. But why did he have Nagato's reincarnation eyes at this time? I couldn't figure it out. His mind was extremely confused at this moment, and he could only look at the former disciple with a very serious look. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. The cold voice of Yahiko resounded, and Jiraiya once again confirmed that it was Yahiko and not a ninja who looked very similar, so his heart was covered with gloom. Why, Yahiko, why is Nagato's eyes on you and you killed Nagato? Jiraiya straightened his body. The chakra around his body kept surging, and circles of ripples spread from his feet to the surroundings. He was questioning his former disciples, and the doubts in his heart continued to increase. Teacher, neither Nagato nor Yahiko exist at this time. Standing in front of Yuchandao raised his arm, and suddenly paused while speaking, while the 6 puppets scattered around jumped over in unison, landed beside him, and all looked at him in front of him with an extremely indifferent and superior gaze. Come to. We are Pain. We are the gods of this country. Tandao pointed his palm at Jiraiya. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for Zilai over there to hear clearly. When he said this, Tandao seemed to be state of fact. God? Jiraiya's hand covering the wound trembled, and then his pupils shrank. It's not like a normal person said it. The Tian Jianian, an invisible gravitational force was transmitted from Tiandao's hand, and then acted on Jiraiya's body. I saw that Jiraiya's body lost control instantly, as if someone was pulling his actions, and flew forward uncontrollably. This is little Jiraiya, be careful, Fukasaku shouted. His face became extremely ugly, and his feet firmly grasped Jiraiya's shoulders. This sudden attack is really too weird. It is not a regular ninjutsu attack at all, but rather a hidden fairy art attack, like everyone else, and a completely different kind of ability. The eyes of reincarnation, the legendary eyes of immortals, are so powerful. Swish! Jiraiya was also attracted to fly towards Yahiko. He was not prepared for the first moment, but he made some countermeasures in the next moment. I saw him stepping on the water surface with both feet, leaning back, trying to resist the attraction from the opposite side, but this method was obviously useless. His feet were pulled out of a ditch when he stepped on the water surface, but he still couldn't resist the invisible traction force. Fire escape, great flame bullet. Page 683. The situation was critical, so Jiraiya quickly threw out his ninjutsu, and the flame bomb with a diameter of more than 10 meters shot out of his mouth in an instant, and expanded and spread with the help of the wind escape of the toad immortal on his shoulder, and then under the action of gravity, a speed faster than Jiraiya's forward speed, flew towards Yahiko. When the fire escape came into contact with the water surface, countless hot air evaporated, approaching the enemy in a blink of an eye. At present, Jiraiya has also tested and determined the enemy's ability. One is very good at psychic art, can psychic all kinds of giant ninja beasts, and can also psychic enemies who also have reincarnation eyes. One is a puppet master who is suspected of transforming himself into a puppet. One is a ninja who can absorb various chakras, and the upper limit has not yet been tested. The other 2, whose abilities are unknown, have been acting as eyes in the rear function, because the owners of the eyes of reincarnation seem to be able to share vision in some way. Finally, there is Yahiko in front of me, over there, facing the overwhelming flames. Tandao didn't panic, didn't even dodge, just narrowed his eyes, and kept his hands raised in front of his chest. He was not surprised by Jiraiya's reaction. He shook his palm forward, and the ninjutsu that was attracted to him instantly seemed to hit an invisible and hard wall of air, was blocked a few meters in front of him, and then disappeared quickly. Boom! Jiraiya's forward body also froze for an instant, and the strong gravitational force disappeared. He stabilized his footsteps, and then made ninja marks towards the sea of fire that was faintly retreating in front of him. Water escape big bomb. Jiraiya calmly used ninjutsu again. As he jumped up and retreated backward, the water under his feet rolled in vain and condensed into a huge water ball, which rushed forward again and again. Two ninjutsu of different attributes collided together, causing violent movement, producing a large amount of white steam, and spreading in all directions extremely quickly. Attraction and repulsion? Difficult abilities. Are these the eyes of a fairy? Jiraiya frowned, gliding on the water, and kept retreating. In the short time of fighting, he judged the ability of Yahiko, and he also had some thoughts in his heart. Maybe it was time to retreat temporarily. Now, his biggest doubt is Nagato's pair of eyes. How did he manage to equip the 6 people in front of him? Is there such a saying that the fairy's eyes are copied? Thinking of this, Jiraiya also thought of his former companion, that paranoid guy who wanted to grasp the truth of the world and longed for longevity. Maybe he could do such a thing, so Orochimaru has something to do with Akatsuki. Matter between him and Uchiha Saitama is indeed possible in this regard. Whoosh whoosh! Without waiting for Jiraiya to stop, 3 figures pierced through the white steam and shot at him. The one in front of him was his disciple Yahiko. Without hesitation, he stepped on the water and rushed up. The way to clarify all these doubts is to defeat Yahiko and the others. He punched Yahiko's punched arm, and then twisted and kicked the fat man beside Yahiko, who could absorb chakra. Boom! 2 dull impacts sounded, but none of the 3 took half a step back, and at the moment when the 3 of them collided, the 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders also moved their hands in an instant. I saw Fukasaku lean forward, clenched his claws, and punched Yahiko's chest with a fist. The air was twisted under this punch. Although it looked small, it was really powerful under the influence of Senju chakra. Not weak. As for Shima, a ball of mucus containing venom condensed from his mouth and sprayed towards Hungry Ghost Road's eyes in an attempt to block the enemy's vision. Boom! A powerful invisible force rapidly spread forward with Yahiko as the center, pushing Jiraiya and the 2 toads far away. That's how it was broken. Boom! Jiraiya's body kept turning over on the water surface, like a tile thrown by someone, constantly floating on the water surface, looking extremely embarrassed. Shenliuo Chanjing from Chandao can bounce off all objects around the body, ninjutsu, and cause damage. Whoosh whoosh! Many more missiles flew over, and Jiraiya also quickly dodged them. Those missiles were so powerful that they blasted many waterfalls on the water surface. Difficult ability, and the cooperation is very tacit. Jiraiya also stabilized his figure. The wound on his body burst again due to the action and attack just now. Blood dripped to the water surface, and soon dyed the waters red. He saw the 3 people standing on the water and the 3 people behind who gave the view. The enemy's cooperation is very tacit, not inferior to him and the 2 toad immortals, and their abilities complement each other to a certain extent, so it is difficult to kill them. If it was the previous 5, he still had the confidence to win, but now that there is one more Yahiko and his difficult ability, he is a little bit powerless. The arrival of Yahiko established the strongest defense and an unstoppable attack for the enemy. The strange gravity and effort did not seem like ordinary means. Is this the power you got after getting the eyes of reincarnation? Yahiko! Jiraiya looked at Yahiko over there with a serious face, not caring about the injuries on his body. Whoosh! Before he could continue speaking, a missile flew over again, spiraling with a long and narrow exhaust track. Jiraiya jumped and backed away again to avoid the attack, his expression extremely ugly. The enemy was merciless, obviously planning to kill him. Jiraiya looked at the 6 enemies ahead and thought about countermeasures. Obviously, the 3 people standing in the front should be responsible for the combat power, while the 3 people in the back are playing the role of support in the team. Their ability and strength are not very strong, but they are extremely unusual. He looked at the 2 of the 3 people behind who had barely made a move, and knew where his breakthrough was. Yes, this is the power of God. Teacher, you should feel it too. Chandao looked directly at Jiraiya, and stretched out his hand again, with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Are you coming again? Jiraiya also looked vigilant, and at the same time he was calculating something in his heart. Yahiko's abilities are gravitational and repulsive, and these 2 forces are also irresistible. Judging from the fight just now, manpower Wonkwan can't compete, so such a strong ability can't be used casually, right? Otherwise, Akatsuki wouldn't have been hiding in the dark all the time, so his next goal was to find the flaw and mechanism of Yahiko's ability or find an opportunity to attack the rear, take down one of them, and then leave here. Is this the reason why you killed your companion and got these eyes? Yahiko! Jiraiya sneered coldly, asking the question in his heart. knowing that there are not many people who have those eyes in Nagato. Maybe it was Yahiko who wanted to get those eyes, the supreme power, and mutilated his companions? As I said, neither Nagato nor Yahiko exist at this time, and the one standing in front of you is the god who will bring peace to the ninja world. Chandao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and reiterated again, the name is just a code name. Jiraiya-sensei, if you really need to call us by a name, just call us Pen, because this name represents pain. I didn't expect you to be paranoid to this extent. For this kind of power, you have no scruples. Jiraiya looked at Yahiko and frowned. Then why did you form the Akatsuki organization and collect tailed beasts? HMPH, you're almost dead anyway, so I'll tell you. The hungry ghost standing next to Yahiko said. His voice was extremely dull and depressing. Collect all the tailed beasts, and you can create this forbidden weapon has the power to destroy a big country in an instant, and we will re-establish the ultimate peace on that wasteland. Jai Lai was also silent. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. Obviously he was not interested in such rhetoric as the hungry ghost way, and even repelled it to the extreme. Page 684. Only pain can breed peace. Only when human beings deeply experience the powerless pain can they look forward to true peace. Just like us back then. Teacher Jiraiya, Tandao continued, but such words made Jiraiya Lai also felt chills all over, and was very unfamiliar with the former disciples. Is it possible to gain new life only after destruction? How should I put it? I didn't expect you to become like this. I really am not a good teacher. Jiraiya sighed, standing up straight, and the two toads swayed again. With a serious expression, people with reincarnation eyes think like this. It will be a catastrophe for the ninja world. Whizzing, two figures came out of a section of the pipe, and quickly landed on the platform beside them. It was Kyu and Zaonan who were chasing after them all the way. Swish! Jiraiya also glanced at the faces of the two of them. His face changed, and his eyes stayed on Zaonan's body for a second. Long time no see, Senior Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya. Kyu and Zaonan greeted Jiraiya on the water at the same time. The scene became quiet for a while, and Pain didn't do anything at this time, but just quietly watched the changes in Jiraiya. Uchiha Saitama, Conan. Jiraiya shrunk his pupils and read out the names. He was familiar with these two people, especially the latter. He thought he had died in the war, but unexpectedly he became Yahiko's accomplice. It's really a rare meeting, isn't it? Looking at Zaonan and Yahiko, but Nagato was missing. Jiraiya also smiled wryly, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart, and his brain was constantly active, analyzing the situation. Unexpectedly, among the three who were so good at the beginning, there are only two left at this time, and the eyes belonging to Nagato also appeared on other people. Of course, Uchiha Saitama, the Konoha Renrin who killed his teacher, appeared here as expected! Zilai also clenched his fists unconsciously. Two enemies were at it again, and even he was not sure that he could retreat without any loss. The situation changed in an instant, making Jiraiya at this time in a dilemma. Chandao glanced at Katama, his eyes flickered slightly, and then looked at Jiraiya again. No matter how you look at it now, Jiraiya has no chance to escape, so the rest of the work is easy. Kill Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, end this former fetter, and clear away the stones before peace comes. Saitama looked down at the scene below. The surrounding environment has been greatly damaged. Many drainage pipes burst directly, and the surrounding buildings were also damaged to varying degrees. The previous battle was obviously not easy. Fortunately, this place belongs to the forbidden area of the village, and it is sparsely populated, so there were not many casualties. With a playful smile on his face, he immediately sat on the edge of the platform, hanging his legs towards the water, without any intention of doing anything. What are you going to do? Jiraiya-senpai. Conan, who was standing beside Katama, looked at Jiraiya on the water. His eyes were fluctuating, and he was obviously engaged in a struggle between heaven and man. Although he had expected it, but when it was time to kill his master, he still can't bear it. Zaonan, is this also your choice? Jai Lai also looked at Zaonan, and asked seriously. Yahiko was for power, for the abnormal peace. So what is Zaonan doing for? Yahiko has just firmly expressed his position. Obviously, many unexpected things have happened in these years, which caused Yahiko to become paranoid like this. What about Zaonan? Yes, Teacher Jiraiya, I'm glad to see you again. But even if you are the teacher, if you hinder the birth of peace, you will still be destroyed. Looking at the teacher he was so familiar with, Zaonan slowly closed his eyes, and looking at it from Kyu's angle, a crystal teardrop quietly hung on the corner of the eye, and slid down the cheek to the ground. Opening her eyes again, Xiao Nan's eyes became firm and ruthless as she made her choice. It seems that my teacher is really unqualified, and I have made you all like this. Jai Lai also laughed at himself, standing quietly on the water, maintaining his posture, with some regret on his face, slightly lowered his head to look at on the surface of the water. His face was full of apology. Maybe he made up his mind to bring these 3 children back to Konoha, so things would not turn out like this. And you, Kid Saitama, after so many years, I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. Jiraiya turned around and pointed at Saitama, who looked very leisurely. This child, who was once favored by him, also choose to embark on a road that is not recognized by others. Yeah, after so long, many things have changed. Jiraiya-senpai, everyone is no longer naive and knows where to work hard. Saitama pressed his hands on the ground on both sides of his body, slightly bent back, leaning forward to look at Jiraiya, with an extremely relaxed tone. The chat is over, Teacher Jiraiya. Tandao on the side no longer hesitated, pointed his palm at Jiraiya, and activated the ability of reincarnation eyes. Yes, it's over. Everyone can't go back. Zilai also's eyes dimmed, but his body was full of fighting spirit, and the 2 toad immortals on his shoulders also straightened up and looked forward. Then God, a gravitational force was transmitted from Tiandao's hand, and Jilai also lost control of his body in an instant, and flew over unstoppably. Although he was already prepared, this attack method was completely unacceptable! Jiraiya smiled wryly in his heart, intertwining his hands. Little Zuriya. The 2 toads stuck out their tongues, entwining the stones and pipes protruding into the nearby waters. Bang bang! The tongue was pulled off in less than a second, and the 2 toads were also injured, spitting out blood, and looking sluggish. Fire escape toad flame bomb. Jiraiya repeated the same trick, and used ninjutsu aimed at Yahiko. The ninjutsu flew out at a faster speed than himself, and smashed straight to the opposite side. Ceiling imprinting. Standing beside Tandao, Hungry Ghost Road stretched out his hands to the oncoming ninjutsu. The aggressive ninjutsu gradually weakened and became smaller, and was absorbed by him. Swish! Under Chandao's sleeve, a black stick protruded out, aiming at Jiraiya, who flew over. From this point of view, Jiraiya also seems to be unable to dodge. As long as he is hit by the black stick again, pain will never give him a chance to pull it out again. At that time, it will really be his death. Boom! Jiraiya had already arrived a few meters in front of Yahiko, but the water under Yahiko's feet suddenly exploded, and a figure shot out from below. It was Jiraiya. I saw that he was holding a spiral pill in his hand, and it exploded from Yahiko's side, and the attack in his hand pressed against his chest. Time seemed to freeze suddenly at this second, and the 2 of Saitama, who were in the stand, did not expect Jiraiya to have such a move. They were a little surprised, but they were not worried about pain. Although Chandel didn't expect Jilai to use the shadow clone technique to hide the final killer move under the water surface, he stepped back quickly and changed his move in an instant. Shenliuo Tanjing. Boom! The shadow clone and Jiraiya's body collided together, and the water floated into the distance, and in the tumbling, the shadow clone also turned into white smoke and disappeared due to external damage. Page 685 PFFT. Although he wasn't really attacked, Jiraiya was still hurt. The moment he landed on the water, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and pressed his one hand on his aching chest. If it continues, he will definitely die. This was the thought that flashed in Jiraiya's mind, but seeing the 2 former disciples who had gone astray, he didn't want to just leave like this! He is still confident about leaving. Even if there are Uchiha Saitama, Conan, and 6 guys with reincarnation eyes, they can't stop him from leaving. Although it is not possible to retreat perfectly, it is possible to leave here by paying some price. Whether it's the reverse psychic technique or the flying thunder god kunai given to him before Minato, they all give him the last resort to save his life. Moreover, he always felt that he had missed something important. Looking at the 6 enemies in his line of sight who all had the eyes of reincarnation, Jiraiya also felt a strong sense of disobedience, but he found it again after a while. No place to test your senses. Then he didn't plan to leave without solving the biggest question in his heart. It's you, teacher. Tandao looked at Jiraiya, who had deflected his attack twice, with admiration in his tone, but the hidden killing intent became even stronger. Although I have always known that Zilai is also very powerful, but seeing him face the reincarnation eye with ease and reverse his strengths and weaknesses, he is indeed a little surprised, which also makes him a little annoyed that he is a self-proclaimed god. Hearing Yahiko say such words, Jiraiya's expression did not fluctuate, but became more vigilant. Hey, isn't this Jiraiya? One of the Sannin? Just as Jiraiya was thinking about how to fight next, another voice sounded. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the pipe opening on the right, only to see 3 figures coming out of it. They were Jayadu, Feiduin and Zai. And it was Kakuto who spoke just now, and Kakuto has been brooding about the last fight, and was firmly suppressed by Jiraiya, a junior, which made him very embarrassing in front of Feiduin. Walking out of the exit, the 3 of them also noticed the situation at the scene, and what surprised them the most were the ninjas near the chief, because they all had the same reincarnation eyes and physical features as the chief, full of nudity, black short sticks and orange hair. Although I always felt that the leader was extremely mysterious, but when I saw it at this time, I was still shocked. It turns out that there are more than one pair of reincarnation eyes. Some thoughts flashed in Kakuto's mind, but he stopped paying attention immediately. The stronger the organization, the greater their chances of winning against Ninja Village, and the way the leader has been hiding all the time is understandable. After all, he has a trump card, and the capital on which to survive is like the leader at this time. It seems to be almost as guessed. Things are getting more and more interesting. Scorpion looked at the familiar Tiandao, and his eyes flicked back and forth on the other figures of pain, which seemed to confirm his conjecture a long time ago. He has a keen intuition that is different from ordinary people. Hey, that white-haired uncle, long time no see. I said last time that I will give you back 100 times the pain. It seems that today is an opportunity. I don't know how you want to die today. Feiduin looked at Zilia at this time with a much older face than last time. He licked his lips, and his tone was extremely arrogant. Over there, Zionan frowned slightly. These guys still came over. They clearly told them not to follow. Why did they still follow? Exclamation in this way. Pain's avatar was completely exposed. Kyu noticed Zionan's emotional changes, and immediately thought that it was because Pain's avatar was exposed, so she was a little unhappy. So she said, as a companion, you still need some necessary trust. After all, we will be together in the future, fighting. Okay. Zionan nodded slightly, and then looked at Jiraiya again. At this moment, she has seen the future of teacher Jiraiya. If she had a chance to leave before, she and Saitama would have been cut off most of it when she and Kyu arrived. It is announced that Jiraiya's escape route is completely blocked, and the impression that Jiraiya does not know time and space ninjutsu. Such a situation seems to be completely irreversible. A ninja who doesn't know time and space ninjutsu, when facing so many enemies who are almost the same level, she can't think of any way to retreat even if she tries to break her head each time. On the building directly facing Jiraiya, a pitcher plant gradually emerged, and a yin and yang face watched him quietly, like a non-existent utility, but the calm attitude and strange expression, no one will ignore it. Do you think Konoha, a ninja, can escape? This is the first time I've seen an enemy treated like this by Akatsuki. It's quite interesting. Baiju looked at Jiraiya standing on the water below, the corners of his mouth slowly grinning slowly. He let out a playful laugh. It's troublesome, little Jiraiya. Immortal Jima patted Jiraiya's head with his paws, looking a little distressed, with some sweat dripping on his forehead. Old man, the children's meals haven't been cooked yet. Do you think I should go back and prepare first? Fukasaku didn't speak, and the little cloak on his body was already wet with sweat. As a Holy Land celestial being for so many years, he had never encountered such a scene. It should be the first time for a frog student! Make it feel like death has never been this close. At this time, directly opposite Jiraiya are the 6 Akatsuki members with reincarnation eyes and the yin and yang face on the top of the building. Although on the platform on the left were Saitama and Conan, who were looking at them without any desire to make a move, but on the platform on the right were the 3 hidden with burning eyes and ready to fight. Entering the enemy's territory, falling into the enemy's siege, Jiraiya also felt the fading chakra of the celestial arts in his body and the sage mode with not much time left, and felt that infinite pressure was pressing on him, and the development of things had gradually out of his control and calculation. It seems that he must find a chance to escape. He can't die here. He still has a lot of things to do. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose up and landed on Namikaze Minato's table. It was a small toad with an extremely mature face. Minato, who was working, sensed it immediately, and looked over solemnly. He probably knew what was going on. What's the matter, toads? Minato knew this frog. It was the younger brother of Boss Wentai, and although he already had a guess in his heart, he still asked patiently. Minato, Shima-sama and Fukasaku-sama have just been channeled by Jiraiya to participate in the battle, according to your request, so I will inform you. Gamasai looked at Minato, and directly and briefly stated the purpose of coming this time. This was what Minato had told it to do before, to act as a liaison officer. Jiraiya's psychic two immortals must have encountered a powerful enemy, so they need to enter the immortal mode, and since Jiraiya's purpose this time is the Yuin village, the lair of the Akatsuki organization with a high probability, the enemies Jiraiya encountered should be it is the people of the Zio organization. Minato had said before that he would assist Jiraiya with the Flying Thunder God technique, but now, it was obviously the time, and he was ready. Although Master Jiraiya did not take the initiative to ask for help, but as a disciple, Minato knew that he had to take the initiative and could not wait for teacher Jiraiya to tell him. Okay, Toad, thank you very much. I will treat you to ramen next time. Minato nodded to Toad, who came to report, expressing his gratitude and making a promise. Okay, then see you next time. Homicide didn't show any pretense and disappeared in place as white smoke. As both parties who have signed an equal psychic contract, they can come to each other through psychic and reverse psychic, which is the reason why it can come to Minato directly from Mount Miyamu. Mr. Jiraiya. Minato's eyes were deep, and some kind of light flashed in his light blue eyes. He called out and gave simple instructions for work, and then disappeared in place, running towards the gate of the village. At this time, there is no time for him to summon a large army or something. The previous plan was to rely on his own time and space skills to quickly come to Jiraiya's side and assist him. Konoha and Yuin village are not far away, and they are not close. If you launch Thunder God directly from Konoha, the consumption of chakra must be astonishingly large, which is not conducive to facing unknown dangers in the future. So Minato, I choose to use Taijutsu and Ninjutsu to hurry on the road, so that I can keep myself in good condition, and I won't be hindered when I come to Jiraiya Sensei's side. Page 686. He still has confidence in teacher Jiraiya's strength, and there are two immortals around, so there is no need to worry in a short time. Chapter 314. Frog in the Well. Little devil, the situation is very bad. Look for the right opportunity to retreat. Chima reminded Jiraiya, as one of the mediums to maintain the immortal mode. It knew that Jiraiya's immortal mode could not last long, and the number of enemies was increasing. There are many, and none of them seem to be troublesome. It is not a good strategy to continue fighting. Understood, big sister. Jiraiya touched the wound on his chest and nodded slightly heavily. He knows his own situation best, and it is indeed time to choose to leave, but how to get rid of the enemy in front of him is still a huge problem. He slowly slid his hand down and touched a handful of kunai. A small amount of chakra flowed on it, as if a signal was sent out. It was the kunai left for him before the water gate. Whoosh! Perhaps it was the gathering of the crowd that let Nagato know that he had to show off his absolute muscles, so he quickly launched an attack again. Heavenly Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, and Shura Dao charged forward, and the other three Dao also jumped high from behind, blocking Jiraiya's retreat. Then Tan Dao raised his arm to aim at Jiraiya, attracted Jiraiya's body, and pulled him towards him. Bang bang bang! Shura Dao's back had a huge opening, and an astonishing number of missiles flew towards Jiraiya, whose body was completely uncontrollable, flying grey-white smoke, obviously planning to bombard him directly in midair. The linkage of the two pens made Jiraiya unable to resist, and because of his body injuries, he was too late to use ninjutsu, and finally ran directly into the oncoming attack. Boom! The waterfall exploded, completely covering Jiraiya's body. Hit! Kiyu's eyes had already appeared 3 gavamas, and a coquettish blood-light diffused from the corners of his eyes. He looked at Jiraiya's position, and his mouth moved slightly. He saw that Jiraiya was hit directly, then was blasted into the water, and disappeared. Puppet transformation. Zai showed interesting eyes, looking at Shura Dao, as if seeing a perfect work of art. This one of the leaders who has the eyes of reincarnation seems to be a puppet. It's a pity that such a guy died. Hidden yawned, looking a little bored. In his opinion, that guy named Jiraiya was not in a good condition, and he seemed to be watching this scene when he waited for someone to come over. The ending theater has nothing to do with the imagined battle at all. It is really a bit boring. No, it shouldn't be dead yet. Sanin is not a ninja who dies so easily. Such an attack obviously cannot kill him. Kakuto remained calm, with a pair of green eyes fixed on the calm water surface. If you don't believe it, you will die like this, but that is a strong man who can steadily suppress him. Aren't you dead? Then hurry up and die. Sanin seems to be nothing special. The corner of his mouth raised a cruel smile, and Hidwin swung his weapon against his shoulder. The leader did it himself. Obviously there is no chance for him to do it, although he really wanted to kill the Konoha ninja who had beheaded himself. But now there is really no way, so he can only curse him to die quickly. You guys, Who is the leader? There are 6 eyes of reincarnation here. It's the first time I found out that the organization hides so many strong people. I always thought we were all the members. After all, we were the only ones who sealed the tailed beast. 1. And the leader also complained about the lack of manpower, and wanted to expand the number. After thinking for a while, Feiduan started chatting boldly. His thinking was jumping, so the 2 sentences before and after jumped very fast. However, both Kadatsu and Scorpion were obviously interested in such a question. Who knows? Maybe it's all, maybe it's not. Scorpion was the first to speak. This was his intuition. As one of the people who are most familiar with puppets in this world, he always felt that the leader was a bit strange, and after seeing the scene today, he became more determined to a certain idea in his heart. Hey, it's better not to say it. Jayadu, what do you think? You joined the organization before me, so you should know some inside stories, right? Feiduan slightly turned his head to look at Jayadu, who was standing beside him. Be more reliable in speaking. This guy Scorpion always talks out of tune, thinking that it makes sense, but in fact it is not bullshit. I'm not very clear. It's the first time I've seen these guys in so many years. Maybe Zai is right, but anyway, it's all organized by one organization. It's not a bad thing. When the battle is over, the leader will give a reasonable explanation. Kakuto glanced at Hidden and Scorpion, and then turned his attention to Saitama and Zionin over there. As the earliest members of the organization standing here, they are obviously clear about the situation of the leader, but they have never told themselves and others. The 3 fell into silence and said no more. What a pity, Bai said with a playful tone as he looked at the water surface in despair. Shut up, that guy isn't dead yet. Haizi squinted his eyes. Although the situation of the battle was clear, he always felt that things would change if Nagato didn't deal with Jiraiya quickly. By the way, did you find Nagato? After a long time, the voice that only the 2 of them could hear sounded again. Since Nagato has always relied on Pain's identity to carry out activities, they have not seen Nagato for a long time, and today they took this opportunity to find out Nagato, and make some preparations for some future actions. Not yet. Nagato and Zionin have always been careful, but I already have a rough range, and I will definitely find it before the end of this battle. That's good. In the current period, we must hold Nagato in our hands and take adequate precautions. We must also be vigilant against Saitama. He has been very close to the guy who is in the middle of the forehead recently. Don't take precautions. I know, hey, I really didn't die. Baiju widened his eyes, a little surprised, and there was a new change in the battle over there. The 6 avatars present in encirclement, enclosing the location where Jiraiya had disappeared before. However, due to the shocking water curtain set off by the attack just now, which temporarily covered their sight, they lost Jiraiya's trace, and were looking around. He did attack Jiraiya head-on just now. Although he couldn't kill Jiraiya on the spot, it definitely wouldn't make him feel better. Is it underwater? Tandao looked at the calm water surface, and Samsara looked underwater, but found nothing. Raising his arm slightly, he was considering the feasibility of attacking the water area, but quickly gave up. The water area is already very vast, and it is connected to underground rivers, and finally converges into the ocean. Disperse. He spat out a word, and then the 6 clones spread out towards the distance, expanding the search range, but everyone's sight was not in the water area he was in charge of, but at the feet of another clone. This is Nagato's attempt to use this move to seduce Jiraiya, who is hidden under the water. Gum! A string of blisters emerged from the animal's feet. Tandao narrowed his eyes slightly, and raised his arms to point their boom. There was a huge change at the foot of the seemingly thin human world. The water suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from below, instantly grabbed the human world by the neck, and took him into the air, while the other hand squeezed out a spiral pill, quickly hit the human chest. Page 687. But before this figure could finish his attack, several missiles glided and landed on him, drowning him in an instant, completely ignoring the human way of being caught. Boom. The explosion occurred again, and the figure holding onto the human path disappeared in white smoke. Shadow clone. Teacher, do you still have the strength to use the shadow clone technique? Tandao quickly turned his head. Just now, because of the shared vision, he looked directly in the direction of human Dao, but after finding out that it was a shadow clone, he knew that he was deceived, and quickly looked at the previous beast Dao. Sure enough, animal Dao had disappeared above the water surface, as if Zenlai had never appeared there. It was dragged underwater, and I can't see where it is. All the clones of the 6 realms cannot sense the existence of the animal realm, and the field of vision belonging to the animal realm has become extremely strange, and there is no reference object around. It's the barrier space. Nagato knew what was going on, so he controlled the rest of the avatars to use the perception underwater. But Jiraiya's barrier was not so easy to find. It seems that your Jiraiya-sensei has caused some trouble. Saitama stared at Sharingan, looked up at Zionin, and found that her brows were tightly frowned, and she was also a little surprised by the current situation. Nagato will take care of everything. After a long time, Zionin replied to Kiyu. Her voice was very cold, with some firm trust. It's better like this. Saitama clasped his hands behind his head, and didn't seem to be nervous at all. Boundary space, the animal said, looking at the strange environment around him. His eyes fell on the acid lake and the darkness in the depths. Viral one. Just as he was wondering, a figure with a long tongue hanging from the darkness flew towards him at the corner in front of him. The distance between the two was so close that he had no time to dodge. Boom. The spiral pill landed directly on his chest, and knocked him into the acid lake. Fweek! As soon as the animal road fell into the lake seemed to be boiling, with water droplets rolling out continuously, and white corrosive water vapor rising continuously, emitting an unpleasant smell. Get rid of one. Hoo-hoo. Jiraiya also used the information he obtained before to eliminate the 3 pain, but because he was careless and did not recover the corpse, he was revived by the enemy in some way. So this time he learned to be smart, pulling the enemy into the enchantment, keeping the corpse after killing, and since each enemy only has one system ability, his first choice is this skinny man who can channel other people to him animal way. Whoosh! Exclamation whoosh! Jiraiya killed an enemy with a spiral pill, and directly hit the side of the acid lake, covered his previous wound, and began to breathe heavily. His condition is not very good. Just now, he was hit head-on by the enemy's missile, causing more blood holes in his chest in an instant, and one arm was even broken, so he couldn't use much strength. Snapped. Just when he thought he could take a short break, the enemy who had been dunked into the acid suddenly crawled out of the lake again and attacked him. PFFT. A black stick several meters long was derived from the arm of the beast, and inserted straight into Jiraiya's body, nailing Jiraiya to the rock behind him. Damn it! Jiraiya, are you all right? Fukasaku cut off the connection between the black stick and the enemy with one paw, then looked at the enemy vigilantly, and found that the enemy really lost his breath after using this move and stopped moving, and then turned his head to look at Jiraiya. Ho ho! Trouble! Jiraiya slumped on the ground with a pained look on his face, and Fukasaku wisely pulled out the black stick that pierced Jiraiya's body to prevent it from disturbing Jiraiya's chakra, causing more trouble. Boom! The forehead protector of the beast road slipped from his forehead and hit the ground with a crisp sound, which also made July, who was thinking about something, tremble for a moment, and was attracted attention. Huh? Jiraiya looked at the enemy he had just dealt with, and stared at his forehead without the forehead shield, and found a long and narrow scar on his forehead, which was very eye-catching. A scene from the past suddenly emerged from the depths of his memory. It was an enemy he encountered when he heard the prophecy of the great toad immortal, and was walking in the ninja world looking for the legendary son of prophecy. Looking at the appearance of Pain who fell on the ground at this time, Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. By the way, I remembered. What's wrong? Shenzhou asked, with a somewhat puzzled response. This man in front of me, I have fought against him before. It was when I followed the prophecy of the great toad immortal that I met the ninja of the Fumo clan when I first started traveling. I scratched the scar on his forehead. Jiraiya also had a bad premonition. His tone gradually became heavy, blood slid down the corner of his mouth to his chin, and then dripped from his chin to the ground, making a loud sound in the empty space. Why did the guy from that time appear here? Shima opened his mouth wide and stared at the breathless Pain, completely incomprehensible. I don't understand what Pain is more and more. Fukasaku also expressed his opinion. When all the coincidences that seem to be coincidences are connected together, it makes him, a toad fairy who has lived for hundreds of years, feel weird and extraordinary. Jilai didn't speak either, and he recalled what the great toad immortal had said. You are the one who is going to lead the changer, and one day you will face the time to make a major decision. What should I do to make it the right choice? In the dream, you travel around the world, right, and meet the man of destiny. Could it be as the prophecy said? Jiraiya also has his own judgment, but there is currently insufficient evidence to verify it, and the dead enemy in front of him is far from enough. I want to go out to meet them again and confirm some things. Please go back, both of you. After thinking twice, Jiraiya closed his eyes and said calmly, no, if you go out again, you will definitely be killed. Now they have more eyes than before, and they have other helpers, and they are not opponents who will fall into the enchantment trap again. They haven't found this place yet. If you want to escape, you can only take advantage of the present. Shinzoyu earnestly persuaded Jiraiya, and it disapproved of Jiraiya's behavior. Although there is a risk of being killed, it is also possible to determine the true identity of the enemy. If this opportunity is missed, no one will be able to get so close to pain again, right? The only chance to find out the identity of the enemy is now, and now is the big toe, the moment of choice, that the sage said. Panting heavily, Jiraiya opened his eyes wide, silently looking at the dead body of the enemy lying in front of him. The discovery just now broke some of his previous guesses, so he needs to show enough courage to face the danger outside, and then confirm his guess. Boss Toad and Big Sister, bring back the information about Pain so far and Pain's body, and hand it over to Minato. For this matter, the child's mother is enough. Page 688. Fukasaku clasped his hands together and looked aside, while Shima, who was on Jiraiya's other shoulder, also looked surprised and looked at his old man. But Zilai was also a little hesitant. Going out this time would be very dangerous. Maybe there would be a risk of death. And if Shenzu chose to stay, maybe it would be I have to be back before dinner. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, Shima said, tacitly acquiescing Fukasaku's plan. Well, Jiraiya and I will go back to eat together after the end. Fukasaku looked over, agreeing to Shima's request. His eyes were very deep. Shenzu nodded. Jiraiya didn't speak anymore. He knew that Boss Fukasaku had decided to stay and fight with him, and slowly lowered his head. Thank you very much. Bang! Shima took the beast's body and disappeared into white smoke. Fujudu. In the water, an inconspicuous red toad slowly swam, and then spit out a figure out of proportion to its own size from its mouth. It was Jiraiya and Fukasaku left behind. On the surface of the water, Nagato has completely lost control of the animal way, while the other avatars are still searching for Jiraiya's trace, without giving up. Hey, I didn't expect that white-haired uncle to be quite capable. He's been underwater for so long. Feiduan squatted down, looked towards the water, and shouted Puff. Just as Jiraiya poked his head out of the water, he was noticed by Pain, who had been searching. At this time, he has already retreated from the fairy mode, and the pattern on his face has disappeared, only the two red eyeliners sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Got you. Tendu, who turned his back on Jiraiya, smiled and turned around abruptly. Boom. The water area Jiraiya was in exploded suddenly, and a strong body attacked him from the underwater position. It was Shuradao, who didn't know when he got into the water. PFFT. Jilai never thought that the enemy would be so sharp, but at this time he was at the end of his strength, and he came out of the toad barrier not to fight, but to confirm some things. And just after watching the other 5 people and comparing their memories, he confirmed his guess. He has seen all these people, and they are all people he has met or fought against in the ninja world following the instructions of the great Toad Immortal. There are leaders of unknown religions and their former disciples. Jirodao protruded from the water, grabbed Jiraiya's throat, and crushed it directly, making Jiraiya speechless. Jiraiya! Fukasaku exclaimed, jumping off Jiraiya's shoulder. Falling into the water, it was obvious that he was discovered by the enemy without reacting. Cough. Jiraiya stared at Fukasaku with wide eyes, wanted to speak, but his throat was crushed. He couldn't speak a word. He could only cough. It seems that you have discovered something, Mr. Lie, but I won't give you a chance to say it. Pain's avatars, who were scattered around searching for Jiraiya, all jumped up and rushed towards Jiraiya, whose throat was clamped by Shuradao, and a pitch-black stick emerged from their palms. Jai Lai was also powerless to fight back. Shuradao's attack on him was the last straw that broke the camel's back. 5 figures leaped up in the sky and came to the sky above Jiraiya, blocking the sun that gradually appeared after the absence of rain, like a shadow descending. Ding 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 ding! Exclamation boom. 1 second before Jiraiya fell into a coma, a familiar figure appeared and blocked Pain's attack. Ha ha! Saitama looked at the person who appeared suddenly, smiled, then stood up from the ground where he was sitting, and patted the grey layer on the buttocks. He had a little desire to fight. Chapter 315. Are you going to die? Zilai was also a little uncomfortable, although he basically exhausted all means, but he still didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of his former disciple like this. His throat was crushed by the enemy so that he couldn't speak, but he really seemed to tell the discovery just now, and then asked Fukasaku boss to bring it back to Minato. But the enemy firmly restrained him, took him into the air, and then smashed him to an exposed rock above the water, and within sight, the other Pain scattered around shot over almost in unison, grabbing the black stick is about to give him a fatal blow. Nagato! I didn't expect it to be you. Jilai also looked at Shoradao, who was grabbing his throat. His eyes became serious. His mouth opened and closed, and he could only make a sound of ho-ho. He has already confirmed his guess. None of these pens are real bodies. Hidden behind and manipulating everything is the disciple of that year Nagato. Although it is unacceptable that the shy and inferior child back then became paranoid like this, but the fact is, what have you all been through these years? Jiraiya smiled wryly in his heart. Blood kept gushing from his throat and the corners of his mouth. The strong smell of rust filled his sense of taste and smell, and even made his vision appear pale. The double image, the loss of a lot of blood, caused his consciousness to sink. If this continues, even if Pain doesn't make a move, he probably won't live long. The broken throat not only made him lose the ability to speak, but also tore his main artery. If it wasn't for his strong physical fitness and the chakra effect in his body, he would soon fall into a coma. It's such a troublesome job. Jilai was already surrounded by several figures flying into the air, and the black sticks in the hands of those figures already exuded a breathtaking aura, and in the next second, several blood holes would be opened on his body. He extinguished the last fire of his life. What a failure. Whether you are a ninja or a teacher, you are such a failure. And now, is it time for the ninja's fate to end? He felt that his eyelids were very heavy, and pain in his vision gradually blurred, and waves of exhaustion swept over him. Call out. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light made Jiraiya stop closing his eyes, which brought him a certain amount of strength, and at the same time brought light to his already darkened world. In the past, he felt that he should be able to get out of Yuin village with his own strength, but the strength of the enemy was somewhat beyond his expectations, and he also gave up several opportunities to escape, putting himself in danger all the time. But when death really came, he was full of nostalgia for living. Page 689. Watergate. Jiraiya showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, then closed his eyes in a state of distraction, completely lost control of his body, and fell into a coma. If it is said who he trusts the most, Minato must be among several options, and the ranking is extremely high. Now that Minato is here, he can rest. His body is already loaded. It is time to close his eyes. As for what will happen next, Minato will consider it. As a teacher, he is not a failure. At least Minato's growth is his proud existence. Flying Thunder God Technique. Namikaze. Minato directly launched ninjutsu near the border of the Land of Fire, not to mention the chakra consumed by the long-distance space-time ninjutsu. But Jiraiya-sensei's situation is extremely bad at this time. He suddenly appeared on the side of Jiraiya's body. His body sank slightly, and then his eyes swept around. The moment he appeared, there was no extra time for Minato to think, because Pain's ultimate move was already in front of him. As long as he dared to stand still, he would die in the next second. So almost at the same time as it appeared, he raised his right hand as expected, and a long-handled kunai flashed there, and it spun rapidly as he raised his hand, and finally landed on the palm of his hand, which he held tightly. Ding 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 ding! Flowing clouds and flowing water generally draw from one side to the other, and finally converge into a round circle, blocking the attack of the four, jumping up and cutting off all the black sticks. At the same time, his footsteps are still in vain, like a loach swipe from Jiraiya's side to the front, facing the enemy who controls Jiraiya. At the same time, in his left hand, a blue-white spiral pill, much larger than normal, hit the chest of the facing enemy without hesitation. Bang! The spiral pill burst out with extremely exaggerated power at the moment of contact. Jiraiya's chest was instantly torn open, a layer of chakra rippling from the chest, and the back exploded like a flower, revealing the strange physiological structure inside, and he grabbed Jiraiya's hand, also relaxed, losing complete restraint on Jiraiya, and then flew upside down as if being hit by a train. Swish! All of this happened at the moment when Minato appeared, blocking the attacks of four enemies and flying an enemy who was close to him almost at the same time. Also thought about it a long time ago, and all this is due to his perverted insight and dynamic perspective, and of course his excellent ninja qualities. The moment Flying Thunder God entered the arena, he immediately saw the surrounding environment and had a certain understanding, and then directly took action to resolve all this. And because the timing of Minato's appearance was too ingenious, even Nagato did not make timely predictions and changes, so Pain's attack was simply resolved by Minato. Losing the enemy's chokehold, Jiraiya's body slid limply to the ground. Minato leaned on his chest, turned around to hug him with his left hand, and pinched kunai with his right hand to activate the teleportation technique to leave the spot in time, and arrived at not far from the water. Snapped! The 4-Dao Pain landed on the rock, where Jiraiya was just now, with a black stick with a smooth cut sticking out from the sleeves. With feet parallel to the surface of the water, he couldn't stop backing up, and finally hit a pipe without moving. Minato! Fukasaku jumped over from the side of the water with a worried expression on his face. At that moment, it thought that Jiraiya would surely die. Unexpectedly, Minato arrived at a critical moment and rescued Jiraiya. Lai's condition seems to be not good and he must be treated in time. Jiraiya! Jiraiya! It jumped onto Minato's shoulder and shouted at the unconscious Jiraiya with an anxious tone. The teacher is in a coma and the bleeding has stopped. There should be no problem for the time being, but we must leave here quickly and return to Konoha so that the teacher can be healed. Fukasaku Sage Hikaru also saw several enemies wearing Akatsuki's clothes nearby, including the Uchiha Saitama he was familiar with, as well as the undead duo and the yin and yang face that he had missed. But the information was not detailed. But there were still some. Many enemies have never heard of it. It seems that the Akatsuki organization hides quite deeply. With such strength, no ninja village can win against each other alone, unless they use their lives to pile up. Minato hugged Jiraiya with one hand. His mind was active quickly, his whole body tensed up, and he was vigilant about his surroundings. He didn't choose to use ninjutsu to leave immediately, but had some tentative thoughts. Be careful. The enemy has the eyes of reincarnation. The enemy in the middle has the ability of gravity and repulsion. That fat man can absorb any ninjutsu, and the one you just killed has been transformed into a powerful puppet weapon, and the rest too. The specific ability is unknown, but one of them has the ability to resurrect other people. Also, their vision can be shared. Don't be careless. Find the right opportunity and leave. The most important thing is to save Zilai first. Fukasaku quickly explained to Minato the information that Jiraiya had summarized before, then stood firmly on Minato's shoulder and looked towards the opposite side vigilantly. Well, I understand. Minato nodded slightly to show that he heard it, and at the same time looked at the enemies with a frown. Is that the reincarnation? I noticed that the enemies' eyes were like sliced onion rings, round and round, which made people feel extremely deep and elusive. I didn't expect the eyes of the immortals in the legend to actually exist. But one is also right, such legendary things as tailed beasts exist, and the immortals may be real. Hey, another enemy has come, but isn't this guy's speed too fast? I didn't even notice it just now. Kakuzu, did you see it just now? After a short silence, Feiduan asked his teammate beside him. He was about to die in the hands of his own leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was rescued by an unknown yellow-haired ninja, and even killed a leader. That's Konoha's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, perhaps the fastest man in this ninja world. When Kakuzu said this, he glanced at Uchiha Saitama involuntarily. In the information he received recently, it was mentioned that Saitama had mastered a space-time ninjutsu similar to Namikaze Minato. Base ninjutsu, so it appears here in an instant. Don't underestimate it. Maybe you will be instantly killed. Hey, is he Namikaze Minato? One of the few people with the highest reward in the ninja world, and the guy you said would never accept his mission. He looks very young. Is he really so powerful? When Duan heard the name Namikaze Minato, he immediately became interested. He asked Kakuto and automatically filtered Kakuto's words that he would be killed in seconds. Kakuzu didn't continue to answer this time, but focused all his attention on Minato Namikaze. Out of the corner of his eye, Kyu stood up from the ground, as if he was about to make a move. He was originally Konoha's ninja. Maybe he became interested when he saw Hokage of Konoha at this time, and they are all strong masters of time and space ninjutsu. So are you itching for skills? The scorpion standing on the side of Kakuto did not look at Namikaze Minato, who saved Jiraiya, but instead looked at Shiryu, who had half of his body submerged in the water, noticing his broken body and the extremely obvious inside traces of puppet transformation. Here comes the amazing guy. Baiju's eyes were wide open, and the corner of his mouth was cracked open, revealing the sharp teeth inside like shark's teeth, looking a little surprised. Unexpectedly, not only Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, but also the contemporary Hokage Namikaze Minato came in the invasion of Yuin village this time. If both of them can be kept here, it will be almost a perfect start for future plans. But when he thought of the ninjutsu when Minato just entered the arena, Baiju knew that it was extremely unrealistic to keep them all here, unless someone could really restrain Minato Namikaze. And then he had been prepared and calculated with carelessness. To deal with a ninja who masters time and space ninjutsu, it is best to send a ninja who also masters time and space ninjutsu. Baiju knew this truth, so he glanced playfully at Saitama, who had already stood up, and guessed his next move. Recently, Saitama's operation has been unable to compare with the seriously injured boy who was rescued by him back then. And what he and Haiju are most worried about seems to be brewing. This Uchiha ninja has a tendency to get out of control. If it wasn't for Madara who left behind, the current situation would not be so optimistic. Thinking of this, Baiju's eyes became gloomy, and he always felt that Madara's curse seal engraved on Saitama's heart was not very safe, especially after knowing Saitama's pupil technique. It seems that it has become a bit difficult to continue to kill Jiraiya. Moreover, the other party has mastered the technique of Flying Thunder God, so there is almost no possibility of being left behind. Page 690. Kyu stood up, turned his head slightly to Zionin and said, with a hint of seriousness in his tone, "It is precisely because Flying Raijin's mastery is not as good as Namikaze Minato's, the more he understands the horror of ninjas who master Flying Raijin's art. Wanting to keep such a ninja, the current pain does not seem to have such an ability, unless there is some reason why he cannot leave. And at this time, Jiraiya, who is seriously injured, has also been rescued by him, no longer exists. So at this time, Namikaze Minato can stay here just because he wants to feel Akatsuki's strength for himself, and lay a certain foundation for making judgments in the future." Zionin didn't speak, but his brows were tightly furrowed. They were not prepared for the emergence of the variable Namikaze Minato, and this variable has now become the key to the opponent's break. Not to mention being able to reverse the situation, it should still be possible to save Jiraiya. "Are you going to shoot?" After a brief silence, Zionin asked aloud. "Otherwise, Namikaze Minato's time-space ninjutsu is very difficult. Except for me, no one here seems to be able to keep up with that speed. Even Nagato can't hurt him. After all, he can't hit him. The enemy's attack is useless." Saitama shrugged his shoulders, as if it should be taken for granted, and kept watching the changes in the battle situation over there when he was speaking, ready to make a move at any time. As for Nagato's feelings, it's not in his consideration. Taking down the enemy is what he needs to consider. Konan was silent. She agreed with Saitama's words, but Nagato might not want someone to assist him when he was fighting. In that case, his god would be too low class, which would make the conceited him feel uncomfortable. But after thinking about it, she felt that Nagato didn't necessarily care about these small things. Being able to kill the enemy and weaken the enemy's strength is what he likes to see the most, and no one will question him because of this matter. Powerful. Thinking about it, there should be no chance to make a move. Namikaze Minato will not continue to fight in this situation. He will leave soon, and even if I am unprepared, I can't stop him who wants to leave. Kyu looked at the yellow figure over there, set in his mouth, and at the same time found that the battle situation over there had changed, and his eyes gradually became elusive. It seems that this is really the lair of the Akatsuki organization. Yuin village, this village that was once under the control of the half-god. Is there still a problem? Minato said in a deep voice, looking a little dignified. Facing such a large number of powerful enemies, he was not as relaxed as he was when facing dozens of Jonin and Iwagakure. Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage, you are Jiraiya Sensei's disciple. You seem to be a guy who hinders the birth of peace. Jendao raised his arms, expressionless, ready to launch ninjutsu. Teacher? Minato noticed the enemy's rhetoric, and frowned, a little puzzled. This enemy with reincarnation eyes seems to be calling Teacher Jiraiya. Then Tian God. With a low shout from Tiandao, invisible power permeated the space, instantly acting on Namikaze Minato in the distance, pulling him to fly towards him. Here we come. Minato, be careful. Fukasaku reminded, and at the same time felt an irresistible gravitational force acting on the body. It hastily used chakra to absorb Minato's shoulder, so as not to lose the point of action. Swish! In the next moment, Namikaze Minato disappeared, and Tiandao's ninjutsu sucked a loneliness. And then the four of them deflected at a certain angle at the same time as if they were prepared, and then looked around back to back, searching for traces. Nagato and Konan have long been collecting information on ninjas of the level of Namikaze Minato, whether it is due or the inherent intelligence group of the Akatsuki organization. And Minato Namikaze was able to suppress Reikage of Amingakure and was hailed as the fastest in the ninja world, precisely because of the extremely talented time and space ninjutsu. So as soon as the battle started, Nagato knew that it would be extremely difficult to capture Minato. Hey! Namikaze Minato hugged Jiraiya, stepped on Fukasaku on his shoulder, and appeared not far from the side before, while his hand was pressed on the water surface, and circles of ripples rippling out from the palm of his hand, A pain Wajang sank to the bottom of the water at an extremely slow speed. From the very beginning when Minato appeared here, he knew that fighting here would be extremely unfavorable to him, and the Flying Thunder God technique might not be able to exert half its power here. He needs the kunai with the curse seal as a landmark for transmission, but it is full of water, and it is difficult for kunai to maintain it. Even if it is attached to chakra, it will not last long. Minato, be careful. While he was still thinking, Fusaku's reminder came. It has a very strong perception after mastering Xianju-cha, so it sensed a chakra approaching here. Swish! A smear of blue flashed from behind the water gate, piercing his chest directly, but the next second, the water gate turned into a stake in a puff of white smoke, and disappeared in place again. Substitute? Saitama shook off the shattered stake in his hand, and looked at Namikaze Minato who appeared in the distance. Just taking advantage of Tandao's big move, when Namikaze Minato had just finished using the Flying Thunder God art, he shamelessly chose a sneak attack. For a powerhouse of Namikaze Minato's level, he would not be careless. It would be great if he could simply kill him, but if he couldn't, then forget it. But the sneak attack on Minato just now obviously did not achieve the desired effect. Slightly lowering his head to glance at the blood on his fingertips, Kyu kept smiling and didn't move anymore. Since the sneak attack is useless, just give up. Moreover, one sneak attack is enough for this kind of thing. No more is called a sneak attack, and the other party is also prepared. The sneak attack is meaningless. Cough. Minato hugged Jiraiya with one arm, and looked at Saitama who had just sneaked up on him. And on his back, drops of blood dripped from above, and then scattered in the water, rendering a patch of red. If it wasn't for Fukasaku Senjin's reminder just now, maybe Saitama's Chidori would have pierced directly into his body instead of just breaking some muscles like it is now. But even so, it still made him feel extremely heavy. In the face of so many powerful ninjas, he really couldn't relax in the slightest, especially if these ninjas didn't follow the routine. It is obvious that his strength is only stronger than his own, but he still chooses to sneak attack. Tick! Blood dripped again. Minato knew it was time to leave here. Not only he couldn't delay, but also the teacher Jiraiya's injury couldn't delay. Chapter 316 Sneak Attack. From Tiandao's attack to Saitama's sneak attack, less than 3 seconds passed. Although he was not able to kill Minato, he still injured the speed-marked person. The few people who were watching the show did not expect that Uchiha Saitama would end up in this way, and carry out a sneak attack. After all, Saitama is stronger than them. Perhaps the entire organization can only be stabilized by the leader with the eyes of reincarnation. And the most important thing is that even a strong person of Saitama's level has not been able to successfully attack. This Konoha's 4th generation is indeed strong enough. Standing still, Pain's eyes didn't fluctuate. He saw his weakness when facing Minato Namikaze, and he knew his weakness when facing Minato with Space Ninjutsu, so he wasn't dissatisfied with Saitama's sudden intervention. At most he just wanted to. He glanced at Saitama standing in front of him. The moment he shot, even he didn't react. Page 691. Has Uchiha Saitama grown to this point? Hidden behind the scenes, Nagato narrowed his eyes. He and Saitama only fought once. At that time, he was fighting against Saitama steadily. At that time, he even thought that he could kill Saitama. But now, Saitama's growth has reached a level that he can't ignore, and judging from the information collected by Zionin, Saitama has many ways to hide in the dark. Are you leaving? Saitama looked at Namikaze Minato's expression, and a trace of unknown emotion flashed in his eyes, mixed with a trace of killing intent. Namikaze Minato will be an obstacle for them to collect tailed beasts and spread the ideal peace. If they can be killed, it is definitely a good thing. It's okay, Minato. With a serious face, Fukasaku looked at the enemy who had just attacked Minato. It sensed a hint of old enemy from the enemy who had just shot. It was a snake's coldness, even stronger than Jiraiya's companion back then, that Orochimaru who also came from one of the 3 holy places. In short, it makes it feel that pimples and coldness are constantly appearing on its body, just like the scene when it was fighting those snake girls. The enemy is definitely a ninja who has mastered snake fairy art. I haven't seen a ninja who has completed the practice of snake fairy art for many years. The fairy art of Longdi Cave is a bit more difficult than the frog fairy art of Miyamu Mountain, and Longdi Cave has an extremely bad attitude towards those who have failed in the practice of fairy art. But just looking at Saitama at this time, Fukasaku felt that this was a ninja not weaker than a mortal Jiraiya. No problem, Fukasaku Sento, get ready to leave. Minato looked at Saitama, and could feel the strength of Saitama, so he didn't have the urge to stay and try it out. It's not that there is only one Uchiha Saitama here, and he hasn't done anything yet. The enemy seems not so easy to deal with. The most urgent task is to bring Mr. Jiraiya back first. Minato thought about it, weighed the pros and cons in an instant, and prepared to leave. Looking at Minato, who was injured by Saitama, Xiaozhong has no intention of continuing to attack. For a person who masters time and space ninjutsu, although they stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world in some aspects, they still have no confidence in him, so it is better to let him go without wasting his eyesight. As for Jiraiya, who was seriously injured, if he was seriously injured once, there would be a second time. It can only be said that the timing was not ripe for not being able to kill him this time. On the contrary, Fei Duan looked at the blood dripping into the water at the water gate. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the tip of his brightly colored tongue slowly licked around his lips. He became interested in this fourth Hokage who survived the Saitama sneak attack. If this ninja can be sacrificed, the evil god will be very happy, right? The ninja world will not allow such a brutal organization like you to exist. Whether you collect tailed beasts or disrupt the balance of small countries everywhere, it is an act of disrupting peace. Taking a last look at Xiaozhong, who had stopped, Minato hugged Jiraiya, disappeared within the range of Yuin village in an instant, and retreated without delay. In situ, only some red water was still rippling. Seeing Minato leaving, Saitama was not surprised, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if something interesting was happening. They still ran away. Hiduin was a little upset. For Jiraiya, the guy who cut off his head before, he thought that he would definitely die here this time. But he was rescued anyway, although he doesn't have the strength to kill the enemy, but seeing that the Akatsuki organization can't keep the other party together this time, he is still a little bit aggrieved and extremely unhappy. Be quiet. Fourth Hokage's ninjutsu is very difficult, unless he has a reason to stay or is trapped in a super strong control barrier, and is locked in space. No one can force him to stay. Although he did not kill Jiraiya, our information has also been exposed, but the situation is not too bad. Anyway, we have come to this point, and it is time to show everyone how powerful and ambitious Akatsuki is. He could see clearly from the corners of his eyes, and his green eyes kept moving around Pain's body, explaining to Hiduin, who looked like an idiot. According to Akatsuki's policy, this time, even if she comes here, she will not invade Yuin village, and it won't be long before Akatsuki will take the initiative to expose it and formally launch the final action against the world. But this time someone obtained the information. It just made the time earlier, and it wasn't a big deal. Have you left, Teacher Jiraiya? Xiao Nan looked out of the village, did not speak, and muttered something in his heart. His eyes kept flickering, and finally returned to calm and indifference. Killing the teacher, who taught them so carefully, is still a bit difficult, but this time the result should be regarded as a thank you for everything in the past, and from then on, I will not continue to keep the fetters that got in the way. She bent her body, then leaped high and landed beside Pain, making a circle of ripples on the surface of the water. How do you feel? It's okay. The consumption is not too much. Mr. Jiraiya is indeed very powerful. He is worthy of being one of the Sannin, but next time he will not have such good luck. Chan Dao was very calm, and didn't feel bad, because Jiraiya was waiting for others to leave. Nagato knew that he couldn't force Namikaze Minato to stay, so it's better to go with the flow and let Namikaze Minato take Jiraiya away. Nodding slightly, Xiao Nan looked around and stopped talking. The battle is over, and I didn't see the expected picture. Should it be said that Nagato doesn't grasp the reincarnation eye well enough, or that Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were strong enough? Baiju showed a pensive expression. His eyes narrowed into slits, as if he was really trying to think about everything about this battle. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Akatsuki was officially exposed to the ninja world after this incident. Didn't you say that the 5 great ninja villages are preparing to hold the 5 cages conference? It should be soon. I never cared about the gains and losses here. When Namikaze Minato broke into this place, he had expected it, and he had a deep understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. 4 days from now, it will be in the Iron Country. Do you want to have fun then? Let's see how Nagato plans. This 5 cages tournament may be an opportunity. Whether it is to attack Kyuibai or Hashio, when Cage is not around, the chances of success are very high. The chance of a tailed beast is still extremely high. The pitcher plant slowly closed, and it slowly sank into the building, disappearing in place. Go back first. Hold a meeting tomorrow morning. I will tell you the situation of the curtain wall and the next plan. I hope no one will have some strange ideas. Chan Dao looked back slightly at Fei Duan and the other 3 who were still standing over there watching the play, and said in a low voice, before they could respond, "Pain except Kai Tiandao," including Shuradao, who had already submerged in the water, disappeared in place. This time, the operation against Jiraiya's invasion of Yuin village seems to have come to an end. The final result was that Jiraiya was seriously injured and rescued by Minato. The intelligence of Samsara I was leaked, and the Akatsuki organization was no longer able to hide in the dark. Page 692. Nagato himself didn't really care about such a result. Akatsuki has come to this point today, and the number of tailed beasts he has collected has reached an astonishing 7. It is time to let the world know a possibility of the future. The real era of peace is coming. A world constructed by God will replace the old world. No pain, no sorrow, no war, no distorted ideal world. Swish! Xiaonan and Tandao disappeared in place, followed by Jayadu and others. Saitama is the only one who stays where he is. No one cares why he stays there. This is his freedom. The 3 of Kadatsu left just to go back and digest everything they saw today, especially the 6 different reincarnation eye owners, and the leader seemed to be only one of them. They naturally knew that there must be something tricky in it, but they still didn't dare to underestimate the strength of this leader. Among the 3, Sai was very interested in Shuradao, who was blown away by a ninjutsu on the water surface, and this caused a series of speculations. Although he didn't fight pain in person like Jiraiya, but relying on his own experience as a puppet and some crazy and out of normal thinking, he had doubts about the identity of Pain, who appeared. Perhaps the leader has never used his own body, but controlled the puppets remotely to influence the organization. Once such speculations arise, they linger forever. As for how to prove it, he naturally has an idea. Everyone left with their own thoughts, and the drama ended like this. It's a bit far, but you can try it. Maybe there will be surprises. Kyu looked out of the village. The 3 Gaoi were constantly spinning in his eyes, and countless electric arcs began to flicker around him, making the Akatsuki windbreaker he wore outside his body constantly agitated, as if it was filled with gas. Call out. He disappeared in place, leaving only a circle of ripples on the water. The rain in Yuyin village continued to fall, and many residents of Yuyin village raised their heads thoughtfully to look at the Tower of Dawn. God, it seems to have changed. Call, run out. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked in the direction of Konoha. His chest was constantly rising and falling, and the long-distance flying thunder god's technique had consumed him a lot. This is the border of the Fire Kingdom, and it is also a coordinate point he left before, so it is convenient to come out from Yuyin village. Ho ho! Just as he was about to launch ninjutsu again and go straight back to the village, Jiraiya made a sound, interrupting his movements. Teacher, little Zillia, 1 person and 1 frog cried out in time. Suffering such an injury, I didn't expect Jiraiya to be able to wake up with his own will. So is he worthy of being a ninja who inherited the will of fire? The will is firm to such an extent. Jiraiya squinted his eyes and seemed to be struggling, as if he couldn't see the objects in his field of vision clearly, and his head resting on Minato's shoulder was also weak. I saw that his mouth could not stop wriggling, but he could only make a ho-ho sound. Shuradao had destroyed his throat before, so he couldn't speak. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm going back to the village soon. Let's talk about it when I go back. Minato saw Jiraiya's difficulty, and once again hugged Jiraiya's arm tightly, and then directly began to perceive the flying thunder god spell left in the village. He can still feel the pain in his back now. There is the wound left by Saitama before. The wound is not deep. It will not be a hindrance in a short time, and the blood has stopped long ago. Almost at the moment when he sensed the jutsu in Konoha village, he obviously noticed fluctuations in the space around him. This was the effect of the flying thunder god jutsu. There is an induction. Uchiha Saitama. No need to think about it. A name jumped into his mind. It seems that the only person in the ninja world who still masters this ninjutsu is this rebellious ninja from Konoha, who is also one of the current enemies. Swish! Standing on Minato's shoulder with a relaxed expression, Fukasaku was completely unprepared, and was thrown out by Minato's turn. Jiraiya was also thrown out, falling in the same direction as Fukasaku. Although he was thrown out for a while, Fukasaku quickly controlled his body in midair, then wrapped his tongue around Jiraiya, and pulled him to his side. Chidori! A deep roar came from behind the water gate, and a bright blue and white light burst out in an instant, as if the god of death was coming. Although Minato reacted in time, but because he needed to take care of Jiraiya in his movements, he was half a beat slower, and it was this half a beat slower that caused him irreparable losses. Oh! Minato crossed his hands in front of him, and Saitama's ninjutsu was like a nail, directly nailing his 2 hands together, and at the front of the ninjutsu, lightning flashed non-stop, less than 10 centimeters away from Minato's forehead. Zizzy exclamation. Feeling the strength of Saitama's raiden at close range, Minato's face turned pale, and at the same time pulled Saitama's hand and retreated. Bang! Saitama let go, and then kicked out again, while continuing to push forward and approach Minato. Page 693 is for Minato. First he was hit in both hands by Chidori, who suddenly appeared by Saitama, blocking the counterattack, and then he was kicked in the chest, and was seriously injured instantly. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, turned into a blood arrow, and shot on the ground. But Minato is strong here. Although he was caught off guard by Saitama, he quickly turned around. I saw him take advantage of the tendency of being kicked in the chest by Saitama and move backwards. He quickly wiped his right hand behind his back, and then raised his left hand and shot a spiral pill forward to block the chasing Saitama. Watergate. Fukasaku entangled Jiraiya and landed safely, then looked at Minato, who was hit by Saitama. All this happened so fast that it lost his mind. Because it was already out of the enemy's sphere of influence, it immediately relaxed its vigilance, and it was already preparing to return directly to Mount Miyamu just now. But the enemy's pursuit was faster than expected, and it seemed that it was a premeditated sneak attack. This guy who sneaked up on you in village once before actually did it again! And it seemed that it was much heavier than the damage it caused the first time. Fukasaku's eyes widened. His pale beard looked a little disheveled from the previous battle, but this time it blew up again. Boom! Helluin Wan fell in front of the advancing Saitama, blocked by an electric grid. A powerful airflow was generated instantly, and the aftermath of the explosion directly blasted him out. Saitama couldn't help turning over to buffer the power of ninjutsu from Minato. After doing all this, he didn't continue to shoot, because when Minato was prepared, it was very difficult for anyone in this ninja world to defeat him in a 1vs1 situation, unless the difference in strength was huge and could reach the level of crushing. Obviously, although Saitama's hard power is stronger than Minato, he can't crush Minato like Uchiha Madara in memory. His eyes fell on Minato's body, and he saw the result of himself just now, the pierced hands and forearms and the scorched chest. He had the idea of taking action the moment Minato showed up to save Jiraiya, but he was troubled by Fei Leshen, so he knew that he had to do a second kill directly when Minato couldn't react. Otherwise he wanted to leave behind the time-space endurance. It is almost impossible to use the Watergate of the technique. The first shot was at the moment when Tiandao used the Reincarnation Eye ability, and that sneak attack had two functions. One was a tentative attack, and the other was to leave behind his Flying Thunder God spell. In that situation, Minato had no intention of paying attention to Saitama's small movements, and secondly, it was impossible to think that Saitama would do such a trick in a short period of time. When the first sneak attack was unsuccessful, Saitama also managed to keep his technique behind Minato. When Minato left with Jiraiya, the vigilance that the enemy did not come out to pursue was also relaxed, so this time point is also a good opportunity for Saitama to launch a sneak attack for the second time. Originally, Saitama was planning to wait for a while before attacking, but Namikaze Minato was a careful ninja, and he has a better grasp of Flying Thunder God than him. The longer the time, the greater the probability of the leftover technique being discovered! When Kyu sensed that Minato and the others had stopped, he launched a sneak attack. Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to achieve the intended goal, and there is no such opportunity to sneak attack anymore, because Minato has just erased the traces of the technique, just at the moment of being attacked. Fourth Hokage is a tough guy. Although the combat power is weaker than himself, the ninja's quality is definitely at the forefront of the ninja world. He is even more difficult to deal with if he masters Flying Thunder God, because he can't keep it. It's you again, Uchiha Saitama. Minato looked at the guy who attacked him again, frowning deeply, with his hands raised in front of his body. Chakra gradually wrapped the wound so that the wound would not continue to bleed. Although he doesn't know medical ninjutsu, he can temporarily lock the wound like this to prevent it from getting worse. That's right, we met again, but unfortunately, I still can't kill you. Saitama spread his hands, looking helpless, with scarlet eyes looking forward like a beast. I didn't expect you to end up like this. It seems that the kindness of the village to you at the beginning could not awaken that trace of emotion in your heart, Minato said in a deep voice, and then glanced at Fukasaku and Jiraiya from the corner of his eye, obviously worried. It's not very useful to say these words now. I look forward to meeting next time. Since the two sneak attacks failed, Kyu also gave up immediately. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I will definitely stop it. Collecting tailed beasts that are difficult to control. Your purpose is obviously not simple. Namikaze Minato's gaze was extremely deep, and several fights made him feel extremely bad towards Saitama. This rebellious ninja who walked out of Konoha became extremely uncontrollable after mastering powerful strength. It is already a scourge in the ninja world. This is the end of a small chat. I hope you can respond in a timely manner like this time every time. After all, I am a villain and I won't tell you so many reasons. Jumping in the direction of Yuyin village, there was no extra nonsense. Very straightforward. Looking at Saitama, whose back was gradually disappearing and shrinking, Minato let out a breath until he really disappeared from perception. The enemy has left. Shinsaku squatted on the ground, supported Jiraiya, and felt Saitama's chakra fluctuations at the same time, but this time even if the enemy's chakra disappeared, it did not relax, and remained vigilant. The scene of being attacked again just now still haunts her heart, and she will never forget it. Okay. Minato checked himself and Jiraiya again to see if there were any spells left by Saitama. After confirming that there were no spells left by Saitama, he then propped up Mr. Jiraiya, who was in a coma again, and then led one person and one frog to launch ninjutsu and disappeared into this area. Saitama's sneak attack was just an episode, and Minato, who had just escaped from Yuin village and Akatsuki's organization, understood a truth. These people are really dangerous! It must be cut off! It is indeed necessary to hold the Five Shadows Conference. With the end of the battle and the departure of the two parties, the place returned to calm again, and there were only a few seemingly inconspicuous battle traces on the spot, telling that a sinister activity had just taken place here again and again. In a hidden place, a giant pitcher plant rose up, and Zhu's yin and yang face was revealed from inside. Is it over? I just sense that there is a situation here. It seems that Saitama chased it out, but it still hasn't reached the final result. Baiju glanced around, thinking in his mouth. Okay, let's go back first. There is nothing worthy of attention here. By the way, have you figured out the situation of Kyubai and Hashio and report it to Nagoto directly later, and let them make plans? Haiju squinted his eyes and spoke in a low voice. When things got to this point, he knew that the plan for the millennium was not a loss at all, and now it seemed that there were only a few steps away from success. So close at hand. Page 694, Chapter 317, Rescue Swish. Shika Hisanara, who was thinking about the details of the Five Cages conference, suddenly raised his head, looking extremely surprised. Boom! The sound of footsteps hitting the ground, and as he raised his head, two figures also appeared in his sight. The Namikaze Minato he was familiar with and Jiraiya from Lemura not long ago. Standing up with a swish, he walked closer, supported Minato, who looked injured and not in a very good condition, and at the same time assisted Minato to support Jiraiya, who was in a coma. What's the matter, Minato? He said to Minato, and at the same time waved his hand to greet the Anbu ninja hiding in the dark. Notify the medical department, and then let the hospital prepare the operating room. There are wounded outside here that need treatment. Lu Ju could tell at a glance that Jiraiya's situation was extremely bad. Although Minato's arm was covered with blood, there was actually no major trauma, and those wounds were no longer bleeding. And Jiraiya's neck was directly behind the medicine, and there was a blood hole, and it seemed that his head was about to fall off from the neck. Fortunately, I don't know the reason. The blood flow is not fast, and there is a mysterious force surrounding it, maintaining a kind of balance. Yes. And Anbu disappeared in place, and the atmosphere in the entire office became extremely quiet. It's Akatsuki's guy. I'll talk about this later and send Mr. Jiraiya to the hospital first. Minato took a deep breath, then sat up Jiraiya with Lu Ju, and walked towards the hospital by the window. Lu Ju didn't ask any more questions. He knew Minato had left the village before, and Minato asked Anbu to bring him a message, but the result at this time was beyond his expectation. Isn't Jiraiya, who is as strong as one of the Sannin, the opponent of the members of the Akatsuki organization? In his impression, Jiraiya-sama is currently one of the strongest single fighters in the ninja world. It seems that Akatsuki, a terrorist organization, needs further consideration. There are not many ninjas with such strength in the ninja world. Brush. Konoha started to move. Many tasks began to be assigned, and countless figures shuttled and jumped on the roof. The vigilance of the village has also gradually increased with the passage of time. For a while, because of Minato's return, Konoha seemed to have entered wartime preparations. Many lower-level ninjas who didn't know the truth couldn't help thinking whether there was another war. When it was time to play again, although there was some resistance in their hearts, They knew that if they really reached this point, they had no choice. The village started to function like a machine, but many people didn't know what happened for a while. However, a tense atmosphere began to dissipate. Konoha Hospital. Mizuman-sama, Jiraiya-sama's situation is a bit bad. Although we have temporarily stabilized his injury, the trauma is too severe. We are not sure, a medical ninja in a white gown said to Minato standing guard at the door. His tone was awkward. Jiraiya's throat and the surrounding complicated arteries and veins were severely damaged. Although there is no danger for the time being, they can't restore it perfectly with their means. One mistake may lead to the deterioration of Jiraiya's situation. So they were a little overwhelmed. Minato, where's Jiraiya? When the few people were silent, a loud voice rang out, and then a figure with large and steady steps pushed open the blocked corridor door and walked in. Blonde ponytail, green robe. It is Jiraiya's teammate Tsunade, followed by Shizune, who was trotting unwaveringly to keep up with Tsunade's pace, with a nervous expression on his face. If it wasn't for hearing some rumors, the two of them are still on vacation at home at this time, because they are resting silently today, and Tsunade just lost all his money yesterday. Master Tsunade, medical ninja, Shikahisa and Minato all nodded and greeted the visitor. The teacher was seriously injured and is still being rescued inside. But Minato looked at Tsunade, who broke in suddenly. His eyes had just flashed a gleam of light, but then dimmed again as if thinking of something. I come. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't say anything, just pushed open the door of the operating room, walked in and acted coldly. Master Tsunade is not Chikeiju looked at Minato, hesitating to speak. As a Keijuke existence, he knew some information that ordinary ninjas don't know. Among them is the little information that Tsunade suffers from a phobia that is not well known to the outside world. It's okay. You have to trust Tsunade-sama, one of the three ninjas. She is the pinnacle of medical treatment in the entire ninja world, and Jiraiya-sensei is seriously injured, and only Tsunade-sama can be sure. Minato glanced at Shizune, who was full of worry, and explained briefly to Luju. He wanted to say something to Jing Yin at this time, but he fell silent soon, because he knew that it was unnecessary, and some people would naturally understand some things to a certain extent, and there was no need for others to remind them at all. Master Hokage, your hand, let me heal it for you. The medical ninja, who hadn't left yet, looked at Minato's blood-dried arm, stretched out his hand, and looked worried. Okay, thanks. Minato looked down and saw his arm. It is not serious, but it is actually a penetrating injury, and it has bled a lot, which looks horrible. If it is serious, it doesn't actually go through the bone. It just looks serious. I'll go in and help Tsunade-sama. Jingyin signaled the water door slightly, then pushed the door open and entered. Page 695. She is the clearest about Tsunade's situation, so she is going to have a look. Maybe she can help. Although her medical technology is not as good as Tsunade, she is not weaker than the ninjas in the medical department. Teacher. As soon as Tsunade entered, she saw a familiar person. It was her former disciple Nohara Rin. She didn't expect to participate in the treatment of Jiraiya this time, but her level is really good and she is qualified. Get involved. Nodding slightly, Tsunade didn't say much, but stepped up to the operating table, looking at the weak and familiar figure lying on it. And two older medical ninjas were surrounding Jiraiya, their hands glowing green, pressing on Jiraiya's injured throat. Although the bleeding had already stopped, such a method was of no use to Jiraiya at present. The damaged place most needed to be repaired manually, but obviously no one in the entire medical department could do such delicate work. Let me come. Tsunade walked over and said to the ninja who was performing the palm immortal art, while slowly rolling up his sleeves. It's not about the critical moment. One of the ninjas raised her head in displeasure. Her words were filled with anger, but after seeing who it was, she stopped continuing to speak, and then retreated to the side with an apologetic face. The medical ninja on the other side also noticed who the person appeared here, nodded slightly, and then stopped the movement of his hands under Tsunade's signal, and stepped aside. Jiraiya, you guys are really worrying. You are still so reckless. After saying a word in his heart, Tsunade was ready to do it, but looking at Jiraiya's wound and those dazzling colors, she clenched her lips involuntarily, and her body trembled slightly, as if she had encountered something terrible. Master Tsunade? Shizune walked in and spoke out. She saw Tsunade's situation and wondered if she needed to do it. Shizuo, go and prepare some salt water and anti-inflammatory drugs for me. After a long time, as if making up his mind, Tsunade slowly stretched out his hand to Jiraiya, and the light blue chakra began to condense. Chakra scalpel. She needs to sort out Jiraiya's wound first, and repair it manually before continuing to the next step. At the beginning, There was a little trembling in her movements, and the blood in the wound made her feel a little horrified. Scenes from the past came to mind, and the horror that had entangled her for many years came again. However, with the passage of time, her movements became more and more crisp, and her techniques became more and more skillful, and the former medical boss returned again. Faced with such a scene many years later, Tsunade knew that he had to do it himself to save Jiraiya, so as to save him from death. She never wanted to see the tragedy of that year again. The cherished person died like that and remained motionless in front of her. At that time she was powerless, but now she still has a chance to save everything. As long as she overcomes the fear in her heart, Jiraiya's life can be saved. Shizune and Rinohara, who were standing aside, looked at each other, both surprised by Tsunade's wholehearted devotion at this time. Seeing their teacher's more and more stable operation, they were all sincerely happy. However, there are some more thoughts in Shizune's mind at this time. There are not many ninjas who can seriously injure Jiraiya, and judging from the conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade before parting, Jiraiya's purpose this time it is to collect information on Akatsuki. In her impression, there are members of Akatsuki who have this ability, and Uchiha Saitama is among them. Is it really him again? Shizune clenched her fists, then took a wet towel from the side and wiped it on Tsunade's forehead, taking away the sweat drops. And with the progress of Tsunade's surgery, Jiraiya's breathing became smoother. His breath, which was so fast that he wanted to break the wind, gradually calmed down, and his extremely pale face became more rose as expected of Tsunade-sama. The surrounding medical ninjas saw that Jiraiya quickly regained some human color under Tsunade's hands, and some admiration flashed in the depths of their eyes. Just now they tried their best to stabilize Jiraiya's situation and no longer deteriorated. Now Tsunade pulled Jiraiya back from the abyss as soon as he came! Maybe this is the strength of Sannin! Then what kind of existence is the enemy who can seriously injure Master Jiraiya? Tell me, what's going on? Why did Jiraiya suffer such a serious injury? Is it Akatsuki's group of guys, or Uchiha Saitama again? In Hokage's office, Tsunade with a tired face did not take a rest immediately, but followed Minato and the others over. She was very concerned about Jiraiya's going out this time. I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but when I arrived, the teacher was already surrounded by Akatsuki. It should be Akatsuki's leader who attacked the teacher, who has the legendary Eye of Reincarnation. Master's disciples, because I heard one of them call Master Jiraiya a teacher. Teacher? Lu Jivu was a little surprised. An enemy with the Eyes of Reincarnation was actually a disciple of Jiraiya, and he had never heard of such a person. So it was unlikely that he was from Konoha village. Tsunade was stunned, his brows were furrowed, he looked extremely puzzled, and he looked like he was thinking. Is it a red-headed ninja? She suddenly remembered one thing. That is, during World War II, he, Jiraiya and Orochimaru used to perform missions in the country of rain, and then Jiraiya stayed there for 2 years, because he met 3 children. It is to teach those 3 people who were accepted as disciples by him. And the red-haired kid seems to have the Eyes of Reincarnation? This was told to her not long ago when Zilai also set out for Yuin village. In the past, she only knew that Zilai also took in 3 disciples. They had met but were not familiar with each other. Last time Zilai also didn't know what happened. Speaking of this matter, it is a pity that the child died in the war that followed. Red hair? No, all yellow hair. Minato recalled it, then denied it. All? Tsunade and Shikahisa are a little confused. All means that there is more than one enemy with the Eyes of Reincarnation? Well, I saw 5 enemies with reincarnation eyes, but I didn't see the red-haired one. Maybe there are others hidden behind? Minato replied affirmatively, with a serious face. Hiss. Page 696. Lu Jiu gasped in surprise. 5 enemies with reincarnation eyes. Are you kidding me? He thought that this kind of legendary eyes only existed in legends and should be unique, but he didn't expect to hear so many in reality. Tade, could it be that Sansarayan is also a blood succession similar to Sharingan? And there is such a long-standing family in the ninja world? That's incredible. It seems that the situation is very complicated. We have to wait until Jiraiya wakes up to find out. By the way, where are the 2 Toad sages who fought with Jiraiya? Tsunade thought that he would definitely fight with Jiraiya. Toad, they must know some key information. Oh yes, I forgot Fukasaku-sama and them. Minato clapped his hands with his bandaged arms, looking a little funny. Just now he actually forgot about the 2 immortals who fought side by side with Mr. Jiraiya. Since Fukasaku-sama had returned to MT, leave such important things behind. The art of psychic. With hands in mudra, Minato quickly used ninjutsu, and with a puff of white smoke, a short green figure appeared here. Huh? It's Minato. How is Jiraiya's situation? As soon as Fukasaku appeared, he began to ask about Jiraiya's situation. After going back to rest for such a long time, Fukasaku had already regained some energy. In the previous battle, it didn't suffer much damage. It just spent some energy and chakra for Jiraiya to enter the fairy mode and shoot pain. After a proper rest, it recovered a lot. Zilai also has no problem. Give him a certain amount of time to recover. He will probably be able to wake up tomorrow. It's just that the injured part is critical, and it will have some impact in the future. It was Tsunade who spoke. She straightened her body and looked at the old green-skinned frog who appeared on the desk in the office. Are you Tsunade? Fukasaku looked over, then hesitated. He is also one of the descendants of the three holy lands, and there is a reason for the relationship with Jiraiya. Tsunade has seen it before, but it has been many years now. Well, I am. Hello, Fukasaku Immortal. Tsunade was very polite, and maintained a certain degree of respect for these immortals from lawful and kind holy places. Master Fukasaku, we asked you to come out this time, because we wanted to understand the situation of the enemies first, especially Jiraiya-sensei's opponents at that time, those enemies with reincarnation eyes. Minato sat aside, looking at Fukasaku who was squatting on the table, and said the reason why he summoned it, speaking at a leisurely pace. Pen? Fukasaku stretched out his claws to grab his beard, stroked it up and down, with a solemn expression. Pain is what those enemies who have reincarnation eyes call themselves. The leader of them seems to be a former disciple of Jiraiya, whose name is Etiko. Each of them has a systematic ability, such as psychic, such as speaking of gravitational repulsion. By the way, speaking of this, I forgot one more thing. Yahiko? Tsunade chanted this name. She heard Jiraiya say this name once, and she accidentally told her when she came back after 2 years of teaching. She also said at the time that this child named Yahiko had a very strong talent for water escape. The second generation is very similar to her second grandfather. Bang! Fukasaku thought of the things the old lady gave him before coming here, so he summoned them directly using psychic techniques and put them on the table. What is this? Fukasaku-sama, Minato asked suspiciously. When you came here before, there were only 5 people left in pain, but in fact there are 6 enemies, and it may not be that one is in the scroll, and it has been killed by Xiao Zilai, and this person's abilities through spiritual art can psychic many large ninja beasts and other guys with reincarnation eyes. As for whether there are other abilities, it is not clear for the time being. Fukasaku gestured for Minato to take the scroll, and then explained. Hearing what Fukasaku said, the 3 people in the office took a deep breath, and then looked at the scroll with dignified and curious eyes. Is there an enemy with the eyes of reincarnation inside? Learn. Minato took the scroll, and didn't immediately take it to the intelligence department for brain hacking, but continued to sit there, watching Fukasaku. You just said that Zilai also seemed to have discovered something, so for the sake of verification, did you not take the time to leave? Tsunade asked, while digesting everything Fukasaku said before. Yes, little Zilai also found something in the end, but he was not sure, so he showed up again to verify, and he was seriously injured by the enemy. And he also said that the enemy he killed had once seen. However, the injury on the opponent's forehead was caused by him back then. Fukasaku nodded, telling everything he knew without missing a single detail. Then thank you Fukasaku-sama. Please go back and rest. I will notify you when Jiraiya-sensei wakes up. Minato held the scroll and smiled at Fukasaku. Okay, I'll go back first. The kid's mother is still waiting for me to eat. Fukasaku narrowed his eyes and looked very happy, but then maintained his expression and looked at Minato. Minato, you must be careful. Samsara I, the owner, is not so easy to deal with, and I feel that the ninja who launched a sneak attack on you before is no weaker than that. Pain. You have to be careful of him. After saying all this, Fukasaku turned into white smoke and disappeared within the range of Konoha. Luju, I will hand over the body to you, and let Hai carry out brain hacking to obtain the information inside. Be sure to master everything you need. Looking at the scroll, Minato reached out and handed the item to Luju, and then arranged for the next step. Among the people who can be trusted in this regard, Heiyi is the most capable. I hope to get the information he wants. Okay, I'll go to the hospital to guard Jiraiya. You go ahead and I'll let you know if there's any situation over there. Tsunade stood up with Shikaku, and after leaving a word, he turned and walked outside. His pace seemed a bit hurried. Jiraiya's awakening will be tonight or tomorrow morning. With her treatment, those injuries are obviously not a hindrance, but there will definitely be some small sequelae after the throat is damaged. For example, The initial breathing will become peaceful. It was not the same before, which made Jiraiya extremely uncomfortable at first. Well, Master Tsunade, you go first, and I will go to see the teacher when I have time. Minato knew that Jiraiya's injury would not have much impact, so he was very relieved, and said to Tsunade's back, although Mr. Jiraiya was seriously injured before, he recovered quickly under Tsunade-sama's treatment, and Tsunade-sama also seemed to have overcome his previous fear of blood because of this incident. These are all luck and misfortune. Huh, how tired. Seeing the two people leaving, Minato turned and looked out the window. It was already very late. From the time he rescued teacher Jiraiya to now, he has not let up, for a moment, and the location is only from the office to the hospital and then back to the office. Page 697. Swish. Minato disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already on the roof outside. He didn't like to use Flying Thunder God in the village unless it was necessary, and the way home from Hokage building is not very far. He can take advantage of this time to see the changes in the whole village and the daily routine of the day and then relax. At this time, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. The sky was groggy, and a sunset glow spread across the distant sky and sprinkled some charming colors on the ground. Traders who have been busy all day, ninjas who have just finished their tasks, children playing everywhere. These people all have smiles on their faces that make Minato feel happy. You're back? Kushina's voice rang in Minato's ear, familiar and warm. He looked up, and Kushina was already standing at the door, looking at him quietly. Father. Naruto stood behind Kushina, with the same smile on his face as Minato, with the innocence of a child. Sorry, something happened in the village. I came back a little late. Minato walked over with an apologetic face, took Kushina into his arms, and then reached out to pat Naruto on the head. How is the injury? Kushina knew something from Anb, who came back to inform him before, so he didn't make a fuss at this time, but looked at Minato's arm with concern. His reddish eyes were full of worry. It's okay. A small problem. Minato waved his hands, and waved his two forearms wrapped in bandages in the air a few times, making a hoo-hoo sound. Let's go. Eat first and talk about other things later. Minato, no longer entangled in these matters, pulled the two of them, and the family walked into the door, and the scent of rice had already wafted out from inside. Recently, Kushina and her girlfriends exchanged cooking skills every day, so the cooking skills have skyrocketed, and both Naruto and Minato love to eat. Although the matter of knowing has a lot to do with Kushina, Minato, as Hokage and her husband, wants to keep all dangers out and show the most gentle side. Naruto didn't notice Minato's injury at first, but when Kushina reminded him, he realized that his father was actually injured. Although he didn't speak, his blue eyes flashed a trace of seriousness, and then he rushed into the kitchen to wash the dishes and took them out. It seems that he can only do these things, or work harder tomorrow to practice ninjutsu. Yo, are you back? When Saitama turned around from the corner of the corridor, he happened to meet Scorpio's eyes. Is something wrong? Saitama was a little surprised, but not surprised. Some doubts. I want to communicate with you. Do you have time? Come with me. It's inconvenient to talk standing up. Scorpion shrugged, then turned and walked forward, as if knowing that Saitama would follow. Haha. Kyu presumably guessed Zai's question, so he didn't pay attention and followed directly. Pain's question may not be long before Nagato will explain it by himself. The battle is imminent, and the trust between companions is a necessary fetter. So far everyone is headed in the same direction. In such a bad environment, Nagato may not continue to hide himself behind the scenes. Of course, this is just Saitama's own idea, and Nagato may not necessarily do this. But even if Nagato doesn't reveal his real body, a smart person like Scorpion will still find some interesting things from the clues. As for Kakatsu and Hidden, Kadatsu should also see some problems, but he is too lazy to pursue them. In terms of these are not problems. Chapter 318. Upcoming actions. 2 days had passed since Jiraiya invaded Yuin village, and Akatsuki was already preparing for the next move, and everyone gathered in the conference room at Akatsuki Tower. The atmosphere here is very subtle. Pain and Zionin haven't arrived yet, but no one is chatting, and they are all in a state of deep thought or watching their noses. Soon, Tandao Pain and Zionan walked in one after the other. Their eyes wandered around everyone, and then they took their seats one by one. Everyone knows the theme of this meeting. Pain sat in the main seat with an indifferent expression, but there was a dazzling light in Samsara's eyes, which was a kind of confidence in controlling the overall situation. And as he spoke, an invisible pressure began to diffuse into the air, and everyone's expressions gradually became serious. Conan sat on the right, followed by Scorpio with a delicate face like a rag doll, and Hidden, who looked a little impatient. Saitama sat on the left, followed by the taciturn Zetsu and Kakuto with the presence of the old god. This is already all the members of Akatsuki, and it is also where the future combat power will be. Are you going to directly attack the remaining tailed beasts? Saitama looked at Pain calmly. His eyes were black and white, and there was a faint light in the dim conference room. His purpose of collecting tailed beasts is completely different from that of Obito in his previous life, so he doesn't have that kind of radical idea. It's not impossible to be more stable. The 5 major ninja villages headed by Konoha will hold the 5 Cages conference in 2 days. The venue will be in the Iron Country. It will indeed be a good opportunity for us to do it, but the difficulty is still not small. At this time, the strength of Jinjuru may not be easy to deal with. Ninja Village will definitely pay attention to security work. Kakuto nodded slightly. Everyone already knew about the 5 Cages conference, and the brief mention here is just to explain the situation that is about to be faced. I heard that Jinjuriki of 8-tailed is a barbarian, and he is in Unleg Gorge. Then let me meet him and let him know how powerful the evil god is. Hidden leaned forward, and his tone was full of arrogance, as if he didn't take Yatsuo Jinchuriki seriously. Before that, Ju also shared the specific location of the remaining 2-tailed beasts and some information, so he seemed very interested. Page 698. This time is indeed an opportunity, but the enemy is not a fool. As long as Ying leaves the village, the protection against Rengeli must be the top priority, and the defense force of the whole village will be tilted towards the target. Of course, like Yun Yin, that kind of overconfidence is rare. Saitama looked around and pointed out the danger. However, everyone here should have thought of these things. No one would think that the village that still has tailed beasts will be weak. Those are the 2 villages currently recognized by the ninja world as competing for the title of no. Danger exists. This is natural. So we need to formulate a complete plan now. Pain watched several people express their opinions, and then put his hands on the table, tapping the table with his fingertips. This action is the best opportunity under the current situation, and it is also a step we must go out at present, so no matter what is ahead, we cannot back down. If the 5 Cages conference is over and the 5 great ninja villages reach a consensus, then we will be able to capture the tailed beast. It will become more difficult. No problem. I haven't experienced such a big scene for a long time. I miss it. Scorpion looked at Pain and said in a relaxed tone, completely indifferent to the upcoming dangerous situation. Then since everyone has no objections, let's start planning the arrangement. Pain was satisfied with everyone's attitude, glanced at Saitama, and then continued, the only tailed beasts we haven't mastered yet are the 8-tailed and 9-tailed beasts. Then this time we will solve the troubles at once and bring them all into the palm of our hand. The action is divided into 3 general directions: 5 Cages tournament, 9 tails, and 8 tails. So we have to divide into 3 groups and then act separately. No problem. Learn. Everyone quietly listened to Pain unfolding his plan. We need people to make trouble at the 5 Shadows conference, and even slow down those shadows. The purpose is naturally to buy time for the other 2 teams. The person who performs this task must have the strength to suppress the enemy for a short time, and must have extremely mobile, so Pain looked at Saitama. Needless to say, the 5 Cages conference obviously needs Saitama to complete. Among the members present, except for Pain himself and Saitama, no one dared to say that they could get out of a fight at the 5 Cages conference. Understood. Leave it to me at the 5 Cages conference. I can buy time for you, but if it is Namikaze Minato, it may be difficult to keep him. After all, he has mastered time and space ninjutsu. As for Raikage and others, I can completely hold him back so that he cannot support 8 tails Jinchuriki. Saitama is full of confidence. Although he has not yet had the opportunity to fight against Raikage, he has mastered ninjutsu similar to Raikage, plus Flying Thunder God, plus the Buff Snake Immortal Art, that improves all attributes. There is a very high awareness of his strength. If it doesn't work, there are also Gundam and Hidamijutsu. Just smash the hang on the opponent's face. And even though he was facing 5 Cages, there was actually nothing scary about him. Xia Yin's Liu Sha was his defeated general. If Shishui hadn't appeared suddenly last time, he might have been able to kill Feng Ying Liu Sha directly, so there is nothing to fear. On the Kirigakure side, Yakura was arrested, Terumime died, and there was only one ninja knife left, Hayashi Ayuri, who was mediocre. No matter who sat in Mizuki's position, his strength was almost negligible. It should be this the weakest side of the 5 Cages conference. As for Konoha's Namikaze Minato, If the action starts, he obviously can't care about Saitama who is present, so he doesn't need to think about it. Although the remaining Reikage and Dokage are difficult to deal with, Saitama can guarantee that he will not be defeated. No problem, let him leak what Namikaze Minato said. I will go to Kyuubi in person. I heard that Kyuubi Jinchuriki is Namikaze Minato's wife, and I will choose to fight directly in Konoha village, so this time he has no chance of escape. Pain nodded. As long as Saitama can hold the other 4 parties, the operation will be considered a perfect success. He doesn't care whether Namikaze Minato will support the village. Kakuto, Hidden, and Scorpion, I'll leave the 8 tails to you, isn't it a problem? No problem, give us the 8 tails. Gyoudu looked at the silent Scorpion and nodded in agreement. In his opinion, the most dangerous people in this operation are Saitama, who is in charge of Gakage, and Pain, who is attacking Konoha. As long as Reikage can't support Yao in time, the problem is not big. Although Yunyin's hard power is not weaker than Konoha, but they are 3 people, and there is no need to storm the village. The previous information has already mentioned that the 8-tailed Jinchuriki is different from the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki does not live in Union Village, but practices in Yunlei Gorge outside the village all the year round. This reduces the task even more degree of difficulty. And I don't know if Reikage is confident in 8-tails Jinchuriki or what. Baiju's avatar enters Yunlei Gorge and finds that there is not much defensive power. I'm absolutely responsible for the transmission of information and the connection between each other, and Zionin will follow me into Mui village to capture Kyuubi, so the assignment of this operation will be like this. Pain looked around, very satisfied. Then everyone, the action starts from this moment. I don't want anyone to fail. Everyone stood up, looked at each other, smiled inexplicably, and then walked outside. In Yuin village today, there was no rain, and the sun was a little bit warm. It just shone on the exit of the Tower of Dawn, dragging the 7 figures out of the long shadow. In the gloomy laboratory, the tall and thin figure stopped what he was doing. With long black hair, purple Gaoyu pendant, light yellow snake pupils and coquettish eyeliner, it is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Junmalu, clean up and we are going to go out. Orochimaru's voice was a little hoarse, perhaps because he hadn't spoken for a long time, so he was a little uncomfortable. In the corner of the room, the shadows trembled, and a small figure appeared there. Okay. Ashimaru-sama. 5 Cages conference? It's really interesting. I don't know what will happen. I'm looking forward to it. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking forward with burning eyes, as if his eyes fell on something through obstacles superior. He hasn't been out recently, and has devoted himself to research in the laboratory, but he has heard all kinds of news from the outside world. The spies he buried in the major ninja villages have sent back a lot of information he needs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you may be able to get some good material, and you can just experiment with the latest results. Taking steps, Orochimaru walked towards the outside of the house. When he opened the door and let the light from the outside shine into the room, the huge room revealed all the images for a moment. Countless glass columns and human-shaped objects inside that were restricted by various spell marks. Let's go, Junmalu. Let's see the world that is about to change. Maybe the next time we see it, it will be very different. The sound of Orochimaru resounded in the corridor outside. No matter how it changes, I will always guard Dashu inside. Junmalu's voice was cold, with a maturity and calmness that did not belong to his age. He is extremely dependent on Orochimaru, and the eyes that look at Orochimaru are full of pious fanaticism, as if Orochimaru is his god. Page 699. The footsteps gradually faded away, and the place returned to calm. Teacher, you look much better and are recovering well. Minato reached out and handed Jiraiya a peeled apple, jokingly. Cough still okay. Jiraiya was half sitting on the bed, leaning against the wall. Although he looked a little weak, it was obviously just a lack of energy and blood, and his voice was very strange when he spoke, and he couldn't catch up. I'll be leaving for the Iron Country soon. Teacher, you can concentrate on taking care of me. Minato sat on a chair beside him, clasped his hands together, and looked serious. Be careful when you convene a meeting this time. People from the Zio organization may come to sabotage it. You should have some understanding of their strength. Jiraiya also suppressed his throat and finished his sentence quickly. Understood, I will be careful, but I am not afraid of people from the Akatsuki organization attacking us. As long as they dare to come, Wukage is not a vegetarian. What I am most afraid of is that they will take advantage of this opportunity to attack Kushina. Minato said worriedly, frowning tightly. It's not that he didn't think about taking Kushina away with him, but in that case it would be safer to stay in the village. Invading the village? People from the Akatsuki organization should not be so arrogant, and their strength will not be so strong. But this worry is necessary, and I will pay attention to it. Teacher, you don't need to worry about it. It's good for you to rest in peace of mind. I'm just talking, and I have arranged enough ninja power to protect Kushina. After I leave the village will also enter wartime alert, reducing and communication with the outside world. Although the members of the Akatsuki organization are very powerful, they should not be stupid enough to directly attack a ninja village. Minato and Jiraiya also looked at each other, and many things were conveyed through their eyes. Don't talk about that. I'm here to tell the teacher that I'm leaving the village. Then, teacher, you can rest assured, I'll go down first, and there are some other things that I need to arrange, so I won't disturb your cultivation. After a long time, Minato stood up, then said to Jiraiya, then turned and left. Master Tsunade. At the door, Minato met Tsunade with a food box in his hand, and nodded slightly. Minato, come to see Jiraiya? Well, I've already seen it. I still have something to do over there, so I won't stay any longer. You can talk. He made room for Tsunade, and then left sideways. Your disciple is really filial. Tsunade glanced at Minato's back, then put the food box on Jiraiya's bedside table, then pulled a chair and sat beside the hospital bed. Minato has always been a person who makes people feel warm, which is why he can sit in Hokage's position. Jiraiya also squinted his eyes, seeming to enjoy the atmosphere at this time. The results of the tests on the corpse and the brain invasion have come out, and your statement is correct. Pen is not the real body. Those are corpses that have died a long time ago, but they have undergone some transformations. Leaning on the armchair of the chair, Tsunade folded her hands in front of her chest, and said to Jiraiya. She was still surprised when she knew the result. Well, I already know, but that's not important. The key now is to find out the Nagato hidden behind, then Pain's problem should be solved. Jiraiya also took a bite of the apple, then chewed a few times and spit it out to the trash can. His throat injury was not completely healed, so he couldn't swallow. He could only drink some juice, and then slowly recovered. Well, don't eat the apples, drink some soup. This is umba fish soup made by Jing Yin for you. Snatching the unfinished apple from Jiraiya's hand, Tsunade opened the food box he had brought, and a strong smell of fish came to his nostrils, which soon permeated the entire ward. Slow down, it might be a little hot. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and hurriedly scooped a spoonful into his mouth, with a smile rising from the corner of his mouth. Tsunade, there's something wrong with this soup. It's too rich. Remember to put less salt next time, and don't boil it for so long. The bones will be melted in it. Jiraiya said it to himself. He knew from the first sip that this soup was made by Tsunade, and it didn't look like Shizun's craftsmanship at all. It's good to drink some, but if you don't like to drink, I'm still not willing to do it. Tsunade's face changed. Although it was the first time, she still felt good about herself. All right. Jiraiya also continued to gulp down the soup. His pale face gradually turned red. His eyes were narrowed. It seemed that the taste was not as bad as he said. Teacher Watergate. Obito looked at Minato in front of him calmly, as if waiting for an order. Obito, I don't take you with me when I leave the village this time, because I need you to complete a more difficult task. During the period when I leave the village, I need you as a guard, guarding by your teacher's wife, Juzinai, and keeping all dangers away. They are all swept away. Since you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, I think I can trust you in this regard. Looking at Obito, Minato said seriously, Understood. Obito nodded and lowered his head. Zhao's people may sneak into the village when I leave the village. Although I have arranged many methods, you are still the last layer of insurance. If you really encounter an unstoppable enemy, use the Flying Thunder God technique to send Jibuzinai brought me. If there are no dangers or enemies, that's the best. The 5 Cages conference is expected to take 2 days, and I'll set off soon. If all goes well, it will take about 4 days to go back and forth, and you will have to work hard during this time. I have told Juzinai before, you will go directly to her in a while, and the mission has already begun from now on. Minato finally said solemnly to Obito that the growth of Obito in the recent period is visible to the naked eye, both in terms of strength and temperament. Almost earth-shaking changes have taken place, and this is why he rests assured that Obito will become the last line of defense around Kushina's reason. Lord Hokage. A group of 4 people had been waiting in front of the gate of the village. Seeing the water gate coming out of the village, they shouted in unison and lowered their heads slightly at the same time. Page 700. Uchiha Shizue, Uchiha Itachi, Hinata and Yum Shuei. Everyone is not weak, especially the two ninjas from the Uchiha family. Minato may be the person in the village who knows Shisui and Itachi best besides Uchiha Fugaku, both in terms of strength and heart. Well, then let's set off as soon as possible. Kakashi has already rushed there first. Before dinner, I hope we can rush to the Iron Country and settle down, Minato said seriously, while scanning the faces of the four of them. Rigi was very serious, looking like he was ready for battle. Jiwei was wearing heavy sunglasses, so he couldn't see his expression clearly, but the deadly silence surrounding him also showed that he attached great importance to this operation. As for the two younger Uchiha ninjas, they behaved extremely indifferently. Learn. After responding to the water gate, everyone started to move. Crunch. After Minato and others left, the huge and somewhat corrupt gate belonging to Konoha village closed heavily with a bang. The 5 Cages conference will start soon. Chapter 319. The Kingdom of Iron is the country of samurai. As one of the professions eliminated by ninjas, the lower limit of samurai is higher than that of ninjas, and the combat effectiveness in the early stage is much stronger than that of low-level ninjas. However, their upper limit is much lower. No matter how hard they try, they can't break through a certain limit and reach the level of high-end ninjas. And even if there were, the number of such generals and 3 ships was very small. This is also one of the reasons for the decline of samurai. There is not enough high-end combat power. The Kingdom of Iron has been somewhat unusual in the past half-month. Even ordinary residents can feel the changes in the surrounding atmosphere. In the past, ninjas, who could only be seen on missions or when they came to purchase weapons, have recently appeared frequently. Moreover, not only the ninjas from ninja villages belonging to several surrounding countries appeared, but also sand hidden far in the south and Kirigakure far away across the ocean. At the beginning, such a change made the samurai group who lived here all the year round a little nervous, thinking that the ninja would do something to the remnants of their previous generation. But soon, Mifune, as the titular leader of the samurai group and also recognized as the most powerful existence among the samurai, stood up and told the doubtful samurai some news he had received before, in order to suppress their emotions. 5 Shadows Conference. I wasn't even born when the last meeting was held. It is said that it was jointly held by Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, and Uchiha Madara. So what are these ninjas doing this time? Who knows? Didn't you hear that a terrorist organization emerged in the ninja world recently? It seems to be called Akatsuki. Yes, this organization seems to have attacked the tailed beast in Ninja Village, and it succeeded. Then it seems that the matter this time is not small. I don't know what the attitude of the leaders of the 3 ships is. The ninja matter has nothing to do with our samurai. It is best for them to fight to the death, and then both sides will suffer. Let us return to the previous prosperous age of samurai. Although I don't know what Mifune-sama thinks, but it seems that because our country of iron is different from ninja forces, and it is also a rare neutral force in the ninja world, that's why we chose to hold this 5 Cages conference here. It's not clear to you that Ninja Village is suspicious of each other. Where else would they dare to go besides us? Kakashi withdrew his gaze and stared into the distance without squinting, while the cross-sword warriors who had gathered together and whispered before looked at each other for a few times, and then walked away bored. Having received Minato's order 1 step ahead, Kakashi's mission is to first contact Mifune, the leader of the Iron Kingdom's samurai forces, to arrange some specific matters. Of course, as a neutral force, Ninja Village cannot reach here. Minato also conveyed his meaning through letters before Kakashi came. Other ninja village should also convey their meaning to Mifune in the past few days, and sent advanced ninjas to the Iron Country just like Minato eliminated Kakashi, so there is no such thing as a ninja village manipulating the conference. The country of iron, the samurai power, the most famous here is weapon forging. Kakashi glanced over and found that a street was almost full of weapon forging and sales shops, and the quality of weapons from the Iron Country was also extremely good. In a big ninja village like Konoha, there are big ninja tools every year. Submit the building list to the Iron Kingdom. These are a large part of the Iron Kingdom's annual income. As far as Kakashi knew, the weapon White Fang that his father used and passed to him also came from here. After so many years, even if he uses it up to now, he hasn't had any major problems. After the task of assigning Mizumon to him to have a meeting with Mifune was completed, Kakashi has been doing a simple SWAT near the area where the meeting was confirmed for the past few days to ensure that the security work of these samurai can be done well. Today is the day Minato-sensei made an appointment with him, so he plans to take a walk in the street here and find a place to strengthen White Fang. Although White Fang hadn't had any major problems these years, with the passage of time and the growth of his strength, the strength of his original weapons, and some of them were unable to support the next battle. Finding a well-known weapon shop here, where Konoha often cooperates, Kakashi put out his ninja savings for many years and asked the boss to incorporate some chakra metal and toughness alloys into his weapons, and then went out again. Because he is an old customer of Konoha, the boss promised to start strengthening Kakashi's order immediately, and try to finish it within a week, and he will go and get it directly when the time comes. Since Kakashi's request was not to rebuild, but just to strengthen the sword, the time required was not long, and a week was more than enough. It was the strengthening price that made Kakashi a little sad. The ninja savings for the past year had become the cost of weapon strengthening, which made him feel a little kidney pain when he came to take care of the business himself for the first time. It's really a different kind of prosperity that doesn't lose to Ninja Village. Looking at the samurai walking around, and all kinds of large and small weapon shops, Kakashi sighed. After wandering around for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Kakashi was going to have a meal first, and then waited for Minato-sensei to arrive. The moment he turned around, a familiar red came into his field of vision, making him tense all over, and he couldn't help touching his back, but he didn't touch his weapon, because he had handed it over to him not long ago. The owner of the weapon shop, the figure that passed by hastily just now, should be Xiao's person, with that familiar attire. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, wondering if he should follow. Seeing the figure in the black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker shuttle through the crowd, about to disappear, Kakashi gritted his teeth and chased after him. Page 701. The appearance of Xiao's people here is obviously not a good thing. We must find an opportunity to find out the reason why they are here or control them within the range that can be taken over. Kakashi has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength, and although this is a neutral area, it is also aimed at the neutrality between ninja villages. If something really happens, the samurai headed by Mifune will not let Kakashi. Such Konoha ninjas with key identities are in danger, so follow up with them in a more wretched way, without confronting them head-on. The danger is not very great. Keeping up with that figure, Kakashi looked at the back of that figure walking slowly on the street, and gradually developed some familiar feelings. Such a leisurely pace slowly merged with someone in his memory. Soon, that figure got into a barbecue restaurant, and after thinking about it, Kakashi followed. The barbecue shop is not big, but the style is completely different from those in Konoha, more rough and atmospheric. With a glance, Kakashi quickly found the familiar outfit by the window. He glanced over there calmly, raised his leg and walked in the other direction. But before he could go far, a voice sounded, as if pressing the pause button. Kakashi's movement stopped at a certain node, and at the same time, Kakashi's back felt a little numb. "Yo Kakashi, long time no see." Saitama changed his previous posture with his back to Kakashi, leaned on the table, turned around and looked at Kakashi, with some smiles on his face. And it was this smile and the neutral tone that made Kakashi unable to move for a while. Naturally, Saitama had discovered Kakashi a long time ago, and being exposed to Kakashi's sight was also intentional, but he just wanted to chat with an acquaintance on a whim. I saw Kakashi turned around stiffly, and looked coldly at this ninja from Akatsuki, who was also Konoha's rebellious ninja. "I didn't expect it to be you." "Uchiha Saitama, why can't it be me? The Iron Country is a neutral force. Don't you allow me to come here to eat some barbecue?" Saitama shrugged and pointed to the large plates of barbecue meat that had just been served. Kakashi didn't answer, but just quietly looked at the familiar but unfamiliar enemy in front of him. His whole body was tense, and his attention was highly concentrated, guarding against any attack that would appear at any time. Facing Saitama, he had no chance of winning at all, even though his strength had improved a lot in recent times. "You seem very nervous." "Kakashi, in my impression is not such a timid existence, and do you think you are so useful? If I want to do it, I won't wait until now." Saitama turned around, no longer looked at Kakashi, but picked up chopsticks and slowly put the half-cooked grilled meat on the grill, and then smeared it with a layer of clear oil. His movements were slow and unhurried. Zizi. When the barbecue encounters high temperature, it makes a sizzling sound. The oil and water continue to evaporate, and a trace of aroma gradually diffuses out. "Would you like to eat together? And you can monitor me by the way." Saitama extended an invitation to Kakashi, as if the two were not currently hostile parties but good friends. Although I don't know what kind of idea Saitama has, but Kakashi seems to have no way to refuse. Just like what Saitama said, he didn't have much confidence in getting out of Kiyu's hands, and Kiyu didn't seem to have any intention of fighting at this time, so it's not impossible to have a meal together and achieve the purpose of surveillance by the way. With a sullen face, Kakashi sat across from Saitama, staring at Saitama non-stop. You don't want me to bake for you, do you? He picked the barbecue that he put on before and piled it up on his side, with a serious face. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the opposite person in surprise, then picked up the chopsticks and started grilling meat for himself. In this way, the two maintained an unspoken tacit understanding, eating barbecue on their own, without talking for a long time. I heard that the 5 Cages conference is going to be held here. Do you want to formulate the next course of action for Akatsuki? The extremely powerful ninja village still has a day of fear. Only by holding a group for warmth can you feel at ease. Picking up a large piece of tenderloin and dipping it into the dipping sauce a few times, Saitama slowly put it in his mouth, and then asked indifferently. Kakashi remained silent. The meat in his mouth seemed to be tasteless, because he didn't know how to answer Saitama's question. Tell him that Ninja Village is really scared, so he hugs the group. That's not to give the big Ninja Village's face. Although the facts are indeed like that, it's still a bit bad to say it directly. Just short of 9 tails and 8 tails, my goal is about to be achieved. At that time, the world will be changed by me. Not paying attention to Kakashi's silence, Saitama chewed on the grilled meat, took a sip of fruit wine from time to time, and then said in the gap, "What is your purpose? To collect tailed beasts and threaten them with force?" This time Kakashi did not remain silent, but put down everything in his hands, and looked at the calm person opposite with a serious expression. He and Kiyu are considered old acquaintances, and have communicated with each other many times. Basically, Kakashi, don't you think this world has been divided too much by various ninja villages and countries? What I want to do is to reintegrate the world that has been divided for thousands of years. It is the best direction for this world, and it is also the root cause of avoiding countless wars. What do you think? Picking up a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth, and taking a deep sip of the drink, Saitama looked into Kakashi's eyes with sincerity. Isn't the current way of coexistence between Ninja Village and Ninja World not good? The way that strong people like the first generation of adults have recognized can continue to the present, and it is not without its real meaning. If you break the tradition, you may not be able to bring it to the world. What's the benefit? But no one has tried the model of unification, so why can't we try to implement it? Maybe its effect is much better than the current world ruled by Ninja Village. Saitama never stopped pinching the meat. The taste here was very different from the ones he had eaten before, and it was not tempting for him. You are playing with fire, Kakashi accused Saitama with an extremely serious tone. You only see trees, but you don't see a forest. Saitama put down his chopsticks. Revolutions in human history always bring about many changes. People living in the old world will be eliminated by new things. It seems that the samurai in this country can no longer catch up with the ninjas. I used to eagerly want to have a good chat with someone, not only for pleasantries, but also for real communication. But in the end, I found that I couldn't understand each other. If I don't know the same pain, I can't really understand others, and even if it is true, it is impossible to understand each other. And it is impossible to understand each other. This is the same truth. I want to put an end to the war in this war-torn world. This is my mission. How can we quickly stop the war between countries? Saitama paused and picked up the cup filled with drinks, took a sip implicitly. As long as the taboo weapon is used in the war between countries, and the person who holds this weapon lets everyone see the horror of the weapon, then everyone will feel fear, and fear. That fear creates restraint, so that there will be no more wars. Page 702. The current world is like a naive child. You must show enough strength to make it feel what fear is, and then it will grow. Don't you want to change the current corrupt world? Kakashi. Saitama can understand a lot of darkness, because he was a person who has experienced some darkness. And Kakashi is also one of the victims of darkness. Kakashi smiled. Saitama could clearly feel the pulling of Kakashi's mask. He thought Kakashi could understand something. This exchange has come to an end. Although you said a lot, I'm sorry, but I can't understand it. Kakashi stood up slowly, looking past Saitama, who was opposite, and fell outside. There were already some warriors gathered there, led by an old man with a beard on his mouth and chin, and a bandage on his head. Because of the loss, I understand. The fate of a ninja is to carry the darkness forward. Everyone will encounter times of despair, but that is not the reason why we choose to turn our backs on the light. Your ideal is grand, but it is not true. Sorry. Kakashi looked at Saitama seriously. The barbecue shop had been emptied some time ago, and even the owner of the shop had disappeared. At first, I just wanted to eat a simple barbecue, but I never thought it would become a king's meal now. Saitama noticed the samurai appearing behind him, and at the same time recognized that the old man in the head was the leader of the samurai force in the Iron Kingdom Mifune, the legendary AI/master. Your Excellency is from the Akatsuki organization, right? I'm sorry, you are not welcome in the Iron Country, so I hope you will leave quickly. Mifune stood at the door, his right hand gradually climbed to the weapon at his waist, and an invisible momentum began to brew around him. Senior Mifune. Kakashi lowered his body and stared at Saitama, alert to all his movements. When he was following Saitama before, he used the samurai who guarded by his side to pass on the information of the appearance of members of the Akatsuki organization to Mifune, who was still busy arranging the meeting place. So it was at this time that Mifune led people to encircle him. Saitama seen. Hey, it's really not welcome. Saitama stood up and stretched, then drank the drink in one gulp. A trace of blood flashed in his eyes, which was caught by Kakashi instantly. Everyone be careful. Kakashi pulled back some distance, almost backing up against the wall. At the same time, he covered his chest with one hand, and put the other hand behind him, looking at Saitama solemnly. Since you are not welcome, then I will leave, but I am still a little unhappy to be treated like this. What should I do? Saitama tilted his head slightly, looked at Mifune behind him, and at the same time Sharingan began to upper it. The three Gaui released a coquettish blood color, and the weak electric arc exploded in the pillars around him as if revived. Sharingan, Uchiha Saitama. Mifune stared at Saitama, who turned around and quickly judged the identity of the member of the Akatsuki organization. His hand holding the weapon was even stronger, his knuckles turned white, and his expression was extremely focused. The opponent can kill the existence of the third Hokage! As a person who is almost at the same age as the third Hokage, he naturally knows how powerful the former is. Whoosh! Saitama was like a gust of wind, disappearing in place in an instant. So fast. Kakashi and Mifune narrowed their eyes at the same time, and the shock in their hearts began to roll. Of the two, Kakashi had expected it, but although Mifune had information about Saitama, he hadn't really fought against him, so his impression of the latter's strength only existed on paper. So the speed with which I saw Saitama for the first time was directly surprising. Jig/slash. Although Saitama's speed was very fast and caused some shock to Mifune in a short period of time, for a strong man like Mifune who had fought against Hanzo in the past, it was not enough to make him lose his fighting power directly. Swish! Visible to the naked eye, a white light shot out from Mifune's waist, slashing at Saitama, who was rushing straight and firmly. The momentum of drawing the sword and slashing forward is indomitable, as if to break everything in front of him. Ding! A circle of air flow oscillated around the two of them. Saitama also drew his own sword, and abruptly received Mifune's blow. On the blade, current surged and made a sizzling sound. Saitama firmly resisted Mifune's weapon, grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand, and then slowly pressed it against Mifune's chest. Mifune's body. Master Mifune. Several other samurai located a few meters behind Mifune drew their weapons and aimed at Saitama, their faces gradually grim. They couldn't see Saitama's movements clearly at all. They only felt that their general had collided with the enemy in a flash, and it seemed that they were still falling below. Don't do it! Back off! Mifune knew his subordinates well, and quickly shouted at them to dismiss them. At the same time, drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, sliding down along the edge of the bandage. Saitama's strength was beyond his expectation. He could directly suppress him, a samurai who had been exercising his body all the year round, with one hand. No matter in terms of speed or strength, it was beyond the reach of ordinary samurai. Rachel. When Saitama and Mifune were in a stalemate, a low shout sounded from Saitama's side. It was Kakashi. The air is ripped apart and smells of burnt urea. Page 703. Kakashi's original intention was to let Mifune rush over to watch Saitama with him, and he never thought that Saitama would meet and do it directly. Kakashi was the clearest about the difference in strength between the two of them, so he didn't attack rashly, but waited for an opportunity to find the perfect opportunity to attack. And the moment when Saitama and Mifune were in a stalemate just now was an opportunity, so he saw the timing, rushed forward, and directly used the strongest attack in his current state. Moreover, in order to speed up, he also unscrupulously used Thunder Attribute Chakra to stimulate the cells, allowing the speed to reach its peak in an instant. Crackling, Kakashi lowered his body slightly and came to Saitama's waist. The bright white light on his right hand exuded a fatal danger, making Mifune, who was close at hand, feel a little scalp tingling. Snapped! Saitama stretched out his other hand and grabbed it out at a surprisingly fast speed, as easily as a child in Mui village catches a goldfish while going to the market. And following his grasping in the void like this, Kakashi's right hand just happened to stab towards Saitama's body, directly bumped into Saitama's half-open palm, and was directly held by the wrist, unable to move forward for half a point. Exclamation, "How? Terrible." Kakashi bent his waist, felt that his right hand was locked, wanted to reverse his arm immediately, and pressed the ninjutsu in his hand on Saitama's arm. But Saitama's speed and reaction are faster than him. Oh! Mifune retreated quickly, giving up and continuing to compete with Saitama. But his reaction was still half a beat slow. Saitama grabbed Kakashi's arm, and then directly cut the ninjutsu in Kakashi's hand to him. Although Kakashi quickly dissipated the supply of chakra, when ninjutsu was about to fall on Mifune, ninjutsu still exerted some power and drew a long and narrow wound on Mifune's chest. Bang! Kakashi's other hand was clenched into a fist, which was covered with Chidori, and he slammed heavily on Saitama, and the air made a whoosh sound. But Saitama didn't give him such a chance to fight back. After pulling his hand and cutting towards Mifune, he continued to throw Kakashi forward. So, Kakashi's counterattack fist directly rubbed against Saitama's body and fell into the air. And from the beginning to the end, Saitama maintained his previous footsteps, did not move half a step, obviously full of confidence. And it's not over yet. Under the strong pull, Kakashi had replaced Mifune's previous position in front of Saitama, and due to the pull, Kakashi was temporarily in a state of weightlessness, unable to dodge. A mocking smile flashed in Shilonian. Saitama raised his right leg, and a mass of real lightning condensed on the tip of his toe. Boom! Like the sonic boom when the plane accelerates, Saitama's foot kicked Kakashi's side. Kakashi exploded and took off in an instant, as if hit by a train, and shot out. Boom! Kakashi's figure directly penetrated several walls and disappeared from Saitama's sight. In this way, Mifune and Kakashi's first wave of attacks against Saitama was broken, and the two were more or less injured. Phew! It's much more comfortable. Let's do it like this today. Since you, the hosts, don't welcome me, I'll leave first. Facing Mifune's dignified gaze, Saitama directly threw the weapon into the scabbard under the windbreaker, and then easily walked towards the gate behind Mifune. Hey! Mifune and the samurai behind him stepped out of the passage in unison without saying a word, watching Saitama swagger away. Mifune-sama, are you all right? When Saitama disappeared from sight, the samurai seemed to be relieved, walked up to Mifune, and asked tentatively, I'm fine. Go see Konoha's ninja. Mifune covered his chest. Hot blood slid to the ground along the place covered by his hands, but there was no pain on his face, and most of them were only worried about the holding of the 5 Cages conference in the Iron Country. The more he thought about it, the more ugly his face became. Just a tentative fight made him afraid of Konoha's rebellion and the organization behind it. Although this injury has something to do with his own carelessness and not fighting with all his strength, Uchiha Saitama's strength is absolutely powerful enough to explode. Even if he makes a full shot, he should not be an opponent. The only change may be the amount of time he persists. And this is a residential area, so it's not suitable for hands-on. This is one of the reasons why he just stopped. Boom! I'm fine. A samurai was about to search for Kakashi along the broken hole. Kakashi was already holding his waist, and walked out unsteadily, and he had a wry smile on his face when he spoke. He didn't expect that he was still so weak in Kiyu's hands. Kiyu brought him more pressure than Minato-sensei. Kakashi was thinking in his heart. He thought he could shorten the distance with Uchiha Saitama after the recent penance, but he didn't expect that there was still such an exaggerated gap. Our country of iron also has a dedicated medical department. Let's wait and see. Mifune looked at Kakashi, his face sinking like water, but his tone was much calmer when he spoke. Thank you. Kakashi is not hypocritical. He did suffer some injuries, but because the body surface was covered with a layer of chakra before, most of Saitama's strength was buffered, and he only suffered some minor injuries. And now that the 5 Cages conference is coming up, it is naturally best to be able to remove these minor injuries. Page 700 for Kakashi is not bad. Then the next thing is to wait, and be prepared to make a big fuss. Saitama stood on high ground, looking at the town not far away, with an expectant smile on his lips. As far as the eye can see, ninjas gather from all directions. The 5 Cages conference is here. Chapter 325 Shadows Conference! Exclamation. The first rudder owner was born. Thanks. Kakashi, what's the matter with you? Minato looked suspiciously at the bandages wrapped around his disciple's waist, and his wrists were also wrapped, looking like a wounded person. He remembered that the task he gave Kakashi was to let him join Mifune, the general of the Iron Kingdom, instead of fighting someone. How could it be like this? Teacher, I don't want to either. Kakashi smiled bitterly. His eyes turned around the two Uchiha ninjas behind Minato and then nodded with the other two seniors, and he continued. I met Uchiha Saitama, and he also came here. Come on. Mifune-sama also suffered some injuries, and Uchiha Saitama has become stronger. Didn't he even get a move in his hands? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi looked at each other, and they both saw some real thoughts in each other's eyes, but they kept silent, just staring at Kakashi more intently, wanting to get more information about someone. After listening to Kakashi's words, Minato's expression became serious, and his expression gradually became serious. Uchiha Saitama is also here. Is he alone or are there other Akatsuki members? At present, he is the only one known, and the possibility of other enemies is not ruled out. Master Sanfuan has strengthened his defense force, and the warriors are constantly patrolling, and he has also sent people to issue early warnings to other villages. Kakashi nodded slightly and replied, the arrival of Saitama alone seemed to make the entire 5 great ninja villages start to get nervous, especially the villages where he had fought against, were even more nervous and became a little nervous. Well, let's do this first. Be more careful not to act alone. The next meeting is the key. I hope there will be no big trouble. Learn. Everyone nodded in response to Minato's order. Master Kazekage, General Mifune of the Iron Country sent information just now, and found Akatsuki nearby. I hope we will be more careful. Magi stood behind Liu Sha. Half of his cheeks were covered by a half roll of grey cloth, and he looked at the figure with his back respectfully. Sayo, I didn't expect them to be so courageous. They dare to come to the place where the 5 shadows gather. Do you really think we can't deal with them? Liu Sha turned and stared at Maki, with a hint of anger in his tone, not only because the Akatsuki organization took away his child and Izuo, but also because Uchiha Saitama, a member of the Akatsuki organization, made him lose an arm. For a ninja, the arm is the second life, so his hatred for Saitama has never been extinguished, but has intensified as time goes by. However, the loss of an arm also made him concentrate more on studying magnetic escape, reaching an unprecedented height, and his strength is even more advanced than before! But this will not make him give up his hatred for Saitama. The next time he sees Saitama, it will be his moment of shame. Konoha's ninjas have also arrived just now. There are 6 of them in total. After a long pause, Marquis continued, as one of Kazegage's guards this time, his task is not only to protect Kazegage, but also to collect intelligence, which naturally includes the ninja situation in other villages. Namikaze Minato? An unusual color flashed in Liu Sha's eyes, and it was fleeting. The Hokage of this generation is very strong. As a ninja of the same generation, he naturally understands it. Then ignore other people, let our people pay more attention to the surrounding situation, and report to me in time if people from the Zio organization are found, and don't act without authorization. The enemy is very powerful. After thinking for a while, Liu Sha gave his order to Magi. Mifune has already said that Akatsuki's people have appeared nearby, so there may be some unpredictable changes in this 5 cages conference. Zio's people are lawless but have the strength to match their actions, so he can't help but not pay attention. By the way, is there any information from Kirigakure? Have their people arrived? In the end, Liu Sha thought of this existence in Wadali that was worse than her own, and asked in a strange tone. He already knew that Mizukage Agura's whereabouts were unknown, and the current Mizukage seemed to be represented by a ninja knife. Not yet. The people who came first are still at the hotel, but they haven't seen Agent Shuiying and the entourage. They probably haven't arrived yet. Marquis recalled briefly, and replied with a slight bow. That's it for now, you go down. Continue to pay attention. Liu Sha nodded, seeming to have some expectations about Kirigakure's situation, perhaps because Zio Sha was really scared, and the agent Mizukage became extremely vigilant. Hidara, get ready to go down. The destination. Kaito stood on the edge of the big clay bird's body. His eyes fell below. His fat face was blown red by the gust of wind, like a ripe apple. Old man, we're here. Hidara nodded to Kaito to express his understanding, and then controlled the big clay bird to glide downward. Understood. Find Wenye and the others to meet them first, and then find a place for the old man to rest. This man is getting old and weak, especially this waist disc. It seems to be protruding. It hurts the brain. Onoki sat on the back of the bird. His face was old and tired. I saw them. Let's go down. Page 705. Hidara controlled the big bird to circle first, then quickly locked onto the target he was looking for, and then accelerated to dive down. Wenye is the captain of the advance team sent by Iwagakure, who performs the same tasks as Kakashi, and is a powerful Earth escape ninja. Lord Tying. Soon, Dodara and his party landed on the ground, and the three Iwanin who had been waiting for a long time all half-kneeled respectfully. Okay, there's no need to come here. What's the current situation? Anoki jumped down from the bird's back and said to Wenya on the ground. People from other villages have basically arrived. We also checked the situation near the venue and confirmed that there is no problem. There are 2 eyeliners at the corners of Wenya's eyes that are similar to Jiraiya's, but the difference is the color and length. Okay, let's go to the place where we live first. Anoki nodded, and then looked into the distance, with terrifyingly deep eyes. Master Raikage, is it really good to lock Boss Kurabi in Yunlei Gorge just like that? Zai looked sideways at Raikage. His blonde hair was disheveled in the wind, and beside him was Darui, who looked a bit listless with short white hair. There's no way around it. Not long ago, he was even louder than that guy to hold a concert in the village, and then go on a national tour. It's not like you don't know the recent situation in the ninja world and his singing voice, so you have to put him first. He has been locked up in Yunlei Gorge to cultivate for a while. Just this time allows him to reflect on whether his musical career is still necessary, because the money he earns from doing tasks alone is not enough to compensate those villagers who have been disturbed. Lei Ying maintained a wry expression and explained to Zai, one of the guards this time. In fact, he wasn't worried about Bai's situation. As a perfect Rinjalai, Yunin Village's hidden weapon, Bai in a completely runaway state would be difficult for him to suppress. So the worry about Zaio is not very serious. As for the reason why he is still confined to Yunlei Gorge, it is only because he is afraid that he will run around and be complained about disturbing the people. Zaio's people are indeed very strong, but in Ai's view, they cannot be compared to dangerous ones. Bai is not the kind of weak Jinchuriki, perhaps the strongest Jinchuriki in the ninja world, even stronger than the one in Konoha village. It's not that he hasn't read the information about Urwei's attack before, and there were a total of 6 enemies before Yukito was left behind, so the strength of Akatsuki's members is actually not as strong as the outside world is talking about. As for the Konoha rebel who can kill the 3rd Hokage, his strength is indeed not weak, but one of the most important reasons for being able to kill the 3rd Hokage is that the 3rd generation is old and is no longer at the peak. Is the destination ahead? It looks pretty good. With a piece of grass in his mouth, Darui kept jumping and following the pace of the 2 people. As the outline of a town came into his sight, a relieved expression flashed across his face, as if the journey before was very tormented generally. Cheer up. Mabui said that the purpose of this meeting for other ninja villages is very clear, which is to form an alliance with the anti-Akatsuki organization. Even if we don't join in the end, we still can't let others underestimate you, especially you. Daruis, don't give me the look of not waking up. I don't want others to think that all of our Uni-in Village upper ninjas are like this. Show the momentum of Uni-in Ninja. Lei Ying turned his head and spit at Darui beside him, with a serious tone. Understood. Darui bit the grass in his mouth, and his eyes recovered. I really can't figure out how a lazy guy like Darui can inherit the black thunder of the 3 masters. It's really a kind of irony for people who work hard like us. Zai, who was beside Darui, joked that Darui inherited the black thunder of 3 generations of Raikage, and his strength was so strong that it exploded. At present, there may only be a few people in Yunin Village who can be stronger than him. Of course, Zai himself is not weak either. He is an all-round ninja who is proficient in illusion, medical ninjutsu and sensory ninjutsu. He has always been called a genius in the village. Who knows? Darui still had that expression of indifference, and he would not be guided by some words of others to change his emotions. Namikaze Minato left Konoha village yesterday afternoon. Konoha is currently on wartime alert and cut off communication with the outside world. You can only go out but not in. Ju looked at Pain and Zaonan, and told the information he had. The entire Konoha is covered by an enchantment. Even underground, there is a tight perception enchantment, making it extremely difficult for him to invade and spy on information. Are you going to start? Zaonan looked at Pain with a calm expression. At this time, the 2 had arrived at a high ground not far from Konoha village, waiting for an opportunity, and then launched an attack on Konoha. Have you found the location of Ninetales Jinchuriki? Pain was silent for a while and then asked Ju, who hadn't left yet. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is in the village, but it's not easy for me to get close to it because of the ninja's heavy protection in the middle. Baiju grinned, looking a little helpless. It is enough to be in the village. As long as she is still in the village, I will have a way to take her away. Pain nodded, and then said confidently, There is one more thing you should be interested in. Jiraiya is currently in the hospital in Konoha village, and his injury seems to have recovered. It seems that your attack last time seemed to be light. Baiju looked over with playful eyes, as if he had penetrated Pain's body and seen his heart. That happens to be resolved together this time. Pain didn't care about the mocking tone. How are the others doing? Nagato is very confident about capturing Kyuibai with his own hands this time, so the only ones who are a little worried are the others, especially the 3 Kakutsu who are in charge of Hashio. Page 706. It is mentioned in the information that this 8-tailed Jinchuriki has the ability to communicate with the tail and borrow power from each other. It is a perfect Jinchuriki that compares or even surpasses Yakura. I'll watch over there in Jayadu, so I won't talk too much. I'll go there first. Baiju looked at Pain and Zionan, who were slowly sinking into the ground, and a real thought flashed in his heart. I don't want you guys to fail. Sinking into the ground, using the technique of floating on the ground, through communicating with plants and underground currents, he absolutely shuttles underground, heading towards the direction of Union, which is where Jayadu and others are located, at an extremely fast speed. He left spores on Fei Duan's body to mark him before, so he can find them smoothly at this time. As for Katama, although he was facing 5 cages, and the enemy was the top powerhouses of the major ninja villages, he was not worried at all. Saitama's strength is strong enough. There is no problem with self-protection. Hey Jayadu, how long will it take? It's been so long. Also, you idiot, have you found the right place? There are so many mountains here. Do you want to climb over one by one? Fei Duan kept complaining, and the one in front of the 3 of them was Baiju's avatar, who had been monitoring the existence of Rabbi Riki the 8-Tails Jinju. Baiju sneered, then looked at a high mountain in the distance, and said, it's ahead. Do you see the stairs over there? 8-Tailed Jinchuriki is on top. Okay, then you will be responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation for us, and Yao will leave it to us. Jayadu followed the eyes of Baiju's avatar, saw the towering stairs, and at the same time heard the sound like thunder that appeared nearby from time to time. Okay, there are a few secret whistles nearby that I haven't dealt with, so I'll leave first. Be careful. I've already told you the information about 8-Tailed. Don't think that the other party is easy to deal with. If you are careless, you will die. Yes. I'll still be sad if I don't see you next time. Baiju dropped his last warning, merged into the ground beside him, and then disappeared. As he said, there are indeed a few Union's eyes nearby. It's time to pull them out and start the next step. I just don't know if the 3 of Kakutsu can take down such a powerful 8-Tails. Although there is no support near Yaowei for the time being, it is so powerful that it can explode. In Baiju's opinion, it is still difficult for the 3 of them to fight together. This is by Absolute's estimate of the battle situation, and of course the outbreak of Kakuzu and others and their growth during this time cannot be ruled out, but as long as the operation starts, it needs to be resolved quickly. Union Village is not very far away, and it is not impossible to come to support after hearing the movement. Good luck. I don't want to see you fail. After all, there will be times when you will be needed. Thinking of this in Baiju's mind, he traveled underground and found a nearby Yun Nin who was in charge of monitoring Karabi. As time goes by, the 5 Cages conference has officially begun. In front of a huge stone table sat 5 people, and these 5 people are the village chiefs of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world today, and they are ninjas standing on the top of ninjas exclamation, that is the popular shadows. However, almost everyone at this time turned their eyes to Kirigakure, although it was expected. Looking at the agent Mizukage at this time, including Namikaze Minato, felt a little dazed. Ringo Yuri, one of the new generation of ninja swordsmen, and the only ninja swordsman at present, and the agent Mizukage at this time. Although Kirigakure cannot be said to be in decline, the high-end combat power has indeed withered to the extreme. Liu Osha, who was sitting opposite Ringo Ayuri, looked at Mizukage with a young face, but felt a bit of empathy. He had also experienced this feeling of decline. What's your question? Lin Yuyuli has matured a lot during this time, and she speaks calmly and forcefully. Although she is the only woman here, she has experienced so much. Let her know how heavy the burden is on her shoulders. Even if other people who are also the shadow of the village have brought her endless pressure, she still needs to grit her teeth and persevere. Calm down. Don't let people underestimate Kirigakure. Nothing. Let's start the meeting. Go straight to today's topic. Minato smiled slightly. Kirigakure's experience is worthy of everyone's vigilance. If Akatsuki is not eliminated, the ninja world will not be peaceful. This also intensified his determination to hold the 5 cages conference this time. Yes, there is no need to engage in so many tricks. Let's get into the theme. Liu Sha looked at Onoki coldly, with a calm tone. The old man will be the first to speak. Everyone here should understand Zio's danger. The 2-tailed beasts in our Yannian village have already fallen into Zio's hands, so today's gathering is held. Onoki didn't care about Liuosha's previous gaze. Sandyin and Yanyin didn't meet eyes at all. It was normal for years of war due to geographical location. Besides, none of the 5 great ninja villages have any grievances with each other. These are all trivial matters. Now that everyone has sat here, it means that they all intend to let go of their past grievances. Besides, Liu Sha's strength is not taken seriously by Onoki. He who possesses the dust escape seems to have a natural advantage in facing Liu Sha. Akatsuki's members are all S-level rebel ninjas from each ninja village. They are powerful and have strange abilities, so it is difficult for a ninja village alone to compete. Because they are too mobile, ordinary ninjas cannot cause harm to them. Only by cooperating with multiple ninja villages and bringing high-end combat power together can this terrorist organization be wiped out. It will no longer have the ability to disrupt the balance of the ninja world and harm innocent people. Onoki stood up, put his hands on the table. His nose was red, and the anger on his face could not be concealed. The loss of Julia, the 2 people in the village, and the death of Wang Tu are the reasons why he is determined to deal with Zio. Such an organization exists in the ninja world, which itself is a huge threat. It's hard to believe that one day we will have such the same appearance. Wishayan also lost the only tailed beast. A powerful thing like a tailed beast must not be controlled by an organization like Akatsuki. Everyone, work together, and we will fight together while Akatsuki is still alive. If you don't have the ability to push horizontally, kill it when you are young. Liu Sha first showed a smile, and then said in a heavy tone. Page 707. Yuan agrees. Before Lin Yuli came, Yuan she told her that the only goal was to form an alliance, and as for other losses, Kirigakir can be recovered slowly in the future! Moreover, Yuan's current strength can be said to be the weakest of the 5. Just follow the trend and it's over. Yanyin doesn't need to form an alliance with others. We can get rid of Zio's group of guys who hide their heads and show their tails. They are just a group of guys who always like to attack. As long as they dare to show up in front of us, Yanyin's ninjas will definitely tear them apart. Lei Ying leaned on the stone chair behind him, with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking confident and fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, the few people who had just spoken were stunned, and they all looked over. Zai and Darui, who stood behind Raikage as guards, stood there awkwardly. They didn't expect that AI, who was Raikage, would say such hateful words at this time. Look at what Mabui said before leaving. Come on. It has been completely forgotten. HMPH, I heard that Union's Erway disappeared a long time ago. I don't know if you have figured out Zio's trace. When you are going to destroy Zio, I can let the old man go and observe. Onovi snorted coldly, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Lei Ying, and even more sarcastically. I have endured you for a long time, Onoki. Iwin has no ability to keep his own tailed beast, so don't have a tailed beast anymore. Things like tailed beasts should be handed over to a powerful village, right? Any cat or dog can possess it. Raikage leaned forward slightly, glaring at Onoki. His hair stood on end, and some electric arcs jumped unconsciously between the hairlines. You! Onoki also pressed his body on the table. His eyes widened, and he looked at Raikage. Well, it's better to calm down, everyone. Minato was having a headache, and he didn't even say a few words, and he seemed to be about to wrestle with his arms, which made him inexplicably worried about the prospect of the alliance. Humph! When Raikage heard Minato's words, he seemed to think of something again, and turned his head in another direction. For Hokage's sake, I won't argue with you for the time being. I didn't come here to bicker with Union like you. Onoki also regained his composure, sat back in his seat, leaned on his back, looked at Minato calmly, and waited for the follow-up. Before I start other things, I want to share with you one thing. It is the latest information about Akatsuki that Konoha has obtained. This is related to everyone's attitude towards cooperation in the future. I hope everyone can listen to it. Minatomi Tsuchikage and Raikage have calmed down, and are going to throw a big bomb first to raise everyone's interest. Now that we have sat here to discuss issues, there is no need to be stingy in terms of intelligence. A big country must have the magnanimity of a big country. Oh, Konoha recently fought against the Akatsuki organization again. Liu Sha looked at Minato. Of course he wasn't talking about the encounter between Kakashi and Uchiha Saitama yesterday. Although he really paid attention to Uchiha Saitama, the information about Akatsuki was obviously more important at this time. Although the others didn't speak, their eyes were all focused on Minato at the same time, with inquiry in their eyes, especially the agent Mizukage Ringo Yuri, whose eyes seemed to be filled with blood and the air around him seemed to become even colder. A question we have been pursuing all along, that is, where did the Akatsuki organization come from? And just a few days before I left here, this question was answered. Minato looked around and found that the eyes of many people became hot, obviously very concerned about the answers behind. Not long ago my teacher, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, went deep into Yuin village to investigate and found that the Akatsuki organization seems to have ruled the entire village and their lair is also in Yuin village. What? Everyone, including Reikage, involuntarily widened their eyes. No one thought that this mysterious Akatsuki was actually in Yuin village, at the intersection of Yanin, Sandae-in and Konoha. Now, it's a key point. Is it really dark under the lights? There is no need to doubt the authenticity. Mr. Jiraiya is still lying in Konoha's hospital in order to send this information back. There will be no problem with the information obtained at such a high price. Watergate dropped a bomb again. What? Even Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, is not an opponent of the members of the Akatsuki organization. He must have been besieged. Otherwise it would be very difficult to meet opponents in the entire ninja world alone. Even if there were, they should be sitting here. Liu Osha turned his attention to Reikage. In the whole ninja world, Reikage is indeed one of the best existences in terms of fighting alone and destructive power. And now that he listened to Minato's words, he discovered something unusual from some past events. Sandae-in had almost confirmed the scope of Akatsuki's existence before, so he wanted Yuin Hikage to cooperate with some activities against Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. No wonder at that time, Yuin did not give an answer for a long time, so it turned out that Sao was rooted in Yuin, and he foolishly asked Sao to help him round up Sao. After listening to Liu Sha's words, the others also agreed with him, including the fourth Reikage sitting with their hands folded. Jiraiya's strength is recognized in the ninja world. Even if Reikage wants to defeat Jiraiya, he still needs to pay a huge price, and he may not even be able to win. It is indeed a siege, but in fact there is only one enemy, because Jiraiya Sensei's opponent is a powerful rain ninja with the eyes of reincarnation. Minato looked at the other shadows sitting around the stone table, and said in a flat tone, "Oh, eyes of reincarnation, eh? Eyes of reincarnation?" Onoki thought about this sentence over and over again, and finally pulled his grey beard vigorously, and he jumped up all of a sudden. Similar to Onoki's reaction, everyone stared at Minato, wanting to make sure that what he said just now was not wrong, but the real reincarnation eye. Among those who were surprised were the two Uchiha ninjas standing behind Minato, who also listened carefully with great curiosity. The ninja who has the eyes of reincarnation is the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the current leader of Yuin village. Minato went on to explain. It seems that Hanzo did die long ago as rumored. I never thought that the Yuin village left by him after his death would become our big trouble. Onoki leaned his back on the chair as if thinking of something, his tone sobbing. Page 708. The news of Hanzo's death spread in the ninja world a long time ago, and Hanzo has indeed rarely shown himself in these years. All affairs, including diplomacy, are arranged for his subordinates, and Yuin village has even implemented the policy of closing the country. Because of this closure, many people have no idea of exploring. So now that we have a goal, what's the next plan? Lei Ying looked around, and the aura on his body gradually gathered. Recently, Union has not been idle in the search mission for Zio, but suffering from Zio's mystery, he has found almost nothing, and is holding back his anger. There is more than one enemy with reincarnation eyes. There were 6 enemies who fought Jiraiya Sensei at that time. Seeing everyone's excited expressions because he said that Akatsuki's base is in Yuin village, Minato continued what he hadn't finished, because he knew that he couldn't be happy at this time. 6. Hokage, are you sure you're right? This time it was Reikage who was speaking, and he stared at Minato, a little in disbelief at the news that there were several reincarnation-eyed ninjas. The eyes of reincarnation are the legendary eyes of immortals. They used to only exist in stories, but now there are 6 of them. This made the movie-goers here a little restless. How can we play this? 6 immortals. Yes, Minato Hokage, are you sure what you said is correct? Liu Osha asked, and saw that his brows were tightly knit together, obviously unable to accept the news. According to the information we have so far, There is indeed only one real owner of the Eye of Reincarnation, but there are 6 ninjas with completely different styles who appear on the surface. Each of them has magical and strange abilities. It is the ability of Samsara Eye. Minato continued to explain. Sensei Jiraiya killed one of the enemies and brought his body back to the village. That's why we got so much information. Oh? An enemy with reincarnation eyes that was killed? Onoki looked at Minato. To be precise, it is an enemy who has reincarnation eyes during the battle, and returns to normal after being brought back by the teacher. Those reincarnation eyes have disappeared in the enemy's eye sockets. Minato met Onoki's eyes and said calmly, "Disappeared?" Ringo Yuyuri, who has always had no sense of presence, raised a question. Mr. Jiraiya guessed that the 6 enemies with the eyes of reincarnation who attacked him were not real enemies, but just puppets under the control of the eyes of reincarnation. Those eyes of reincarnation are just projections of ninjutsu. Minato didn't state this conclusion with certainty, and directly omitted the information that the enemy was Jiraiya's disciple. After the others listened, they exchanged glances with each other, and then remained silent. The information that Minato has thrown out these few times is really too much. It is simply a series of explosions, blowing the people who heard the news into a daze, unable to speak for a while. No matter what the specifics are, I don't believe that he can deal with the entire ninja world. If he was really that strong, he wouldn't have been hiding in Yuin village and doing some small tricks. Everyone, is that right? After a long time, Onobi calmed down. He gradually accepted the existence of the reincarnation eye, and soon found the key. This is natural. We are sitting here today to solve the threat of Zyxel better and faster. Liu Osha nodded, and then pressed his one arm on the table, showing that his attitude was the same as that of his former enemy, Yan Yin. We have no problem with Kirigakure. The strength of the enemy has intensified the speed of our cooperation. No matter who this ninja with the eyes of reincarnation is, we will work hard to defeat him. Take back everything that belongs to Kirigakure. Lin Yuyu was joined by Liu Osha and Onoki, and wine was very weak at this time. Elder Yuanshi and the village senior officials had discussed it. The goal was to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, then recapture the tailed beast, and then slowly develop. Maybe this process will make Kirigakure's ninja uncomfortable and aggrieved, because there is always a feeling of being a younger brother, but this is the best way at present. Reikage didn't speak, and since Minato told the news about Samsara Eye, he stopped jumping and saying that he would fight alone. Although he is reckless and powerful, he is not stupid. Can someone who can become a movie star be really stupid? That's all I want to say before formally discussing the issue. Then we can discuss the specific plan next. Minato looked around, his tone serious. That's right, Onoki continued. Everyone's goal is the same. That is to destroy the Akatsuki organization, and then recapture the tailed beast, and restore the peace of the ninja world. Needless to say, let's form an alliance. Facing Akatsuki's members alone, we will not with an advantage. It is difficult for the middle and lower ninjas to gain an advantage in the battle with them, and only by cooperating can we gain some advantages in the action against Akatsuki. Everyone should agree with this, right? Onoki stood up. His eyes flicked over the faces of the shadows, confirming his thoughts. What do you think, Reikage? He took aim at AI, who had disagreed with him before. Combination is not impossible. If this plan can meet our values, we will agree. This time, Reikage did not continue to make jokes. A real ninja has a pair of eyes to see reality clearly. Obviously, he has it at this time. Zio is backed by Yuin village, so we need to add the whole Yuin to our goal? Liu Osha said that the kingdom of rain has always existed as a buffer zone for the 3 families of wind, fire, and earth, and this is also the meaning of Yuin village's existence. But according to the current situation, Yuin village has changed, and it no longer has the meaning of existence, or in other words, Yuin of this generation no longer has the meaning of existence. It is very simple to erase the rain shadow, but the 3 surrounding houses need such a gap in the middle for buffering, so it is necessary to support another one after erasing the rain shadow. Naturally, we have to deal with it together. There is no need for a village like Zio to exist. Do we have to be merciful and wait for Yuin to rush over and bite us? Onoki was very firm when he talked about these issues, not like an old man whose body was buried in the ground at all. Page 709 agree. Yes. Reikage and Mizukage nodded at the same time. How does Hokage look? Liu Osha saw that Minato seemed to be hesitant and asked. Then I also agree, if Yuin continues to help the evildoers like this. But we can give Yuin another ultimatum before the war begins. After thinking about it for a while, Minato also knew that he should not be too weak. War is a thing. If you hesitate, it will be for nothing! Maybe it will put the person who originally wanted to protect into trouble. Well, we have reached a consensus on the first step. Suppress Akatsuki and clear Yuyin. Onoki scratched his beard under his chin, glanced solemnly at everyone present, and spoke in a very solemn tone. Since it is an alliance, we need a leader or a commander. This is always an unavoidable problem. The purpose of this old man's coming to this party this time is not for this, so I don't think about being a leader. I have only one purpose, and that is to destroy the Akatsuki organization. I'm like sand hidden. The same is true for me, Kirigakure. There is only one purpose, to destroy the Akatsuki organization. As for who leads, it doesn't matter, as long as it can lead us to victory. Following Onoki's statement, both Liu Sha and Hayashi Airi continued to say that it seemed that they were extremely concerned about suppressing Akatsuki, and they had reached the point where they didn't care about leadership, and their movements are very coherent, as if they have been expected to rehearse. Of course, they must have considered these issues before coming here. From the perspective of overall strength, they really do not have the strength to compete. Minato and Reikijai have yet to speak, so after the alliance is really formed, the leader will be chosen from the two of them. What does Hokage mean? The old man thinks that his strength is not bad, and the position of the leader of the alliance seems to be very good. Ai's temper is very straightforward, and his words are very honest, but it is very unpleasant to listen to, and he always feels threatened. But Minato wasn't offended, nor was he offended. I have no problem. Since Reikage wants to become the leader of the alliance, I will not object. As everyone said, as long as the final goal can be achieved, no matter who leads. But, Reikage, are you ready to lead us to defeat Akatsuki? Minato looked at Reikage seriously, and a pair of light blue eyes sparkled with probing light. In this case, let's discuss the follow-up matters. Lei Ying straightened his body, pressed his body on the stone table, and put on a firm look. Zhao-nan, are you ready? We're going. Animal Road looked at Zhao-nan. His brows were full of calm, but his plain tone made people feel a great sense of urgency. This animal body is a substitute that Nagato has always prepared. The previous animal body has been taken away by Jiraiya and others, and the new animal body looks very petite and looks like a girl. Ready. Zhao-nan looked at Mui village in the distance, with many emotions flashing in his eyes, and finally became indifferent and firm. Surrounding Zhao-nan was pain who gathered here. Everyone looked at Mui village in the distance indifferently, with a gesture of keeping strangers away. Find the location of Rinjalai first when entering the village, and make a quick decision. Hungry Ghost Dao took a step forward, Animal Dao jumped up, then bowed his body and fell into Hungry Ghost Dao's embrace. The posture of the two was like a loaded gun. Ninetales capture plan. Start now. The Hungry Ghost Dao hugged the Animal Dao, then twisted his body, kept accumulating strength, and finally threw the Animal Dao like throwing a football javelin. Boom. Beast Dao was like sitting on a rocket, launched into the sky, and shot into the sky in an instant, heading towards the sky above Konoha. Her body was constantly rubbing against the air, making a sonic boom, and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. Arrive. Jayadu looked coldly at the stairs that still existed ahead, and the three of them were already standing on a flat martial arts platform. A powerful and undisguised chakra fluctuation is undulating on the top of the ladder, which should be the goal of their trip. Hachiu Riki. I come. Fei Duan carried his weapon on his shoulders and walked forward with undisguised arrogance. Is this okay? I'm afraid he'll be killed instantly. The scorpion hid in the crimson amber, and his voice became low and decayed again, like an old guy about to seal his coffin. Anyway, this guy can't die. It's just a good time to try the strength of Renjiriki. Jayadu stood where he was, looking at Fei Duan, who was still walking forward without the slightest vigilance. A smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth under the mask. For a while, I will remember the quick battle. After all, it is still within the coverage of Union's forces. That guy doesn't have much time to buy, and he runs faster than anyone else. I don't want to face Union's ninjas. They are a puppet master's nightmare. Zai said so, but his tone was not that fearful, because he still had one sentence to say. That is, Union ninja is also the best puppet material. Page 710. Whoosh. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a figure turned into a black shadow and swooped down from above, then landed on the nearby stairs. Hey! Yo! Bastard! Stupid! Welcome to my grandpa's performance show. Yay, including Fei Duan. They were stunned for a moment, and then several black lines flashed across their foreheads. This is the goal? Saitama appeared behind a heavily armored warrior, and then the lightning flashed in his hand, piercing his body directly. Pat. The samurai fell to the ground without making a sound from the beginning to the end, and as he fell, Saitama swept his eyes, and all the samurai in his sight had already fallen to the ground, losing their breath, and the one just now was already the last one. This is the top of the building where the 5 cages conference is held, and Saitama's plan is also the first step from here. When the 5 cages were still talking enthusiastically, what would happen if the soul-level heavenly justice fell on their heads? The expressions are sure to be wonderful. Saitama raised his arm, and the white lightning instantly shot into the air. Are you ready? Gakage, it's time to start the show. Chapter 321 Thunder Punishment. Boom! The barrier above Konoha emerged as an outline in the air, then sagged inwards extremely elastically, and finally reached a critical point and returned to its original appearance. An enemy has invaded. 1. The southwest of the village. Konoha's enchantment class instantly issued an early warning, and then passed it out layer by layer. The moment Minato left the village, the entire Konoha entered a state of wartime alert under Luju's control. So when an enemy invades, the whole village starts to operate instantly, like a steam engine with full horsepower. Attention all teams! According to the tasks assigned before, the combatants rushed to the scene quickly, and the non-combatants did a good job of evacuating civilians. Now take their positions immediately. Luju issued his own order from Hokage's office, and now he has the ability to act as an agent of Hokage's authority. Countless black shadows began to jump on the roof of the village in an orderly manner. Bang! As soon as she was about to fall to the house below, the animal Dao began to form seals expressionlessly, and the howling wind blew her windbreaker into a whoosh sound. Snapped! The art of psychic. The moment she landed on the roof, she put her hands on her feet, and as the white smoke dispersed in all directions, 6 figures appeared around her, and they were the other Pain and Zionan. Start to act. First determine the exact location of 9 tails, Pain said in unison, and then they dispersed and shot in different directions, while Zionan also turned into countless white pieces of paper and flew around. The invasion of Konoha was successful, and the 9 tails capture plan officially started. At this moment, they have been together for a long time. The ninjas wearing Konoha ninja headgear and green vests began to gather at the enemy's foothold mentioned in the intelligence, but found that the enemy had disappeared, and there was only one trampled down civilian house here. And shortly thereafter, powerful fighting waves erupted in many places in Konoha, and many huge ninja beasts suddenly appeared in the village, and then began to wreak havoc. Information is wrong. There is more than one enemy. Each unit has turned into an independent combat team to support. Pay attention to keep in touch, a masked Anbu ninja said in a deep voice, and then quickly walked towards the location of the Hokage building. Learn. The surrounding ninjas, whether masked Amb ninjas or ordinary ninjas in tactical vests, deftly dispersed and formed smaller fighting squads, then headed off in different directions. The fluctuations of the battle soon resounded throughout the village. Many civilians began to evacuate towards the shelter in an orderly manner, and many middle and lower class ninjas also consciously began to undertake the evacuation task. Obito, what's going on outside? Has an enemy invaded? Kushina sat on the sofa with Naruto in his arms, and asked the ninja standing by the window with a worried face. In fact, her character is not so weak. If it was before, she would definitely be the first to rush out. However, she is a mother now, and before Minato left, she also specially explained some precautions to her, including the suggestion not to join the battle without authorization. Yes, Master Kushina, but there is no need to worry, Mr. Minato has already arranged everything before leaving, and the riot will subside soon. Obito looked back at Kushina, very calm. His black and white eyes exuded confidence. Okay, all right. Page 711. Kushina frowned, then tightly hugged Naruto's hand, then lowered his head slightly and said, "It's okay, little Naruto. Mom is with you." It was the first time for Naruto to see such a movement, and the constant explosions outside made him tense up unconsciously. Are you the 8-tailed Manjuri? Feiduan stood still, and looked at the tall white-haired ninja in white ninja armor with bare arms that appeared in his sight. Yeah, Rabbi Riki, the 8-tailed Jinju is me. Yeko. Karabi raised his right hand, put his index finger and middle finger together in his palm. The other 3 fingers stood upright, and then kept swinging his hand as he said, looking a little weird. Ha ha. Is this really Renjiriki? I can't be mistaken. Such a bad doggerel is really funny. Haiduin looked at the enemy who suddenly started shaking his body and began to rap, put his weapon on the ground with a swish, and then covered his chest with one hand, looking amused. It's not some lame joke. Yay, it's a gorgeous rhythm. Karabi turned his gestures downward, and kept a certain rhythm when speaking, matching the swing of his hands. Obviously disagrees with Fei Duan's evaluation of himself. Tap to talk. Scorpion sighed. Bad rhythm. Gyadu agreed with Scorpion's statement and offered his own feelings, staring at Kurabi with a pair of green eyes. He could feel the surging chakra in Kurabi's body, so he didn't doubt the authenticity of Jinchuriki. Hey! The two guys in the back, you actually questioned Uncle Kurabi's music. Yeah, Kurabi put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose with one hand, and pointed at the two standing behind Feiduan with the other hand with a strange gesture. We are going to arrest you. Please lie down at ease. Besides, you are really not suitable for playing music. Haiduan had a serious expression on his face, but it didn't take long before he became hippie again. At the same time, he grasped his March sickle and began to walk slowly towards Kurabi. The tip of the sickle rubbed against the stone slab under his feet, and sparks flickered. This man with a weird tone of voice annoyed him for no reason, so let's beat him first. Baga Road, Kuo Nuo Road. Kurabi crossed his hands forward, and the expression on his face was constantly changing, looking very funny. I'm in a good mood today, I can write great rhymes, thank you. Then let's play with you. Oh yeah. Flash of light flashed through Kurabi's sunglasses. His legs began to bend, and his back heels were fully raised against the top of the steps, posing in a posture of accumulating strength. Boom. Feiduan speeded up and rushed out. At the same time, Kurabi also left the spot in an instant to meet Feiduan. The moment he saw Hidden and others, Kurabi knew that these people were the well-known Akatsuki members in the ninja world. It's easy to recognize their identities in the windbreaker with red clouds on the black background. This is the enemy that the elder brother has confessed. So let's talk about it first. Oh! A large number of chakras shot out from Saitama's hand, turned into blue-white lightning, and shot straight into the sky, like a laser beam, piercing the clouds above. Then, those thunder and lightning were like a primer, instantly arousing a lot of changes in the high-altitude clouds. A vortex with an extremely wide range gradually appeared, and then it continued to rotate, and it also pulled the clouds around and outside the range to come together, strengthening itself, and in the very center, the thunder and lightning kept stirring. Today's weather is very strange. The temperature is very low, the air humidity is very high, and the clouds above the sky are much thicker than usual, and it looks like a heavy rain is coming. And Saitama's actions are like a weather intensifier, bringing together many natural powers that were originally scattered, such as the thunder layer that is constantly stirring together. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, which was considered to be the first shot that followed, and this thunderbolt from the blue sky was also the first step in the change of the sky. With the first thunder, the sky here seemed to have a chain reaction. Countless thunder and the lightning that flashed before the thunderbolt began to respond. All sounded in the air one after another, continuously. Crackling exclamation boom. The thunder dragon kept rolling in the clouds in the sky, and the sky here quickly fell into darkness. It is going to rain? Mifune was not at the meeting place of the 5 cages, but patrolled around the meeting place with many samurai to ensure the perfect progress of the meeting. Hearing the roaring sound outside at this time, he stopped and looked up with some doubts. The meeting place of the 5 cages was in a 3-story stone building. The space inside was huge, and it was also the training ground for the warriors of the Iron Kingdom. The scope of the 3-ship patrol is within the building, surrounding the central venue. Hearing the sound outside now, he was puzzled. The weather was pretty good before. Why is it thundering? No, sure enough. The changes in the weather became more and more weird and unpredictable. Because he didn't perceive any abnormalities, he didn't care. He just thought it was a sudden change in the weather. He couldn't imagine that someone would really dare to play tricks in front of Wukage. Page 712. Are there still a few teams on the roof responsible for security? Mifune turned around and asked his subordinates, because the warriors of the Iron Kingdom were all wearing heavy armor, and the battle outside seemed to be very thunderous, so it would not be a good choice to keep those people guarding there, because they could be struck by lightning at any time. Risks of being at a high place and having conductive armor has met all the conditions for being struck by lightning, which is indeed very dangerous. He was considering whether to let those people hide in other places first. Anyway, the strongest people in the whole ninja world are here, so no one really thinks that they can threaten the few people sitting there, right? Isn't guarding this kind of existence just to look good? Well, there are indeed people standing guard on it. What arrangements does Mifune-sama have? The samurai who was questioned by Mifune replied with a slight bow. The rough voice came out from the thick armor, with a sense of metal. The armor of these warriors is a full-body armor, and they also wear a helmet with a respirator. The overall appearance is very similar to the armor in the Star Wars and Saitama's memory in the previous life. Well, you guys forget it. I'll go just to see what's going on outside. You keep patrolling, don't relax. Sanchuan waved his hands. then broke away from the troops and ran outside. The armor on his body is different. It is very light and belongs to hanging armor, but its defense power is not low, and ordinary kunai cannot pierce it. Yes, the samurai, who stayed behind, nodded, and then continued to walk forward, walking in neat steps, and the armor rubbing against each other made a crisp sound of Chinese letter. It doesn't look like enough. Saitama glanced up at the sky and saw that the thunderstorm had not reached the expected scale. While a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, he once again condensed the celestial chakra on his hands, and then turned into lightning and shot into the clouds above his head. As soon as the lightning transformed by Xianju chakra entered the cloud layer, the spiral speed of the cloud layer accelerated again, the frequency of lightning and thunder also became higher, and the sky became darker and darker. That's what it looks like. Looking at the suddenly changing sky, Saitama nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time looked at the sky and licked his lips, looking expectant. What he is doing now is just using chakra to guide the clouds and the wandering currents in the air, and then let them accelerate and converge to form a thunderstorm cloud. As long as it is slowly brewed for a few minutes, the surrounding natural power will converge on the top of the building, and then he only needs to use chakra to guide it to achieve the effect of attracting nature, just like Sasuke hitting Itachi in his memory, triggering the thunder and lightning from the sky to attack. That kind of power cannot be achieved by ordinary ninjutsu. Okay, thinking like this, Saitama suddenly turned his head to look at the edge of the building in surprise, and as his gaze moved, a figure was jumping up from below, and then landed on the platform over there. The person who came here is the general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune. Damn it, it's you, Uchiha Saitama. Mifune was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the samurai who fell on the platform, and found that they had all been killed by a single blow, completely losing their vitality, and then angrily shouted at Saitama, who was standing in the middle. Hi, I didn't expect to meet in such an embarrassing situation. Saitama no longer cares about the changes in the top of his head. Anyway, it still needs a few minutes of brewing, and he can do other things during this time, such as killing this fallen old samurai who saw him, in case he exposes himself. Action. Some things happened very suddenly, and the reasons for them were added later, as if Saitama sentenced Mifune's fate at this time. The two didn't have much hatred at first, but at this time there was a conflict of interest, so the weaker side could only bear the justice of the other side. The logic is weird, but it's true. What are you doing here? As a rebellious ninja who is wanted by the 5 majors, you dare to appear in front of the 5 shadows. Young man, are you too confident in your own strength? The moment Mifune saw Saitama, many thoughts flashed through his mind, but the only thing he didn't was to turn around and run away. It is foolish to surrender one's back to the enemy. At the same time, the act of running away is also an insult to the profession of a samurai. If you surrender without a fight, it is better to apologize directly. So when he was talking, I saw him holding the handle of the weapon tightly with one hand, leaning slightly sideways, looking at Saitama with gloomy eyes, looking like a big enemy. Since you can't escape, then fight to the death and carry forward the spirit of the samurai to the end. Seeing Saitama's movements and the abnormal changes in the sky, he knew that Saitama must be doing something big to target this 5 cages meeting. This is indeed a bold but arrogant idea. I hope someone can find out the abnormality soon. Don't count on the old man. Sanfuan sank his body, and his body gradually leaned forward, and then he lifted his heels so that the soles of his feet could fully touch the ground. This is the most comfortable movement for him to exert force, and now he can only have a chance of survival if he maintains some confidence in his own strength. What do you think? Saitama stopped about 10 meters in front of Mifune. There was an open space between the two of them without any obstacles. Anyone could make a sprint and approach each other in an instant. It seems that there is nothing to say. Let me try what you, a cunning villain, are capable of. After the last time, I am looking forward to fighting with you. Mifune pressed the handle of the weapon with his right hand, and a weak air current began to stir around his feet, bringing up many small eddies and rolling up waves of dust. He was wearing dark green armor, which provided defense without slowing down his speed. Compared to the last time when he couldn't attack with all his strength, this occasion was obviously enough to use it, and the greater the movement, the more likely the 5 shadows below could sense the battle above and know the situation here. Page 713. I'm also very curious about your sword skills. After all, you are also a legendary AI/master. It is said that the speed of drawing a sword can make a ninja unable to form a seal. Saitama reached under his clothes, climbed onto his weapon, flicked his fingertips on it, and the arc began to flicker. Whoosh! Talking is useless! Let's see the real trick. Mifune squinted his eyes, and struck directly the moment Saitama reached out to touch his weapon. He kicked his left foot behind him, and his whole body was ejected directly, pulling out a series of afterimages in the air. A distance of more than 10 meters is nothing more than an instant breakthrough by a real strong man. And for Mifune, it was also a full sprint. In the blink of an eye, Mifune rushed to a position 2 meters in front of Saitama. The air suddenly rose and fell, becoming full of oppression, and his eyes became extraordinarily sharp, like an unsheathed knife blade, making people chill. Swish! With a cold expression on his face, Mifune drew out his own sword, swung the silver-white sword light for a month and a half, and slashed at Saitama, who was standing there. This knife was as fast as lightning, and it was a well-prepared blow from a master of knife skills. Even the angle was extremely tricky. If it is late, it is fast. Saitama pulled out his weapon at the moment when Mifune's blade was about to fall on his body, and his windbreaker also unzipped in an instant, and then fluttered behind him under the strong wind generated by Mifune's attack. Grasping the handle of the knife with one hand, Saitama's 5 fingers were tightly gripped, and it seemed to be very simple to block in front of his chest. Ding! Right in front of Mifune's weapon, the 2 knives collided with each other, making a crisp metallic sound each time. Mifune held his weapon with both hands, and pressed towards Saitama desperately. The 2 weapons kept colliding and rubbing, stirring up countless sparks. Saitama had already opened his sharingan, and the 3 pitch-black Gaoyu became extremely bright and evil under the scarlet background around them. Mifune's movements are clear under the gaze of these eyes, and there is nothing to hide, and he was able to block Mifune's attack, not because his saber skills are more powerful and advanced than Sanfune's, but because of the blessing of sharingan. He seems to be playing the game with perspective and percentage block. As long as the body, if you can keep up, the general physical or knife skills will lose all meaning. Bang! The 2 separated, then stepped on behind almost in unison, and then collided again, bursting out countless sparks. Both of them pressed their weapons against each other, and at the same time, their 2 faces were staring at each other very closely, and something called fighting spirit began to permeate the 2 of them. So fast, it was obviously difficult for Mifune to keep up with Saitama, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. And he also knew that his attack became extremely slow under the gaze of the opponent. If it wasn't for his superb skills, it would be difficult to maintain with some initiative. Therefore, every collision is a test for him. He is not young anymore, he is over 50 years old, and of course he is inherently at a disadvantage when playing against Saitama. Swish! Saitama swung out a knife as smoothly as if the water was cut off, and an electric arc flashed on the blade, as if coating the weapon with a special attack effect. And in fact, this layer of special effects does have a good power. As long as it cuts the enemy, it can temporarily cause paralysis. Short paralysis in such a battle can completely decide life or death. Clang! Holding the sword in both hands, Mifune was unable to retreat, and once again blocked Saitama's attack. But this time, although he managed to catch it, he was repelled by Saitama's attack and took a quick step back. He frowned, and his tiger's mouth became numb for a while. Obviously, the collision just now had some negative effects. Hey! Mifune's right foot stepped behind her, stepping deeply into the solid stone. Humph! He snorted coldly. The muscles in his arms tensed. Zizzy, however, before Mifune could counterattack, Saitama's pursuit came again. I saw Kyu took advantage of the momentum of the blow just now, then flipped his wrist, and stabbed Shanchuan's chest straight with the tip of the knife, and directly swayed Punch Huanglong. Chidori was neighing, as noisy as a flock of rioting birds. This thrust was extremely fast, and because it was almost continuous with the previous move, there was not much time left for Mifune to react. At this moment, Mifune held his breath. His eyes were extraordinarily clear and serious, as if he still expected this, and he had already finished his preparations. Jiha flash! A crescent moon shot out from Mifune's left waist, passed in front of him, enveloped Saitama, and finally closed on the right side of his body. The speed of this knife was unimaginably fast. Even Saitama, who had sharingan, could only capture a silver-white arc of the blade. And Kyu didn't expect Mifune to keep such a unique trick here. There was a sound of barking, and a flower of blood bloomed on Kyu's chest, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Page 714. Swish! Saitama backed away and landed a few meters away, looking at Mifune with some unkind eyes. Call! Mifune, who used the knife, stayed where he was, breathing heavily, and at the same time, his eyes fell on Saitama, who had already retreated quickly. Flash can be said to be his pinnacle strike, Not only the power but also the speed of the knife is currently the strongest he can use. However, it is obviously not perfect tick. There was a long and narrow cut in the clothes on Kiyu's chest. Blood dripped down the wound, and finally hit the ground with a crisp sound. Very strong. This knife is hard to avoid even for an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse. But you met me. Saitama didn't care about the wound, and said calmly, while a powerful chakra began to gather in his chest. Yes, the opponent is you. No matter how strong it is, as long as it doesn't achieve the effect, it's not enough. Mifune stared at Saitama, pointed the tip of the knife forward, a touch of coldness flowed on it, and his tone of voice seemed a little lonely and gloomy. The surrounding environment became even darker, the sky was thundering and lightning, and the spiraling clouds had already attracted the attention of some warriors below. They all raised their heads slightly to look at the rare scene in the sky, but they didn't notice that there were two people still confronting each other on the platform above the building each time. A few strands of white smoke floated along Saitama's wound into the air, and the not very deep wound gradually healed, and the strong vitality of the cells between the columns was reflected at this time. Some trivial injuries, such as this time, can be consciously repaired in a very short period of time under the guidance of chakra. Okay? Mifune clenched his weapon tightly. He sensed Saitama's movements and knew that Saitama's counterattack was coming. Sure enough, almost the moment he took the pose, Saitama rushed over. A gust of wind was blowing towards us, and Sanchuan was a messy boat in the storm. I saw that Saitama first picked up the knife in his hand and collided with the weapon that Mifune was blocking in front of him, and then turned his wrist. While the blade continued to block the weapon of Mifune, the handle of the knife was pinched in the palm of his hand, and then melted. Tsukuku hit Mifune's chest straight with his fist. Bang! Mifune was hit, and the armor on his chest was terribly fragile in the face of Saitama's attack, and it sank directly, and his hand holding the knife instantly relaxed, and his body flew backward involuntarily. PFFT! He spat out a mouthful of blood. But Saitama's attack was not over yet. After hitting Mifune, he grabbed Mifune's arm with his other hand, and then reversed his backward trend, pulling him to his side instead. Swish! Hold the knife in the opposite direction. First stroke forward, then lift upward. The blade is wrapped in lightning and falls to the junction of Mifune's right shoulder and chest. Oh, even with that layer of soft armor, Saitama slashed off Mifune's right arm. The light of the knife directly passed through Mifune's body, and an arm holding the weapon flew high into the sky, and a string of red liquid shaped like water droplets also flew into the sky like a goddess scattering flowers. With a cry of pain, Mifune staggered back a few steps, but this time, Saitama didn't drag him, but let him back out on his own. Clap! Bang! Arms and weapons fell to the ground, and blood connected them with Mifune's retreating figure. It's too much. Mifune had already closed his mouth, staring solemnly at Saitama, who did not continue to pursue, and his intact hand tightly covered the wound to reduce the loss of blood. Only now did he realize how big the gap in strength between himself and Saitama was. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, he might not be able to parry 10 rounds, and all of this can only be done under the background that the enemy does not use ninjutsu, but only chooses sword technique. Mifune doesn't think that Saitama will not be able to use ninjutsu against him, so how strong will Saitama be in full body? This is much greater pressure than when he faced Hanzo back then, although it has something to do with his age and his state. However, this Konoha Rinin named Uchiha Saitama is definitely not weaker than anyone sitting below at this time! He even guessed that only Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Raikage have the power to fight Saitama, and they may not be able to win. Mifune no longer had hope in his heart, and he was very clear about his situation. I am the general of the Iron Country. How could I bow to you? I saw his left hand loosen the wound on his right shoulder, then reached under the soft armor, and quickly took out a very short knife, which looked like a toy for children to play with. However, Saitama saw the sharp blade and knew it was not a toy. Whoosh! Mifune rushed forward, holding the dagger in his left hand. This short sword is the samurai's knife of fate, when a samurai is defeated or needs apology. Page 715. Saitama maintained an indifferent expression, holding his left hand in front of his body, and stabbing forward with his own weapon in his right hand. PFFT. Mifune's heart was pierced by Saitama, and blood gushed out from the wound and the corner of his mouth. How should I put it? Samurai have indeed been eliminated. The short knife pierced Saitama's left palm, but due to the lightning, it didn't go deep. Mifune's head slowly touched Saitama's chest, but he couldn't say a word. He was already dying, and the power of life was draining from his body. Yes, Mifune finally uttered 2 words, and then fell backwards, his eyes fixed on the sky. Boom! Saitama pulled out the dagger stuck in his palm and threw the dagger to the ground next to Mifune's body. Soon, traditional ninjas will follow in the footsteps of the samurai. He looked at Mifune, slipped his weapon back to his waist, and muttered to himself, "Look up at the sky, the time is just right." Zizzy, the thunder and lightning in the cloud layer continued to riot, and it was obvious that it had reached a state of near saturation. Saitama stretched out his hand and raised his right hand above his head. Electric arcs surged on his palm. Boom! A cloud of lightning rushed up from the palm of the hand, connecting to the lightning in the high-altitude clouds. Crackling, the lightning above seems to be following the path built by Saitama and began to slide down. The original lightning shot out by Saitama gradually became thicker and expanded. Thunder Dungeon Thunder Punishment. This is Kiyu's description of this move. Isn't the thunder and lightning falling from the sky just a kind of punishment from heaven to the world? This kind of natural power, even a powerful ninja can't resist it. Boom! There was a roar in the sky, and countless thunder and lightning fell towards the earth along the road paved by Saitama like pouring down. What is that? Finally someone discovered the situation here. I thought it was just a rare thunderstorm. Why did it suddenly rain? And still heading towards the meeting place of the 5 cages talks, some doubtful people jumped onto the nearby roofs, and finally found that there was a small figure on the building that did not match the overwhelming thunder and lightning. Against the backdrop of the constantly exploding thunder and lightning, that figure showed a somewhat wild smile, and those lightning turned into his weapon, and with his movements, blasted towards the meeting place of the 5 cages conference. Inside the building, Lei Ying, who was talking, suddenly stopped speaking and then raised his head in surprise. Some goosebumps appeared on his dark skin as if trembling, and a nervous emotion began to appear in his heart. Disease? Others also sensed something was wrong, and the scene fell into silence for an instant. Ha ha! Kiyu's right hand is gradually paralyzed, and the mighty power of nature is not so easy to borrow. Feel this wave of justice from heaven. Put your right hand down from the top of your head and point to the building under your feet. The movement is extremely crisp, as if you are slashing a weapon. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky no longer had any scruples, roaring and venting down. The sky and the earth were covered in blue and white, and the people nearby were temporarily blinded. At this moment, it only belonged to Saitama. Chapter 322 Pen Invasion! Exclamation! Seeking subscription. The cages sitting here all sensed that something was wrong, and the ninjas who were guards also looked vigilant and walked to their own cages. They didn't know who the hidden danger came from, so they were all on guard against each other. There are many examples in history where enemy generals were tricked out and besieged individually in the name of talks. The atmosphere in the air became anxious in an instant, just because of a sense of crisis that came out of nowhere. Boom! The roar sounded, and it became more and more intense. Everyone raised their heads with their eyes wide open, because a perverted energy fluctuation appeared on it. Page 716. By this time, they had identified where the crisis was coming from. Crisis comes from above. Boom! The overwhelming thunder and lightning whizzed down, pierced through the floor in an instant, and then went further down. All this happened very quickly, and the thunder and lightning enveloped Wukage and others who were at the bottom in an instant. No one expected the thunder and punishment from the sky. Lu Jiu, the number of enemies has been confirmed. There are 7 in total. 6 of them should be pain mentioned in the previous intelligence of Minato. The appearance and ability can match. Yamanaka maintained a calm face, and spoke in a hurry to tell the information he had so far, which he obtained from the ninja who had already fought against the enemy through enchantment and spiritual magic. Has the number returned to 6 again? Sure enough. Lu Jiu sat on the seat, kept silent, and at the same time propped his chin with one hand and fell into deep thought. The enemy is very strong, and it is difficult for ordinary Jonin to gain an advantage in the opponent's hands. At present, our losses are not small. It seems that we need to notify Minato. Uchiha has also taken action. Hai looked at his companion's face and expressed his opinion. Got it. By the way, boom! Just when Lu Jiu was about to continue talking, a ninjutsu explosion occurred on the platform outside the building, sweeping up dust all over the sky, and shattering all the glass on their side. Go out and see. The two looked at each other in surprise. This is the Hokage building, almost the most secure place in Konoha. The enemy has already hit here. Whoosh whoosh! Before Shikaiju and his 2 arrived, a large number of Anbu ninjas had already surrounded them, surrounding the enemy who had just caused a commotion in the middle. Ping! Lu Jiu stood outside the encirclement, looking at the enemy's attire, with a somewhat uncertain tone. Although the information was already in his hands, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so naturally he couldn't recognize it at a glance. However, Those strange black sticks on the enemy's face are very similar to the pain that Master Jiraiya killed before, so there is nothing wrong with it. Ren Jiandal's hair was disheveled, and he kept a worried expression on his face, but it was more of a kind of indifference to the Konoha ninja in front of him. He heard someone talking to him, so he turned his eyes to Lu Ju, who was talking. "Where's Nine Tails?" Without extra words, Ren Jiandal said to Lu Ju, who looked like the leader. His tone was very cold, with a touch of questioning. "It seems impossible to communicate. Let's take him down first." Lu Ju frowned, and at the same time, some useful information flashed in his mind. These pens are actually puppets, and the real enemy has always been hidden behind. Swish! Hai waved his hands, and the ninjas around couldn't help but move their hands. In an instant, many ninjutsu formed a rain curtain that covered the human world in the center. Da da da! Ren Jiandal didn't expect the enemy's reaction, so he also counterattacked quickly. He saw his feet constantly intertwined, and while dodging the surrounding ninjutsu, he rushed towards the nearest ninja. His speed is very fast. All the ninjutsu around him are dodged, and they don't cause much damage. Only some ninjutsu with splash effect or wide range play a role, restricting some of his walking and movement direction, but still to no avail. Boom! The human Wei rushed in front of an Anbu ninja, and that Anbu didn't expect that the enemy could break through so many ninjutsu so quickly, and hit him in front of him. He took out a kunai and was about to stop the enemy, but the enemy's movement faster. I saw Ren Rendao came to Anbu's body with his waist bent, then quickly raised his knees, and suddenly pressed against Anbu's abdomen. At this point, speed is power. Just under one knee, Anbu took off in an instant, and his body shot towards the sky behind him, and the kunai in his hand came out directly and fell to the ground. Snapped! Ren Jiandal continued to follow up, grabbing Anbu's head with one hand ahead of time, and his movements were extremely skillful. Whoosh! It can be seen with the naked eye that Anbu seemed to have lost his vitality after being grabbed by the human Wei, and his face gradually aged and paled. Humanity's abilities are brain invasion and soul extraction. This ability is abnormal, and it is almost instant kill when facing an opponent whose strength is weaker than his own. Of course, the premise is to let him catch the enemy first, and just now, the soul of that Anbu was instantly pulled away by the world. Page 717. Bang! Anbu, who lost his soul, fell to the ground directly after completing the flight. Died? Lu Ju watched Anbu die instantly after being approached by pain, narrowed his eyes, and thought quickly about something in his mind. Obviously, the information about this enemy is not included in the information Mr. Jiraiya brought back before. Should it be one of the two unknown? So is this the one who has the ability to revive other painy instant death and resurrection? At this time, Lu Ju is not afraid to think too much about the enemy's ability, because they all have the eyes of reincarnation, and the enemy's ability may require him to use his brain to figure out the ability on preview. Whoosh! Ren Jiandao did not stop after killing a ninja, and continued to rush towards the nearby ninjas, and used the same method to kill several ninjas who were close to each other one after another. With a sweep of his gaze, Ren Rendao locked onto a ninja again, and quickly moved towards that side. Boom! What greeted him was a big fireball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Konoha's ninja already knew that this enemy was very powerful, and if he was approached, he would be instantly killed. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him approach the past, and used ninjutsu in advance to attempt to kill him. Forced back. The temperature of the fireball was extremely high, suspended about 10 centimeters above the ground, and shot straight towards the human path, leaving a dark mark on the yellow-brown stone slab. Boom! Ren Jiandal's movements were extremely coherent. He stepped on the ground and jumped up high, and the fireball just flew past him. Ninjutsu is not like a guided rocket that can lock the target and then can turn or change the trajectory to track the enemy after shooting out. Therefore, this ninjutsu just dodged in the human way. Call out. In midair, Ren Rendao swung his right hand towards the ninja who had just used ninjutsu on him, and a pitch black stick shot out from his wide cuff, piercing the air instantly. Oh, what? The ninja was pierced through the shoulder, and although he tried his best to dodge, he was still hit. Just after being hit by the black stick, he found that the chakra in his body became extremely confused, as if something was hindering the flow of chakra, which also made him flustered. On the other side, after landing on the human world, he didn't let go of his strength at all, and directly ejected and rushed to the ninja's side. He first grabbed the black stick and slammed it at the opponent's body, allowing the stick to pierce the opponent's body and protrude from the shoulder blade. Then he clamped the opponent's throat with the other hand and slowly raised it. Click! With a crisp sound, The ninja's neck was twisted, and his head was weakly turned to the side. The human world also took advantage of the situation and threw the body aside like garbage. Hiss. The remaining ninjas around gasped. The enemy was really strong. In the blink of an eye, several ninjas were killed in seconds, including a strong Jonin, and the other party seemed so relaxed after finishing all these tasks. As Konoha's ninjas, although they were prepared to sacrifice for the village, being killed like this still made them feel very depressed and uncomfortable. Therefore, they did not continue to fight, but looked at each other, as if they were thinking about countermeasures. Lu Kui. Hai looked at Lu Ju, who was frowning beside him, and nodded slightly, knowing that they must go at this time. Okay, Lu Ju nodded, then took a step slightly to the side, and landed behind a ninja, and behind him was the tall Hokage building, whose shadow completely covered the area. Ninja method: the art of turning the heart. Yamanaka Heiyi received Lu Ju's response, and then slowly made a gesture with both hands, aiming at pain over their boom. Ren Jiandao's movement stopped, and Kaiichi Yamanaka's body softened, and he leaned against a ninja beside him, and that ninja was already prepared to support Kaiichi Yamanaka's body. Okay? Nagato, who was far away from Konoha, was suddenly stunned. He felt that his control over the world was a little out of control, and the spirit of other people was invading the body of the world, trying to gain control of the body. Ha ha, I didn't care. The eyes of reincarnation emitted a faint fluorescence, and the more powerful mental power instantly rushed into the body of the human world, and then crushed and attacked the spiritual body that invaded the human world. PFFT. Blood dripped from the corner of Kaiichi Yamanaka's mouth, but he didn't open his eyes immediately, because his spirit hadn't returned to his body, and he also knew that he had to grit his teeth and persevere to create opportunities for Lu Ju. Ninja method: shadow imitation technique. Almost at the moment when Yamanaka Kai released the secret art of the mountain, Shikeju also used his own ninjutsu. The shadow under his feet swelled for a while, and then twisted and twisted towards Pain's body that had become stiff due to the intrusion of Hai's spirit each time. Page 718. The extended shadow and Pain's shadow are connected together, and then blend together perfectly. Lu Jiu squeezed ninja hard, with a solemn expression on his face, feeling the opponent's struggle. PFFT. Kaiichi Yamanaka spat out a mouthful of blood again. His face turned pale, and then slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were dim, and it was obvious that the mental body that had just invaded Pain suffered huge damage. However, due to his strong grasp of the secret arts in the mountains and his own strong mental strength, it seems that there was no big problem. He should be able to recover slowly after a while of cultivation and the secret medicine of the mountain clan. Not in the village. The exact location has not been tracked. This was the first sentence Hei said after he opened his eyes, and Lu Ju, who had already activated ninjutsu to temporarily control Pain, frowned even more after hearing Hei's words. It turns out that there are two reasons why Hai just invaded Pain's body. One is to create enough conditions for Lu Ju's shadow imitation technique to be used, and the other is to rely on his strong grasp of the spirit to trace back through Pain's body to the real black hand behind it. But obviously, the purpose of the first one is achieved, but the second one is not. Fortunately, he knew that the enemy behind him was not in the village. This is also the information he just obtained with all his efforts, and the people hidden behind were also aware of this, and found that when Hei positioned him through the reverse invasion, he directly increased his mental output, trying to crush Hei's spirit in one fell swoop. However, Hei retreated in time, and his own spiritual cultivation was solid enough, so the injury was not very serious, and at least he was still awake. In this case, trouble. Even you can't determine the enemy's position. It seems that it is very unrealistic to find the person behind it through this method. Lu Ju clasped his hands in front of his chest, his tone a bit heavy. When dissecting the Pain brought back by Jiraiya, Konoha's ninjas discovered that those black sticks are equivalent to signal receivers, so Yamanaka Kaiichi had the ability to use the spirit mystery technique to reverse locate idea. Over there, the human world controlled by Lu Ju began to struggle. However, Lu Ju's control is extremely powerful. Although he keeps shaking, he still can't move half a step, and can only be suppressed by Lu Ju's shadow imitation technique. Is this your choice? Finding that the struggle was useless for the time being, Ren Jiandel stopped his movements, and looked indifferently at Kaiichi Yamanaka, who had just launched a mental attack on him, and Shikakunara, who restrained his actions at this time. Pain. Konoha is not a place for you to be presumptuous. No matter what your purpose is, we will stop you. Lu Ju maintained his ninjutsu and said to the world word by word. His tone was firm, and his actions were more direct and straightforward. Ha ha! Ren Giantao looked at Konoha's ninja and sneered. My mission is to capture Ninetales Jinchuriki. Until this goal is achieved, Pain will not leave here. No way. Lu Ju knows that there is no way to reason with the enemy, but he needs to delay for some time now, and the support will arrive here soon, and then work together to get rid of Pain. At this time, the ninjas here are obviously not enough to deal with the enemy. There is no benefit in provoking a war. If you stop now, there may be room for relaxation. Sweat drops appeared on Lu Ju's forehead, and it took a lot of energy to limit the human realm. He even felt that as long as he was careless, the enemy would be able to get rid of the shadow imitation technique in an instant. Yamanaka Keiichi looked sluggish and stayed scattered around Shikaku with the remaining ninjas here, watching the restrained Pain vigilantly. They didn't attack rashly, because they were afraid that the actions of themselves and others would cause the enemy to explode, because the enemy's expression was very relaxed from the beginning to the end, and they all knew that Lu Ju was really delaying time. No, I am not the one who started the war. War has always existed, but you have selectively ignored it. Ren Jiandao looked at Lu Ju, and slowly raised his arm, looking a little struggling. Damn it! It's almost out of control. Lu Ju's face was heavy, his hands clasped in front of his chest couldn't help trembling, and the sweat that slid down his chin directly wet the stone slab on the ground. Your country is too big, so you must protect your national interests in the battles with other big countries. Otherwise, the country, the village, and the people will suffer. Ren Jiandao said to himself, and then paused here. However, it is our weak and small countries that become the battlefields of your big countries. Every time there is a war, people's livelihood in my country will be withered, starving and dying after countless wars. The big country is still safe and peaceful, but our small country is left with endless pain. The tone was very flat, but the degree of Lu Ju's frown continued to intensify, and the shaking of his hands became larger when he trembled. There is nothing wrong with what Pain said, because it is the truth, and these are also ways of survival at the national level. Then the standpoint is different, and the beliefs that arise naturally will be biased. Standing on Konoha's side, Lu Ju and the others naturally hope that they will not be harmed, so it is very common for Konoha to lose the interests of other people. But Pain is now on the side that was hurt by Konoha or other dying ninja villages, and he naturally doesn't want to be hurt again, so it makes sense to want to reverse this situation. You should prove that you are a big country and stretch out your palms to the weak, but you think you are the protagonists of the world and stay away from killings and wars. You think you are on the road of pursuing peace, and you watch or subconsciously oppress weak. Therefore, you are nothing but a group of mediocre people who pursue peace. Everything in the past brings us only death, scars and pain. Then it's time for you to have a taste of war. Not good. Do it. Page 719. Lu Ju's eyes widened in vain, and the extended shadow broke directly from the middle, and Pain's breakaway speed was much faster than he expected. Ren Jiandao broke free from Lu Ju's control and resumed his free movement. Bang! He rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and before a ninja could react, he grabbed the opponent's throat. Click! Once again twisting the neck of a ninja, Ren Dao continued to attack. Lei Dungo. A ninja used ninjutsu towards Pain, who was rushing towards him, and a string of lightning shot out from his mouth and fell to the ground, then spread out and turned into an electric current covering the ground, and then spread towards the front zizi. The current surged on the ground, making a piercing sound. Humph! Naive! Ren Jiandao threw a black stick into the floor covered with electric current, then jumped up and stepped on the black stick with one foot, avoiding the ninja's ninjutsu attack, and then continued to rush forward. Snapped! He grabbed the ninja's head, and his 5 fingers clasped the opponent's channeling cover tightly. What? The ninja screamed, unable to resist at all. The pupils of his eyes kept shrinking, and finally his vision was lost, and he fell powerlessly to the ground. His soul was pulled out of his body by the world, and he died instantly. Under the feet, Lu Ju's shadow attack extended again, twisting and crawling on the ground like a black snake. Ren Jiandao suffered a loss once, so naturally he will not be fooled a second time. He dodges quickly, constantly shifting positions and walking. Moreover, instead of simply dodging the attack, he kept approaching Shikahisa and Yamanaka Keiichi, who were leaning against each other. Depending on the situation, these two are currently the highest-ranking leaders here. If you catch them and conduct a brain search, you should be able to get the exact location of Ninetales Jinchuriki. This is the plan of the human world. Quickly finding Ninetales Jinchuriki is what he is most eager to do at the moment. As for destroying Konoha, there is plenty of time in the future, so there is no rush. The technique of doubling. Hai looked at the enemy who was running towards him, and was about to forcibly use the secret technique with his hands and seals, when a familiar voice sounded from behind the enemy. It was his companion Qiu Dao Ding Zuo. Boom! As the sound came, a huge arm stretched out from a distance, grabbing at the human path that was dodging Lu Ju's shadow attack. Bang! The first drop was in vain. A huge deep hole was smashed into the floor, while Ren Jiandao jumped high and shot to the side. Ninja method, the technique of mind and body. Seizing the time, when pain was in the air, Yamanaka Hei forcibly used the secret technique regardless of his previous injuries. Okay, human Dao's body in the air suddenly froze for a moment, apparently disturbed by Keiichi Yamanaka's secret technique, and there was a momentary delay in the connection with Chang Jiangmen. It's now. Ding Zuo. Lu Ju's shadow closely followed Hai's secret technique, capturing the shadow of the human world in an instant, and continued to expand this delay. At the same time, he shouted to Ding Zuo over there. The tacit understanding between his companions for many years does not need words. Learn. Ding Zuo rushed over from there. His hands became extremely huge, and then slapped the enemy who was about to land. The palms are left and right, wrapping Ren Jiandao in the middle, and they are about to fall on Ren Jiandao's body, smashing the enemy into meatloaf. However, due to the assistance of Hei and Lu Jiu's secret techniques, the enemy's movements are very slow and subject to certain restrictions, and they cannot dodge at high speed for the time being. Bang! Ding Zuo closed his hands together, making a loud noise, and firmly pressed the human way between his hands. Solve it! Lu Ju's shadow had lost its target, and it automatically retracted, while Hai's face became even paler, and his footsteps were very frivolous. Huh? Something's wrong. As soon as Yamanaka Kai saw that Ding Zuo's expression was abnormal, he became vigilant again in a relaxed mood. He leaned slightly on Lu Ju's body to maintain his balance. His eyes were dim, and there was still a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. The first time he invaded Pain's body, he was attacked by a black hand hidden behind his spirit body, and he suffered some injuries. And just now, in order to cooperate with Lu Ju and Ding Zuo's attack, he used the spiritual mystery again, which made his mind a little buzzy now. Be careful, the enemy is not dead. Page 720 over there. Ding Zuo's face was very red, and some muscle lines were highlighted on his swollen arms. Oh! The black stick pierced Ding Sai's palm and came out from the back of his hand, blood spurting out visible to the naked eye. Ding Zuo's back transformation technique was cracked. His arms returned to their original state, retracted, and there was a blood hole on the back of both hands. What? Lu Ju and Hai couldn't believe that Pain blocked Ding Zuo's attack like that. You must know that Ding Zuo's power after doubling is extremely powerful, even comparable to the power of Tsunade-sama's strange power fist, but here he was blocked by Pain with 2 hands and 2 black sticks. But in fact, this is also very normal. Each of the 6 paths puppet has undergone a special modification by Nagato, possessing the ability of reincarnation eyes, and at the same time the physical strength is extremely high, very durable. Whoosh! The black figure flashed past Hai's sight. He knew that Pain was rushing towards him and Lu Ju, and it would be dangerous for him and Lu Ju to get close. He still hasn't figured out the enemy's instant killing method, so without hesitation, he pushed Lu Ju aside. Snapped! A hand was on his head, and a black stick came from the side and pierced his left knee. PFFD! Yamanaka Hai knelt on the ground, and Ren Jiandao stood behind him with his usual expression, holding his Tianling cap with his palm. Hey! Ding Zuo jumped over, and Lu Ju also reacted from the previous absence, sitting on the ground and watching Hei Yamanaka, who was controlled by Pain. The art of submerging the heart. Ren Jiandao firmly grasped Yamanaka Keiichi's head, and activated the ability brought to him by the Eye of Reincarnation. What? As soon as Hai let out a cry of pain, his eyes turned white, and his body involuntarily lay forward. So it's there. Although Keiichi Yamanaka is also an elite Jainin, who is proficient in occult arts, he still has no chance of resisting the forced brain-reading technique of reincarnation eyes. The information about Kushina hidden in the depths of his mind was seized in an instant, including where Kushina was at this time. Boom! Ren Jiandao got the information he needed, and grabbed the top of Tanling Gai with one hand. Yamanaka Hai lost his breath for a moment, and fell to the ground. He has had his soul drawn. Hey! Ding Zuo yelled again, and then his hands became bigger. One hand clenched into a fist and smashed towards the world, and the other hand turned into a palm to grab Hai, who had fallen on the ground, and pulled him to his side. Boom! This punch was still in vain, and was quickly dodged by the human way, and hit the ground, hitting a deep hole again. Then let you go first. The moment Ren Rendao turned around, he looked back and headed in another direction. The task of capturing Nine Tails is the most important. In the distance, a group of ninjas jumped on the roof, rushing to the side for support. Originally they were the guards staying at the Hokage building, but because of the intense fighting around and the lives of civilians were threatened, Lu Ju sent them out. I never thought that Pain would attack the Hokage building at this time. Lu Ju, Haiding Zuo put his arms around Hei and looked at Lu Ju with a tired face. His eyes were reddish. Lu Ju is currently the supreme leader of the village, so even if he has emotions, he can't easily expose them, so that his subordinates will be infected by such negative things. The moment Pain grabbed Hei's head, he guessed everything that would happen next. Pain, whose information is unknown, seems to have the ability to manipulate the soul and read memories, which Lu Ju found out through clues in this battle. And for the other party to activate this ability, it obviously needs contact with people. First find someone to arrange for Hei. We need to support Kushina. The enemy has already grasped Kushina's position, and there is danger there. When Minato left, I promised to protect Kushina. Lu Ju didn't forget what the world said just now. He obviously found the location of Ju Senai from Hei's mind, so he gave up fighting here and went directly to his mission target. It is good. Ding Zuo put Hei on the floor and walked to Lu Ju's side, with some anger on his face, and his eyes were red like fire. Swish swish. Page 721. A group of ninjas finally arrived and landed beside Lu Ju and the others. Kaitsu Kakaku. Anbu, wearing a mask, first glanced at the dead companions around him, then stayed on Kaiichi Yamanaka for a second, and then said to Shikaku, "Leave one person to clean up here, and the others will come with me to support." Lu Ju had a sullen face, and then chased in the direction where Ren Rendao left. Boom! An astonishing number of missiles first shot towards the sky in a straight line, and then after reaching a certain height, they shot in all directions like celestial maidens scattering flowers. The surrounding buildings were destroyed in an instant, and the fire spread instantly, and many people ran out of their homes in a hurry. Uchiha Fugaku was walking home, when he suddenly heard an explosion not far away, and then the scope of the explosion spread directly to the Uchiha family. Before Namikaze Minato left, he was told to be careful that the enemy would take advantage of this opportunity to invade Konoha, and everyone in the Uchiha guards needed to be vigilant to ensure that no one came to cause high damage. And just a few minutes ago, he was notified by Anbu that an enemy had invaded Konoha and asked him to send people from the security team to other places for support. Taking advantage of this gap, he planned to go home quickly to see how Makoto and Sasuke were doing. Fortunately, today is the weekend. Sasuke didn't go to school, otherwise it would be troublesome. Along the way, he passed by many ninjas of the Uchiha family who were running to support. And just when he entered the range of the Uchiha family, a strong explosion frightened him. Looking up slightly, many Uchiha ninjas who heard the movement were approaching the place where the explosion occurred. Thinking that this is the land of the Uchiha clan, he also turned around and rushed over there. It should be the intruder mentioned in the intelligence, right? How dare you come to the Uchiha tribe to destroy it? Fayu clenched his fists. Is it true that he, the patriarch of the Uchiha family, is not worth it? His speed was getting faster and faster. On his calm face, 2 touches of bright red were shining brightly, and an unspeakable aura permeated his whole body. Patriarch. When Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the scene, the Uchiha ninja who arrived one step ahead of him had already fought the enemy, but the scene was very embarrassing, because several ninjas of the Uchiha family lay on the ground with serious injuries, and some of them didn't even know where their arms and legs flew. Back off! The enemy is handed over to me. Fayu stood still, with a trace of anger in his eyes. The ninjas on the ground were all elites cultivated by the family. Although they did not die on the spot, those who lacked arms and legs were obviously sentenced to the death penalty of ninja career. Patriarch, be careful. The enemy can shoot an extremely powerful bomb from the body, which looks a bit like a puppet of sand hidden, but it doesn't have chakra lines. A ninja landed beside Fu Yu, briefly explained the enemy's intelligence, and then looked at the opposite side vigilantly. A person who seems to be coming just happened to be looking for it. Jiradao glanced at the ninjas who were faintly surrounding him, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, completely ignoring the people around him, staring at Fugaku Uchiha standing in front of the crowd. Do you know where Nine Tails Jinchuriki is? Shura looked at Fu Yu, who was supposed to be the leader, raised his left hand and pointed at him, with a threatening tone in his tone. Akatsuki's people seem to want to take Kushina away while Minato is not here. I wonder if Uchiha Saitama is here this time? Fuyu frowned and did not speak. At the same time, the three Gaoyu as deep as ink began to spin in his eyes. Not talking, Shiradao showed his white teeth, matching his bald head with only a few barbs. It looked very ferocious. Then die. Whoosh whoosh, on the raised left arm. Some openings suddenly opened, and then a small missile-like thing was pushed out from the arm, and then gliding and shooting at Fuyu and a group of Uchiha ninjas under the push of the exhaust gas. Disperse! Fuyu jumped a step and dodged to the side, while Sharingan locked on the enemy to prevent him from making another move. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas had seen the power of Shirado bombs before, so they quickly dodged far away, leaving the battlefield to Fuyu. Boom! Exclamation boom! Exclamation boom! The missile exploded, the flames were overwhelming, and the surrounding buildings were damaged again and turned into ruins. Swish! In the smoky environment, a figure suddenly rushed out. It was Uchiha Fugaku with a gloomy face. Damn guy! Dare to destroy the Uchiha family's house? Fuyu's speed was very fast and his movements were very dexterous. He dodged left and right, not only dodged many missiles fired by Shiradao again, but also rushed in front of Shiradao. Page 722. Boom! Kicking vigorously with his left foot, the back of his foot landed on the enemy's cheek, and the enemy couldn't dodge. Shiradao's face instantly deformed, and his body involuntarily slammed aside, causing a sonic boom in the air. Boom! Shura smashed into a ruin that he had just brought out, and disappeared from Fuyu's sight. Fire escape Phoenix immortal fire technique. After knocking the enemy into the air, Fuyu didn't stop immediately, but stood on the spot, quickly formed seals with both hands, and aimed his mouth in the direction where the enemy had just been thrown into the air again and again. Before the dust over there dispersed, Fuyu's attack came again, covering an area. Countless small clusters of flames sprayed out from Fuyu's mouth, like a meteor shower all over the sky, falling towards Shiradao's position just now. On the way here, Fuyu already knew that the ordinary people nearby had already retreated when the other ninjas held back the enemy, so at this time, he did not have any scruples in his actions, and directly fired at full power in an attempt to eliminate the enemy as soon as possible. Has it been resolved? I don't know, I can't see clearly. The Patriarch hasn't made a move for a long time. I didn't expect it to be so strong. That's right. The Uchiha ninja standing outside the battle range talked softly, but remained vigilant, staring at the smoky ruins, and the weapons in his hands were tightened even more. Huh? Not dead yet? In Fuyu's field of vision, a vague figure came out from the depths of the ruins, although the walking posture is a bit awkward. Whoosh whoosh! Before he could see the figure clearly, many missiles accompanied by Mars shot through the dust and flew straight towards him. Clap, clap, clap. Fuyu's eyes contracted, and then he ran quickly to avoid the missiles that were fired, and those missiles seemed to take a step slower every time, and landed on the ground that Fuyu stepped on for a second. Although the power is great, if it does not hit, it will have no effect. It's a bit troublesome, but let's take you down first. Shiradao has already walked out of the ruins, and the black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker all over his body is already tattered, which should have been caused by Fuyu's ninjutsu before, but the exposed skin has almost no damage, only a little burnt black. Saitama's people don't look very good. Ninjutsu doesn't hurt if you hit them. Shiradao's voice was a little low, and he looked at Fuyu with disdain. It was actually underestimated. Fuyu was taken aback for a moment, then a sneer appeared on his face. I haven't done it myself for a long time. Is there no one like myself in the ninja world? The title Evil Eye is not called for nothing. Thinking of this, Fuyu slowly assumed an offensive posture, his feet slowly separated, and his eyes were fixed on the enemy. Swish! The position of Shiradao's arm was split, and a saw-shaped weapon stretched out. The appearance of the weapon is exaggerated, and it is not a conventional ninja weapon. Hey! Shiradao stepped on the ground and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already behind Fuyu. Patriarch, be careful. The ninjas on the outside saw the enemy appearing behind the head of the clan, and the fierce weapon was raised high, and it was about to fall down in the next second. Tin! Fuyu took out a handful of kunai, turned around and blocked the saw 1 second before it fell on him. Kunai and the jagged saw edge collided together, shooting out countless sparks. Swish! The two are separated. Art fire escape Ho fireball. As the patriarch of the Uchiha family, Fugaku's ninjutsu is naturally fire escape. A ninjutsu that has been rotten in the ninja world is extremely powerful when used by him. Clasping his mouth with one hand, a liquid flame spit out from his mouth, then condensed into a fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of him, and finally flew forward. Boom. Page 723. Shiradao changed his hand. His arm was split, and many missiles flew out of his arm, and then collided with the fireball, followed by a shocking explosion. Countless flames scattered into a rain of fire, falling to a place not even meters away. Tin! Fuyu charged forward again and collided with Shiradao, who also chose to fight in close combat, and kunai and the saw collided again. However, this time, the huge advantage of Shiradao's weapon was manifested. As soon as he touched Fuyu, he completely suppressed Fuyu and pressed the weapon to Fuyu's chest. Oh! The teeth of the saw turned violently the moment it approached Fuyu's chest. One mistake, Fuyu was hit, leaving a bloody wound on his chest. Boom. Fuyu ejected on the spot, kicked the side of the enemy saw, and at the same time used his strength to retreat towards the back. Patriarch. Seeing that Fuyu was injured, many Uchiha ninjas took a step forward worriedly, but were quickly stopped by Fuyu's gesture. It seems that I have to come up with something real, otherwise it will be very difficult for me. The Patriarch, wiping the wound on his chest with his left hand, Fuyu spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and his face became more gloomy. Chapter 323. Searching for Nine Tails. Boom. A large centipede crashed through a house before continuing to wreak havoc nearby. There are ninjas nearby who are using ninjutsu attacks on it, but it's not very useful. It can only leave some scorched black marks on the centipede's shell or knock it back briefly. Not far away, there is also a vicious giant dog with 3 heads. It keeps jumping on the roof to avoid Konoha ninja attacks, and at the same time, it attacks the nearest enemy and clears the field. Animal Road stood on the roof of a house. His eyes kept searching the vicinity, and shifted his position again after finding that there was nothing he was looking for, and those ninja beasts channeled by him acted as protectors, surrounding him in the middle, constantly shifting the battle location as he moved, and also blocking or killing those ninjas who tried to break through the periphery and come towards the center. Or not. Looks like Konoha is protecting Jinchuriki very well. After searching one place again, Animal Road turned his attention to another place. There is a hospital over there, and there seem to be many people around, so we should be able to find out. Thinking of this, the beast jumped over there. Whoosh! A few shurikens were shot from the bottom of the house to the Animal Road with a certain arc, and the angle was extremely tricky. Although the person is in the air, the field of vision of the Animal Road is extremely wide, because all his psychic beasts can provide him with vision. Swish! The centipede flicked its own tail and blocked the animal's body. Ding ding ding! Those shurikens hit the centipede's body, making a metallic sound, barely leaving some white marks, then lost the power to move forward, and fell towards the bottom. Roar! Over there, the Cerberus with 3 heads roared, and then moved towards the ninja attacking the Animal Road. With just one step, it came directly to the ninja hiding behind the wall. You don't stared at by such a big ninja. The ninja tremblingly squeezed a handful of kunai. His legs were trembling, and his back was leaning against the wall with a look of horror. Dare to shoot and fight head-on are 2 concepts. He has no problem hiding in the dark and throwing ninja tools, but if he is to face such a terrifying ninja beast, he has no desire to fight at all, and his heart is full of fear. This is human beings' natural fear of large ninja beasts. Not to mention that this ninja beast is extremely vicious, with 3 heads, and 2 seemingly useless but very weird little wings on the back. Cerberus didn't mean to talk nonsense. When it came to the ninja, it went straight to it, biting his body with a big mouth, then shook its head, and the red liquid fell from the sky like rain, and then the surrounding buildings, and the ninja also ended his life with a miserable cry. After finishing off the enemy, the Cerberus followed the pace of the beast again, already looking like a loyal guard. The ninjas still around were obviously a little afraid to make a move, and they flinched and fell near the Animal Road, waiting for support. For the time being, there are no powerful ninjas in this area rushing over to support them. They are obviously not the opponents of the enemy, and they cannot turn up the storm. There have been many fearless sacrifices in previous battles. They are also thoughtful people, so they are unwilling to continue to go forward to die. Those ferocious ninja beasts are already an insurmountable moat for them, let alone the righteous ones who have never made a move. Host. Whoosh! The centipede slammed into the building with the word hospital printed on it, but before it could hit it, a figure shot out from the building, and then punched the centipede's head. This is a strong body contrast. Animal Dao naturally saw this scene. Except for a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he did not stop the centipede. Some people want to die, so don't worry about it. In his opinion, that tiny human dared to attack his psychic beast, obviously looking for death. However, it was beyond his expectation. As soon as the centipede came into contact with the ninja, it received a powerful impact. Its body was directly turned over, and then involuntarily smashed towards the rear. Page 724. What? Animal Road squinted his eyes, looking at the guy who just punched his psychic beast away, looking a little surprised. A woman, wearing a green robe, with long blonde hair combed into a lazy ponytail behind her head, with a calm expression on her face, but an angry flame burned deep in her eyes. Such a dress, and such strength the unparalleled Tsunade. Animal Road recognized the ninja's identity, but he was not afraid, but slowed down, landed on a roof, and looked over calmly, to find out the position of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This Tsunade can obviously be a breakthrough. A person of her status should know something. Thinking of this, Beast Dao's gaze became stronger, so now let's take down the only woman among the Sannin. Call. On the other side, Tsunade landed on the ground, shook his arm, let out a long sigh of relief, and stared at the opposite side at the same time. Just now she was giving Jiraiya a routine checkup in the ward, and she had just changed half of the medicine in her throat, when she heard strange noises erupting everywhere in the village, and a shadow shrouded outside the window shortly thereafter. As soon as she raised her head, she saw a centipede with a completely abnormal shape that was hitting her side with its body upside down, and its purpose was self-evident. No nonsense. She dropped the medicine in her hand, broke through the window, and blasted her fist at the centipede that was charging. Intruder? Is this Pain? Tsunade was still wondering who dared to destroy Konoha, but he noticed an orange-haired enemy wearing a red cloud windbreaker with a black background who landed on the opposite roof. He saw her eyes like onion rings and her face. Black short sticks stuck in the ears. This is the same as the body of Pain that Jiraiya brought back, and it is also consistent with the reincarnation I described by Jiraiya, so she recognized the identity of the enemy. I didn't expect Akatsuki's people to be so arrogant that they invaded Konoha while Minato left the village. Is this underestimating the #1 village in the ninja world? Tsunade moved his fingers, the expression on his face gradually became serious, and his knuckles made a crisp sound. Oh, you actually know me. It seems that Mr. Reia's information has paid off. This new beast is a relatively short girl, but she must not be soft and cute when she speaks, and she looks extremely cold. Tsunade, be careful, this is Pain. In the back, Jiraiya jumped down wearing a hospital gown, and stood with Tsunade, looking solemnly at the strange Animal Road over there. This Pain had never seen before. He glanced at the three-headed dog that was blown to the ground by Tsunade just now, and the three-headed dog in the back, and he had an idea in his heart. This should be Nagato's new puppet, in order to supplement the one that was killed and taken away by himself before a guy who was good at psychic arts. I didn't expect you to be here, Mr. Jiraiya. What a surprise. Animal Road looked at Jiraiya jumping out of the hospital with slight surprise. His brows were frowned, and he was vigilant. Nagato, we meet again. Jiraiya's voice is hoarse. He speaks much better now than before. He has been carefully treated by the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. His injuries are improving rapidly every day. Anyway, he can speak at this time without any problem. He directly called out the real name of Nagato, and at the same time, the emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. Although this former disciple was going to kill him last time, but facing him again, he still felt a little uncomfortable and unacceptable. Maybe he really is such a person who pays attention to feelings. Several ninjas came to support from other places, faintly surrounding the Animal Road, and there were many powerful Anbu ninjas among them. You go to evacuate the civilians and the wounded first, and leave it to us here. Tsunade looked at the direction the beast came from, and many houses were turned into ruins, so he instructed the ninja who had just settled down to help around. With her and Jiraiya here, it is obvious that no one else needs to get in the way. This is the confidence of Sannin. Yes. Seeing that Tsunade and Jiraiya were here, those ninjas knew that there should be no problem here, so they nodded slightly and shot towards the vicinity. Due to an error in intelligence when the enemy invaded, some mistakes were made in many arrangements within the village, so it is currently difficult to deal with the enemies in several places in the village. Fortunately, with the passage of time, the strength of Dawn Ninja Village gradually emerged, and the distribution of personnel and support began to become reasonable. Every place where riots occurred had ninjas to support them. Fizz, over there, the centipede that was blown away by Tsunade's punch climbed up again, and saw it raised its upper body, shaking its head, and its crimson shell was shining brightly in the sun. Whoosh! There was no need for Beast Road to issue an order. It shot towards Tsunade again, faster than before, leaving a red afterimage in the air. Countless feet cast numb shadows under the sunlight, but Tsunade was no ordinary person. Stand back, let me do it. Tsunade squinted at Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya's injury is almost healed, but this kind of small scene is better left to herself. So she also said a word to Jiraiya. Then she made a fist with her right hand, and her feet were on the ground. Tap on the ground. Bang! Numerous cracks opened on the ground, and then spread towards the surroundings like a spider web. And Tsunade also disappeared in place and came to midair. Die to me, stinky centipede. Facing the centipede, Tsunade thrust his fist forward and landed on the abdomen corresponding to the centipede's head. Page 725. Boom. Without any pause, the place where the centipede was hit by Tsunade exploded instantly, including the ferocious head. The green juice all over the sky was sprinkled downward in an instant, and the centipede didn't make any counterattack from the beginning to the end, and was completely killed by Tsunade in an instant. Da da da! After a successful blow, Tsunade didn't stop, but twisted his body in midair, then stepped on the centipede's still upright body, then clapped its body with both hands, and flung it towards the beast over there. Boom! The centipede lost its head, but it didn't die immediately. Its body was still shaking. After Tsunade threw the centipede out and put it in a state of weightlessness, it swayed more violently. The art of psychic. Facing the oncoming centipede, Animal Dao did not dodge, but made a mudra with his hands and slapped the roof under his feet. White smoke rose, and a huge figure stood in front of him. It was a stone panda. Boom! Mounted on the bear, the headless centipede didn't shake the panda at all. Instead, it was bounced aside.